Greetings and salutations, and welcome back, friends. You know, there's an old saying that life is what happens when you're busy making plans, and I plan to do an entirely different show today. However, sometimes things come on my radar that I think are so important that they need to be addressed as quickly as possible. And so today's show is going to be a detour of sorts. And we're going to call it Truth Seeker's Special Report, Recent Bombshells about Emery Smith being exposed as a fraud and a liar. Imagine that. Friends, for those that don't know, Emery Smith has made many fantastical claims, including autopsying alien tissue samples at a secret base. He's also, at various times, I found at least several instances of him claiming that he was a NASA astronaut and was scheduled to go and work on the International Space Station, but it just didn't work out for him. These claims are ridiculous, and he's an idiot for making claims like, I was a NASA astronaut. Doesn't he know the very, very small amount of people who can make the claim of being a NASA astronaut? It's a tiny, tiny club, Emery Smith. And you need to be an extremely well-educated person. Near as I could tell, you only went to high school. And last I checked, NASA doesn't just let people with a high school diploma work on the International Space Station. But that hasn't stopped Emery Smith from making ridiculous claims like, I was a NASA astronaut. It's laughable, the claims that this person makes. He's been involved in various, let's just say, run-ins with the law, and leave it at that. He was once sued for basically embezzling money from funds from the company, one of the companies that he worked for or with. That company went on to remove him from their website and make a statement that he was not a representative of their company any longer. There have been various claims made by he and sometimes partner in crime, David Wilcock, to the effect, basically that the deep state was trying to silence Emery Smith and were attacking him and killing his dog and all manner of crazy, crazy claims. One of those events also included a GoFundMe. Imagine that, a GoFundMe to help Emery Smith. This is yet another GoFundMe where the information presented in the GoFundMe was fraudulent and raised a significant amount of money. Yet another GoFundMe scam that David Wilcock was involved with or helped promote. I find that a little concerning. After all, Mr. Wilcock has not been prosecuted for the Pete Peterson GoFundMe, which was a scam, and every line in that GoFundMe could be proven to be factually inaccurate. Every line in the Pete Peterson GoFundMe was a lie. Now we have substantial and supportive proof that David Wilcock lied around this GoFundMe to help Emery Smith. And there are multiple sources of information that can confirm that Emery Smith, David Wilcock, whoever started this GoFundMe, was not using factually correct information when they were asking people for money. It goes on and on with these clowns. They think that they can just lie in a GoFundMe and keep the money. Tens of thousands of dollars raised based on fake information presented in the GoFundMe text body. That's called fraud, you two idiots. It's called fraud. You don't get to lie about the reason for the GoFundMe and then just keep all the money. This is not legal or moral or ethical, but these are the kind of things that these clowns are often involved in. So recently, a really good insider came forward with the real story on Emery Smith and the various shenanigans that he's been involved in. This gentleman knew him very well, was there for these events that David Wilcock and Emery Smith concocted and faked in order to, I suppose, garner sympathy and get donations from stupid people. This person was there for those events. This person was there, had a good relationship, apparently, from what I've heard, with Emery Smith for quite some time. And this person's daughter was Emery Smith's girlfriend. Someone told me fiance for a while. So, you know, does this guy have an axe to grind? Maybe, but I think that the information that he's presenting is accurate, based on other sources which sort of corroborate some of the story that this gentleman is telling. I thought that we could dispense with our usual show format, and basically we're just going to have a watch party and watch Emery Smith's ass get handed to him by his one-time friend, and I guess almost maybe was going to be his father-in-law. Friends, the revelations are everything that you suspected about Emery Smith being a fraud, right? And we have other sources besides this gentleman that confirm and corroborate a lot of this information that he is presenting. So I thought we would basically just have this watch party, listen to this gentleman's testimony, and watch Emery Smith and David Wilcock's asses get collectively handed to them for both of them being lying fraudster assholes. Do you think, David Wilcock and Emery Smith, that nobody is ever going to come forward and tell everybody about all these scams you guys are running, about what frauds and liars and fucking fairy tale hucksters you assholes are? Of course people are going to. And, you know, this gentleman, near as I can tell, I'm no expert, that's coming forward with this information is not a very well-known voice in the so-called UFO or disclosure community. So I thought it would be appropriate if we sort of amplify his attempt to get this information out to people who are being scammed, who are being duped by both Emery Smith and David Wilcock. I'm going to do my part, and we're going to play his testimony on our show here and sort of do this watch party, and then we're going to discuss it. I'm not sure. He's got a non-monetized YouTube channel with, you know, not a lot of subscribers, but or views, but he was actually there for these events. I consider him a good source, and we're gonna do our part to help spread this information and prevent more victims from being taken advantage of by people like Emery Smith and David Wilcock. So I'm going to cite fair use. Like I said, it's a non-monetized channel. I don't think this gentleman would mind, but I'm going to cite fair use. We're going to be discussing and critiquing the information that he presents. We're going to be educating the public about, let's just say, less than scrupulous UFO messiahs, alien messiahs, I suppose, who present themselves as being some sort of government former insider or whistleblower, right? We're going to educate the public so that they don't get taken advantage of and scammed or, you know, ripped off by these fraudsters. So we're citing fair use in order to educate the public. And this is kind of a long video. I'm not sure if we're going to skip around, but I skipped the first 5 minutes where he just tells the story of how he met Emery Smith and a few other things. You can watch the entire video yourself, but we're going to sample most of it. And this is called Emery Smith Exposed 1. And this gentleman has a whole bunch of videos, but I thought that the first one would be most appropriate for us to start with. And not only that, most of the information that I'm interested in as to David Wilcock's participation in another GoFundMe scam, this time with Emery Smith, is what I was most interested in. So this is the one that honestly I think has the best information. Let's share this. I'm going to cite fair use. We're educating the public. And again, we're just going to sort of have a watch party here because this is so good that people need to hear this stuff. People need to know the truth behind some of these fraudsters. And here's an insider, good, close friend, right? Knew him very well. Let's get into it, friends. Okay.
We ended up making the trip over to Fort Myers.
You know what? 1 second, friends. I'm going to stop that and do it again just to make sure that I, yes, indeed, click the stupid share audio. Okay. Here we are.
To a small industrial park. It was about a 3-hour drive from where we lived over in Stewart, Florida. We pulled up, and at the same time, Emery had pulled up in a black Range Rover. Big fan of those. Loves the earth, but drives a Range Rover and has for years. So we introduced ourselves. We went in, and the space he was renting at the time was looked like a low-grade medical showroom that was fairly dirty, disorganized, but had some interesting equipment, some stem cell equipment, centrifuge. I later found out all these were basically on loan, and the whole thing was basically an enormous front, and we'll get into that in later videos.
Emery Smith has famously been involved in a few different biotech companies and startups. How a guy with just a high school education is somehow an expert in medical matters and biotechnology is beyond me, but it is what it is.
And there are going to be many dealing with everything from all of the phony front companies he set up to his dealings with Emsite, to all the court documentation.
Emsite's a company that he was sued by.
And Ken Mather, Emsite's attorney. I have every document, including all of the exhibits, that I will be linking in that video to download for you to read, including the final summary judgment, where Emery was found to have misappropriated a significant amount of money. And by that, I mean it's over several $1 million. In any event, turning back to Fort Myers in the initial meeting, we asked Emery about the photograph of the light being, which I had brought, and he explained that it was something that he had photographed, which I found improbable. But he began talking about his involvement with Csetti and Greer, and we had all watched the 2001 Project Disclosure held at the National Press Club.
It's for those that don't know, Emery Smith was once heavily involved with Stephen Greer's disclosure movement and CE5 initiative. But near as I can tell, or have heard from several different sources, he was a bodyguard to Stephen Greer. Why does Stephen Greer need bodyguards? I don't know, but okay.
Introduced my children to that at a very young age, which was really, frankly, a remarkable event. I found it highly credible. Not a fan of Stephen Greer whatsoever, but I found that event was indeed extraordinary. So we discussed that. We discussed ufology. Emery did not have a good knowledge or even a basic knowledge of the history of ufology at all. Almost none. It was rather strange to me as a historian and researcher of ufology. Deep research, deep and heavy research. I have a pretty extensive knowledge about a lot of it. in fact, most of it. And I always search for the facts and what could be documented and what could be proven.
Interesting that he did not
We
have a
talked a
good
lot
knowledge
about
of
Majestic
ufology.
12. He told me he was a payload specialist on the space shuttle at that point in time, which is simply untrue. There are later instances where he claimed to be a NASA astronaut, another, frankly, just complete lie. I have audio recordings of that, as well as, being scheduled to go up and work on the ISS. Not a chance.
I contacted a media relations person at NASA to try to verify or bust Emery Smith's claims. They never got back to me. I made 4 or 5 different attempts to go to NASA and say, was this guy a NASA astronaut? And I have been unable to get an answer from NASA, but I think that claim is totally ridiculous, especially coming from somebody that only has a high school diploma.
Emery's education is limited to a high school diploma.
Oh, there we have it.
And his DD-214 shows he was released as an E6. If you don't know what that is, go ahead and research it yourself, and you'll see that, he was a grunt, basically.
Yeah, that's a low rank. He was a nobody in the military, basically.
Fort Myers. We talked and talked and talked about different experiences he'd had, and my children's friends were very curious about their experiences and asked him a lot of questions. And this went on for probably an hour and a half, 2 hours. And there was a woman there. Her name was Angel. And there's a long history of misappropriation of funds that relates to her as well, and we'll get into that later on. But Angel Oliphant was her name. Rather unique looking individual, almost looked extraterrestrial. But in any regard, at the end of this exchange of ideas, Emery pulled out and this was the first time I'd ever seen this, SLA, which is stereolithography. It's a very primitive form of 3D printing. I know because I used to do it in the early 90s using Alias Auto Studio and Silicon Graphics workstations. And I would send
SGI workstations
motors where they would output it into a physical 3D form. Now, again, this was a very primitive technology back then that we had access to, but the files were called SLA stereolithography. And at the time I was working in New York and would output all different sorts of different things, namely fragrance bottles, Bath and Body Works bottles, beauty products bottles, different sculptures. And I knew the technology very well, and I knew that this Atacama SLA, or 3D print of this being, was exactly that. It had the same amber polymer that we always used. And you have to remember, well, you don't have to remember, but you should know back then, really the axes were limited back then. So most of the products I had to hand sand and finish myself when they came back because they were fairly rough. And the reason why was because there was a vat of polymer, a laser spun around and varied its amplitude to coagulate the polymer. So I took a look at it. We passed it around. It, to me, looked like a mummy. It was very small. It's not big at all.
Yeah, and again, there have been various claims about this Amacana humanoid, and the DNA was analyzed and found to just be a deformed human. Stephen Greer, however, after making, I don't know, millions on a documentary, which conveniently, At the end of the documentary, they're just going to start the DNA to prove that it's an alien. I believe that he knew that it was human. And, if you include the information that the DNA is human in your movie, it's not going to sell very much. So you got to cut that part out. But shortly after the movie, it's revealed that that so-called alien is simply a deformed human.
It had an oblong head that came to a point, and it looked rather bizarre. It really did. It looked rather strange. It did not look of this earth. But there are other instances where things like this have appeared. Richard Dolan got caught in the trap back there in Mexico.
The Roswell slides, yeah.
8 years ago, where they tried to pass off a mummified infant as some, extraterrestrial being, when it was clearly labeled in the case that it was a mummified human. And they built an entire event around that, tried to raise millions of dollars, and it was just a stain on the ufology community.
And we've covered that recently.
It was just a rush for money. It was a marketing exercise gone awry with, a fantastic backstory and all sorts of people supporting, including Dolan, who began his career as a librarian, believe it or not.
Dolan's a librarian?
And
not that there's anything wrong with being a librarian,
but some interesting work over the years. But I found the Atacama being to be interesting, as did my children, who were very young at that age. They were 14, and my daughter and her friends, they were 14 and 16. The three of them that were there, two of them were 14, one of them was 16. And so it created a pretty big buzz, and with that, we kind of checked out and drove home the 3 hours. And of course, that ride home was fascinating. And that was where it all frankly began. Emery somehow was able to get my daughter's email and stayed in contact for her over the next 3 years, and asked her not to divulge to myself and my wife that he was in contact with her. And this went on and on and on and on and on. And apparently he had said some things that were disparaging about my wife and I, and really planted the seed in my daughter's mind that we were not good parents, and that she would probably be better off with him. And he continued to do this for years. And
that's a real problem. I'm not sure if you caught it, but I believe that he said that the two daughters that he took with him are 14 and 16. So what is a grown man doing, emailing, if this is the case, an underage girl, and disparaging her parents?
Found this all out much later, but yeah, pretty interesting. When I discovered this, I was, of course, upset. But he fundamentally predated on my daughter for years and years and years, until he finally ended up dating her. And they spent 4 years together. And the shit show that unraveled from all of that and what I saw is almost beyond belief. But it's all true. And with that, we kick off the very beginning of the Emery Smith disclosure, or project disclosure, or cosmic disclosure, or cosmic tomfoolery, or clownery, or whatever you want to call it.
I call it the Cosmic Con. It's the Cosmic Con, and Emery Smith went all chips in on it.
It's all fundamentally fraud and a bunch of lies that will shock and amaze you, I suppose. And I would anticipate there will probably end up being anywhere from 10 to 12 videos in this series at minimum.
He's got a lot to cover, this insider who was there for these events. And I, for one, applaud him for putting this information out in the public so that people get the real backstage view of the shit show and shenanigans that happens behind the scenes of these cosmic con men.
Plus a lot of supporting videos and audio files and documentation leading up to this past, well, really, um, June, when Emery skedaddled. I had the Boulder Police, the Boulder Drug Task Force, the FBI, and the IRS after him for a lot of reasons that will become clear. Um, and he left the state, got somehow managed to cheat on his probation and then finally get permission, but ended up having an affair on my daughter with a woman by the name of Darla, and ended up moving to Las Vegas, to North Las Vegas, to live with Darla and her mother because he's, due to his credit score and finances, unable to rent a house or dwelling. And to this day now, currently, as of August 18th, 2020, is now back out in Los Angeles, teamed up with his good buddy, Dave Wilcock, working on the next big moneymaker.
Yeah, and I just find it very interesting that a secret government whistleblower is in such dire financial constraints that he can't even rent an apartment for himself. So he has to go live with some woman and her mother. That'll teach you, Cosmic Cons. It's not all cash and free money. You know, these guys are not doing well, some of them. They pretend that they're doing great, but I think that a lot of them are in dire financial straits, which is why, you know, they got to keep rolling on with the next big thing, right? Emery Smith has recently been selling Q&A sessions. You can ask him some questions behind a paywall. Great.
Which probably will not happen. Wilcock has made a number of mistakes since Gaia, continues to make mistakes. He's smart, well-spoken, but not intelligent.
Well, he claims that he has 180 IQ, though. How could he not be intelligent with a 180 IQ?
And Emery predates on that as well and has used Dave over the course of the 8 or 9 years he's known him to fundraise using David's base. And there are some fascinating stories regarding that as well. And I was there for every one of those instances. Wilcox highlighted the death of Emery's dog, Beowulf, as being overly dramatized into some sort of black op to kill Emery and his dog. It's simply not true. I was there. Emery was drunk, went out for a drive, let his dog out on the highway, and the dog was hit by a semi and killed.
So there's the truth behind one ridiculous whopper of a lie that David Wilcock told about Emery Smith being a victim of the deep state. They're going to try to silence him, and they shot and killed his dog. No, Emery Smith got drunk, let his dog out on the highway, and it was hit by a truck. Yeah. David Wilcock, you're busted lying again, you asshole. How many times are you going to get caught lying through your fucking fake teeth?
Absolutely tragic, but you know, you don't wish that on anyone, but it was his fault. As it relates to Wilcock's embellishment of the Mountain Air event where black agents came into Emery's home, invaded it, cut open the walls, left a bullet behind as a message, and yada yada. Nope, I was there. I paid the last month's rent on that house and was living there when this went down. And I can tell you absolutely none of that is true. And that round is from an FN Herschel 57. It's an SS 195 round. I know because Emery had to pawn his 257s to be able to survive.
So a secret government whistleblower has to pawn his personal gun or guns just to survive. And by the way, all of this fake Emery Smith getting attacked by the deep state and his house invaded and they left a bullet. All of that is detailed on David Wilcock's idiot blog, right? So it's all out there. David Wilcock, you just lied and made all that shit up? Amazing, David Wilcock. I would have never have guessed that you just make shit up.
And nope, all false. That event was used to raise like $50,000 to $70,000 through PayPal, using Wilcock's base to help get Emery back on his feet because he was dead ass broke.
Yeah, I guess I was incorrect. It was not. It may not have been a GoFundMe that they did raised all of this money, $50,000 to $60,000, but PayPal donations. So I'm not sure that that it's legal. Just as it's not legal to start a GoFundMe based on lies, I don't think you can ask for PayPal donations based on a bunch of lies and just keep all the money. That would be fraud.
I know. I was there. There was another incident at that time that involved Emery borrowing initially a credit card from one of the people he was working with at a site out there that was involved in an archaeological dig northeast of Mountain Air that was reported or reputed to have a lot of gold on the site. Now, there geologically is no gold in New Mexico, but there was a fantastical story about it. And it was interesting. My daughter worked with a gentleman by the name of Dr. Bakhtar, and she helped him run the ground penetrating radar. And there were some interesting things they found, but none of it was ever recovered. And Emery was kicked out of the program and fired summarily by a gentleman by the name of Scott, who was heading up the program for a gentleman who had funded it all. And it was fascinating. The other incident that sticks out in my mind with regard to, well, there are two actually, and we'll cover these in detail, was the car accident up off Old Topanga Canyon where black agents had apparently rammed Emery and tried to kill him. Nope, drunk. Read the police report, was there. His fault. Yep, his fault. Left the state.
So it wasn't the Men in Black. It was just him getting drunk. Great Emery Smith.
To a billionaire who lived up there and was running a scientific program, and of course that didn't pan out either, and left in ill repute and fled the state basically, and owed about 90 grand on the Range Rover that he had, and left it in a driveway on Old Topanga Canyon. Yeah. Moving on, the next event that Wilcock overly dramatized was the Palm Springs incident where Emery was reputedly poisoned or made sick or, in ill health or, bullshit. He'd gone on like a 5-day bender of just insane alcoholism and drug abuse. And, I sat him down and said, dude, you're going to kill yourself if you keep this up. You have to stop doing what you're doing. I'm concerned.
This is another one of those events that David Wilcock told this huge whopper of lies about this so-called event where David Wilcock claimed that the Men in Black or the Deep State had poisoned him. Massive attack against Emery Smith for being a whistleblower. And I found this and used it. This is from, I'm going to share my screen here. This is from Wilcock's website. So another fake story to, I suppose, garner sympathy and get PayPal donations that was told by David Wilcock. ET Autopsy Insider, Emery Smith hit with massive attack after coming forward. And look, there's a picture of him in a hospital. It must be true. No, friends. Emery Smith is an alcoholic, and he went on a 5-day drug and alcohol bender. That's what landed him in the hospital. You asshole, David Wilcock, not the Men in Black. He did drugs and drank too much, got alcohol poisoning, and ended up in the hospital. You fucking lying asshole. Lying through your fake teeth. Ridiculous. All right, we're going to get back to the testimony of this gentleman. And remember, friends, this is just his first video on this. And look at all of this information that we're getting, right? Look at all of this information. Look at all of these revelations. We're finding out that David Wilcock just made all that shit up because this person was there.
For my daughter, I'm concerned for you. You know, this is not how you behave. It's the only time in 10 years I've ever seen him break down and cry and admit what a total douche he is about himself.
You call him a douche.
But then, you know, leopards and spots. Back to the old Emery. Right on back. Well, he wasn't sick. He'd given himself alcohol. Well, he was sick, but he wasn't sick from what Wilcock had reported. It was alcohol poisoning and dehydration, and another small event came out of that, which was pretty mindless, and I don't know what drama Wilcock decided was worth there, but reported that his dog was stolen. Now, this was his other dog, Raven. Nope. Drunk again.
Drunk again, Emery Smith, you asshole.
Park not far from our house in Palm Springs, and it ran away. And my wife ended up finding it through Facebook, and next door neighbor tracked it down. We went and picked it up, returned it to Emery.
Only David Wilcock could turn a lost dog into a story about the cabal and the deep state and the men in black coming and attacking Emery Smith and stealing his dog from him. Come on, David Wilcock. You got to try harder, you asshole, because there were people that were there. This person is a firsthand witness to that actual event, and he's telling us the truth, and you made up a bunch of bullshit lies to promote this fake narrative that Emery Smith is some kind of top secret government whistleblower and he's getting attacked by the deep state. It's bullshit, David Wilcock, you asshole.
And another lie, you know, just in the saga of what Wilcock would disclose as his friend, deep black project friend, Paul. Well, Paul is Emery, and it's all frankly just a bunch of BS.
Yeah, so every time David Wilcock mentions his top secret whistleblower government insider, he was really talking about Emery Smith, but didn't want to say Emery Smith for some reason, because he likes to attribute whatever fantastical stories that he wants to anonymous sources. You asshole.
I know. I was there. Lie after lie after lie after lie. And most of it was used to raise money for Emery. Through Wilcock's base. And it's just wrong on every level. And this is really just the beginning of it all. So I'll give you a little taste of what's coming, including all of the M-Site court documents where Emery pilfered just insane amounts of money.
Those court documents are public record, and anybody can search for and find them. I did, and they are quite revealing about the character of one Emery Smith and the past problems that he has had with his business relationships.
Used shell companies all over Florida, which I have documented, never paid taxes, were opened and closed within the space of a year or two, and just fronts. And then number of women, because he's very good at predating on women, he's borrowed a lot of money from. One Deborah over $130,000, never paid her back, led her on, they had an affair. And then another Barbara for $90,000, and it just goes on and on and on and on. But yeah. Got some choice home movies too of Emery wasted out of his mind after 14 and 17-day benders. And then the event where he kidnapped my daughter as we were coming to move her out. This is how utterly codependent he is. And then All of the physical abuse, the black eyes, the bruises, the spouse beating. Yep, he's a spouse beater too.
Wow.
Hard to imagine, but all documented.
How love and light. These are the light and love people beating up their women. Great.
Well, that's enough for this round. Hopefully, I've laid the groundwork for what's to come. And you pay attention and follow the facts because they're out there. And I don't want this to become something negative because I'm all about being kind and compassionate to one another. But this human being has predated on people in such nefarious ways that he's a danger, not only to himself, but to others. In every sense of the word, he's a hazardous human being, very toxic, and someone who should be avoided and exposed for this toxicity. And as a father whose daughter was routinely abused by him and then left with nothing, including $8,000 debt on a bicycle Emery had her buy to establish credit and then stole the bike.
He stole a bicycle.
Yeah. Can't let that go. Can't let that go. And others need to be warned. And there are enough people in the community that are well aware of this that hopefully they'll start coming forward as well.
Wow.
That's enough for today. You guys have a great one. Be safe. Be kind.
Be kind.
And smile. Yeah, things aren't great. That's for certain. But they're not going to get a whole lot better either. We're in a big mess. And we'll get through it somehow. It won't be ideal. But we'll survive. We'll adapt. That's it. Have a great one. I'll see you tomorrow.
Great. So that's our Emery Smith Insider. And you can find this on YouTube. It's called Points on the Curve. And this, my friends, is just the first in a series of many videos that this gentleman is making exposing the actual and real truth behind one Emery Smith. And along the way, destroying the fake bullshit stories that David Wilcock has been telling about Emery Smith for years and years. So here we have more than ample evidence that David Wilcock is just making shit up about Emery Smith. We have more than ample evidence that Emery Smith is not who he says he is or claims to be. It's gold. If you ask me, this is gold. This is great to have somebody that was that close to Mr. Emery Smith tell the behind the scenes story of what actually happened when David Wilcock was making all of these ridiculous claims. So once again, David Wilcock busted lying through his fake teeth. It's gold, friends. It's gold. And you too can go read the bullshit fake stories on David Wilcock's website about Emery Smith. Just Google Emery Smith, David Wilcock website or David Wilcock blog, and you will find all of these instances where David Wilcock is claiming the deep state and the men in black are attacking him and poisoning him. He may have been poisoned, right? They killed his dog. They stole his other dog. It's all fake. It's all fake. And a lot of these events can be attributed, sadly, I suppose, to Emery Smith's problems with drug and alcohol abuse. And, I just wanted to say, I would not wish the hell of that kind of a life, being an addict, on anyone. And if my hope is that he cleans up and gets some help for his substance abuse issues, because these may be the source of a lot of his problems. I for one hope that he finds help for his substance abuse, issues, because they can create hell. They can create hell. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. For today, we get a double shot of truth seekers. You know, some days I struggle for enough content to fill a show, to do a really good job, uh, and just even to have enough things to say, enough things to talk about to fill a show. But today is quite different. Uh, there is a lot of breaking information, and that sort of gets me excited enough to do not one, but two shows today covering this topic. Earlier today, I produced a show detailing an insider's view into the lies and fraud and fakery of Emery Smith. Now, I should say that even in the few short hours since that broadcast, my inbox has filled up with people, some of which I'm sure are big supporters of Emery Smith. And we played a gentleman's video who said that his daughter dated Emery Smith for 4 years. They were living together as well. I checked into this gentleman before using him as a source and playing his testimony, and was satisfied that he is who he said he was. And yes, his daughter did indeed date Emery Smith and live with him for several years. I consider him a good source. I'm sorry if you don't. These people that are attacking him, and by extension attacking me for sharing his information, have not done that vetting, have not made phone calls to check into this person as I did earlier today. I don't know him, but I know several people who do know him, just from sort of the, UFO conspiracy land conventions and things. He's been at some and has been an interested party into these subjects for many years. This is how he got involved with Emery Smith to begin with. In the video, this gentleman details a great deal of fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery perpetrated by Emery Smith. But he also implicates David Wilcock for just straight making fake shit up about events in Emery Smith's life. I suppose in order to garner sympathy for Emery Smith and get people to donate money based on these fantastical claims that David Wilcock was making about Emery Smith. Also leaked by this gentleman is the fact that David Wilcock has cited a secret government insider known as Paul in talks, in videos, in appearances. He has talked about this Paul. Paul is Emery Smith. Why he would use Emery Smith to be two separate people is beyond me. But that's David Wilcock, dumbass extraordinaire, fake psychic, fake Edgar Casey, fake teeth motherfucker. That's David Wilcock. And of course, he's going to milk a fake source for all it's worth. Not only did he milk the fake source of Emery Smith, but he decided to make Emery Smith a whole different fake insider for himself. And this was revealed to us by this gentleman who created these videos, Emery Smith Exposed. His YouTube channel is Points on the Curve. I decided that, it's pretty rare, actually, that I have a bigger bullhorn than another content creator, and I happen to have a bigger bullhorn than this gentleman. He's trying to get this information out there to the public, so we here decided that we were going to basically have a watch party and play his first video and talk about the information that he presents. And it's very compelling, friends. And for those idiots who emailed me earlier today saying, you don't even know if this guy is who he says he is. He probably doesn't even know Emery Smith. He didn't know Emery Smith. He's just some guy that doesn't like Emery Smith, and he's just making all this. No, he's not just some guy. It's verified. He had a relationship for many years with Emery Smith. His daughter lived with Emery Smith. I would think that he's a trustworthy source about these events. And for those stupid people who think that I just accept a source and go, okay, let's run with this. We don't know if this guy really knew Emery Smith. I checked, okay? I checked the best I could, and I found several pieces of supportive evidence that proved that he is who he says he is. But further, in his video, he shares a Dropbox link with a great deal of supportive evidence for all that he is talking about, all that he is claiming. And in that Dropbox, there's actually a video of him and his wife arguing with a drunk Emery Smith. And you see them on the camera together. So yeah, the person is who he says he was. But for the benefit of stupid people, we are going to share the video from his Dropbox link just so that people know, that I didn't just accept any source, and that this gentleman indeed knew. He indeed knew Emery Smith, and this is the Dropbox with all these documents. Basically, this is a great data drop on Emery Smith. I'm going to copy and paste. I'm going to copy and paste the link into the live chat. So if you'd like to, you can have access to this tremendous data drop, proving what this gentleman says is factually, more or less, factually correct. And he has this data that he can, include. And here's a video. There's a video of him arguing with the drunken Emery Smith. And you see the gentleman from the video we played in this video. So no, I didn't just accept any source and run with it. This person is who he says he is.
They stole our money, Olivia.
Yeah. God, what a fucking moron.
Are you nuts?
What you
Ow.
did? You took our money.
Hey, Emery,
You
get
took it-
this
you took
on
it- you
get
took
this
it.
on camera.
You took
Hey, Emery, did you not go to the Boulder court and tell them I was trying to kill you?
Well, yeah, you
listening to everything.
Good.
Good.
I'm glad.
Tell him to
We're
come
glad.
arrest Emery
Tell him
Smith.
to come on
I'm
back.
not
Emery's fucking
arresting
face right
him.
now.
So here is a drunk Emery Smith arguing with the gentleman from the video, which is, I guess, was his father-in-law for some time. In this video we played earlier, please watch the previous video to see that in its entirety. The gentleman here, Emery Smith's, I suppose, former father-in-law, detailed events in Emery Smith's life that were portrayed an entirely different way by Emery Smith and especially David Wilcock. Again, in an effort to create sympathy for Emery Smith and get people to donate money based on fraudulent, fake information that David Wilcock posted on his website. And we're going to go through this. It is a treasure trove of bullshittery from David, the idiot Wilcock. It is a treasure trove of bullshittery. David Wilcock, how do you make this shit up? How do you keep making up such fantastical fake shit? Do you, I often wonder, does he just got flashcards and he just mixes shit up like Deep State, Men in Black, Cabal, Attack, right? That's David Wilcock for you. It is ridiculous. And equally ridiculous, David Wilcock, this fake shit is still up on your website, okay? This fake shit about all these fake events in Emery Smith's life is still on your website, and the donate to the Emery Smith Fund PayPal link is still live on your website, you asshole. We're going to go through that blog post, and we're all going to have a laugh at David Wilcock, the idiot, the fucking fake bullshit king, David Wilcock, you fucking idiot. Busted. We busted you now, you asshole. How many times am I going to prove you a fucking liar, you asshole, David Wilcock? How many times am I going to show the public that you just make up fake shit? How many times do I have to do that? How many times do I have to do that? While you sit in your fucking $1 million man cave mansion, you asshole, collecting money from stupid people who believe you somehow. How can anyone believe you, David Wilcock? How many fucking times are you going to get caught lying just by me, let alone by everybody else that's out there catching you lie through your fake fucking teeth? That's it, Wilcock. We got you lying through your fake fucking teeth. We got you lying through your fake fucking teeth, David Wilcock. And we're going to read it all. And we're going to laugh at you, you fucking lying disinformation asshole. Let's share, shall we? Let's begin, friends, shall we? So we're going to share David Wilcock's blog. And the post is titled, let's see here, ET Insider, Emery Smith hit with massive attack after coming forward. Of course, it was David Wilcock who claimed that Emery Smith autopsied some 3,000 alien bodies. But later, I guess they had a falling out, and Emery Smith said, oh no, he lied about that. It was 3,000 tissue samples, not, I didn't autopsy bodies. No, I just examined tissue samples from aliens. Okay. So here we go. Emery Smith claims to have autopsied about 3,000 different types of ET humanoids. Even he refutes that. David Wilcock, you fucking idiot. Why don't you take that down? When the guy you're talking about in your blog post says, that's not accurate, that's fake, I never said that, David Wilcock made it up, you should probably take that off of your website, you dumbass. The day after we announced his coming forward, he was hit with an attack that landed him in an emergency room. Right before his health collapse, 3 black SUVs followed him and abducted his dog, Raven. Miraculously, Raven was found alive by a good citizen after the perpetrators dumped her off on the highway. However, immediately after the abduction, Emery developed pneumonia-like symptoms with a fever and skyrocketed up to 105. The ER in Palm Springs could not admit him until 7 a.m. the following morning. Okay, his oxygen level went down to 90%, which when coupled with the enormously high fever could easily have killed him. This all screams of foul play. As we were finishing this article, his health slipped and he had to go back to the hospital once again. We are calling for your prayers for his health and safety. Our last article shared the story of a dog's abduction in an update. First of all, David Wilcock, you asshole. Listen, if the deep state or the men in black were out to shut him up, wouldn't they just kill him? Why would they kidnap his fucking dog, you dumbass? Okay, the men in black and 3 SUVs came and they stole his dog from him. That's what you're claiming in this post. You asshole, David Wilcock. What a fucking douchebag you are to go, and you wrote this. It's preserved for all eternity, you dumb dickhead. Jesus Christ, David Wilcock, you dumb dickhead. I can't believe what a fucking dumb dickhead you are. But this is David Wilcock. It's par for the course. These attacks reek of desperation on behalf of the deep state. Why would they try to completely destroy his life if he was simply making up stories, as their paid trolls will assert? I guess I'm one of those paid trolls, right? Because I think he's just making up stories. The guy said he was an astronaut, you asshole. Hey, David Wilcock, you used him as a source, right? For years. Did you vet that he was an astronaut, you asshole? Did you check that he was set to work on the International Space Station, going up in the space shuttle? Did you check on any of that shit, or did you just believe him because you're a fucking dumbass? God, Jesus, I don't know. Look, we got to get through this. This blog post, by the way, is like, I don't even know how many pages. Look, we're only up to this little bit, and it just goes on and on and on. Think about the implications. When you have been lied to for so long, in fact, born into a world where all you've ever known is lies, it can be very difficult when the truth finally appears. Hey, David Wilcock, I'm still waiting for any kind of truth to finally fucking appear from you. You're talking about being born into a world of lies in a blog post that's now proven, factually proven. We busted you, asshole. Factually proven that everything in this blog post of yours is a fucking lie, you asshole. So, first of all, the story about him ending up in the hospital, well, his supposed one-time father-in-law told a completely different story, you asshole, David Wilcock. He wasn't attacked by the men in black or the deep state or the cabal. He had alcohol poisoning and had to be hospitalized because of it, you asshole. And as for the dog got away. Somebody found the dog and they returned the dog to him. How the hell are you seeing some kind of conspiracy with 3 black SUVs following him and stealing his dog over him? What actually happened is he got drunk and let the dog out. One of the neighbors found the dog. The father-in-law went, got the dog with his wife, and returned it to Emery and that gentleman's daughter. He was an eyewitness. He was also an eyewitness to this event that you're trying to claim he was poisoned or he was attacked, which really that gentleman was witness to. No, you asshole, David Wilcock. He had alcohol poisoning. Yeah, he was sick, self-inflicted sick, you asshole. How do you get away with making this shit up? It's ridiculous. There is a level of UFO secrecy that goes far above the U.S. military. The highest generals, even the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, same old shit from David Wilcock. Oh, Eisenhower wanted to invade Area 51. Who's your source on that? Oh, the fake CIA disinformation agent that we busted. You know, the one that Jeremy Corbell and Richard Dolan were trying to peddle as a fucking CIA agent that was never a CIA agent. That's your source on that. There you go, lying again, you dumbass. You make this too easy. Yeah, so he's citing Richard Dolan talking to a fake CIA agent about Eisenhower's wish to invade Area 51 if they try to hide secrets from him. David Wilcock, maybe you should start watching my shows. We busted that fake CIA agent. He was never in the military. He was never a CIA agent. And even Richard Dolan later said, yeah, I don't think he was credible. Yeah, shit, I got caught with another fake fucking story because that's what we all do here in UFO land. We sell fake fucking stories. They all do it. Some more than others, but they all do it. Okay, let's get back to this. Allow yourself to speculate. I don't even want to. I don't even want to go there. Okay, how are we gonna get? David Wilcock has got it. He's got to take 85 pages to explain a 5-minute story. Oh, Emery never intended to come forward. Emery never wanted to come forward about any of his black ops experiences. You asshole, David Wilcock. Here you go lying again. He didn't have any black ops experiences because you can get his DD-214, you asshole, and it proves that he was a low-rank grunt, a nobody in the military. He wasn't special forces. He wasn't black ops. Those are his fantasies or yours. He never was in black ops or anything of importance in the military. He was a fucking nobody grunt, you asshole. And his DD-214 is the factual evidence that proves that. So here's another lie in your fucking bullshit blog. Boy, you should just call it the bullshit blog, David Wilcock, you asshole. Just call it the fucking bullshit blog, because that's what it is. That's what I'm seeing. This is all bullshit. Every line of this is fucking fake. There were threats and attempts on his life since I started anonymously leaking some of his intel. You don't get intel. You get Fantasyland stories from LARPers and fake fucking people whose backgrounds don't add up. You asshole. You don't get intel. You don't have any intel or intelligence of your own, even though you claim to have 180 IQ. And by the way, Einstein only had an IQ of 160. So you're smarter than Einstein, David Wilcock. Then how do you keep fucking up trying to sell these lies? How is it so easy for a dumb slob like me to catch you lying over and over and over? How many times am I going to catch you lying to people and begging for money, you asshole? Here we go. There were threats and attempts on his life. Yeah, right. Yeah. And we heard about the so-called threats and attempts on his life. We heard the real story behind that earlier in our previous episode from this source who knew Emery Smith very well and claimed that he was a drunken mess. And that was the source of a great deal of his problems. It's not the deep state. It's not the men in black. It's that old demon alcohol, right? Apparently, Mr. Smith is such an alcoholic that he needed to get injections or he would have terrible withdrawal symptoms when trying to stop drinking. He'd get the shakes too. That's a bad alcoholism addiction. That's a bad problem. And I pray that he's going to get the help that he needs. But for David Wilcock and him to run around and allow, listen, David Wilcock, if David Wilcock made all this shit up or Emery Smith fed it to him, those are the only two choices, or they both worked in concert to make this shit up, to have something to talk about at conferences, in videos, on radio show appearances. They always got to have some drama to talk about. This is exactly what happened to Pete Peterson after coming forward on Cosmic Disclosure, which much more controversial information. And there's another fake source of David Wilcock. Pete Peterson has been blown out of the water as a complete and total fraud. We've done that for you. We've done that for you, David Wilcock, you asshole. Try harder. Get some real sources. You amateur hour clown shoes fucking bozo at this. Oh, he talks about David Wilcock's break sabotage. This wasn't the Dark Alliance. Always blaming the Dark Alliance. God damn it, David Wilcock. By the way, I'm supposed to be a member of the Dark Alliance. If I am, look, you motherfuckers in the Dark Alliance, you assholes. I didn't get a fucking membership card. I didn't get access to the super secret chat room where we all get together and plot, how we're going to, do Dark Alliance rituals and black magic against these truth-seeking spiritual gurus that were, it's ridiculous. The Dark Alliance is a fucking fantasy made up by Corey Good and David Wilcock to explain away their critics. That's what it's for. It's a propaganda piece. And any asshole that believes in something called the Dark Alliance, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Go seek counseling for your idiocy. Go try to educate yourself, you dumb shit, for believing this shit. Okay. Emery's home in New Mexico was broken into and everything was stolen or otherwise destroyed. This included large crystals that had been completely smashed into worthless powder on the ground. How do you smash a crystal on the ground into powder? Okay, David Wilcock. Evidence was planted to make it look like the work of drug addicts. Well, there is substantial and supportive proof that Emery Smith was involved in drug dealing in the form of selling psilocybin, right? So it could very well be that some drug addicts that he was involved with broke in his house and did that. Why does it got to be the men in black? But we heard the story from Emery Smith's at one time. I'm just going to keep calling him at one time father-in-law because he doesn't, he doesn't clarify too much in his video, but he was the father of Emery Smith's live-in girlfriend. So yeah, he detailed this event as being a nothing burger. Nothing happened. And the bullet, David Wilcock shows the bullet left on the counter. The same caliber of bullet for two guns, which Emery Smith owned, but had to hawk because he was in such dire straits. He needed the money to live off of. So he was hawking, according to this source we have, everything he owns. And that bullet is the same caliber. So is it just a coincidence, David Wilcock, you fucking dumb schmoo? Is it just a coincidence that the bullet that you say the Cabal, the Men in Black, the Dark Alliance left on his counter is the same caliber of bullet for the guns he just hawked? Is that a coincidence? That's a fake event. These events are fake. Yeah, he went to the hospital, but he wasn't poisoned by the deep state, right? He had alcohol poisoning. That's the truth of that event that you're trying to dramatize into some fucking science fiction fantasy story that you think you live, you asshole. And this event where his house was broken into, again, a big nothing burger. This gentleman paid the last month's rent on that home. I believe that he had intimate knowledge of this so-called event, and he says that David Wilcock made this shit up. So there you go, David Wilcock, you dumb asshole. We got you lying through your fake fucking teeth again. You're lying through your fake fucking teeth, David Wilcock, in this blog post. Wow. Okay, let's see. The reason that this and previous articles have been lengthy is that's what the data will be scrutinized far more in the future if there comes a... What is he talking about? The alliance will make its moves regardless of whether I am involved in any way or not. Their plan does not revolve around me or my work. There's no alliance. You just made that shit up. There's no alliance. Every time this asshole says alliance, he's just making shit up. He doesn't know anything about this shit. This isn't real. It's fucking fantasy land. It's fucking fantasy land. This does seem to be interconnected. I have been telegraphing for 3 days via electronic communication that I was writing the big one, i.e. this article. You're so proud of this work of fiction that you created around fake events of Emery Smith's life that never happened. This is the big one. This is your big one. E.T. Autopsy Insider. Emery Smith hit with massive attack after coming forward. He was hit with a massive hangover, you asshole. He alcohol poisoned himself and had to be hospitalized, you asshole. There was no Dark Alliance. There was no Men in Black. There was no black SUVs following him. Nobody stole his dog, you fucking dummy. Jesus Christ, how do you fucking live with yourself selling this shit? When you go to sleep at night, do you think, man, I did a real good job lying to all those people today? I did a real good job. I had a good day of lies. Oh, and then he takes a moment to beat up Tom DeLonge for the soft disclosure. He's a fake disclosure person. Yeah, that's their narrative. Everybody else wants drip disclosure, not full disclosure. Corey Good says the same horse shit, and it's all fake. It's all horse shit. You might find your way into this through the military. Oh, here we go again. Emery, we're back to where we were. Emery never meant to come forward. So he says here Emery's home in New Mexico was broken into and everything was stolen or otherwise destroyed. Didn't happen. That did not happen. You made that up, or Emery Smith made it up and you just believed him without checking sources or vetting him, which is just as bad, I suppose. Oh, here we go. He starts talking about Paul's intel was mentioned in the case. Remember, this gentleman from the video we played earlier today said that David Wilcock just made up a pseudonym for Emery Smith called Paul. So every time in this article, when he's saying Paul, and most of the article is about Emery Smith, so it seems to reason that this dumbass, Paul is another one of his top secret insiders. But really, it's just Emery Smith telling him different stories, according to this gentleman. So we got you lying again about a fake source, you fucking dumbass. How many times do we got to catch you lie, David Wilcock, you asshole? Some of Paul's intel was mentioned in the case. I profiled his testimony on smart suits, which, as it turns out, are very advanced. I mentioned films like Spider-Man Homecoming, in which Tony Stark character gives Peter Parker a similar suit as himself was using as the Iron Man. Do you watch too much fucking science fiction and superhero movies? Is that your problem, David Wilcock? Is that why you think you have superpowers? Is that it? I'm confused. Only a half hour after this intel was posted, Emery suffered a head-on collision while driving his SUV in Topanga, California. The timing was very suspicious, to say the least. No. Here's where you're lying again. Emery Smith got in a vehicle accident while driving drunk, and there is ample and supportive evidence to prove that. You dumbass. Another lie in your blog. Another lie in your blog. How many times are you going to lie in one blog? Well, the blog post is like 80 pages long. Okay, here's the bullet left for him. After I leaked his intel, and David Wilcock's brake sabotage wasn't the Dark Alliance. His house was burglarized to the bare walls. No, that didn't happen. You made that shit up, or Emery Smith made that shit up. The cabal is on the verge of mass public exposure. I am one of the people covering that story with intel most others don't have. You don't have intel. You have Fantasyland stories that you just fucking pull out of thin air. You don't have any intel. If you did, then some of this shit would end up being real. And 20 years you've been doing this, David Wilcock, and none of this shit is real. And people keep catching you lying over and over and over again, catching you making fake shit up. This seems to be interconnected. I went into more detail and the threats. Oh, I'm sorry, friends. I just can't even. One of our top insiders was almost killed just a half hour after we released part 2. Oh my God. He's claiming people were. Paul was nearly killed in a head-on collision. That wasn't Paul. That was Emery Smith driving drunk. This is particularly significant because we had released more of his highly sensitive intel in that same. Again, he keeps using these terms: intel, briefings. No, you asshole. And here's supposed pictures of Emery Smith's house being burglarized. Oh, and here's the vehicle accident, which, by the way, right? That was not Paul. That was Emery Smith driving drunk. That's what caused this very disturbing vehicle accident. And how do you turn? And the Range Rover, right? We heard that gentleman mention Emery Smith drove a Range Rover. Isn't it a coincidence? This man says that you lie and that Paul doesn't exist and Paul is Emery Smith. Paul also drives a Range Rover, a very expensive car, by the way. And here, I don't mean to laugh. That's terrible if somebody gets in a big car accident like that. Paul's body collided with the windshield, leaving visible cracks, as you can see here. Blood was found on the window and the driver's side door. Lastly, he escaped with whiplash and a concussion, and nothing more severe than the final loss of everything he owned. Since then, we have taken elaborate precautions to ensure that his valuable information can never be lost. We still have more to say on that soon enough. Elaborate precautions meant getting him to come forward. Oh, geez Christ. So he talks about Emery and him filming his testimony. It just goes on and on. I'm trying to find, though, there's a PayPal donate button. Oh, proof of the dog's abduction. No, you asshole. This isn't proof of the dog's abduction. This is proof that somebody found a lost dog. You fucking dumbass. How do you get away with this? This is proof of the dog's abduction. We heard this gentleman in the video earlier today say it's a nothing burger. The dog got out because Emery was drunk. The dog got out, got lost. One of the neighbors found the dog. Him and his wife went and got the dog and returned it to Emery Smith. There's no cabal here. There's no black men, there's no men in black and black SUVs. And why the hell would you steal somebody's dog if you were a government agent anyway? This makes absolutely no sense. But this is proof to idiot David Wilcock, the guy with the 180 IQ. And I got to tell you, for having a 180 IQ, I would think he would be a better liar. Many things were left out of the update for Emery's own safety. It was a combined operation. What happened to the dog was only part of it. Simply put, he was already in the emergency room by the time I posted proof of his dog's abduction. You didn't post proof of his dog's abduction. You posted proof that somebody found a lost dog. You asshole. You never posted any proof that the men in black. Come on, David Wilcock. Up your game. I challenge you. Where is the proof that the men in black stole Emery Smith's dog? You asshole. Nobody stole his dog. The dog got out because he was drunk. You fucking asshole. This is David Wilcock. He'll take anything that he thinks he can use and he just twists the facts, pepper it with a bunch of lies, really do it up. Make this science fiction Buck Rogers, he's a government insider story shit seem legitimate, right? It's ridiculous. I don't want to keep saying ridiculous. I got to stop saying ridiculous so much when it comes to these clowns. Whoever did this may have hoped that the addict's shock of having his dog stolen would further weaken his health and cause him to actually die. One possibility, based on things Pete Peterson has told me, is that Emery was shot with an ice dart by one of the SUVs that went by before grabbing his dog. Holy shit, the men in black Shot him with an ice dart. What was in that ice dart? Well, gee, this is what David Wilcock says. This might not feel like more than a bug bite, but it could easily be loaded with viruses and or pathogens that could make you develop a sudden huge fever. Okay, look how fantastical this is. Where the hell is he getting this shit? This is some crazy speculation. Maybe the men in black shot him with a dart that had a pathogen in it while they were going to steal his dog. Maybe that's what happened. Yeah, sounds good. He wrote this shit out. Does he proofread this after he fucking writes this shit? How do you not read this and say, this sounds too crazy, I'm going to take those lines out? Not David Wilcock, because nothing is too fantastical a lie for David Wilcock. Nothing, friends. There is no fantastical lie too big for this asshole to tell. And it's all documented. You wrote this in a blog, you asshole. It's going to be here forever. And my proof that it's all lies is going to be here forever. So who wins this game? David Wilcock, you dumbass. Jesus Christ. Sad but true that even with all this said, there are people who still deny any of this actually happened. Yeah, do you mean like the eyewitness that was there for most of these events who says you're full of shit, whose video we played earlier? He denies, and he's an eyewitness. He was actually there during these events. Were you there, David Wilcock? Because he was, and he says you're full of shit. And by the way, so do I. But now we have more substantial proof that you're full of shit. Another time that we've busted David Wilcock lying through his fake fucking teeth. He's lying through his fake fucking teeth on a public blog post. You asshole. No level of proof will stop the paid trolls from making such accusations, but my goal here is to reach the real people who might be on the fence. Oh boy, I guess I'm one of those. David Wilcock, I'm not a paid troll. And by the way, I just want to make a quick sort of disclaimer statement. The purpose of this video is not to slander, intimidate, harass, or damage the reputation of anyone. The purpose of this video is to educate the public on just how easily these people in the so-called consciousness or UFO community use deception and fake stories and try to profit from them. That is my purpose here, to show people that these people lie through their teeth and then they ask you for money, right? So all of this stuff is designed to make people feel sorry for Emery Smith, right? And after this big buildup, oh, look, he's got a hospital bracelet. It must be true, right? And here's showing some of his records. Like, okay, he had a blood test while he was there. I'm trying to see what they have a list of what medications he was given, because one of them might be for alcohol poisoning. I'm going to look that up. Update while writing. He has to go back. As I was writing this update, he had gotten to the point, Emery texted me and said his condition has worsened again and he is going back in. Oh, and here's a video that he took down. Oh no, Gaia took it back because Gaia and David Wilcock are on the outs. And here David Wilcock, pretty ballsy. We will not be intimidated. David Wilcock, it's easy for you to say you're not going to be intimidated when you're making up fake shit like fake government agents, fake men in black. I have a feeling if you had to face a real federal agent that was coming after you, you would run like a bitch, okay? But since these are fake, I'm not going to be intimidated by these attacks because they're fake attacks, you asshole. None of this is real. The gentleman on the video that we played in our previous episode here detailed point by point that all the shit that you wrote in this blog is fake. It never happened. None of that ever happened. Most of it was just Emery Smith having alcohol-related issues, car accidents, letting his dog out. got drunk and let his dog go and get killed on a highway. All of these things were related to his alcoholism. And here we see, once again, David Wilcock taking advantage of somebody that has issues. Just as he took advantage of Pete Peterson, who was a senile old man, here, apparently, he's taking advantage of a man with very, very severe alcohol-related issues. And David Wilcock is, if this is how you use your friends, I would hate to see what you do to your enemies, really. Normally, the deep state would simply roll out a whole mess of troll videos trying to discredit Emery and make him look bad for whatever reason. He deserves to look bad from what I've seen. Doesn't seem like a very trustworthy or credible individual. Certainly not somebody whose crazy, fantastical stories we should just believe based on his past criminal activity that's been proven. I don't think he's somebody that can be trusted. And it's not trolling if people are out there telling people the truth about this shit. So, yeah, that's David Wilcock. Label anybody opposed. Okay, anybody opposed is, a big problem. I'm trying to find the PayPal link. It's here somewhere. I'm sorry, friends. I'm a little bit visually impaired, so... Oh, click here to donate to the Emery Smith Survival Fund. What are we trying to help him survive? His alcohol benders? Because that's what all this was related to, according to an eyewitness that was there at these events. David Wilcock, you asshole. And here is another time where you tell a whole bunch of fantastical stories and then want people to donate money to one of your friends. And by the way, the link is still live. People are still donating, I guess, to Emery Smith. The gentleman in the video we played earlier said that he raised between $50,000 and $60,000 through this PayPal scam. It's a scam. If none of those events happened and you're asking people to donate money based on those events, it's a scam. I'll say it again. This is fraud, David Wilcock. This is fraud. Now, I don't know what's going to happen next, but Mr. Wilcock has just a few plays here. He can ignore this and hope it'll go away, but it won't. Or he can address it. He can apologize. He can take that blog post full of lies down from his website. But will he? I don't think he will. I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think that he's going to do that. I think that he's going to double down. And it'll be that gentleman who was an eyewitness is a member of the Dark Alliance and the Deep State. Isn't it funny how the Dark Alliance membership keeps growing as the critics against these fake fraud fairy tale hucksters increases? I've seen somebody come literally out of nowhere. Nobody knew them in the UFO community and the consciousness, whatever you want to call it, conspiracy land. And within making a few videos, they were suddenly a member of the Dark Alliance, according to David Wilcock, Corey Good, and their ridiculous narrative. And it's all an attempt to convince their followers that they're somebody special. They get intel. They don't get intel. They get fantasies. They get, they get ideas from Stargate and from Star Trek and run with bullshit fake stories. And people... Yeah, I got to say, good for them, though, because people throw money at them for this fake shit. People want to believe it so desperately that they are willing to just forget about discernment, forget about logic, common sense, facts, or evidence, and just believe an asshole like David Wilcock. David Wilcock, once again, we busted you lying through your fake fucking teeth. You lie through your fake fucking teeth to people. Every time that you appear somewhere, you lie through your fake fucking teeth. Every time you write a blog post, you lie through your fake fucking teeth. It's ridiculous that you get allowed to do this. When is law enforcement going to step in and do something about what you do? When is that going to happen? Is it legal for you to just write a blog post full of totally fake, made up stories about somebody in an attempt to garner sympathy for them and then solicit donations for that person based on 10 pages of lies and events that never actually happened? Is that legal? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Doesn't seem like it should be to me. It's certainly not ethical. It's certainly not the moral thing to do. And by the way, David Wilcock, you asshole, you have a spiritual foundation. I don't understand somebody that's supposed to be a spiritual guru lying through his fake fucking teeth so much. You want to be a spiritual guru? Here's how you start. Stop lying through your fake fucking teeth for a living. Go get an honest job, right? You got money. Go help the poor or something. Take a break from lying to people for a while. See what that does to your soul. Maybe you'll feel better about yourself, knowing that you don't have to wake up every day and make up more fake stories to sell stupid people. Maybe that would improve your mental clarity, David Wilcock. Maybe that would improve your karma, and you'd be able to win at something besides lying and making up fake shit. Maybe you ought to look into that. A spiritual guru who gets caught lying to people every time he opens his fucking mouth is not a spiritual guru. And any of you assholes stupid enough to believe anything coming out of this jackoff's mouth deserve to get conned. I can't help you if you're fucking stupid enough to believe him. How many times do I have to show you that all David Wilcock does is make up fake shit and lie to people before it sinks in and these people stop sending him money for fake shit? But this is where we're at in life. And people who tell the truth or try to tell the look, you can cover these strange subjects and these strange stories and not just lie to people. You can say, I don't know if this is real. You don't have to present everything as factual, but see, there's not much money in that. There's much more money in going, I talk to aliens. Really, I do. I don't have any proof that I talk to aliens. And again, on this subject of Emery Smith, why has he been getting a pass? He got a pass. And I think the reason may be that he comes across as much more genuine. And at least I've heard he's a little bit nicer to people when he meets them. He is not very accessible. If you want to ask him questions, you got to pay, right? Take part in my webinar where I'll be answering questions. It only costs $50. You too can get the disclosure truth about those aliens. Just buy my webinar for $50, and then you can ask me some questions. Bullshit. And, as far as his education goes, I'm only able to verify that Emery Smith went to high school. Can't find proof of any other additional education. That's not to say it doesn't exist. Maybe I'm a terrible researcher and I could not find it, but it does exist. I don't know. But one thing that I do know for certain is that you don't get to be a NASA astronaut if all you did was go to high school. You're going to need a college degree to be a NASA astronaut, Emery Smith, you dumbass. Okay, so we're going to turn our attention to the live chat. Rodrigo, it boggles the mind how people can't see through Wilcock's BS. Unbelievable. Yeah, or they just want to believe in this shit so much that they're willing to, give him a pass. Oh, maybe he lied about that, but this is probably real. I've heard people tell me that. Oh, well, yeah, he lied about the Pete Peterson GoFundMe, but, that doesn't mean that all the stuff he talks about aliens isn't true. Yeah, it does. Once a liar, always a liar. David Wilcock is a fucking liar. And I got to say it one more time. He lies through his fake fucking teeth. Yeah, haven't they seen John Wick? Don't mess with a man's dog. I've never seen John Wick, but I've heard that reference, don't mess with a man's dog, from John Wick. I heard it's great. I just haven't gotten a chance to experience that whole series. But I'm going to binge watch that soon. It's on my list. So, friends, any questions or comments for me, please do put them in all caps. And, today's funny because I've never done 2 shows in one day, but I thought I'd rather get this all out in one shot. Let's cover this. And we're calling this Donate Gate. And here's why. David Wilcock has an entire page of fake stories about Emery Smith that never happened, and we have a source that's an eyewitness. By the way, I'm reaching out to him. We're going to try to interview him here live on our show. I'm hopeful that he will participate. Seems like a good person, somebody that I want to know more, and somebody that I want to pick that guy's brain and see what else he knows. Apparently, as you go on in that series, and we're going to do that, he's claiming that Emery Smith was involved in drug dealing, selling psilocybin and other things. And also in his Dropbox, there is a story about a Gaia director getting caught in Emery Smith's Range Rover with mushrooms in the car. So that's interesting. And maybe that would explain some of the behavior we see with some of these cosmic con artists, that they're running around doing mushrooms and psilocybin and smoking and drinking so much that they see aliens. I don't know. Okay, friends, let me just check in. Don Craze Phase earlier posted on our previous video, which is part 1 of this. If you haven't seen it, you might want to check that out. Don Craze Phase commented, "I am ecstatic Emery Smith is being exposed with documentation, arrest records, provable facts, etc. I have watched almost all of this guy's vids by now. His info specifically exposing Emery is great." Yeah, I agree, and that's why I wanted to. That's why I wanted to sort of amplify his message. You know, I happen to have a slightly bigger bullhorn than him, and I think we get more of the UFO community are tuning into us than maybe tuning into him. He just started this brand new channel. I thought it was important that we help him share that information and get the real truth out to people. Greetings and salutations, old friends, and hopefully some new friends. As you can hear in the background, we're having a little bit of an early show tonight, which means my children are still up and around. And if you hear a few screams, it's quite all right. It's okay. So today marks a few milestones in our show and our channel. I'm happy to say that according to YouTube stats, Truth Seekers now has 20,000 views, which is I'm not sure how to feel about the numbers. Honestly, I'm trying to avoid thinking about or looking at the numbers because I see, people with, I don't want to say people with different way of doing things with huge numbers and huge amounts of views. But I think we have sort of our own concept here on how to do things and how to really put a show together. I don't want to take anything away from those other people with bigger numbers, but sometimes the numbers don't make sense to me. Also, I see people with 5,000 subscribers, but when they live stream, they have almost the same number that we do on a good night. So I don't know what the numbers mean. I don't know. I don't know what to think about those. But I think going forward, I'm going to try to worry and look at them less and just do what it is that we do here, which is really all that I can do. I'm terrible at things like maintaining an email list, at internet marketing, and maybe that shows. Some of these people are expert at that. And maybe I'm also just not disciplined enough to do that stuff. It sounds like a party because I guess it is. It's our 50th episode. And I am going to play a bumper real quick and open up the phone lines. And really, because I also need to get up and shut my door. The door is like half open, which is why you can hear the children much more if I don't close the door. My bad. Let me see. Open phone lines. Here we go. So tonight is open topics, open phone lines. And really, I thought that I could spend tonight in a little different way, which is to just interact with the audience. And between you guys and me, maybe we'll figure out the direction for the show for the next 50 episodes. But for right now, we're going to open the phone lines. You can call in and tell us your mysterious stories. You can call in to talk to me or talk about any subject that you wish, really. Open lines, open subjects. We'll be right back, friends. And here, friends, we are back. There we go. We got our first call. 1 second, friends. Hello, this is Steven, and you're live on Truth Seekers.
Hi, David. This is Elmo, all the way from the States. I wanted to call you tonight and wish you a happy fucking 50th show. You're fucking quality teacher from crazy ass and
Oh, man.
We
So,
love it.
yeah, what are you up to, Elmo?
I'm just hanging out, smoking a blunt, hanging out my house, and, Elmo's out there.
Okay, Elmo. Well, thanks for the congratulations.
Well, hold on, my friend wants to say hi to you. Don't forget to bring it down.
Okay.
Down. I'm calling. Hi. Want to get high?
Who's this? Oh, hey, Jiggy. What are you doing, man?
Since I'm actually 50 years old, I figure I'd call and congratulate you, excuse me, on your 50th show.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Coming from you, that means a lot because you've got a lot ahead of me. So I got a lot of catching up to do with some of you guys.
So keep doing what you're doing, brother. Just keep doing it. Just keep banging them out.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much.
All right, go find some other callers. I'm here. I'll be putting you in the show.
Okay, thanks, Jiggy. Shout out to Jiggy.
Smoke weed every day. Peace.
The views expressed by Jiggy do not necessarily reflect those of the corporate management or show producers here, but they probably do. Yeah, phone is really low. Oh, you know what I'll do, friends? Hold on. Just give me a second. This is what happened. You know what? This is a brand new phone. And I probably don't have the volume set right. Just give me one moment, just in case anybody else calls in. Didn't realize it was that low. But it makes sense because I never sort of sound. Here we go. Okay. There we go. All right. Now it should be much louder now. Oh, one more thing. Yeah, I have the okay, it's cranked, friends. So now it's cranked. So interestingly, I think it was today that we hit 20,000 views, which is interesting on our the day that we will do our 50th show. And I have to say, on my previous show was radio, so it was audio only, and I had to edit everything like crazy. Every week, it was a couple hours of editing. So I really like the new format. It's letting us cover a lot more ground. It's letting us really expand what we're able to do. Because one show a week is, even that's a challenge sometimes, honestly. A good show every week. But being able to do 4 or 5 is really, really a blessing. So I'm, for one, thankful for this kind of new format. And yeah, things are live and things sometimes don't go well. We've had shows where the microphone didn't work and I talked for 10 minutes not knowing the microphone was off. And all kinds of technical problems. The stream went off. YouTube hit us with policy violations several times. These are all things that are just going to happen if you're in a live situation. You never know what could happen. And I got to say that I did not, it's not that I didn't have respect for live streamers or people who did live shows, but until you do it, you don't really understand the complexities involved and how amazing it is when everything goes well. Okay, so we're going to take some comments and questions from the live chat. Here is the place to do suggestions for future shows, and I will certainly take note. We are here to please the audience, after all, and hopefully it's something that I'm equally interested in, but I've noticed that many of you are interested in. I'm interested in all of this stuff, so I don't mind going down different rabbit holes. Victor Caliero says, I'd like to see a show on the Nat Bigelow Harry Reid connection and how ATEP is the biggest circle jerk ever. don't forget how George Knapp mentored Tom DeLonge when he wanted to start TTSA. Yes, and don't forget how George Knapp was an early investor in TTSA. I don't know how it's ethical for him to be pumping them up on his television broadcasts while they're soliciting for donations, and he's also an investor. There's a little bit of a problem with that kind of thing to me, but it is what it is. And Harry Reid, of course, this whole thing is like Harry Reid giving his buddies money. Well, that would be Bigelow. Yeah, and Knapp and TTSA, they're all connected. Purple Skies, happy 50th, Stephen. Thank you, I appreciate it. Genocide, that was funny. We just stayed and waited. Yeah, eventually, thankfully, somebody got through to me that the microphone wasn't working. Don't worry, man. You are doing fine. Yeah, great. Press F says, a man of great destiny. Don't know. Press F. What do we have? A troll? Look at these graphics. This guy is truly a man out of time. Okay. A man of great destiny. Are we making predictions in the live chat now? Oh, I forgot our little spinner thingy. There you go. That's more modern. Back to the latest in the live chat here. Yeah, so I suppose if anybody has any comments, questions, suggestions about the first 50 shows, and I'm all ears. Otherwise, we'll take suggestions for future shows. And William Pixley asks, how is the sunroom coming? Good, but it is going slow. That tedious, it's really tedious doing all this log work with the cement, and it takes forever. But here's what I'll say about the sunroom. I was kind of stressed out because I didn't know how this thing was going to come together. And now I do. So we've got this big timber frame up, and I started plowing, and then we're putting this like 2x4 frame inside these huge log frame posts because you need something square to screw the windows into. But anyway, started screwing everything together, and it looks like a sunroom, I guess, should. So yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing, and I'm just going to keep going. That's the plan. Keep going until there's a sunroom. Updates on the Oracle. Yes, Dan Hogan. I have 4 new videos that feature the Oracle, which I will be hopefully releasing this week. I could tell you that things are going to get interesting with that thing, I think. Jeanette Kruzenko, congratulations on, I guess, episode 50. Oh, yeah, sorry, 50th. Episode 50. If somebody would told me before I started the show that I could do 50, yeah, let me take a look, actually. Let me see when we... one second, friends. I'm just going to pull this up so I know. I don't want to misspeak here. I got to look at my channel and see. The first video... First episode was, yeah, 3 months ago. So we started on June 3rd. And we're in September, and we're at episode 50. So I think that we did pretty good as far as amount of content. Some of the quality, some of these things are subjective. Like, what's a good show? If you really love the subject to you, it's probably a good show. If you're not at all interested in the subject, it's probably not a good show. So some of these things are a crapshoot. And I've been thinking about this lately. Like, how do I make sure that I do more or better good shows, really good shows? And the answer to me most of the time is do more homework, do more research. But there's only so much time in a day. And everything has been a juggling act. So, yeah, from June till September, today is the 22nd, 50 shows produced. And that's amazing to me because on my radio show, that would have been a year worth of shows with probably 2 weeks where they would play reruns, you know, or probably even more reruns. That would be more than a year then. It would be like 44 maybe would be for the year, and then the rest would be replays or whatever. But still, so that's the work of a year, the show work of a year versus a few months. I really do like the new format, and I think it's gonna, well, I'm sure it's gonna enable us to cover more topics. You know, I thought for fun that we could look at that David Wilcock when he starts crying, but I don't know where does he start crying? Somebody, if they know the timestamp of where he starts crying, I would like to see that. Oh, I got it. 1 second, friend. Okay, so for fun and shits and giggles, tonight we're going to share probably the greatest bullshit story that I've ever heard coming out of David Wilcock's mouth. You know, he claims basically that he talks to presidents and knows presidents. Okay, David Wilcock. And then he starts crying, I guess, to, you know, really sell the bullshit story. And I, for one, want to preserve this so that he doesn't take it down because, oh boy, yeah, it's just priceless to watch this idiot go off on this bullshit story and then start bawling and crying. It's so terrible. Not to make fun of somebody that's crying, but this is an act. This is bullshit. This is not him having a genuine emotional reaction. It's just not. So we're going to, and this video is David Wilcock Time Travel Secrets Revealed. 4 hours and 22 minutes long. And I got to tell you, I was going to cover this, and we still may. But boy, that would be 10 shows for me covering this because you got to go like, what, a half hour at a time and then analyze what he's saying. And oh boy. But for fun, we're going to cite fair use. And by the way, David Wilcock, you piece of shit, don't you dare fucking copyright strike me, okay? Don't you dare fucking copyright strike me, privacy strike me, or any of that shit, because all we're doing tonight is playing a public video that you posted. We're educating the public about what a dumbass you are, so this falls under fair use. We're educating the public that you make up fake bullshit stories and then expect people to throw money at you so you can live in a $1 million mansion that other people pay for, and then you don't even pay taxes. Don't fucking copyright strike me like an asshole. This is fair use. I'm allowed to play this video. We're allowed to laugh at you. You posted it, you dumbass. So this is fair use. Fucking David Wilcock. All right, David Wilcock in his $1 million log cabin in Colorado. And by the way, every so often, some David Wilcock fan says some nasty shit about my cabin that I'm building and says that I'm just jealous because David Wilcock's got a big, beautiful cabin mansion and I have a shack in the woods. But I'm very fond of this saying, David Wilcock can suck a dick because men build log cabins. Bitches buy a log cabin. Only a bitch would buy a log cabin. Look at me. I have all this money. And I bought a log cabin. A man builds his own, you asshole. You don't just buy one, okay? You don't get points for that. You don't, well, you can just buy one, but you don't get any man points for buying one, you asshole. Jeez. All right. Oh, you know what? I always do that, friends. Sorry. Let me get that Patreon out of the way. And we need this. That's what we need. There we go. That's a little better. Yeah. Okay, friends. So, boy, look at that expression. Oh, man. So this is, oh, you know what? I got to do this again. 1 second. Sometimes I forget to click audio. So I want to make sure that we have the audio. Share audio. 1 second, friends. Now we'll get it. There we are. All right. This is fair use, David Wilcock. Don't you dare copyright strike me like a pussy just because you don't want people making fun of you. If you don't want people making fun of you, don't post ridiculous lies to the fucking internet and then cry like a bitch on YouTube in public, you fucking douchebag. This is fair use.
This area, the Mormon area, like, Idaho, Montana, they call that Mormania. Pete originally called it as a joke, and then they started actually calling it that informally. They can close off Mormania, dynamite all the roads, and lock it off so that nobody else can get in, and then there's plenty of food, plenty of water, and everything like that.
And by the way, in this portion here, he's citing Pete Peterson as a source. We have covered Pete Peterson extensively in the past and proven that Pete Peterson was essentially a senile old man who liked to tell bullshit stories to David Wilcock. David Wilcock then took his bullshit stories and made whole television shows out of them and wrote them, his bullshit stories, down in books that he profited from. But Pete Peterson was a complete and total fraud. He never worked for Ronald Reagan, as David Wilcock and him claimed. Never. He was not an early computing pioneer. We called computer museums, and nobody'd ever heard of his so-called computer that he invented before Apple, Tandy, Macintosh. We completely busted that every time Pete Peterson comes out of his mouth, it's a fake source. Busted, David Wilcock. Why are you still using Pete Peterson as a source? Is it because he's dead and you can just attribute any fucking thing you want to him? Yeah, well, before he died, Pete Peterson told me this bullshit story, and I'm going to tell it to you for the first time today. That's his new shtick. And you know what? David Wilcock, it's too easy to see through. You got to work harder, you douchebag. You got to work harder, you douchebag. Come on.
So that whole area around Idaho, Utah, that's all part of it.
Mormania.
I don't think that's going to be necessary. I don't see society going totally nuts like this. But here he was on camera saying he got.
Wow. You know what? I think it's stopping me from playing this
Yeah.
for some reason. Let me check in with the live chat.
And he believed in this enough to actually move. So this is very important. All right, let's go back to the slide.
Oh, let's check out this slide. Pete Peterson on the Alliance. We've heard that things are going to happen. Things are going to fail, but life continued on as normal. It's fiction. It's just fiction. And the government continued to print money and pass it out to his friends and so forth. I moved here in 1999 because I was told that by 2001 the system was going to fail. It didn't fail, Pete Peterson. Why is he even putting this in here? The failed prediction from a senile old man? Okay. And here we are 8 years later or 9 years later. In fact, you were ordered to come here. I was. So much drama.
So he was ordered to come there in 1999. He was told the system was going to fail. So we found out that no, the system didn't fail. I'd go for a briefing and they would be in total shock. We don't understand why society has not collapsed. We don't have any idea why it hasn't failed.
Yeah, and I just wanted to stop for a second and say, he's using Pete Peterson as a source who is a fake. He never worked for Ronald Reagan. David Wilcock and him previously both suggested and said that he was a science and technology advisor for Ronald Reagan. He never was, friends. Never. We talked to the Ronald Reagan archivists, got real friendly with them. There's no record of this guy. Complete total bullshit. So who's giving briefings to a senile old man that thinks he was an early computing pioneer that beat Steve Jobs and had a better computer than Apple and all this bullshit? Who's giving this guy briefings? His imaginary friends are giving him the briefings, I guess. I don't know. I don't know with this shit.
Remember, this is 2009. I mean, we just don't know because they really thought it was going to work. The only thing we can do is say there was so much inertia, there was so much getting in the way. How would this ever be possible? If somebody wanted to do this, how do you actually make it happen, right? So now it's beginning to fail. And it isn't just beginning to fail, it's increasing on a logarithmic scale.
Whoa, logarithmic. David Wilcock with those big words. And look at this fancy PowerPoint. Dude, what is it must be like for him to sit there and go, I got to make a really fancy professional looking PowerPoint about a bunch of bullshit I just made up for my live stream. You're like, it's got to take him hours and hours to do this shit. And it's all about nothing and nonsense. I mean, he's got to have better things to do. That is David Wilcock, when you're on your deathbed, are you going to wish that you did more PowerPoints about your fairy tale bullshit stories? Right? It's just such a waste to me.
This was after 2008 economic collapse, right? And it's been hell ever since then. And this was 2009, so 1 year later. And very shortly, I see that it just about has to do that. It has to collapse. And this was in 2009, folks. Wow.
Okay.
I've put my money and my talent, my skills and my abilities where my mouth is. I've come here and I'm self-sufficient. I grow all my own meat, all my own vegetables. That's not really true, but he does exaggerate sometimes. We have to forgive him for that.
He's even calling him a liar himself. Oh my God.
I have stored up those things that are going to be critical to society. He did have all the equipment to grow his own meat, and he did grow some vegetables. That is true. So it's not entirely false, but I don't think he had any chickens or anything at the time that I was there. I've picked up the tools that I didn't have that allow me to do things in such an environment, in such a society, to produce things that are going to be necessary for people to have. And he goes into a long tangent on all that stuff, which I'm not going to read. So what happens is if we have a financial collapse, if
we have a financial collapse, listen, financial collapses happen every so often. Somebody predicting one is not a stretch.
As in when, it won't be like the Great Depression in the 1920s. Of course, it's going to be much worse. It's going to be like today, and they're expecting what they're probably hoping for. Some people, some negative people, you're going to have anarchy and absolute chaos. Well, it sure looks like somebody's trying to push that on us right now, and that's why I say we need that meditation practice. You got to do this regularly in your life.
I got to fast forward.
Something very interesting. Notice the way that Obama is folding his hands. In terms of
there
body
you go.
language, he is shielding his core. He's shielding his lower chakras. He's shielding his waist and groin area. And that's an armoring because he feels unsafe. He feels threatened. Something's wrong.
He's covering his balls because he feels unsafe. Okay, David Wilcock. Jesus Christ, where do you get this shit? Looks pretty at peace and at ease and happy to me.
And he's still got his hands in that position there while they're chuckling it up. And he's still got his hands in that same position. Notice it's still happening as he turns and he talks to George W. So he's smiling, but he's very, very nervous. Now look at George Bush Sr. and look at how nervous he looks. And you'll see why he was so nervous in a minute. And he looks even more nervous in this next picture. Notice Obama is still shielding himself. Oh, and by the way, if you look at Carter, I mean, Carter is like standing way the hell away from everybody else because he is spooked out. He does not want to be near anybody, right? So notice that. So Carter knows what's going on. He doesn't like it, but he was there and he showed up. He's a good soldier.
And just so we're clear, this is another fake story from his fake whistleblower, who is now deceased. And Pete Peterson never told any of these stories while he was alive to anyone, anywhere. But what I believe, and this is opinion and speculation, is that David Wilcock's just going to make shit up forever and attribute it to his fake government insider, Pete Peterson, who's now deceased. Very convenient that nobody can go to a dead man and say, did you say this shit?
Look at how nervous Bush looks. And then after this happened, there's a thing where Bush Sr. is going to shake somebody's hand. And he's all nervous. And he has a napkin in his hand. And as he reaches out for the handshake, The napkin is still in his hand, and it's all weird because his hand's all sweaty, and he acts really awkwardly. Well, why was Bush so nervous, and why does he look so nervous in this picture? Okay? The reason he looks so nervous in that picture, according to this briefing from Pete Peterson, everybody on the inside knows about this.
According to a briefing by a deceased fake whistleblower. Yeah. What quality sources Mr. Wilcock has? A deceased fake whistleblower whose entire biography can be picked apart and showed to be fake and fraudulent, gave David Wilcock this briefing on this presidential event. And he knows all these presidents. Yeah. Okay.
Is that right after this, and you can look up the date of that thing they had. I guess it was in 2008 because it was a 2008 election. It was before 2009. That you can read in the original reports that Bush and Obama had a private meeting. Bush Sr. and Obama had a private meeting that lasted about 20 minutes. Nobody else went in. According to Pete Peterson, there was a guy who was in.
According to his fake dead whistleblower, with a fake biography, with fake education, with fake credentials, with fake business achievements that never happened and don't exist. Yeah, according to that guy.
A telephone booth. And after the meeting was over, Obama staggered out of the room, put his head in his hands, and cried, "My God, they made the N-word," I'm not going to say it, "a scapegoat." That's how he said it. "My God, they made the N-word a scapegoat." And he was crying and sobbing and heaving. But what we found out was that during that meeting, he was called the N-word repeatedly, multiple times. This man, Bush Sr., was vicious. His teeth were bared. "Look, you effing da-da-da-da." And he said all this kind of stuff to him. Now it is one of the most heartbreaking things. I mean, honest to God.
Oh, here comes the crying. Oh, and we got to get the cue the close-up while you start the crying.
I know this is true, folks.
He knows it's true because a fake dead whistleblower told him it's true. A guy who, with a fake education and a fake background, fake business credentials, told him that this story's true. And now he's going to cry about it.
And he did not deserve that. But Obama, what the hell are you doing, man?
He's addressing Obama directly, which is the height of arrogance, because basically he's implying that former presidents, take the time to watch his 4-hour live streams about bullshit from fake sources. They must watch his show, right? Obama must watch his show. He's talking to him like he does. Come on, Obama. What are you doing?
You need to stop this shit. If you study the letter that I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. And if you don't, then I would recommend going and looking. But, they threatened him, and it's very, very sad because they told him that he would be killed if he resisted the plan. And his family made a decision that he was not going to participate in what he wanted to do, which was to bring them down. They hazed him very badly in the beginning. They buzzed Air Force One. And there's a whole other thing that I'm going to do later on about that.
Yeah, so if we believe this story, we're expected to believe that a bunch of former presidents went into the White House. So, and when that happens, it's a big event. It's a press event. They do that for press. Let's get Jimmy Carter and the two Bushes in here, right? And we'll have a photo op. So in the middle of a photo op, a bunch of former presidents, I think he's talking about Bush Sr., snarled at Obama and started calling him the N-word and threatening his family at this press event. It just doesn't, that just is, it's so much bullshit. It's so much bullshit.
But, I mean, you look at the look on this man's face and you think about what he was about to do.
What was he about to do, David? Is it crazy? Sorry you're so upset.
I'm sorry, folks. Sorry. I don't like this. I don't like talking about this stuff.
Jesus Christ.
Some things I don't mind talking about. I don't like talking about this.
Well, then why did you put it in your live stream and purposefully cry and flip the camera to a close-up of you right when the crying started? Why would you do that unless this is a performance? Who knows?
What the hell are you doing, dude? You got to stop this. You can't.
You do, David.
You got to make those calls, and you got to think about what you're doing.
You got to stop
You have
this,
to
David.
think about the steps that you people are taking and what you think is okay to get to the goal that you think you have. For God's sake, take the deal.
What deal? The deal where Obama lets the other presidents take over the world? Because are they the Dark Alliance? Are they the Alliance? I can't keep track of his bullshit anymore. You know, the good guys and the bad guys. So wait, so Obama was a good guy, and he was very highly supportive of Obama, by the way, when Obama got elected. And, you know, he was going to be the disclosure president, but that never happened. And now he's a big Trump supporter. So how does that work? How can you be both a huge Obama supporter and a huge Trump supporter? It doesn't make any sense to me, but okay. And Trump's a good guy? Really? Trump's a good guy. The alliance president. Okay.
The deal and stop this. There's a lot of people who are going to be able to get out of this, okay? But you have to take the deal and you have to cooperate. You're going to lose. You're not going to win. It's inevitable. We already know because the future timeline is fixed. This particular timeline that we're on leads to your defeat.
Obama is a former president. What defeat could he be worried about in his future? He's got a huge Netflix deal, book deals, and the guy gets like $150,000 to show up and give an hour-long speech somewhere. I don't think he's feeling very defeated, David Wilcock, you douchebag.
There's no getting around that. And you are just sore losers and you are not being in integrity. But you don't care. And you're putting us all through hell, and it needs to stop. And we need to take a stand because you might hate this guy, okay? You might hate the guy. And I get that. But if you don't do this, we are screwed, man.
We are screwed, man. Oh, I'm going to clip that out. I'm going to clip that out.
So you need to get out there and you need to make that vote happen because they have 80 million false ones. That's what we're seeing. Okay? It's
80 million false votes.
It's going to be disputed. It's not going to be easy. And they have teams from Nicaragua, El Salvador, Mexico. They brought up.
Who has teams? And since he's such a big Trump supporter, I would assume that he's talking about the Democrats. So he's accusing the Democrats of having $80 million or 80 million fake ballots, right? Listen, in this short time, having Nicaraguan special agents working for them. This is crazy.
All right, and they're in position. I don't know how bad it's going to get. They're gonna make it so scary to go to a polling place that nobody wants to go to vote because you're going to get shot. That's what you're trying to do, folks.
You're going to get shot. Listen, I really don't see a bunch of armed people shooting people for trying to vote in any near future in the United States. As crazy as things are right now, I just don't see that. So I call bullshit, David Wilcock. This is just more bullshit you're just making up.
You think this is all natural? You think nobody's coordinating any of this stuff? You think I want to talk about this?
You think I want to talk about it?
You think I want to be up here on this fucking camera talking about this shit?
Yeah, I think you do.
Sorry.
Oh my God, no.
I didn't know it was going to get like this. I didn't know it was going to get this bad. And I'm the positive guy. I mean, I always try to make it positive. But this is just crazy.
This doesn't seem very positive, David Wilcock. Come on. You're a spiritual guru, man. Shouldn't you be able... Listen, if he was a spiritual guru, shouldn't he have... And for all of his talk of meditation, you know, one of the tremendous benefits of daily meditation is awareness of your emotions, of your mental state. If he's meditating more than some slob like me, because he's a spiritual guru and all, wouldn't he have control and awareness? Wouldn't he have an awareness? Okay, I'm starting to get upset. And then you can calm yourself before you start crying on camera? Or is this a purposeful act? Did he go? Is there notes somewhere where it's in parentheses like start crying, click close up, right? Because that's what it looks like to me. And this looks like a hokey as shit fake performance. Either that, or he's a mental case and he's getting emotional about fake stories that don't exist, that aren't real. Or he's getting very emotional about other things. And this story he's telling is has nothing to do with why he's crying right now. Could be any of them. I don't know. This guy's a nutter.
And if you can't see what's going on, I'm sorry. If you think this is all natural, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry that you haven't been willing to take that step and feel like throwing up and go through this grief process that I'm going through right now. But you have to do it, okay? You have to go through this. You have to see who these people are and see what they would do. And they would call somebody those kind of things and threaten them like that. And threaten him that his daughters are going to be raped in front of him and killed. I don't support that kind of stuff, folks. I don't.
For the record, yeah, I'm glad that he made that clear. For the record, everyone, David Wilcock does not support people's daughters getting raped and killed in front of them. It's good to know. It's just good that he clarified things there. You're a fucking douchebag, David Wilcock.
You can't do that to people, but they do, okay? And it's part of the problem, is that this is all real. Okay, they are doing some very nasty stuff. I got to pull it together. I'm really sorry. I did not expect that this was going to happen. Holy crap. I'm good.
Cue the wide shot when the crime is
do the
over.
work. It's work. It's work to take this on. It's work to believe that this is real. It's work to go to bed at night knowing that you're going to wake up in a world where this shit is happening. And I'm sorry. I didn't want it to be like this, and I thought we could work hard enough that it would be quick and easy, that 3 days of darkness would come really, really soon. They're going to do it, but it won't be until they need to.
3 days of darkness. This was this bullshit story that all of the internet was going to go down for 3 days, or was it 7 days? I think he said 3 days, and then maybe somebody else said it was going to be 7 days. And, you know, the government was going to be informing us on all of our televisions what was going on while the mass arrests took place, but that never happened, and it never will, because David Wilcock has been promising that there's some kind of mass arrests that will take place since 1998. Friends, that's when he first started pushing that bullshit story, and he's still pushing it.
God. And honestly, if you're a spiritual person and you understand that we're all one and that the teaching is forgiveness and love, you got to rise above all the currents of hatred. You got to rise above all the stuff that's trying to tell you to be mean to other people and to hurt them and to threaten them and to lie to them, and that it's okay to organize a little insurrection, you know? Oh, man. I miss one thing to you know, have heard about this stuff in 2009. It's quite another to be here on the ground looking at it and dealing with it.
Okay, so he first heard about all this in 2009, and he didn't say anything about it until right now. Come on.
I'm sorry that I haven't talked to you more, but it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming to know what I know.
4 hour stream isn't long enough. Every time this guy streams, it's like 4 or 5 hours long. He hasn't talked to us enough. Who wants to talk to David Wilcock more than fucking 5 hours? I can't stand to listen to him for more than 20 minutes. But God bless anybody that can sit through this asshole for 4 hours of bullshittery fun.
And to know that I could lose my channel. just for telling you the truth.
You
The
know,
truth is, it
I'm
was
gonna
told
lose
to
my
me. I
channel.
can't prove some of this stuff. Some of it I can.
You can't prove any of it, David Wilcock. You've never proven any of it. He's been telling these bullshit stories for literally over 20 years. Nothing he has ever talked about in any venue, any video, nothing that he's ever spoken about has been proven to be true and accurate. Nothing. And it never will.
I'm just telling you what I know, because I don't want this reality. I don't want to lose that timeline, and we don't have to lose that timeline. The Great Awakening is how we get through this, everybody. We all have to solve the easy mystery. Gosh, okay, I got to stop. I got to stop crying, and I just got to get back to work. Okay. Anyway, you saw the picture. You saw the look on his face. That's because of what he was about to do, and he had the hanky in his hand. He was all sweaty, and he ruined that man's life.
Oh,
I mean, I really do. Barry, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry that happened to you, man. I really am sorry. But
if that were true, then what? How come like George Bush Jr. and Obama's wife are always so buddy-buddy when they meet up at events? They really like each other, and you can tell it's genuine. If the guy's fucking getting threatened, they wouldn't be all chummy with him at public events, you dumbass.
you got to stop this crap. You got to stand down. We'll give you some breaks. We'll acknowledge what you went through at this point. I don't have the same view of you that some people do. I didn't hate you. I voted for you, man. But this is crazy. You got to stop. God, I'm sorry. I didn't expect to do that.
I expect to cry again.
All right. I'm pulling it together.
Yeah, so he's going to ask Pete Peterson if there's white hats in the government and intelligence and military who themselves are patriots and are trying to do their best from the inside to avert these things. So he's asking a senile old man who's not who he says he is, who doesn't have the education he said he did, who doesn't have any of the business credentials and achievements that he claimed that he did, who claimed that he was a science and technology advisor for Ronald Reagan, but never was. That's who he's asking these questions to. And again, if you ask me, it's opinion and speculation. Neither David Wilcock or Pete Peterson talked about any of this shit while he was alive. And isn't it convenient that his dead source is still giving him all this information about current events? The guy's been dead for how long now? Where is he getting this shit from? He said it was given to him in 2008. Why didn't you? This is from 2008. You've never used it until now? Bullshit. Bullshit. And you know what? We're really, yeah, we've covered enough of this shit. And I can't stand to listen to that guy. Somebody in the live chat asked why all the anger sometimes when I talk about this clown, because I can't stand him. I can't stand, you know what? I can't stand the fact that he is telling absolute fairy tale bullshit stories and people are throwing money at him. Like he's got some kind of value to the real world. Like he's, some kind of authoritative source of information about any of this stuff. He's just making shit up. He's just crafting fairy tales for people and has been for 20-something years. And it's absolutely ridiculous that the guys, come on. He's going to start a religious organization so he doesn't have to pay taxes. And this is all this is part of his religion, telling people bullshit stories about past presidents, threatening other past presidents. It's so ridiculous and implausible. I don't understand why people just sit through it and go, like, really? Really, David Wilcock? They threatened Obama? They called him the N-word? It must be true because you're crying about it. It's stupid. It's stupid. And God bless him. Very financially successful at selling bullshit. One of the best. But I would like to mention, just to you stupid people that send him money, you're sending him money so he can have multiple $1 million mansions, right? You're sending him money what was it that he spent on meals and entertainment in 4 months? Was it 2008 or 2009? I think it was $5,000 or something like that. Meals and entertainment, $5,000, paid for by you stupid people who give him money. Wouldn't it be nice if you had $5,000 that you could spend on meals and entertainment, tax-free? I can't do that, but David Wilcock can, thanks to you assholes sending him money. What am I going to say? If you're that fucking stupid with your money, because that's what you're financing. You're financing this stupid asshole's $1 million lifestyle. That's what your money is going towards. What is he doing with all of this money? Why is he constantly involved in fundraising scams and scandals? I'd like to know. A lot of people would like to know. And is this religious organization that he started, is this just the latest fundraising scam? Must be nice that you can take money from people and literally live a millionaire lifestyle. $1 million home, very expensive cars, $5,000 for meals and entertainment for just a few short months. Must be nice. It must be nice. And but then I get to what is he giving people for all this money he's collecting? What is he giving them? And that, friends, is when I get angry. He's not giving them anything of value. I guess entertainment, if you could sort of quantify it. David Wilcock is going to save us all and help us ascend. Yeah, I don't know. If you took his first ascension course and you didn't ascend, team up and go after this fraud. Well, I don't consider myself a journalist, but lately I've been thinking that I have a responsibility to turn things over to law enforcement where appropriate. And I have a great deal of information that I think that if a prosecutor looked at, would think that's a pretty strong case. So, yeah, but then the other part of me thinks, it's like, why do I got to do that? Why do I got to gather up all this evidence? Maybe it's because I have a lot of it or most of it, and I should. But then I don't even know, like, how do you present that to a prosecutor or a law enforcement officer? It's not a coincidence that Mr. Wilcock has been involved in all these fundraising scandals. It's not a coincidence that he started a 501c3 and then is spending thousands of dollars on meals and entertainment for himself. It's not a coincidence, friends. Deprogrammed Podcast is here. Hi, good to see you here. I don't think I've seen you in the live chat. We've talked offline though. Yeah. It's a cult. Of course it's a cult. Of course it's a cult. And he's got his cult wife, the woman warrior teaching those classes, and he's teaching classes on Ascension for $333. Oh yeah, let's not forget the Golden Dragon family Fulford. I just can't handle all the woo. That's another time he cried. He cried on Kerry Cassidy's radio show because ninja assassins were sent from the Red Dragon family, was it, to assassinate him, and they were in his house. And instead of calling the police, or somebody to come and help him while ninja assassins were in his house, he called into Kerry Cassidy's radio show and cried. Because that makes sense. This guy is fucking ridiculous. The problem with busting these fuckers out is that people are stupid, and that is not a lawbreaker. Got to catch them when they make the mistakes. For Wilcock, it is the 501c3. Yeah, and for the record, I requested a copy of the 990 form for this year from Elizabeth Wilcock, and they have 30 days to give it to me. And I don't know exactly, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, I requested that document. And if they don't give it to me, I'm going to file a complaint with the IRS. I'm not a tax accountant or an attorney, but near as my understanding is that if you run a 501c3 and anybody asks you for the 990 form, you have to furnish that. You have to give it to them. They can ask for up to your organization's last 3 years. His hasn't been in existence for 3 years yet, but it has been for 2. So I've got the 2008 990, which shows that he's just basically spending tons of money on equipment and meals and entertainment, tax-free. But I wanted to see this year's and see if he's continuing in that pattern. And so far, they have not emailed me. Let me check just to make sure right now. But I don't believe that they have emailed me the 990 form, and they're required by law. Near as I understand, I could be incorrect, but I believe that they're required by law to give that to me within 30 days. And they have so far not furnished it. If they don't do that, they'll be in violation of IRS, I believe, regulations or laws, because it's law that they have to. My understanding, it's law that they have to give it to you if you ask for it. I've asked for it several weeks ago. Nobody's given it to me yet. If they don't give it to me, I have to go to the IRS, I suppose. Yeah, no, they didn't. Not that I expected that they would, but yeah, we have. I didn't realize my hair is like a mess today. Yeah, so we have requested it. That's all I can do is request it. If they don't give it to me, there's a next step that we'll take, because I believe that information is newsworthy and it should be out in the public for people to make a more informed decision about whether or not they should be donating money to this guy and his wife so they can live a millionaire lifestyle. Jason quit as a time traveler, sent to disrupt any time period he was in. Yeah, maybe. Lee Veltman, when is the next court date? Who's up first? I believe that the judge has until October to review the motions to dismiss in that case and make a decision. But if I was a betting person, I'd say that it's getting dismissed, because there's excellent argument. There's excellent motion to dismiss legal arguments made by both C.W. Channer in that case, and also Cliff Highs is really well written, and he's representing himself, so kudos to him. I read those documents, and I read the plaintiff's documents, and the plaintiff keeps asking to amend the complaint, and they've already amended the complaint once and didn't cure the problems with the complaint, why it should be dismissed immediately. Now they want to, near as I know, now they want to amend the complaint again, and there's already been all these motions to dismiss, and then they amended the complaint, and now there's new motions to dismiss, and they still haven't solved the problems after amending the complaint once. I don't think a judge is going to put up with much more of this shit, and I think it's going to get dismissed. But, I'm not a lawyer. That's just my take on it. And would I prefer it to be dismissed? Yeah, because I think this person is unfairly using the legal system to harass his critics. That's what I think it comes down to. The Light Warrior Legal Fund. Yeah, that's bullshit. It's not the Light Warrior Legal Fund. It's to donate money to me so I can sue people that say my bullshit stories on the internet aren't true. That's what that legal fund is supporting. It is what it is, friends, and I'm sorry that that got to that point where people got sued simply for going on the internet and saying this guy telling these bullshit stories about going to Mars and, being in a secret space program are fairy tales. They're not true. Then they get sued. Where's freedom? And that guy's supposed to be some kind of modern day Enoch. He's a prophet too, just like David Wilcock's a spiritual guru. Wouldn't that guy just forgive his critics if he was really some kind of enlightened light and love guy? Of course he would, but not in this world where he's light and love, but he's just going to sue everybody that talks shit about him. And that's the world that we live in, this hypocritical world that he lives in. It's just total hypocrisy. I'm the modern day Enoch. I'm going to teach you about ascension. I talk to enlightened aliens, and I sue everybody that talks shit about me on the internet. It's ridiculous. And listen, with any luck, the judge in that case will be a very reasonable person and will slap him with a huge bunch of other people's legal fees for having done this, and he won't be able to do shit like that again. But this is our legal system. You can sue anybody for anything. You can request to file a statement as a friend of the court. Yeah, I mean, I could. I wouldn't even know where to begin though. It's an awful lot of shit to unpack for some judge that doesn't know anything about. See, there's really two worlds. The people that are plugged into conspiracy land know about all this weird shit that nobody outside of conspiracy land knows about. It's a small subculture of crazy people. I'm one of them. You're one of them if you're in my live chat. Not crazy people, but some of them are crazy friends. But so I wouldn't know where to begin. How do you tell a judge, like, listen, this guy talks to aliens, he says spaceships landed in his backyard, and these other people that he's suing said those stories aren't true, so that's why he's suing them? I mean, yeah, maybe somebody should file a statement like that as a friend of the court and let the judge know that that's exactly what this is about and nothing else. That's my opinion, and I guess it could be free to express it to the presiding judge in the case. I'm not sure they could even read it, or would even read it, but I guess they have to, right? Andrew Whitley. Hi, Stephen. New to your channel. Hello. Good to see you here, Mr. Whitley. Nice to see you, Andrew. I am always happy to see some new faces that I haven't seen before in the live chat. Welcome. We cover mysterious and strange subjects and conspiracy land topics. If you like that sort of thing, you may have found a good place to come. We have a good group of people here, and you are most welcome. New user in the chat room, Andrew Whitley. You are most welcome. We are thinking outside of the box, people. Yes, not crazy. Thinking outside of the box, people. That's a good way to put it. I love that hat in your avatar, too. That's like old school. You ever thought about contacting the plaintiff's attorney for an interview? Yeah, and I don't think she would talk to me, but it would be fun, and I'm probably going to record myself calling her and asking her for an interview. If that's possible, I have to check what state she's in and see. But yeah. Might be a conflict of interest picks. I work with several lawyer whistleblowers that might help, though. Yeah, I agree. Don't forget, this all started with Joe from the Carolinas after the Blue Chicken Turds dox him and try to get him fired. Yeah, try to ruin the guy's life, which is ridiculous. And that guy, again, was just one of those guys that went on the internet and said, yeah, this guy telling stories about going to Mars and being some secret space program and time traveling and being age regressed. It's really not, there's no facts or evidence to support any of these fairy tales stories that he's telling, and started looking into the guy. Proving things like there was no standardized tests at the school that he went to, though he claimed that the government identified him as an intuitive empath through a standardized test. And Joe from the Carolinas got harassed, doxxed, threatened, intimidated, almost lost his job. And by the way, that gentleman was a psychiatrist, I believe, or psychologist, right? At a clinic where people were dying of cancer. Such light and love, people. That was my beach hat. I was on a cruise. Good for you. Cruises are awesome. Yes, she is Teresa Llanero's sister. And that's another thing. Teresa Llaneros, you are as fake and fucking plastic as it gets, girl. When are you going to say something about all this? You're just going to let your sister sue all these people for saying that Corey Good's bullshit stories aren't true, even though you now believe and know that Corey Good's bullshit stories aren't true and you left his cult? Why don't you speak up about this shit? Why don't you say something? She's never going to say anything. All she cares about is her brand. I talked to her once and she spent an hour talking to me about her brand. Really? Her brand. Your brand is plastic, fake Barbie bullshit seller. Really, it is. Whatever you think is going to get you clicks and views, that's your fucking brand. And now she's got like a side hustle where she's teaching people how to build their brand. You know, if people donate enough money, I'll hire her to work on the Truth Seekers brand. That would be funny. Joe is such a nice guy. It sucks. Yeah, I miss him, and I sure miss his videos. And really, him and a few others were really some of what inspired me to start looking more deeply into these things and sort of use some investigative skills that I knew that I had to look into these things. And now he's kind of gone because he got harassed, you know. And I think, you know, it would be good to see him back. Maybe we'll try to get him to just come on and be a guest. I don't even know if he'd be interested in doing that. Go Kick Rocks 88. I believe you may be new to the live chat, and if you are, welcome. You are most welcome here. What psychological issues cause someone to believe him? I don't know. I think a lot of people are searching for something outside of themselves, something to give them comfort, and these sort of things become like online cults, and it gives people a feeling of belonging, a feeling of being in on a secret, right? There's a lot of deep-rooted psychological issues that may cause people to gravitate towards these sort of online cults, and especially gravitate enough towards them to start shoveling money at them, because many of the people involved in these things do shovel money at the cult leaders. Yes. Joe, if you're here, I need some gardening advice. I may be able to help you. I used to have a huge garden, and I'm going to build a huge garden at the cabin. Just got to finish that cabin first, and then it's going to be garden time, and I can't wait. Yeah, William Pixley, he simply didn't want to put up with the bullshit. And you can't blame the guy, right? The program, low self-esteem, yes. Typically, many of these people suffer from low self-esteem, and they get involved in this cult. And a very often tactic of cults, and Melissa, you can verify this, is they love bomb you. You get involved in this group, and then they start throwing love at you. You're so, you know, we're so glad you're here with us, and we're so glad that you found us. And, you know, we have a place for you here. You are loved. And people that are lacking that in their lives, it's very attractive to them. Bunya says, I was inspired by Joe and CW. Yeah, good. KB, I love your new stove. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I was so happy because the only thing I like better than free is, I like free stuff, but the second biggest thing I like is cheap stuff. And if I could get something, especially if it's something I really need for cheap, oh, that makes me so happy. So I got this wood stove for the cabin. I'm gonna share some pics of it here. 1 second here. See if we can't share this. I'm just gonna share this from my Twitter. Yeah, so this is a wood cook stove. And the way this works is that the wood goes in this side. This is the burn box. And then there's an oven over here. This, I'm not sure what it is yet because I haven't really looked at it. It is either a water tank or a warmer, but I haven't looked at this thing enough. There's no faucet on it, so I'm guessing this is a warmer. But it seems solid, like solid tank. So I think it could be either. But interestingly, most of the time when the water tank is on this side, there's some kind of a spigot. And I didn't see a spigot, but this top opens and closes. And so, and this is the cooktop. So it's got basically a 4-burner cooktop, and the oven is right here. So these, I'm so happy about getting one of these because they are just the best thing to have, the very best appliance to have in a cabin, especially an off-grid cabin. You put wood in here, you cook and it heats the whole cabin. This whole firebox, it's not huge like a big huge fireplace, but this thing's metal, so it radiates heat through it. But anyway, you light a fire in this firebox, and then it heats the cabin, the whole cabin, and then you could heat your water either on the top of it on a big pot, or maybe in this if we can adapt that. And it's also an oven, and you can use frying pans, use pots and pans, whatever, on the top of the thing, and cook your food with it as well. So and people also dehydrate food with these. You just put a shelf above it, so it's not getting full direct heat. They're just the most useful thing that you can have for a cabin. I'm so happy to get one. I've wanted one since I started the cabin, but they're so hard to get. They're usually like huge and cast iron and 1,200 pounds, and you need 3 guys to even lift it up into the back of a truck. I don't have a truck. This one's, this is my old wood stove. So we're going to be replacing the old wood stove, and here's the old wood stove, which is really just for heat. I can cook on the top of this, and did. This is in the kitchen at the cabin. But the downside to this one is you can only put 1 pot up there at a time. So I've been cooking 1 skillet or 1 pot meals on it for 2 years now. Would be nice to have to be able to cook like this one. You can basically put 4 pots and pans on it, on the top of it at the same time while it's going. And yeah, it's a little slower than like a gas or electric stove and oven that you might be used to at home. But it works, and you're already running the fire to heat the cabin. So the fact that it does all this other stuff for you too, it's just an incredible bonus. I'm so excited about having this thing. Let me go back. Yeah, so and it's small. It's like really not that big. I won't be cooking a huge turkey in this thing, but or anything like that. But whatever I need at the cabin, pizzas for sure. I cannot wait to do the wood-fired pizza. Wood-fired pizza is awesome. So that's the cabin update. And again, today we're hitting 50. This is episode 50. I can't thank all of you guys enough for being with me here on this journey that we've taken. And I got to say that the next part of the journey is going to be even better. We've ironed out a lot of technical difficulties here. We've sort of figured out good ways to format things and present things, how to share parts that we want to share, and how to interact with the live audience. We've expanded to also broadcasting, besides just YouTube, on Facebook and Twitch. And I think before we get going on the next shows, we will expand out to Periscope and maybe a few others. We'll see where that goes. It can't hurt to be on these other platforms, but I do notice that there's not a lot of traffic there or activity there. And I don't know really how to build a Twitch following. I got to do some reading up on that so that we can try at least to have a little bit of a following at each streaming location. Facebook seems good. When we finish the broadcast, there's between, 75 and 150 views. So people are also watching on Facebook and commenting on Facebook, and that's a good thing as well. KB, don't forget to rotate that pizza. I left that part out. You're absolutely right. The other downside to a wood cook stove with the oven, especially, is the side of the oven that's nearest to the firebox is hotter than the side of the oven inside the oven that is furthest. So if you cook something like a pizza or a turkey or whatever you cook in that oven, you got to spin it, so that it doesn't burn one side and undercook the other side. I've been warned about this, and I get it. You definitely have to turn it. The other thing is, in that little wood stove, I used to put this Coleman camp oven on the top of it. But that I didn't have to spin anything because the heat is coming from the bottom up. But with this one, yeah, it's coming from the side. So A lot of people tell me that with the wood stoves, you have to spin the stuff in the oven so that it evenly cooks. For a little downside, I'll take it. I think there's such it's just such a great appliance to have. I'm so happy to find this thing today. I was like in the candy store. I was like, I couldn't pay this woman enough. I was so thankful to get it because it was super cheap too, and that helps. When it's super cheap and you really love it, it's a good day. You know, I was joking I had a good day today because I had a bacon sandwich, a nice nap. My wife made her delicious tacos for dinner, and I got a wood stove that I've wanted for a couple of years now, and it's my 50th episode of our new show here. So some days, friends, are just those good days, and I had a good day today, and I'm glad to continue the good day with you friends here. Conspiracies target people with no initiative to search for themselves. They would rather listen to someone spew 1,000 lies and disinformation than spend 5 minutes researching for themselves. Yeah, I think it's kind of shocking when you look into some of these guys like David Wilcock, how quickly and easily it is to pick apart their stories as being completely and totally fake and made up. It's like, it was surprising to me at first. Like, Jesus, God, fuck, this guy's not even trying to cover his tracks that this is all fake. Crazy. An East Coast alt skeptic exopolitics convention is in order. Well, you run it and I'll be there, William Pixley. Yes. Sixth design. I think people that believe in those obvious fake conspiracies already believe in other related conspiracies. Yeah, I think you're right. Like flat earthers seeing an Illuminati program are more truly likely to believe it than someone that essentially watches true fact-driven documentaries and such. Yeah, I've been sticking to space documentaries lately because mostly they're factual. Those guys speculate too, but they'll tell you when they're speculating, and they'll say, like, here's the evidence for why I'm speculating this way about a certain topic, like life on other planets or whatever. They're looking at evidence even when they're speculating. So it's a little more fact-based to me. Kind of burn out of the whole UFO documentary thing. I've probably watched every one ever made. Yeah. William Pixley says, simple pleasures. You had a damn good day, man. Yeah, absolutely. And when I'm done, when I'm done with the show here, I'm gonna drink a 6-pack. So there's another simple pleasure. KB, congratulations on your great day. Yeah, I just had to mention, like, you know, some days are just like, God, you know, today was a good day. And you know what, friends, I realize how blessed I am sometimes because, you know, I have 2 beautiful children. I have a beautiful wife that just takes amazing care of me. And yeah, life is good if you let it be. You got to let it be, right? Today, I let it be. Some days are definitely better than others, right? But we always got to think about the things we're grateful for. I'm grateful that we finally hit 50 shows. I didn't think I was going to make it this far. I think I never told you guys this, but I think at about maybe like 10 shows in, I thought, I don't know what else to do shows about. I can't keep it going like this. And then I just sort of thought about all of the cool, weird stories that I'd been interested in since I was a kid. And it's easy to make a decent show if you go back and do some homework. So somehow I got a second wind and we got through it. I have a list of another 50 shows, you know, and of course they're not done and ready, but you know, I know enough now about doing this that I know, okay, so each one I got to do a few hours, look into this and that, and try to find sourcing and good sources to share and things like that. And yeah, but the important point for me is having the topics. So if you guys think of any topics, please do. You'd be doing me a favor. Send me a topic. Like if you know a cool cryptid creature that nobody else really covers, that there's some material out there that I can look into, boom. DM me on Twitter, send it to me. I'll look into it. We'll put it on I'm getting a calendar, and I'm going to start putting, you know, subjects on the calendar. despite what I said about the numbers when we started here, I'm still encouraged enough to keep going. I do have to say also, though, I considered doing tonight's show and then taking a few months off because that cabin's kicking my ass, and I got some other things that I got to do around here, and things around my house where I live daily, with my wife and children, have taken a hit. Like there's a lot of projects that I'm sure my wife would like me to finish around here, so I got to start getting to some of that. We may modify the schedule here to be not quite so ambitious or quite so aggressive. Because I have other things to do, but we may go back to this no schedule and rocking. I may have to. I got to get some other stuff done that don't involve the show. So, and everybody should be able to understand that we all got lives outside of whatever creative endeavors that we're working on. Are you on Discord, Steve? No, I'm not on Discord. Or I was when I was on the Fringe FM, but I think I'm no longer. I lost my Discord server privileges for their Discord server. You can talk to me offline about that, and we'd like to have you come on the show here whenever you can do it. That would be a fun show. We can talk about UFO cults, which is something I love talking about, and we can compare notes. For those that don't know, you should check out her podcast. It's great. So she had Cal Korff on, and the Nutter Billy Meyer people all suddenly got off of me and started harassing her. And that's what they do, friends. But I could have predicted that because exactly the kind of shit they've just been putting her through, they put me through when I had Cal Korff on. Yeah. RH blood type. Oh, out of mind. That is a good one. That is going right in the schedule. Yeah. RH blood type. I agree with you. That's a crazy rabbit hole. And there's a lot of material out there. More than enough for a show. Yeah, I've just taken 2 weeks off from creating content. Sometimes life is busy enough. Yeah, but see, here's the thing. I committed to myself a few months ago, I guess. Yeah, I said, I'm going to do 4 shows a week. I'm going to find a way to make sure that I do it, and I'm going to do it. And I did. But now I'm like, do I got to keep doing that forever? Or can I take a few weeks off or a month off to get some other things done and come back and do whatever, I don't know. This is an independent show, so I guess it's my decision to make about how many shows a week or what shows to do or when to take a break. But I do feel a little bit of an obligation. Like, I think there was one time when I didn't do a show for 5 days in a row, and people were, God bless you, a few of you were messaging me like, "Wow, when are you going to do a show again? I gotta, get it fixed. I've watched all the old ones. When are you going to do a new one?" And that feels good that people are waiting if I do take a break. So thank you for that. Uh-oh. My ex-husband is ORH. Does that mean he was an alien then? Doesn't a lot of people say that? If you have that weird blood type, you may be an alien. I'm on there as backup anytime. I'll come on. Sure, let's do it this week if you want to do it this week. We could definitely do it. I just send you the StreamYard link, and make sure you have a webcam and a microphone, and some headphones really help. And then you just come right on here with me. Yes, your family and well-being is more important than anything on the internet. You can get family memories back. True fans will always be waiting for your return without question. Yeah, I appreciate that, because I am feeling a little. I joke. I like to joke that, like, I like to feel challenged in life, right? Life gets boring without challenges. If everything's just easy and, well, I have 2 children, so nothing's easy. But, I like to feel challenged. But every once in a while, I say to myself, universe, really, I'm feeling more than challenged enough. I don't need any more challenges. And then that's what happens. They multiply, And I guess I have a tendency to try to really bite off more than I can chew sometimes. Like these huge projects at the cabin, like it's not a small thing. Like I'm going to build a 10 by 24 room out of trees and trash for very little money. That's a challenge. And then I have all this stuff to do around my house here. And, other priorities may take precedence. And I hope people will understand if that has to happen, it just has to happen. Everybody with children will get it because those children will keep you busy, plenty busy. You don't need an internet show to keep you busy if you have children. I can do Wednesday or Thursday. Let's do Thursday at 10 p.m. if you can do that. And I'm going to be at the cabin, but everything works there. We have internet there now, finally, thank God. So, but I don't know what time I'm going to get there, and I may need a little time to set up. But tentatively, we should say let's do Thursday at 10 p.m. and we'll do a UFO cult special because I think that will be fun. Oh, and that's 10 p.m. Eastern time. I don't know what time zone you're on. Yeah, and I encourage everyone to listen to our Deprogram podcast. I've been catching up, and I really, her and I think a lot alike, and I like just the format of her show and some of the stuff she talks about because some of these cults are crazy, and she doesn't just cover UFO cults; she covers all cults. And I don't know why, but I have an interest in weird cults. Right? If there's like a documentary about a weird cult, I gotta watch it. It's just interesting to me, I guess, from a psychological perspective. Like, how the hell did people get involved in this shit and get so wrapped up in it, that they believe this cult leader? And like, there's so many cults where like the cult leader will tell men, like, you can't bang your wife anymore, but I will. And they're okay with it somehow. It's crazy, this shit that happens in cults. And it's fun to get educated on that stuff. So if you want to, our whole podcast, yeah, Eastern time, New York time. I'm in Pennsylvania. That's a good idea, actually. Lee Veltman says the Book of Enoch and Revelations is actually a huge topic in these parts. I think that I'll put it on the list. I like Book of Enoch. There's a lot of great stories from there and a lot of weird stuff. We could definitely do that. Six's design is sharing my Twitter. That's probably the best way to interact with me and communicate with me. Follow me on Twitter. Lee Veltman says, I know a lot about cults. Yeah, you seem to follow a lot of whack jobs, Lee Veltman. So I would agree with you. You probably do know a lot about cults. We'd like to have you to come and do a show on Q as well. If we could schedule that, that would be great because I'm just not up on it. And all of the bullshittery with Q. And now I need a bullshit guide. I need a bullshit guide to get me through the treasure trove of bullshittery that is Q. And I think you're the guy, Lee Veltman. So you got to get with me and we got to schedule it. I think we talked about it before, but never nailed it down. Let's get it on the schedule. Let's do it. Lee follows whack jobs. Yeah, he follows whack jobs like me. Yeah, I'm a whack job for sure. 15% are negs, 8 are O like me. Yeah, I think I'm O too. I can never remember. I have to ask my wife. I think I'm O. Did the 44 caliber killer act alone, or was there really a Sam, the devil, involved? Yeah, that's a creepy subject, and we can definitely put that on the schedule for you. Carmine Gangemi. I will look into that. We'll put it on the list. Sounds like a good show topic to me. friends, so we're coming up on an hour and a half, and I think this may be a good time to wrap things up here. Just wanted to come on really and communicate with you how grateful I am that you were all here for us to do 50 shows. It's always nice when there's an audience, friends. And I am glad that you've been in mine. Really. You know what one of the worst things is for being an artist, performer, musician, doing a magic show, being an actor, any of that. The worst feeling in the world is to work so hard on something and then to go to the show to do it and nobody showed up. And, a lot of people have to suffer that. And I've been very fortunate and grateful here that there's at least always been some kind of audience while we did our thing here. So, really you have my thanks and my gratitude. And I hope that we'll continue this journey going forward and just continue to grow the show and spread the show and get better at doing the show, make a better show. I have one goal for the next 50 episodes, and that is to make better shows. And also to no longer have any, at least no major technical difficulties. A few people emailed me, and yes, I did see the stream from the cabin, and it was horrible and looked like 144p. And again, live show, these things are going to happen. It's a lighting issue. I'm going to get a couple of lamps, and we should be good going forward. And also, my unfamiliarity with the webcam that I took. I'm going to start using the same one at both locations now so that I know what the lighting should be so that it looks like a decent stream. Oh, Andrew Whitley, I appreciate that. New user in the chat. New friend of the show, Andrew Whitley. After watching some of your videos in the last week, I won't leave. Good, I appreciate that. Thank you. Enjoy your show. I'm sure the audience will grow. Yeah, and I've been told by people that have been through that growing a show, growing a channel, that slow and steady wins the race, and it's good to be slowly and organically building an audience and not jump real fast with thousands of subs that then the next week don't care about you, so they don't tune in. We want people that are going to participate and be with us hopefully for a long time as the show continues to expand and grow. So friends, like I said, I am, again, extremely grateful to have an audience. And also, one second, we're going to do this. I'm especially thankful to those of you who have pulled your wallet out and thrown me a couple of bucks. It's meant a lot to me. The Patreon money paid for everything here on the show. The lighting, the backdrop, the webcam, the computers I had. I have plenty of computers being a computer guy, but microphone stands, some other odds and ends that you always need when you're trying to produce a show like this. Thank you so much to the Patreon supporters. You did really, truly make this show possible. I didn't really feel okay taking like my family's money to buy some bunch of webcams and microphones and stuff to do this. But it was nice that the Patreon money was sort of there. And every month while getting ready to do the show, we bought a piece or two. And thank you sincerely to the Patreon supporters. And the other way to support us financially, you can just make a one-time donation by PayPal. Just go to the About section here. You click on Donate by PayPal. And that money, too, goes towards keeping the show going. So, and you can sign up on Patreon if you haven't for $1 or more, and you get a backstage pass, and we do a monthly journal. You get the Mind Hack previews for free, and this Alt OS Linux operating system that I've been developing for some time. So, friends, I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us, both tonight and if you joined us on any of the 50 shows that we have now produced. you really do have my gratitude. I'm so thankful that somebody's listening, right? Sometimes in radio land, there's no audience interaction, so you feel like you're screaming into a void. And this show felt different right from the very start. It felt like there was much more involvement, excitement about it. And every show was kind of an event, at least for me, and I hope it was for you too. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. Greetings and salutations. You know, I wasn't going to do this. I wasn't going to cover this story. Do you know why? I wasn't going to cover this story because I knew after years, friends, of following similar stories that this story would end with a big, fat, fantastic dud, right? I knew. I just knew. Call it a premonition. Call it a feeling. Call it knowing the track record of the idiots that run with stories like this. Having watched some of these UFO fraudster, huckster idiots for years run with stories like this, Galactic Federation story, former Israeli space security minister says aliens are real and Trump knows about it. Folks, we didn't cover this story here. And there's a reason why I didn't cover this story. It's because I knew that this story, once thoroughly vetted and investigated, would prove to be a big, fat, fucking nothing burger. And that's what this story has turned out to be, a big, fat, nothing burger. First of all, there's a great deal of dispute about what he actually said. And now the truth is revealed. Every article that quoted him misquoted him, apparently, because he didn't actually say that he believed that there were real aliens and there were a galactic council. What he said was his granddaughter told him that. And where did she get this pearl of knowledge, this incredible, groundbreaking, earth-shattering information that would change humanity? Where did she get that information? From Laura Eisenhower. For those that don't know, Laura Eisenhower has been speaking at UFO and alien conferences for probably a decade now. She first came out with a story claiming that she was invited to go live on a colony on Mars. Interestingly, she never provided any proof that there actually is a colony on Mars. Do you know why? Quite possibly because she's fucking crazy. That's why. Because she's fucking crazy and just made that story up. But since she has some connection to the actual Eisenhower family, I believe she is the great granddaughter, legitimately, of Eisenhower, general and president, one-time general and one-time president of the United States, Eisenhower. Doesn't give her a pass to sell people information like this without providing any kind of proof. So Laura Eisenhower, like many other of these UFO frauds, have talked about a galactic federation that the presidents know about. They've never provided a single solitary shred of proof of these claims. So the granddaughter of this Israeli space minister heard Laura Eisenhower talking about those aliens and that there's a galactic federation and Trump knew about it and told her grandfather that. And he was repeating this information when talking to a journalist. Then he's misquoted and everyone runs with the story that he said that is true. Turns out, not so fast. Not so fast. He didn't say that. He didn't say it. His granddaughter said it to him, and he was repeating some things he had heard from his granddaughter. Folks, every UFO idiot out there is running with this story. From idiot Michael Salla, doctor. Is he a doctor? He's a doctor of bullshit. Michael Salla is a doctor of bullshit. Michael Sala's running with the story. See? The alien stories that I've been selling people with no evidence for decades now are real because an Israeli space minister said it. Former Israeli space minister said that it was true. Who else is running with this story? Oh, the usual idiots. Linda Moulton Howe, she's running with that, right? She loves shit like this. Look, aliens are real, bro. This guy said it. Even though he was misquoted and he didn't actually say any of this stuff, he was repeating something his granddaughter told him. Let's see. What other idiots running with this story? Corey Good. Look, I really am a secret space astronaut. I really was. He was a fucking ambassador. He was Earth's ambassador to that Galactic Space Federation of aliens, right? Yeah. And that guy saying this proves that I'm not just a fucking lunatic con man grifter that has been selling fake stories about being a fucking secret space astronaut for 5 years. Because that guy said it. That's proof that I'm telling the truth. No. One does not equal the other. This is ridiculous. And you know what? I'm so tired of these idiots running with these stories before there's any evidentiary support that the story is true. I'm so tired of these UFO fraudster idiots, most of which haven't had real jobs in a decade, right? They get to just tell alien bullshit stories for a living. They get to, hey, let's go to Hawaii. Let's swim with the dolphins, right? Let's take helicopter rides. Let's, live it up. Go on cruises, right? Go to Australia and tell our fake alien stories. Go to other countries. Go to South America. Go to Europe and tell our fake alien stories. It must be nice. But see, some of us require evidence. Some of us need the evidence before we start telling stories like this. They don't need any evidence. They never did. They don't have any evidence, and they never will. They never will. That's why I didn't cover this story, because I knew that this story was going to turn out to be a whole bunch of bullshit. And here we are, just a few days after this story broke, and every sensationalist asshole with a keyboard and a computer posted about this, or blogged about it, or did a live stream telling everybody how right they were about those aliens. Bullshit. It's bullshit. That's the gist of the story. It's bullshit. By the way, there's also been some discussion about the fact that that Israeli space minister is I believe he's 87 years old. Maybe suffering from dementia, some people have mentioned. Some have also mentioned that his family are not very happy with the journalists using him to sell sensational stories about aliens. Even the original author of the piece doesn't want to talk about those aliens anymore. Why is that? I'm so tired of these alien fraudsters, right? That call themselves, they all call themselves truth seekers. We're the truth seekers here. The real ones. You dummies. Because we don't just accept a story with no evidence. We ask for the evidence. We ask for verification of that evidence. We ask for corroboration of that evidence in order to get to the truth. But these assholes, they don't care. They don't care if the story is fake as long as they got something to sell their latest victims. And that's what you are. If you clicked on a link related to this story, right? If you watched someone's live stream that was monetized where they were getting those YouTube pennies, right? You're a victim of consumer fraud because the story is not factually correct. This man was misquoted. And now we have the proof of that, right? And it comes to us, well, it comes to us in a few ways. I learned of it through Jason Quitt reposting this idiot, Jeremy Corbell, who never heard a fake story about aliens that he didn't think he could sell, right? Some researcher, the researcher who made a documentary about Bob Lazar and then ignored every credible researcher who sent him proof that Bob Lazar was a fraud. And just by chance, all that information he was sent got left out of his documentary. The only guy to ever get to interview Bob Lazar's mother And even though Bob Lazar swore up and down for decades that he went to MIT and Caltech, Jeremy Corbell had access to Bob Lazar's mother and Bob Lazar's sister during the filming of his documentary. Did he ask Bob Lazar's mother if she attended his graduation from MIT? After all, I'm pretty sure if your son graduated from MIT with a master's degree, you'd be proud of him and want to be at that graduation celebration. No, he either never even thought to ask Bob Lazar's mother the question, or he knew that Bob Lazar's education was fake and purposefully didn't ask her the question, because that's what kind of researcher he is. A person who's already made up his mind before he even filmed 1 second of that documentary. He decided that Bob Lazar was the real deal and he was going to prove it. This cognitive dissonance, this confirmation bias infects all of these losers out there claiming that they're going to bring people the truth. You can't bring people the truth if you're so goddamn biased. You've already made up your mind before you've even seen the evidence. But that's where we're at. You know, recently I did a stream where we worried about the future of our show here. The purpose of this broadcast is not to belittle these people, not to humiliate them, though that may be the end result once the truth is shown for what it is, the truth. The purpose of this broadcast is to bring people the real truth, the second red pill. You thought you needed one? No, you need a few. Because after you've digested all the bullshit that these hucksters are out there selling, you need someone like me, right? Someone with big boots, courageous enough to wade into that lake of bullshit that you got to get through to get to the real truth. They don't do it. They don't do it. They'll never do it. They're content to sell you lies, to get those clicks, get those views, and continue their sensationalist stories with no evidence, no proof. And they'll never have the proof, friends. They'll never have it. So Corbell interviews the author of the story, who spills the beans. Well, he didn't really say that. He was repeating something that he heard from his granddaughter, who heard it from Laura Eisenhower. This, friends, has got to stop. These idiots out there selling anything for money with no proof, no evidence, no corroboration. It's consumer fraud. They know the stories aren't real. They're knowingly selling people lies. In many cases, it can be proven that many of these people were informed that the story was not factually correct that they just sold. Do they ever take the story down? Do they ever do a retraction? Do they ever apologize and say, yeah, you know, we ran with that story because I thought it was credible, but it turns out that story's fake? No, never. Not once. Not once have I heard one of these UFO con artist grifter assholes out there living a great life. Some of them have millionaire lifestyles, like David Wilcock. The guy lives in a $1 million mansion. He has several $1 million mansions by several reports. And what is his source of income? Selling fake shit. And of course, David Wilcock is one of the clowns out there selling this story. And we're going to cover that tonight. We're going to show David Wilcock making a complete and total ass of himself, selling this fake story, running with it early, didn't vet anything, didn't check into the story, just ran with it. See? I was on Ancient Aliens. Aliens are real, bro. This Israeli guy said it. It must be true. No, David Wilcock, you dumbass. It's not real. And when you go onto the internet and lie through your fake fucking teeth selling stories like this, it damages the entire field of research for credible researchers. And yeah, there are still a few credible researchers looking into the truth behind these things. Not many, but a few. David Wilcock has been lying through his fake fucking teeth for decades, selling people fake story after fake story, running with anything he could to keep the con going. Got to keep the con going. Got to keep finding material to sell people. You got to do it. So I have this sort of queued up. We're going to cite fair use. And by the way, David Wilcock, don't you dare copyright strike me. This is fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about what an idiot you are, about how irresponsible you are, about how stupid you are to run with an unproven story from a gentleman that it now appears was misquoted, who never said those things that you on your live stream present as factual and real. Dumbass. It's not factual. Dumbass. It's not real. But that didn't stop you, did it, David Wilcock? You should be looking for a box of dildos. You don't have time, David Wilcock. You do not have time, David Wilcock, to do live streams. You should be looking for a big box of dildos with all your psychic powers. After all, what is it? I think we're up to $15,000 in the David Wilcock Box of Dildos Challenge. For those that don't know, I buried a huge box of dildos for that clown. And all he has to do is use his psychic powers and his alien friends and his friends that talk to government insiders and whistleblowers and his secret inner earth friends and find the box of dildos, and I'll donate $15,000 to his favorite charity. But he still hasn't found a single dildo because viewers all over the world have also buried single dildos for him to find with his psychic powers. This is a man who predicted that we would get superpowers and light bodies as 2020 approached. That never happened. None of his predictions ever happened. By the way, his most recent whopper of a prediction was that Donald Trump would win the presidential election in a landslide. See how accurate he was? Dumbass. Dumbass. A rich boy millionaire that never worked an honest day in his life, running around telling people fake stories about aliens, living a millionaire's lifestyle off of the backs of stupid people who send him money. If you send David Wilcock money, you're buying lies. He is the lord of lies and fake stories about aliens. He has been selling these fake stories, what, over 20 years now? Over 20 years, selling books and lectures and television shows and anything he could about this bullshit. And he still does not have the proof that anything he talks about is real. So there's David Wilcock, one of the most prominent of these UFO con artist huckster assholes, running with this story about an Israeli former space minister who said there's a galactic council of aliens, right? And Donald Trump knew about it. No, that person was misquoted and people ran with the story. I'm tired of these people making money selling people lies. Something should be done about this. Our laws really need to be reformed to stop people like this from profiting off of selling lies. One can just watch the super chat donations during this latest live stream that he did, rolling in to the tune of, I believe, thousands of dollars in one live stream. And for what? What is he getting thousands of dollars for? Running with a fake story, a now proven fake story. How many times do we have to prove that David Wilcock runs with fake stories? How many times do we have to do that before people wake up and stop sending a millionaire rich boy who never had a fucking real job in his life free money? What's it going to take before people wise up and go, you know what, maybe I won't send him this $10 because he's not doing any work.
He's not doing any real research like he claims. He spends 12 hours a day researching. But you couldn't call the guy and say, excuse me, I just want to check that this is factually correct. Did you say this? Of course not. He didn't call the guy. He didn't call anybody. He just ran with the story because he saw it on the internet. It must be true because he's an idiot. Or he knows the story is not true and doesn't care. He's just going to run with it anyway. I'm going to put my fair use banner. I mentioned David Wilcock. Don't you dare copyright strike me. David Wilcock likes to do that when people are critical of his fake stories because he can't stand for people to see the real truth behind his horrible, deplorable level of competency as a researcher. He doesn't want to be embarrassed when people see the truth and know that he doesn't do 5 minutes of research before he runs with a story. So he copyright strikes people anytime they play clips of him selling fake stories. Don't you dare do that. I have lawyer letters standing by, David Wilcock. We will not be intimidated by you or legal threat letters or fraudulent copyright strikes. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about what an idiot and terrible researcher you are, about how you run with fake stories and take money from people doing live streams, selling fake information as factually accurate and real when it is not. And now, David Wilcock, it's been proven. There's definitive proof that that story is completely and totally factually incorrect. Are you going to take that live stream down? Are you going to apologize for running with a fake story? Are you going to print some kind of retraction on your website? Are you going to apologize that you took all these super chat donations and you hyped up a now proven fake story? Are you going to give the money back? Of course he's not. This is fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. And I refuse to be intimidated by legal threats from someone like David Wilcock. This is my fair use banner. We're going to let it play while we're playing the David Wilcock idiot parade. Oh, and by the way, he's doing this live stream with Daniel Brinkley. It was several months ago that David Wilcock was sending people something like, well, let's just say he was sending multiple emails a day out to his email list, encouraging people to hurry up and sign up for his latest course with Daniel Brinkley, because Daniel Brinkley died and came back 4 times, but now he's really terminally ill and he may not make it. And this may be his last live stream. And I think there's been 2, maybe 3 live streams since that course was being hawked by David Wilcock. Hurry up. Operators are standing by. Hurry up and sign up for my latest course with Daniel Brinkley because he may die any minute now. Well, he's still alive. Have you apologized for that? Is that consumer fraud? Implying that somebody could die any day now? You better hurry up and buy this course. And he's still alive months later, and there's no explanation for any of this. All right. We're going to share David Wilcock sharing this fake story. And this is David Wilcock. I love the title, David Wilcock and Daniel Brinkley, UFO disclosure prophecies coming true. Except they're not true, and we busted you again, David Wilcock, you horrible researcher, you deplorable human being who is content with selling people lies and accepting money from people while you're spouting lies and factually incorrect statements. I believe that I have this queued up. Oh, let's do that again, friends. I always do that. Share audio. So this is fair use. Let's get into it, friends. Let's show the world David Wilcock running with a factually incorrect bunch of statements with a fake story. And this is just one example. I can cite 100 more examples of him running with a fake story. There's Daniel Brinkley. He's looking pretty healthy for a guy that was about to die any minute a few months ago, isn't he? Funny that. going to be stopping the video along the way to comment and critique. Boy, look at this set. David Wilcock's wife really outdid herself. Look, we got some crystals and a crystal ball and a big gold leaf. Holy shit. Look at this shit. It looks like a big fat dildo standing up on the David Wilcock box of dildos challenge must have gotten in his subconscious because he's decorating his set with phallic symbols now. We're having an effect, friends. We're having an effect.
Out of outrageous fraud
That's right.
perpetrated on us.
So my
Yeah, Daniel Brinkley's admitting it here. Outrageous fraud being perpetrated against us. Do you mean by you and your partner in slime here, David Wilcock, selling fake stories? Are you guys going to address that David Wilcock predicted that Donald Trump, a few days before the election, predicted that Donald Trump was going to win in a huge major landslide? You guys going to talk about that elephant in the room? That was a fake story, I guess, because that didn't happen.
point is that yes, we're getting really close to that. Yep. Thank you. We're going to do the meditation here momentarily. We're not going to run too far over.
Yeah, and he ends his stream with a meditation. Like, I'm going to sell people complete and total fake stories for, let's see, 2 hours and probably 40 minutes, I think. I haven't previewed this entire video, but he's going to sell people fake stories and regurgitate fake information for 2 hours and 40 minutes. But then he's going to do a world peace meditation or something like that at the end to show what a good person he is. Listen, you dumbass. If you were a good person, David Wilcock, you would not be selling people fake stories. You would not be accepting money from people when your information is not factually correct. And meditation doesn't make up for that. But he's going to meditate and then sing Kumbaya and everything's all good.
I've always said that the benevolent ETs, this goes back to the law of one, sources that I've studied and considered deeply. The reason why they block these...
And let's remember, friends, that every time he mentions the law of one, the people who are actually the curators of the law of one don't want him teaching that material. They don't consider him an expert in the material, but he mentions the law of one all the time and considers himself an expert in it, right? It's kind of like me running around and telling everybody I'm an expert in Catholicism and the Catholic Church saying, excuse me, we'd rather you not talk about our religion, and you do it anyway. But he's love and light, right? They don't want him talking about the law of one, right? But he does it anyway because he's such a great person.
Attacks, what these incendiary devices, the reason why they're stopping this from happening is that they're protecting us so that we go through this mass awakening without being destroyed. So the DS is allowed to exist, but they're not allowed to destroy massive, massive numbers of lives. And I expect that.
You know, and I just want to mention here, I checked on another computer. His audio is out of sync. And I think that's funny because our audio is generally in sync, and we do our show on a budget of near zero, you know, a few $100s a month in Patreon supporters. And thank God for all of you Patreon supporters. But my point is that this guy is living in $1 million mansion, right? And he collects thousands of dollars a month in donations to do these live streams. And he can't work a fucking microphone and get his, you know, audio to be in sync with his video somehow.
That will continue. I've had multiple dreams that told me that as soon as we really start to step up as a nation, as a planet, to defend our rights, the ETs are now authorized by the laws of the universe to come in and intervene in a much more direct capacity.
Oh, good. As soon as we rise up, those alien brothers will come to help us. He had a dream about it. It must be true. Just because you dream something, you idiot, doesn't mean that it's real. But this is, again, it's like the Kerry Cassidy prover maneuver. He needs to bolster his bullshit claims. So what does he do? I had prophetic dreams about this. No, you didn't. And even if you did, it doesn't mean it's true. It just means you dreamt about something.
But it's not the right time just yet. And that is what has leaked. So let's go back to the slides. This is so amazing. Okay. This is true, folks. An Israeli space official says ETs are already here.
But he didn't say that. His granddaughter told him that, and he was commenting on that, and he was misquoted.
It even made it into TMZ of all things. TMZ, you can see that at the top. Ex-Israeli space official alien till we are ready.
Yeah, because TMZ is such a wow. TMZ covered this. It must be true. They're such a credible news source, David Wilcock. This is the level of David Wilcock's research. He'll go through the internet and anything that supports his bullshit story, no matter how flimsy a source is, to him, well, that's a good source. TMZ said it. It must be true. No, you dumbass. It's not true.
I'm going to be reading from this. This is the Middle East Eye online newspaper. We'll just use extraterrestrials because they're humans. They don't even look any different than us a lot of times. Human ETs exist, and Trump knows it, according to the former head of the Israeli space program. I'm going to read quotes from this momentarily.
Wow. So this must be true because somebody wrote it on the internet, right? And it couldn't be that just a bunch of less than credible people decided to run with a story they knew would get a lot of clicks and views. This is clickbait garbage. That's what David Wilcock is serving up to his viewers. Clickbait garbage. That's not factually accurate. That's not true. This guy did not say that.
Here's another one. Former head of Israel's space division, ETs are real, and President T was on the verge of confirming. So now I'm going to read you from MiddleEastEye.net. These are, I checked these websites. They are real. They're not fake websites. Obviously, TMZ is real. So.
They're real websites. They're not fake websites. It doesn't mean the information they're presenting is accurate. You have to find corroboration. You have to find second source, right? Why don't you find a guy that worked under him to confirm what he's saying? You didn't do that. You're just running with shit that you read on the internet. You're a right-click researcher, David Wilcock. If it says it on the internet, it must be real.
This is not fake, folks.
Well,
okay?
kind of.
It's kind of real.
Kind of real.
Let's hope they never turn their look to us, God.
Let's hope so.
Ugh. The former head of Israel's space program, notice the British spelling, has claimed that the U.S. and Israeli governments are in touch with ETs and that a galactic federation is already in existence.
Wow, that must mean that your fake alien stories are real because this guy said it, except he didn't say that. And we'll get confirmation of that, friends, after we watch this shit show of David Wilcock's. Boy, he loves his slides, doesn't he? You must spend a lot of time on slides, David Wilcock.
Haim Eshed, who ran the Israeli space program for nearly 30 years. This is like a very high-level guy, folks.
And a general.
Yeah, he said humanity isn't ready to make contact with the ETs just yet, and he claims that this civilization had to intervene to prevent our president from blurting out their secrets before the right time. The 87-year-old...
Yeah, the guy's 87-year-old. He's 87 years old, right? Could it be that a less than credible journalist was using this 87-year-old man that may be suffering from dementia and running with a fake story, and then a bunch of other people jumped on and ran with the same or similar story? Could that be? Could that be possible? That maybe this story is not credible, that maybe that gentleman didn't really say this, or he was misunderstood or misquoted? Could that be possible?
Made the comments to the Israeli newspaper, I'm going to butcher this, Yediot Aharonot, ahead of the publication of a new book entitled The Universe Beyond the Horizon, which deals with his claims about the existence of ET intelligence. Buy that today. Buy that book today. And I am...
Well, at least he's encouraging people to give that guy some money, for his less than credible story.
I'm not getting a commission.
Oh, he had to point out he's not getting a commission.
ETs have asked not to announce that they are here because humanity is not ready yet, he told this Israeli newspaper. They have been waiting for humanity to evolve and reach a stage where we will generally understand what space and spaceships really are.
We already understand what space and spaceships are, though, David Wilcock.
It's kind of an awkwardly worded sentence, but we're just not grown up enough yet, is the bottom line.
Are we in too much turmoil to have to deal with
Exactly.
this from a religious, political, and economic standpoint?
Just the stress that it would put on everybody before we get the arrests, I think, is really the point here.
Oh, the mass arrests. The mass arrests that David Wilcock has been promising are going to happen any day now since 1998, right? He first started with the whole story about mass arrests happening any day now in 1998. It's a common theme, and he comes back to it time and time again. Anytime something in the news might seem to support that ridiculous claim he's been making since 1998, he brings it up again. And here he is. The mass arrests may happen soon. The mass arrests have to happen before the aliens tell us they're here.
There's an agreement between the USG and the ETs. They signed a contract with us to do experiments.
Yeah, and this goes back to Eisenhower. So what happened is this guy's granddaughter heard Laura Eisenhower talking about this contract that Eisenhower signed, letting the Greys harvest, people and abduct people as long as they got a list of who they abducted, right? This is a common fake story that has been bandied about in UFO mythology for 20 or 30 years now. There's no proof of that story being real. There's no evidentiary support that that story is real. There's no corroborating witnesses. There's just people repeating it as if it's true for decades now. Doesn't make the story true. So this gentleman who they're quoting, his granddaughter heard Laura Eisenhower talking about this stuff and told him about it. And he was repeating some of what he had heard from his granddaughter while being interviewed by a less than credible journalist.
Oh, yeah. All right.
They don't need a wood chipper now.
So look, there's different treaties that are at work here, and
There's no treaty, you dummy. There's no treaty. Show us the treaty. Show us proof of the treaty. Show us who signed the treaty. Show us witnesses to the treaty. There's no treaty. It's fake. Just like your teeth. This story is as fake as your fake fucking teeth, David Wilcock.
there's one that they call Tau 9 that was done with Eisenhower. This apparently was with a more negative group. In Awakening in the Dream, I do talk about the idea that there's compelling evidence of benevolent ETs and negative ETs, both sides, using humans that they've grown in the embryonic state into adulthood in the fetal shape, which is what a gray is. The gray is...
There's compelling evidence. Can we see this compelling evidence? Or are you just lying through your fake fucking teeth again? How many times are we going to catch you lying through your fake fucking teeth, David Wilcock? Where's the compelling? He just says there's compelling evidence, but he doesn't show us any of it. You've got compelling evidence that aliens are growing people in vats and experimenting on us, but you can't show us the actual evidence? Funny that.
Are neonates. They're, if the fetal proportions are maintained, the head, the eyes, that's what it looks like. So they can grow these, and then they can telepathically interface with them. So it's almost like having the ability to control a whole bunch of them at once.
Wow. So they've got like biomechanical androids, and you have compelling evidence. I can't wait to hear the compelling evidence that you have about this, but we'll never hear it because he's just lying through his fake fucking teeth.
And get these things to work at once. So I go through very contentious material in my new book and make the argument that there is a positive aspect to the abduction phenomenon that's been very systematically overlooked, in which most of these contactees, and this is before all this, the C blank blank.
Oh, 1 second, friends. I think that's a commercial coming. Let me just, okay, 1 second. We're going to share this again. Sorry about that. I'm not playing David Wilcock's commercials on our show. And by the way, this stream is loaded with many more commercials than he usually does, which would seem to indicate a degree of desperation on his part to pack this stream with a lot more commercials than I ever remember seeing on any of his previous streams. 1 second, friends.
In the 1990s, okay? Before all that came out, there were studies that were done. I write about them in the book, in which almost everybody that had these hypnotics with these beings, that they remembered that they had volunteered to do this before they were born, and that what they were doing with the sampling of their genetic material, that process was very important to humanity's future. In the book, I combine the work of Cosmic Voyage by Dr. Courtney Brown with the Law of One, which I read immediately thereafter, and both sources are saying that our DNA is stored so that if anything really bad happens to humanity on Earth, we can be reintroduced on this or another planet, and all of our genetic stock is there. They don't have to clone a bunch of people. They got unique DNA for everybody.
So he's combining two sources, a doctor, I'd have to check into that source, and a channeled book. The Law of One is a book that was channeled information. That's his source. Somebody channeled some information, wrote a book called The Law of One, and they say this is true, right? Channeled information. The quality or lack of quality of this guy's sources is astounding to me. There's no, verifiable proof. There's a channeled book and something some doctor said. And based on what I know, this is opinion and speculation, but based on what I know about the quality of his other sources, that so-called doctor may not even be a doctor. I'd have to check into that. That's his proof of all this shit that he just said.
That's what this is really about. That's why people get scoop marks like on the back of their knee. That's why genetic samples are taken. That's why sperm is taken, or why there's pregnancies. So this is a different view, and it's very, very controversial, and it takes a lot of time to explain, way beyond the scope of this video.
I do have evidence, but it's beyond the scope of this video for me to share that evidence with you. So I'm not going to give you any evidence. I'm just going to lie through my fake fucking teeth. That's what we get. This is the quality of David Wilcock's so-called research.
I just want to put it out there that every ET group, whether they're the good guys or the bad guys, every ET group is involved with our genetics, and they're both trying, either side is trying to steer humanity more in favor of what they desire.
Yeah, and listen to the quality of his speech patterns even. The good guys, the bad guys. It's like he's 10 years old on a playground, this guy.
So the positive side is doing this and the negative side is doing this. There's a big discussion there. Please read the book for more information.
Yeah, buy my book, full of bullshit, so that I can continue living in my $1 million mansion selling bullshit. It must be nice to live in a $1 million mansion selling fake stories about aliens for decades with no proof, no verifiable evidence, no credible witnesses, nothing. A channeled book and some doctor said something, and this story's real to David Wilcock. People ask me all the time, do you think that David Wilcock really believes this stuff, or does he know it's fake? I'm on the fence. I can't tell whether he actually believes the bullshit coming out of his fake teeth, or whether he knows that he's lying through his fake teeth and doesn't care because he's living in a $1 million mansion selling this fake shit. And he has been for decades now. Why do you get to live in a $1 million mansion? What is the value of what you're offering planet Earth? Fake shit? Escapism? Some people would say maybe it's entertainment. I don't even consider this entertainment. You're fucking putting this out there as factually real information, that these stories are real, but you don't have any proof that they are.
Now, this is put out without any other qualifiers. He explained that the ETs have a base on Mars.
And again, the source of this information is one of the biggest nut jobs in all of the field of aliens and UFOs, and that would be Laura Eisenhower. She talked about that base on Mars and how she was invited to go live on that base on Mars, never provided any proof or evidence of that. But she talks about that. This gentleman's granddaughter heard Laura Eisenhower talking about that and relayed this to her grandfather. And he was repeating what he had heard from his granddaughter. And she heard it from Laura Eisenhower, who, by the way, also believes that there is a, let's see, I can't even translate her woo, but Laura Eisenhower says there's a base on Mars, and her and many other elites were invited to live on that base on Mars. And there's also this negative entity on the planet Saturn that eats our negative feelings and emotions, right? She doesn't have proof of anything she's talked about at anything in her lectures for 20 years. No proof whatsoever. She repeats that, what is essentially bullshit with no proof. Somebody hears it, tells this guy, he repeats it, and now David Wilcock. So this is like, it's like bullshit ping pong. I'll ping pong my bullshit, and then somebody else will ping pong some bullshit back, and then we ping pong. It's a game of bullshit ping pong that we're playing here.
With us involved.
With us, yes.
Then look at all those stories.
I've got to
David.
get this book, man.
But David,
as soon as it
look at-
comes out, I got to read it.
But look at all those stories that you've heard from so many different people, and so many of them focusing on Mars, not the moon, not Jupiter,
That's right.
but Mars.
Bases on.
Yeah, bases on Mars. And by the way, for those that are so stupid and idiotic that they don't realize this, let me give you some scientifically verifiable factual evidence of something. We've got rovers on Mars. We've got satellite around Mars mapping the Martian surface. If there was proof that there was a base, we'd have it. But we don't. There's no proof that there's any settlements, bases, or anything on Mars other than rocks and sand and dirt. There's no proof. People telling stories about being super soldiers on Mars don't make those stories real. Evidence does. And that's what these idiots are lacking. These two idiots right here and every other idiot running with these Martian fake stories, they don't have a single shred of real evidence.
Mars.
Oh, it's just like the face on Mars. That was completely and totally busted and proven to be fake. But it doesn't stop people like David Wilcock from still mentioning the face on Mars as if it's still a real thing.
ETs and human personnel. The first guy telling me about this was back in 2007 with Henry Deacon. That he went to work at a military.
Well, I'm not sure, but I may be accurate in that I believe Henry Deacon was the fake whistleblower telling him Martian stories that turned out to be a court-martialed child molester. Great source. Great, man, David. If that is Henry Deacon, and I believe it is, that's just funny. You're going to bring up a court-martialed child molester as a source telling you stories about Mars, and that's your proof, right? What proof? I'm still I'm a little unclear if that there's been so many fake sources that he had that were riddled with problems. Like one of them was a court-martialed child molester. One of them was a fake science and technology advisor to Ronald Reagan. I get a little confused with all the fake sources that he's had. But let's pretend for a minute that Henry Deacon was not the person I'm thinking of, that source. Where's the proof, David Wilcock? Where's the proof? Just because somebody told you something, that's not proof. And this is what he does time and time again. Well, Henry Deacon told me that there's a base on Mars, so it must be true. Did you get proof from him? Of course not. Of course not.
Military base in the UK, and he portaled off to Mars.
Yeah, he went through a portal to Mars.
And that's where he was doing his job. And that they had gravity plates in the different rooms, depending on which ET species it was. You'd have more or less gravity. He talked about these tunnels that you'd shoot through, and that the tunnels had views that made the Grand Canyon look like crap
Yeah, so he talked about it, but it did not give you any evidence or proof that his stories were factually accurate. But that hasn't stopped you from mentioning him hundreds of times when doing these bullshit ping pong game live streams that you do, where you just regurgitate any bullshit that anybody's ever told you as factually real.
They're like these tunnels that have clear surfaces on them. So you're in this little egg-shaped car and you're looking out the windows. And some of those tunnels have actually appeared in some of the photos of Mars, the glass tubes of Mars. We've talked about this years ago.
that was proven to be fake. It's proven. There are no glass tubes on Mars. No real glass tubes. There may be glass tubes in your fucking imagination, David Wilcock, on Mars. We would be able to see that with our satellites. We would be able to see that with the drone rovers. If they were real, we'd know it. But we don't, because they're not, except in your fantasy land.
And think about Elizabeth and I we're sitting in a chiropractor's office and having a conversation with a Russian and another guy, American, who's...
Yeah, here's another one. Some guy at the chiropractor's office just happened to tell us a story about aliens. And it must be true, because a guy at the chiropractor's office told us this story. It must be true.
Black guy, a black guy who had served in the military. And he started telling us the story about his father working at JPL Laboratories in the 60s. Right. Now watch how easy this was. And Beth and Elizabeth and I are both listening.
Yeah, and there's David Wilcock's wife. Listen, just because somebody told you something doesn't make it real, honey. Just like somebody telling you that they were a real kung fu teacher doesn't make it real. Go look at her website. She claims she has 5 black belts in kung fu. Except the only problem is real Chinese kung fu doesn't have belts at all. So she's got some fake black belts in kung fu given to her by her ex-husband. Does anybody think that maybe, just maybe, if you're sleeping with a man and he's giving you black belts in kung fu, they may not be something that you want to brag about? Maybe, just my opinion. I'm entitled to an opinion.
How people beam to work. They beam to work from other planets.
That's right. So
Mars.
let me just hit this off again real quick because you said it fast. You guys met somebody at the chiropractor. I didn't happen to go that day. I wish.
So now, wait a minute. Let me repeat. That's some good bullshit, Daniel Brinkley. Let me repeat that bullshit. He already told the story. Now you're going to tell it again because that's some good bullshit, right? You need the spotlight on you.
I had. And he worked at, his father worked at JPL in the 1960s. And so that father was bringing this JPL intel home, which he wasn't supposed to do. He was breaking the law and his security oath. But he told his kid about...
He had a person...
Oh, that's right.
That managed...
I wasn't there. Yeah, this is their story. So.
His father worked there, but the person that came home to dinner, his best friend, who we named and who Elizabeth and I looked up, and the guy was the head of the laboratory at JPL in 1965, and he called him by name.
Yeah, okay, I'd like to talk to him and find out if this story is factually correct and accurate. Did you talk to him? You can look anybody up.
Elizabeth and I came back home and we looked it up, and he said they beamed to work.
ETs were beaming into
JPL. And when I laughed, I was looking at Elizabeth. When I laughed is I could see them with their little lunch box. You know, the little lunch box that you have. And the first.
Well, breaking news. What great information. Aliens have lunch boxes and they beam into JPL laboratories. This is the lunacy, the idiocy, the ridiculous, sensational, pure bullshit that these people are out there selling.
The thing I thought was, here's this guy that's from aliens beaming into work with his little lunchbox, and that would beam home. And this guy was so matter of fact because us having the conversation made him.
Yeah, friends, I gotta check out here. I can't go any further. My head cannot take any more of this bullshit. We're gonna turn our attention to the live chat. And what we're gonna do is So we've shown that David Wilcock is running with this fake story, running with it, rejoicing in this because he thinks that this 87-year-old former Israeli space minister saying this stuff or being quoted as saying this stuff in less than credible sources like TMZ on the internet means it's real. And that means his fake alien stories must be real. But now we're going to see the evidence that none of this happened the way the articles portrayed. And one second, friends. Let me just get to a bit of business. Somebody is sending me a link on Twitter, but unfortunately, that person has blocked me on Twitter because they are an intellectual weakling and they cannot withstand debate, and that would be one Jeremy Corbell. Oh, well, gee, for once, Jeremy Corbell is doing the right thing here, but it hasn't stopped him from sensationalizing the story and profiting from it. Because, yes, there's a live stream. And here's what he said. Professor Eshed is a serious and accomplished man with major responsibilities. He's a UFO realist. However, some of his statements were repeated ideas based on other people's perspectives and said in a specific context. Yet the lazy mass media attributed them to him. Just because you like a story doesn't mean it's real. Just because you like a story doesn't mean it's credible, right? It's this confirmation bias. And yeah, thanks to Cranston for sending me that on Twitter. And I got to get to the next video, which we're going to share. We go from one dummy to another one. And yes, Vanessa, I agree with you. So I'm going to try to be fair. Okay? My feelings of this person aside, I'll try to be fair. But you don't get credit for doing one truthful thing when you've spent 20 years selling fake stories. I'm sorry, 5 years, 10 years selling fake stories. One second, friends. Let me just get to the video here. I have it queued up here, but I have to go past an ad, so please bear with me. We don't get paid for ads here, so I'm not going to be playing other people's ads. Okay, one second, friends. Just get this queued up. And this is about the interview and the statements that every UFO huckster in UFO land is running with. And yeah, V, you're right. I'll be fair and I won't say anything negative about this person doing the interview with the journalist who reveals to us the truth behind these so-called statements of fact that weren't, and how this person was misquoted. Because you're right, in fairness, we wouldn't know the truth if not for this interview. So, and again, this is a transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the video shared. We're going to be discussing this in our live chat. This too is fair use. And again, we will aggressively defend against any copyright strikes when we are citing fair use here. This is a transformative work. We are definitely educating the public. We're critiquing the video. We're discussing it in our live chat. This is the definition of fair use. So let's get to the truth behind these statements attributed to this Israeli space minister. And this is Jeremy Corbell interviewing the journalist.
Various snippets from the interview, but yeah, he said of these things, maybe with the exception of the agreement between the US government and the UFOs, he was referring to the Eisenhower thing, and he quoted his granddaughter, Jackie.
Okay, understood.
Eisenhower's
Yeah.
daughter, who said
Yeah, so he's quoting his granddaughter who told him that she heard this from Laura Eisenhower.
her grandfather told her that there was such an agreement. I don't think that would be my only
I mean,
exception.
this is why
he was quoting her, and all the other stuff that you've quoted was right on the nose. Yeah, it was that's basically what he was saying.
Yeah, this is why the context of your full article, which was eloquently written, is so important, because he's not claiming this himself as an official. He is saying this is one part of the story or mythology or story itself of ufology.
It's all mythology. That's the problem. It's people repeating mythology and fake stories about UFOs and aliens that go back decades. And people repeat them. People add on to the stories. People tack on to the stories. People run with the stories.
He's telling you somebody else said this. And that's so important that people understand that distinction. The other thing he said that really made me stand back a little bit was, where did he come up with the term Galactic Federation? Was that a generalized term, or was that a specific thing he was quoting?
That's you know what I would have to kind of blame myself for not further investigating with him the subject of the Galactic Confederation or Federation.
So the original author of the article doesn't even know where he got the term Galactic Federation.
I didn't get into that because there was so much to talk about, and I cannot really tell you what he was referring to. Only that he mentioned that they had 9 members. All are better evolved than we are at this point, and that they were examining us, and you know that that they have specifically asked before not to be exposed yet here on Earth.
And this is a common theme, that aliens are, interacting with high-ranking officials and making deals with them so they can abduct us. But humans aren't ready to know about us yet, so you can't tell everyone that we're here. This is a common theme in UFO mythology. This type of story has been repeated for decades. Doesn't make it true, doesn't make it real.
But that's all I got on this subject. Maybe we should have gone further into it, but we did not.
So Professor Ashed is a sane man.
Well, you know what? I'm just a journalist. You know, I'm not a professional on that. But if you talk to him, you get the one-on-one with him. He appears to be very much sane, and you know, he's a fascinating person to talk to, and
Yes.
and he's not at all out of touch in any way that I was able to note.
Yeah, and I think this is sufficient. So there we have the proof that this person was misquoted or taken out of context, because what he was actually talking about was repeating things, parts of what may be true from UFO mythology and stories that originated from Laura Eisenhower. That is a problem, because we didn't get the context. We got the sensational headlines that this gentleman was the Israeli space minister, and he said all of this was, and people printed this like this is him saying this. And it wasn't him saying it. It was him repeating parts of his stories that he heard from his granddaughter, who heard it from Laura Eisenhower. So here we see what I call the bullshit ping pong game. I'll bat some bullshit over your way. The bullshit starts with Laura Eisenhower, gets to the granddaughter bats the bullshit to the grandfather, who happened to actually work for the Israeli space program. He bats that bullshit to a journalist who doesn't make it quite clear that he's not saying this as his opinion of reality. He's saying that he heard these stories from his granddaughter, who heard them from Laura Eisenhower. Once again, I am disappointed in humanity, humans in general. So many people running with this story in UFO land because of their confirmation bias. There is people that have already made up their mind that aliens are real. And when a story like this comes out, they say, hey, look, I'm not crazy. This guy said that there's a galactic federation of aliens and that Eisenhower struck a deal with them. Folks, there's just no proof. There's just no evidence. And two people saying the same fake thing don't make that thing any less fake. I will hold out for evidence. Well, friends, we are back for a second round here. Sorry. So I didn't know it. We ended our stream, and yeah, I'm always the last to know these things, but we all need a laugh. And David Wilcock is doing a live stream right now. He is right now, let's see, an hour and 50 minutes in, or something like that. But at the risk of a YouTube policy violation, I thought we could have ourselves a watch party and see what this dumbass is talking about. So I'm going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We are educating the public about UFO con artists and grifters that are out there selling fake stories, claiming that they're factual and real and nonfiction. And we're going to cover that, and we're going to laugh at this guy because we need a laugh. And who better to laugh at than this fucking clown, David Wilcock. David Wilcock, you fucking clown. First of all, why were you live streaming when I was? All right? I thought we had an agreement, right? But he's live streaming right now to, let's look at his fake pumped up numbers. Apparently, according to David Wilcock's YouTube channel, 10,000 people are watching him in his live stream right now. So we are going to cite fair use. This is transformative work. We're educating the public about UFO cons and grifters, people that are out there selling fake stories as reality. Let's get into it, friends. Let's see what David Wilcock is talking about. Okay, I'm gonna make sure we get right to live. I hope he's still live. Here we go. Oh, he just looks great. Great job on the hair and makeup. But boy, is he looking thin up there. He needs some of that fake powder hair to go with his fake fucking teeth. Jesus Christ.
You trust your partner? No, I can't explain why, but I frequently find myself playing detective and digging into their claims. Well, this is what everybody's doing because this relationship has gone bad, and many people have already committed to that divorce. They've looked at it for what it is, and they say, enough is enough. I'm done. I'm out. I don't care what you tell me. I don't believe anything you say anymore, and I will never.
Is he talking about marriage right now?
Never believe you again. I will never believe you again. You have betrayed me. You have lied to me. You have cheated.
Wow. I bet you we're getting hit with it. Let me check our stream. No, we're good. It's flashing on my side, and that usually means policy code violation or something, YouTube. Yeah.
Cheated on me. You have deceived me, and I will never trust you again. The only response I can have to you is no contact.
No contact, yeah.
And that means I don't hit the switch, and I don't support this thing. No contact.
What the fuck is he talking
Number 9.
Oh, he's got a whole thing.
Is there drama in your relationship? Well, let's think about this one.
David Wilcock, are you fucking giving relationship advice? You who just got married to a woman that was married to her kung fu instructor before you, and you're giving marriage advice? Okay. David Wilcock's a marriage counselor now. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
So let's see. I'm looking at which one is the worst. Well, number 2 is pretty bad already. We argue a lot, but the same issues don't come up over and over again. However, I do wish I could be in a relationship with less fighting. That's fair.
Look at the title, Election Address and Global Peace Meditation. And he's giving marriage advice? Okay.
Oh, number 1 is...
This is what he does. He throws like 8,000 subjects into one stream so that you can't really pick apart what the hell he's saying. I don't even think he knows what he's saying.
Is the hippie one. We rarely ever get into arguments because we naturally understand how the other is feeling. We don't try to make each other jealous or create unnecessary tension. We're both striving to build trust with one another. Now that's fantastic, but that is not what's happening. The DS is not trying to build your trust. They're not trying
Let's
to
skip ahead here. We'll get to the live portion.
society that is ripe for invasion and being conquered and taken over.
Oh, now he's talking about the alien invasion.
Is the one that happens from within that you don't even see coming.
Oh no, it's the invasion.
And this
from
global
within.
acrimonious psychopathic divorce has reached the stage where it is a fight to the death. And we're worried about violence, and we're worried about how this election is going to turn out and what those results will be. Number 9 definitely is the drama in our relationship. Yes, in this global relationship. Number 10, how do they...
Oh, he's talking about some kind of, connecting the dots of bullshit. That's what he's doing.
handle boredom. And then it says they're always bored and they constantly need attention from others. That's number 2. Well, that absolutely fits with what's happening here. They cannot ever...
Look at how he frames this shit. He's got the Asian tapestry in the background. Is that a Buddha sitting there? Look at how he frames his live streams. Fucking Jesus Christ, David Wilcock.
Stop attacking. They can never relax. They cannot allow there to be a lack of a news cycle. They always seek attention. They always need the drama. They always have to create a problem. They always have to have...
This guy talking about always have to create a problem? Okay. You're the one that's been talking about some secret government, shady, pedophile rings and the cabal and all this bullshit for 20 years. But you're going to criticize other people that need to be creating problems? I'm pretty sure that you invent problems.
Have there be a big, horrible issue going on that involves voting and Congress and impeaching, and it's just never frickin' stopped. They do not handle boredom. They can't handle anything going on where there isn't this outrage machine that is constantly cranking. And again, if you still aren't listening to me, I really want you to think about this. Why would you create that environment? Why would you create an environment where for 5 years there's been not one gasp of positive air?
I don't know, David. Why don't you tell us?
No oxygen. Only negativity. Only horrible stuff. Nothing good. Number 10, they handle boredom terribly, and that's a yes. So we'll vote on that one. Number 11 out of 13, what about their ex? Oh, well,
I'm way late to this game. Is he somehow like reading relationship advice and talking about our relationship with the United States government? Is that what we're doing here? Because this doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Number 4, they've never even mentioned
There we go.
World War II and the principle of ordo ab chaos, or order out of chaos, where you own both sides of a conflict.
Okay,
so that
David.
no matter who wins, you end up winning.
Does anybody else think that this motherfucker should be looking for this because this stream doesn't make any sense whatsoever? David Wilcock, look at you. You should be out there looking for this huge box of dildos in the David Wilcock $10,000 box of dildos challenge, which, by the way, is up to $14,000 now, thanks to pledges from viewers.
And you might actually be selling to both sides of the same conflict, profiting off of it, regardless of which side it is. There's a lot of fun things I could say about that. So when I talk about the X, let's talk about how this DS has acrimonious breakups. Who are the enemies? Who are the villains? If you're in a relationship with someone, the ex is typically the villain.
Does anybody else believe that 10,000 people are really watching this fucking clown and what he's talking about right now?
Oh, that person is such an a-hole. You're nothing like that. Well, it seems like you might still be talking. Well, no, I don't still talk to them. Ugh, you know? So what does it say right here? Again, they claim.
By the way, just so that everybody is aware, we came in, he's at an hour and 50 minutes into his stream. So we're way, way behind.
Their crazy ex is jealous of us. And I have nothing to worry about. For some reason, I suspect they're still talking. That's the key. I suspect they're still talking. Well, isn't it interesting that there's all these things that the People's Republic of you-know-where optimized their internet for? They made certain things happen so that certain things don't work, and you can't click on certain things, and you can't talk about certain things.
Yeah, it's called a firewall. They have it in China. Why are you speaking in riddles, you fucking dildo-seeking clown?
Things. And haven't they had years to perfect that system? And isn't it interesting that the exact same system using the exact same internet is now operating here? But oh, no, we don't have any connection to our ex. That relationship is over.
Yeah, I'm sorry, David Wilcock. You're a fucking idiot, because somehow comparing the firewall in China to a little bit of censorship by a few major companies in the United States is ridiculous. It's apples and oranges. Those two things are nothing alike.
I don't know about any computer that you might have found. I don't know about anything that might be on that computer that you found. I don't know about any secret deals that might have gone on. Oh, that's just disinformation. But it's all been validated, and this is the stuff that you probably don't know. It's been validated.
Oh my God. Am I going to agree with David Wilcock? The laptop information should be everybody should be able to share that wherever they want to. So yeah, that censorship is bad, but he's a big Trump supporting, he's on the Trump train, and the cabal, he's actually called the Democrats the cabal, the evil shadow government. It's the Democrats.
There's witnesses who signed off on it. It's been irrevocably proven to be correct. And there's a heck of a lot more evidence where that came from. Who is the ex here? I think you can figure it out. Is that relationship still on? It sure looks like it. Is that relationship still toxic? Probably so. Because we are looking at the possibility that the ex has money that they paid. I'm being really careful. The ex paid money to be able to ensure that if they got a result that they wanted, that there's collaboration. So some of the things that might happen.
I don't understand why he's talking in riddles. He's paranoid about getting his channel revoked, though, because I know he needs the money, considering he has $1 million house to pay for by stupid people who send him donations and super chats. But okay.
After this election could be crazy, and they could involve this people's thing. And the people's thing could invade another country, could do anything really wild and crazy, anything that you might have already been seeing protests about, anything they've already been kind of pushing on. There already has been a border skirmish with India that was very concerning. They might be ready to go big and go fast.
So he's saying that Biden is compromised, I suppose, and China will go crazy and do whatever they want if Biden gets elected, because Biden is compromised. I don't know that I disagree with that, but we'll see what else. We'll see where this goes. It's going to get crazier.
And we have to be prepared for that. There's a lot of briefings that suggest that this is much more serious than we.
Every time I hear the fucking word briefing come out of this clown's mouth, I want to punch him in his fucking fake teeth. David Wilcock, I try to be a forgiving man. I really do. But every time the word briefings comes out of your mouth, I want to punch you in your fucking fake teeth. You're not getting briefings, you fucking liar. Generals get briefings. Senators get briefings. Diplomats get briefings, right? You're a fucking clown that talks about aliens and fucking fake stories. And you've been doing that for 20 years. Nobody's given you a fucking briefing, you lying piece of shit. You're not getting briefings. They're not briefings. He doesn't get briefings, friends.
Realize that the DS and the people's you-know-what are actually now in full collusion. And the people's you-know-what is now going to be the instrument by which the DS gets its...
Keep saying it. The people's you-know-what. Don't grow a pair of balls and say it, you pussy. If you actually believe this shit is real, then grow a set of balls. Say what you mean. Don't speak in riddles to save your shitty channel that you're depending on.
Needs met in terms of geopolitical strategy and actual tactical positioning and movement and warcraft. This is real, okay?
It's not real, friends. It's made up and it's in his imagination. He's a fucking lunatic.
There's some very, very big geopolitical risks that we're going to run through as we head through this thing, which starts tomorrow.
Do you think this motherfucker's sitting around going, man, remember when I was on Ancient Aliens, like season 1 and 2, when I was actually somewhat of a celebrity? And now I've fallen so far and I'm on YouTube fucking making shit up and begging for fucking super chat donations to pay for my $1 million house.
So what about their ex? Absolutely, we get a hit on this question. They claim their crazy ex is jealous. I have nothing to worry about, but for some reason, I suspect they're still talking. Are they still talking? Certain pieces of evidence that have come to light strongly suggest they are, folks. I feel like I'm always in competition with others for my partner's attention. Well, yeah. Because this group is not loyal to your country.
This is great. So he's using some kind of like relationship tests and conflating it with international relations because he's some kind of... That's another thing that's great about this fucking clown. First, he's an expert in, Ancient Aliens. Then he's a fucking expert in psychic phenomenon because he's Edgar Cayce reincarnated. Then he's an expert in Q. Oh, but Q can't be monetized right now because everybody's getting banned. So now he's going to become some kind of expert in international relations. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, I don't even think that you could win like a model UN debate in high school. That's how little you know about international relations. That's how fucking ignorant this guy is. He's just like reading fucking pro-Trump propaganda and regurgitating it like an idiot.
They're not loyal to any country. They're not even loyal to the country that they're now working with. Their only loyalty is to their agenda, which is a psychopathic agenda in which you are not even a human. You're a non-person, and you don't deserve to exist, and they're trying to get rid of you. This is actually true. This is the
This
sick
is
stuff.
true. This is actually
If you haven't
true.
done the homework, you don't realize that the DS and all this is psychopathic. And what
there's another content creator that has identified certain tactics that David Wilcock does when he speaks, and one of them we got to coin a term for this is like the convincer, the David Wilcock convincer. He's got to stop every once in a while and say, "This is real. This is true." If you have to stop every once in a while and remind people that what you're talking about is real and what you're talking about is true, chances are it's probably bullshit. And you know it. And subconsciously, he has to throw that out there to even convince himself of the bullshit that is coming out of his mouth having any fucking root in reality. This is great.
Psychopathic means that your frontal lobes are literally turned off. You don't feel these things. You turned it off as an adaptive.
Yes, he's also an expert in brain science and neurology. I have heard this asshole talk about stuff in the brain so many times, like he's some kind of fucking expert. He's an expert in bullshitology. David Wilcock is an expert in bullshitology. I'll give him that.
Response, so you don't feel concerned about other people's feelings anymore. It's just not there. You don't feel it. Number 12. What was your relationship like in the beginning? Well,
this is so informative.
Just
friends.
like any other, let's read number 1. Just like
is there
any
any value in any of the
2008
shit
now,
that
we get to
David
know each
Wilcock
other.
talks
We have
about?
a bunch of things in common.
Things have fizzled down since then, but we still like each other a lot. If there was a honeymoon phase, it certainly didn't consume my life. And then all the other stuff is kind of like pretty warm and fuzzy. So this one doesn't really have an edge on it except for that. Number one is the independent variable.
So we can read this dumb shit that he's sharing.
the other stuff sounds, number three,
Let's
amazing.
skip ahead. We're behind because I keep
So
stopping.
patronizing and critical. And there's this glory. There's something.
It's gonna get better. Here,
So again, folks, if you definitely know a psychopath, then just ask yourself, how did things work out after 2008? And just for fun, I wanted
just for fun. Okay, David Wilcock, let's do this just for fun. I'm here for some fun. Can you give us some fun, David Wilcock? I have a feeling that David Wilcock's idea of fun involves dildos, anal lube, and butt plugs. That's what I think David Wilcock does for fun. But that's just me.
do a funny little thing here. So let's go back to the slide real quick and then we're going to come back to this. Let's ask an airplane. What is the airplane thing? Go back to the slide now. Okay, well, what would an airplane think? I don't know. What kind of airplane do you think we should ask? Well, I might have one.
Was that supposed to be a joke?
Right here.
Jesus Christ.
I might have an airplane right here, folks. I might have an airplane that looks a little familiar to you. If this airplane could only talk.
I just want to know, did he buy that model with his tax-free earnings from his nonprofit organization? And is this video sponsored by his nonprofit organization? Because if people are donating him money to talk about this kind of bullshit and be monetized and let people throw more money at him while he talks about this kind of bullshit, then I call bullshit on David Wilcock's 501c3 and his fucking bullshit. This is a charity show that he's doing? Is that what we're supposed to believe?
After all the times gone by, if this airplane could talk, what would it say? What would this particular airplane have to say if there was a previous tenant that was in this airplane before?
I'm pretty sure that airplane would say that you're a fucking douchebag. It's just a guess, David Wilcock. You're a douchebag. That's what the airplane would say to you. I don't know. Where is he going
And
with
maybe the other guy was in this airplane.
This is so fucking ridiculous.
Let's just ask.
What are we, like, in kindergarten? And he's going to show us, like, an airplane? Woo! Like, what the fuck is he doing? And how the fuck are we supposed to believe that 10,000 people are watching this?
You know, it's just...
Jesus Christ.
So, okay. Yeah, I get it.
I got a drink during this. It's so fucking bad.
I gotta know. Did strange things happen?
He's talking to a fucking toy airplane right now in a live stream that's going around the world. He's talking to a fucking toy airplane.
In there. Really?
He's listening to a fake toy airplane right now. He's having a fucking conversation and oh my God, what the fuck are we watching?
Really? No way. Right in there. It happened inside. In there. Folks, the stories that this little guy could tell, the things that happened right in here, the deals that were made, the depravity.
What the fuck is he doing? Is this the best that he could do? Let's say listen, I'm not going to talk about his fucking Chinese bot farms that feed him these fake views that he supposedly gets. I'm not going to talk about that. But I will talk about this. Let's fucking just pretend that really 10,000 real live people are watching him. Is this the best that he could do for a presentation? This shit show of ridiculousness? That says a lot about if there really are 10,000 stupid people watching this guy do this, I feel sorry for our world.
The crazy stuff. If airplanes could talk. So I think we ought to listen to what they have to say, because I don't want to let somebody back in to be able to do this again. I don't want to let that person back in there. What did the son do? Oh, really? It's not good, folks.
He's having a fucking conversation with a toy airplane. That's what he's doing, this asshole. What a fucking douchebag. This is great.
The airplane has a lot of stories to tell us.
I needed a fucking laugh, and I'm
After
getting one.
all of this symbology, back to the slide real quick.
Back
After
to the
all
slide.
of this
He's like yelling at his wife, Elizabeth, work the fucking slide projector.
Symbology that has been shoved in our faces for so long. All of these symbols that we see, back up here.
Oh, is he going to get to predictive programming?
In music videos.
Yep, predictive
in
programming.
Super Bowl
That's where we're
halftime
going.
shows, in Grammy Award ceremonies. Go to my website, read David's blog. You got to click on the top, go to David's blog, and just start clicking through the historical pages. I have done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages on this symbology.
All of it is pure speculation, and most of it is wrong. But yeah, he has done hundreds of pages of bullshit about predictive programming. And none of it makes any fucking sense to anybody but him and stupid people.
All-seeing eye, square and compass, black and white tile floor, Masonic arch. There's all these very specific symbols. The horns, the fire, the weird...
They're Satanists. They're all Satanists, right? And pedophiles. The satanic pedophile rant. That's what we're getting into, the satanic pedophile rant. Oh, this is classic David Wilcock. He's going to start talking about satanic pedophiles in Hollywood, even though he hangs out with Steven Tyler, who once adopted or bought a girl from her parents and adopted her and then fucked her, a 14-year-old girl. That's who he hangs out with, but he's going to start complaining about satanic pedophiles in Hollywood and the music business. Oh, it's fucking the hypocrisy of him doing that when he hangs out with Steven Tyler is amazing. I love it. Every time he talks about satanic pedophiles, I should be there to remind everyone that he hangs out with a guy who once adopted a 14-year-old girl so he could fuck her. That's who his buddies are. It's great.
Bloody things going on, the weird stuff that, mannequins, people with no face, all of these symbols that have been shoved in our face for so long that you go into these movies and you see it in the movies, and it's easily academically.
This is a guy who, by the way, has said that Star Wars is basically a documentary and real.
Provable. There's
Oh, and Obi-Wan Kenobi is one of his spirit guides, or came to him, appeared to him when he was a child. Obi-Wan Kenobi, yeah.
Nothing difficult to see here, and this group apparently needs to give us these tell us what they're really up to.
Yes, this is the argument, the Illuminati, the argument that they have to tell us what they're doing. That's why they do predictive programming. That's why they leave symbology and all these things out in plain sight, because they're required to do so. It's a law of the Illuminati. It's bullshit. He just makes this shit up. There's no historical fact behind anything that he's talking about as far as the so-called Illuminati go. It's made up conspiratorial nonsense. But that's what he peddles. Nonsense and bullshit.
In symbology, because that's the only way that they can get this to work. They're actually doing something where they feel that there are rules, and I got personal briefings on this.
There he goes with the fucking briefings. You don't get briefings, you fucking lunatic asshole. You sell bullshit. You're not getting any fucking briefings. The only briefings he's getting is from drug addicted crackheads that tell him stories. Well, maybe not crackheads. Let's just say the quality of his so-called insiders he claims to be getting briefings from are drug addicts, senile old men, homeless people, things like that. That's who he's getting briefings from. That's the quality of his briefings. But he uses that term to make people think that he's getting important information from important people, kind of like a general or a senator gets a briefing. He's getting briefings from crackheads and senile old men.
they feel that there are rules and that in order to get away with what they're doing, they have to tell us what they're doing. Therefore, if we consent to it by not opposing them in any substantive way, then we deserve to be enslaved.
Okay.
So going back to the
they're
slide
telling
again,
us. They're telling us to go
considering
to
now
slaves.
that this deep state has decisively failed all 13 of the questions and they are a psychopath, after you, psychopath, have shoved this symbology in our
Thank you,
faces
VG.
for so long, now you write some crappy articles and you're trying to tell us that none of this exists and that it's all just conspiracy nonsense. Okay, but, even though none of this...
That's because it is conspiracy nonsense, David Wilcock, and that's what you've been selling for 20 years. Nothing that David Wilcock has ever talked about has ever been proven to be true and accurate and factual. Nothing. 20 years of riffing on in conspiracy land, alien land, psychic land, human consciousness land, Q land. Now he's a fucking I don't know. He's running a charity, and the point of the charity is he doesn't want to pay taxes. That's the real point of the charity. But yeah, nothing he ever talks about is ever proven to be true and factual and accurate. He's batting zero in 20 years of guesswork at this shit.
This is true, and it's all nonsense, and none of it's real, and it's all hogwash. You must be protected from encountering the information because, you know, you could be easily manipulated and you might be fooled, and we don't want that to happen to you. So let's just get the old relationship back up and running again. Let's let the abuser back in the house. Don't you like getting hit? Don't you like not having any money? You know, we had to watch.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people that support you don't have any money because there are various reports of people on disability checks sending you hundreds of dollars out of their disability checks every month. Maybe they don't have enough money, David Wilcock. Meanwhile, you're living in a fucking mansion laughing at stupid people that are lapping up this garbage. This is garbage that he's spewing. He's spewing garbage, the same old riffs, the same old bullshit, the Illuminati, predictive programming. They're all trying to control us. What do you got, man? Write some new material, you asshole. Because this shit you were talking about in 1998, right? And none of it has happened or come to be proven to be real yet. But you're still pushing it, just like those mass arrests.
Watch these videos.
Those mass arrests, folks. He's probably sometime in this stream got into the mass arrests.
Videos of battered wives with these black and blue eyes that look like eggplants. And they're like going, I still love him. I still love him. It's horrifying. The stuff they showed us as part of the suicide hotline training. And I'm telling you that what we have as a global society right now and as a country is a battered wife syndrome that is going on. And they're...
Who thinks, by a show of hands, who thinks David Wilcock might be a battered wife? I think he might be a battered wife. What the fuck? What is he talking about, man?
Telling you, you must be protected from encountering the information. So now let's go to the next slide here. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you what I believe is a prediction. I believe that the result is likely to go as anticipated. Now, what do I mean by that?
Oh, I hope he's making a prediction about the election because he's wrong about every fucking psychic prediction he's ever given. He's been wrong about.
It does not appear that there's going to be a long-winded, contested situation that is tangible and palpable. It does not appear that this is going to get dragged out. Even though there is massive fraud, such to a degree that the briefings that we got, which are on certain...
He said briefings again. You don't get briefings. You lying fucking sack of shit. I challenge David Wilcock. Tell us who's giving you these briefings. He can't because he just makes this shit up. He just makes this shit up and says, I got a briefing last night. You didn't get a briefing. Maybe he smoked a big, fat, fucking fatty joint and wrote a bunch of this shit out. I don't know where he gets this shit. Sometimes I think his briefings come from a big fat bong because this shit is just all made up nonsense. He's not getting any fucking briefings. Stop saying briefings, you asshole.
Certain publicly available sites that I'm not going to say anymore Those briefings have been going on since
You said it again.
2017 October. Tell you, if you go back and look, that there are 80 million false mail-ins that have been created. 80 million. That this is they're aware of this, and this is going to come out.
There is no substantial or factual or supportive evidence that there is 80 million fake ballots. This is another just made up fucking figure. Where are you getting the figure from, David Wilcock? Let's fact check him live. How many fake ballots could there be? Could there really be 80 million? I call bullshit on this. This is bullshit. He's just making up numbers and making up shit.
Out, folks.
He's not giving any sourcing for where he's getting this figure from, which is proof positive that he's just making it up. If he had substantial or supportive or factual evidence to support his claim that there's 80 million fake ballots that were created and the government knows about it, he would be able to provide some sort of sourcing to prove his point. And he's not here, and he won't hear, because he's just making this shit up.
When you hear what this has got to say, and I'm not talking about right now, I'm talking about what happened before.
Is he going to start talking to the fucking toy airplane again? Oh my God, David Wilcock, what the fuck are you doing?
In here, it's gonna creep you out, it's gonna terrify you, it's gonna disgust you, and you're not gonna be happy. So the result that we are anticipating is a landslide. Thank God. And I am happy to say that I have really done an enormous amount of due diligence on this. I've dug in, I've looked at it. And so if this...
He's done all this work on it, but he can't provide sourcing for the numbers that he's quoting. That's a clear indication that this is made up bullshit and nonsense. If he could provide sourcing to support his arguments, he would. Anyone would.
Whole situation is going to upset you. I do apologize. Many things have not been run the way that I would like them to be run, but I am very, very grateful for myself and for what I think is true, that it appears that this is going to be a landslide. And I think there are many, many...
We'll see what happens. That's a pretty bold statement. David Wilcock is predicting a landslide tomorrow. I don't think there's going to be a landslide on either side, but okay, David Wilcock, we'll see.
Reasons for this. I think the whole thing has been drastically overplayed. I was speaking to some very, very liberal neighbors of mine in Colorado, and what this person said, and he was talking to others who were far, far, far left, and they said, I cannot, in good conscience, vote for a person who I wouldn't even trust to take out the garbage.
Whoa, that's pretty rough. Come on, Sleepy Joe can run our country. He's just going to need a lot of naps, and that's what Kamala's for.
I cannot, in good conscience, vote for a person who is so demented that he can't even tell whether he's voting, whether he's running for Senate or president. He doesn't know what year it is. It's astonishing. Honestly, as bizarre and horrific and supernatural as 2016 was, this is even more bizarre because it's as if they only have one guy left that they could use. And so no matter how flawed he is and how many flaws come out, nope, this is the guy and we're going all the way. So it appears to be...
So now he's also a political analyst, I suppose. I mean, I comment on these things, but not to this degree of like, I don't know. This is weird to watch.
Landslide. I'm not actually that worried about it. I would be amazed if it isn't. I would even be amazed if the contested thing goes on. And I'm saying this in advance, by the way. I'm making a prediction. Okay? Now let's go to the next slide.
Because his predictions are usually wrong.
The result, I believe, is going to be a landslide. And one of the things you can look at is the difference in crowd size. The incumbent, and you see I'm being very careful, the incumbent is having record-breaking crowds. The enthusiasm is literally off the charts.
Well, for once, I agree with him. There was just a rally in Pennsylvania where there were 60,000 people showed up for a Trump rally. 60,000. And meanwhile, Joe Biden cannot fill a playground with supporters.
There are millions and millions of people who are actually saying, I will crawl naked over broken glass to vote for this man. I will crawl naked over broken glass to make sure that I go to the polling station in person and that I am counted and that this cannot be ignored. And then you look at the other side and the crowds that they have. And if you do any kind of digging.
So I'm assuming that he's saying it's going to be a landslide for Trump tomorrow. We'll see.
And you go beyond your little social media plantation. What are you going to see? 10 people show up. 5 people show up. Nobody shows up. Oh, we got some coyotes going off in the background there. It's interesting timing. The crowd size is so small that the whole entire talk has to be altered where you don't get to see what's out there because there's nobody there.
Well, holy shit, I'm going to agree with him. There's definitely been some media manipulation to make it less obvious that nobody's showing up to Biden rallies.
How in the world are there all these polls saying that this person is so far ahead?
All right, we're going to skip ahead because I keep stopping the comments, so we're not up to where he's at live. Now we're getting right back to where he's at live right now, friends.
Wow. An act of war, because these are acts of war, okay? These are high treasonous acts. It's not going to be allowed to continue. The Attorney General said as much in an interview. Depending on how this thing goes out. So there's a lot of things that we thought we were going to hear about before that are now being delayed until after. No matter what.
Things like those mass arrests he's been promising for 20 years. Yeah, that's not going to happen until after the election now. And I believe that he said something similar about it would happen after the election last time with Trump and Hillary. The mass arrests would begin and Hillary would be one of those arrested. Nothing that he talks about ever happens.
This is not going to win. They're just trying to make it really, really messy. Okay, that's all it's about. But they're not going to be winning because the whole thing is based on fraud. It is not a legitimate situation. It's a fraudulent situation. It is based in fraud, and therefore you're not actually voting in a fair way.
Well, I would consider David Wilcock an expert in fraud, so maybe we can listen to him about voting fraud because I think he could be certified in a court of law as an expert in fraud. Hey, David, whatever happened to all that money from Convergence Pictures LLC? Whatever happened to all that money from the Pete Peterson GoFundMe, right? What's happening with all the money that people are donating to your 501c3 charitable organization? Where's all that money? And by the way, where's the 990 I requested? David Wilcock and his wife, Elizabeth, are now in violation of federal laws concerning nonprofit organizations because I requested a copy of the 990 form, their latest, and it's been more than 30 days. He had 30 days to produce it for me and has not. And we're going to have more on that later, friends. It's going to get good. It's going to get juicy. Well, we want to know what he's doing with all the money people are donating to him.
Say the least. It is a totally messed up, crazy, distorted situation. Nothing can stop what is coming. No matter how it turns out, we're still going to get what we want, which means, thank God, we're almost there. No matter what, this is what's going to lance the boil. This is what's going to get us this information that's been hidden for so long. But it's very intense.
Oh, yeah, because Trump is the alliance president, right? And he's gonna allow disclosure where all these other people won't. Boy, he looks pretty deranged there, doesn't he? Look at that. What a fucking nut job.
Tense. And you can help by voting. Back to the slide. Are you ready to hold the political elite protected?
Oh, this is the alliance
accountable?
briefings.
Hell yes, we are. Are you ready to take back control?
So he's getting briefings. At least I believe he's claiming that he's getting alliance briefings from the alliance. And you know, the bad guys are the Dark Alliance, right? Crazy.
Of this country. That's what just came out on Halloween night. Nothing can stop what is coming is not just a catchphrase. Are you ready to hold the elite accountable? Are you ready to take back control? Are you ready to finish what we started? And there were several of these, and I integrated them into one slide. Okay. Then we had nothing until today. This was just earlier today, November 2nd.
Oh, he got another briefing. He got another briefing, friends, from his crackhead friends. that claim to be government insiders, right? Yeah, he got another briefing from a whistleblower, an insider, an alliance member. This shit, this is like reading like a fucking 8th grade. It's like somebody in the 8th grade wrote a fucking bad spy novel and you're forced to fucking read it. That's what this material is like.
And this is where I felt a huge sigh of relief. Finally, the day before, when it's really too late to sway, they actually said this, or they linked to this rather. Blank's early vote lead is not enough, and they know it. Dems plan to call at real blankety blank election day surge.
He won't even say the president's name. What a fucking coward.
A red mirage to delegitimize his wave of support. They will try to create a smokescreen post-election day, even running TV ads to cast a doubt on the November 3rd vote. Be ready.
Well, that would be an interesting scenario if that actually happened. Okay.
So it's really, really silly, but yes, this is what's going to happen. But guess what, folks? If people vote for the guy you don't like and the votes are legitimate and they're counted legitimately, you still have to deal with it. If it's 4 more years, it's 4 more years. It's not forever. You're going to get your life back. There's going to be other people. There's going to be other leaders. There's going to be a better, if you don't like the situation we're in, there's going to be a better one. But I don't know about you. I want to know what's in these 100,000 plus sealed indictments. I want to know.
He's getting to the mass arrests and the sealed indictments that he's been talking about for 20 years. Oh, there he is. There he is, friends. Oh, the mass arrests. All those sealed indictments. We're finally going to get them. You've been promising, David Wilcock, you fucking dumbass. You have been promising this shit. David Wilcock has been promising that they're going to unseal all those sealed indictments and start mass arrests for 20 fucking years. He's been talking about that's going to happen any minute now. And here we are again. Ooh, mass arrests coming any minute now. Mass arrests. They're coming, friends. They're coming. They're just around the corner. Right after the election, those sealed indictments are going to get unsealed. Holy shit. Maybe we're finally going to get those sealed indictments unsealed, right? David Wilcock, you fucking douchebag. You've been talking about them unsealing those there's always sealed indictments. That's the way the legal system works, you asshole. There's no fucking mass arrests coming right around the corner, you dumbass. Hasn't stopped him from selling that grift, from trying to fucking con people for 20 plus years that mass arrests are just around the corner. Sell that hopium, David. Sell it. Look at that face on this motherfucker selling hopium. That's all you got. The same shit you've been talking about for 20 years that hasn't happened yet. And it never fucking will.
What there is, that's all this buildup is about. I want to know why these people would be willing to burn everything to the ground, risk everything, go so ridiculously far that Hitler marching on Stalingrad, which caused his defeat in World War II, as the Russians slashed and burned everything along the way, there was no food for the troops, no shelter for the troops. They starved and they died. Okay? This kind of battlefield error is much, much bigger than one bad move by one person.
He's a political strategist now and a history expert. He's gonna tell us exactly what's gonna happen. This is what he always does when there's big events going on. He tries to come on and tell everybody what's gonna happen. But the problem is that he's the world's worst fake psychic. And all of the shit that he talks about never happens. So if you want to know what's not going to probably happen tomorrow, I guess listen to this asshole. But I don't know that he's wrong yet. But he usually is. We'll see.
This is a complex, interconnected series of very, very bad moves. And remember, too, the popular vote does not determine the election. The vote is won by electoral votes.
Now he's going to give us a civics lesson. He always talks down to his audience as if everybody else is much stupider than him. Remember, this is the guy that said he had 180 IQ. fuck are you? This guy has a 180 IQ. I'm sorry, but Einstein was only 160 or so. But he claims to be smarter than Einstein, this fucking clown.
So we all have these districts in the US, and you vote in your district, and then all those votes go to the person who runs your local electoral college, your local representative.
He's really going to give everybody a civics lesson. We all know this. We've all learned this in fucking grade school social studies or civics class in high school, you asshole. He talks down to everybody. Everybody's an idiot except him, right?
Representative for that. And then that person makes their own discernment of what electoral vote they will cast, and they don't actually have to use the public vote. If exculpatory evidence comes out that gets one person free and clear and makes the other person look very guilty of something, and they can see that, but the public is not seeing it clearly, they could change their electoral vote. It's controversial. It doesn't happen very often.
He's talking about superdelegate votes.
But it could. So what we're really looking at is who gets to the 270 electoral vote margin first. Who gets that number first? And that is based, it's supposed to be based on voting. So here again, what we're seeing is they already know it's going to be a landslide. They might not know exactly how much. There's some gray area in it, but it is not going to be anything but a landslide. And they know that, and so they're going to have to call it a mirage. They're going to run ads. They're going to do all this stuff to try to say this isn't real, this isn't legitimate. So please help make it as legitimate as possible. So going back to the slide here, the polls are complete nonsense.
There is a multitude of polls, so it really depends on which one you're looking at. I think that the polls are slightly off, as they were in 2016.
And I will show you this by considering the cycles of history. You know, I'll just say I might know a little something about history repeating itself. After all, I did write an entire book on it called The Synchronicity Key, in which I go into a very detailed analysis of cycles of history.
He's plugging his own fucking books as proof of, why he's a fucking good source of information. His books are filled with bullshit, and they're 50 to 60% copy and paste jobs from other people's works. No, you can't cite yourself, you asshole. That's not a good thing to do.
It is 10 o'clock in our local time here. I am aware that, it's very late for some people. I'm sorry about that. We got very late start.
10 o'clock is very late for some people. Oh, that's right. Most of his audience, the actual humans watching him, are old ladies. So, they got to get to bed, David. Come on, what are you doing keeping everybody up?
And I am going to wrap this up pretty quick. This is the last little section, folks. So we've got about a half an hour to go. If you're tired, I'm
fucking
sorry.
Half an hour?
Hang in there.
I got to listen to this asshole for
So let's
another
look at the
half
cycles
hour?
of history. What was Huffington Post saying on Election Day 2016?
I'm not getting paid enough to cover this fucking douchebag for another half hour. So somebody send me some fucking money right now. I'm going to go to the David Wilcock School of Fundraising, right? What the fuck? I got to sit through this shit?
November the 8th. Well, they presented something on their front page in which they had a very, very scientific analysis of the percentage of simulations where each candidate becomes president. So this is supposed to be a super advanced scientific process where you look at all these simulations, all these different polls, the most intelligent, high-octane, super advanced, super scientific simulations that are based on real-world scientific data to determine which candidate is going to become president. This was the front page of Huffington Post on the day of the election at 2:38 p.m. Now, the first thing you see is here's this woman just laying it down, scorching him. Judge torches T's lawyers, offensive. And then read down here. This is the bottom of what you just saw, just so you can see this, right? Look at the bottom of where she is, her picture, and you see the word fear. Let's read this. The fear is that T will reject the election result.
Why won't he say the president's name or the name of countries? Is he that paranoid about losing his channel?
This campaign has shattered norms. He's a fascist. admires authoritarianism. Our republic is on the brink. He is a demagogue. The right's failure to see it is a disgrace. This is a referendum on hate. And now you got to go over to the right-hand side. You see that on the front page at 2:38 p.m. where it says presidential forecast? Well, let's just jump over ahead to that real quick here. And let's see.
Yeah, everybody was wrong about the Clinton and Trump race, but this is pretty drastic.
Exactly what it says. I'm going to zoom in on this, folks. The percent of simulations where each candidate becomes president. Clinton, 98.0% likely to win. T, 1.7%.
So I don't get it. He can say Clinton, but he can't say the president's name? What kind of fucking rule book of trying to get around the YouTube algorithm is this douchebag going to? Because that's not going to work, you dumbass.
This was on the day of the election, folks, at 2:38 p.m. 98% chance out of all a meta-analysis of all the polls, all the simulations, 98%. Oh, well, how we calculate this? You see that at the bottom? Yeah, how we calculate this. Wouldn't I love to know that? Because this is some real hoodoo voodoo kind of legerdemain crazy stuff going on here.
We're going to skip ahead. He's going to go for fucking 5 hours. Yeah, now he's on to Hillary bashing. Let's, what is this? Election results might be delayed. All right, look, this asshole should be out someplace looking for dildos. Look at this asshole. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, really? This is David Wilcock, who I challenged to find a big box of dildos with his psychic powers and his government insiders and his secret briefings and his alien friends. And so far, he has not been able to find either my big box of dildos. There are dildos buried in 14 different countries right now. There are dildos that, so the way the David Wilcock box of dildos challenge works is if he finds my big box of dildos with his super psychic powers and his government insiders and his alien friends and his secret space program insider whistleblower friends, then he gets, it was originally $10,000, it's up to $14,000 due to some generous pledges from viewers kicking in. I'll give $1,000 if he finds that box of dildos. Hasn't found that box of dildos. Then we get to the second part of the David Wilcock box of dildos challenge, in that he can find a viewer's buried dildo. We have viewers in 14 different countries now that have buried a single dildo for the David Wilcock box of dildos challenge. So far, he has not found a single dildo. This asshole is, look, what is he doing? He's taking money from people to do this. He's taking donations for a fucking charitable organization, and this is what he's doing with the money. This is fucking amazing to me that this guy can get away with this.
You might encounter unconfirmed claims. Election results might be delayed. Well, this is so silly. Honestly, it's like, can't you guys think of something better than to just keep kicking this thing around and bringing us all through your weird global acrimonious divorce? Shouldn't the people be allowed to make up their own mind? Shouldn't they be allowed to be aware of information that might...
All right, we're skipping ahead again. For those that aren't aware, this asshole is up to, like, let's see, what is he up to? He's up to like 2 hours and 40 minutes now of just all this rambling nonsense for 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Don't get what you want, that you're going to go out and try to hurt people. You should be fully advised that they are on the job big time, okay? Because nobody wants the violence. Nobody wants that. I don't want it. This platform doesn't tolerate it. I would never advocate for it at all. And therefore, if there are steps that can be taken that are non-lethal, that just involve people being arrested.
Yeah, some people may realize that he was talking to Barack Obama directly, like as if Barack Obama watches his live streams. Now he's going to give advice to the protesters or the people that are managing the protests and the riots, because he's an expert on civil disobedience as well.
And stopped from hurting other people, that is a good thing. It should be a good thing, unless you no longer can think for yourself and you somehow think all of this stuff is going to be a great thing if it happens. It's not. So I can tell you that they are very, very tight on this. They have an excellent amount of logistics and planning behind it. And it may actually be quite...
And he knows this from all those briefings he gets, right? With government insiders. He doesn't know shit. He's just off the cuff making this shit up.
Minimal. So I wouldn't be too afraid about things going on, because I think this part of the equation has been ruled out. So back to the slide again. We're not going to worry about that right now, because the truth is that we have surprising control over the outcome. We know for a fact that a global meditation causes a 72% reduction.
Oh, he's going to start with the Maharishi effect now. This is another one of his riffs. Listen, there's this thing called the Maharishi effect. Maybe I got that wrong. But it's the concept put forth by the Transcendental Meditation movement, which basically says that if a bunch of people, like let's get 1,000 people together in a city and meditate and pray for global peace. And if that happens, there's a reduction in crime and a reduction in violence and all this. And it's bullshit. It's not. It's been debunked over and over and over again. That doesn't happen. You can get 1 million people in a fucking huge cathedral together to meditate on world peace, and it doesn't do anything to the local crime statistics. This is a bullshit narrative that was pushed originally by the Transcendental Meditation movement and its guru. It's been debunked time and time and time again, but David Wilcock brings it up all the fucking time. It's one of his talking points, and it's completely and totally bullshit. Let's listen to him sell this bullshit one more. How many times can David Wilcock sell this mass meditation effect lie to stupid people? How many times can he push this mass meditation bullshit cart down the road? Because I've been covering him, listening to his bullshit for probably 10 years. He has hundreds of times brought this up. It's completely and totally a falsehood. It's been completely and totally debunked. It's not real, but that won't stop this asshole from using it as one of his talking points. Here we go. He's hit all of his bullshit, his major bullshit talking points. Shadow government, the cabal, mass arrests, sealed indictments. Now we're getting to the global meditation lie that he's been pushing. It's a lie, friends. Sounds good. It's bullshit. Let's listen to him push this bullshit cart into another live stream of his.
In violence. And this global meditation was only done by 7,000 people. And yet they changed the entire world again, creating a 72%.
No, the statistics were all bullshit. They didn't change anything. This is a lie that he's been pushing for at least 10 years. Doesn't work, friends. The statistics, they're not real.
Reduction in global crime, war, terrorism, and fatalities. And there are at least 39 independent studies that have replicated this effect.
Cite your sources, David Wilcock. Let's look at them. He's bluffing. No, there isn't 39 independent studies replicating this effect. No, there isn't. He's full of shit. He's completely and totally full of shit. He's making up facts that don't exist.
Which I call the meditation effect, just to keep it, non-denominational.
Yeah, why don't you name it by the person that pushed it? He doesn't want to recognize the transcendental movement somehow?
It's for everybody. And this is only one of thousands of data points that I have put together in the course of all my work saying that the universe is alive and
Thousands of data points, thousands of fake data points that he just makes up, or, you know, maybe true, kind of true, somewhat true, came from channeling sources that he strings together. These aren't data points, friends. These are bullshit points. Let's be accurate, David Wilcock. You don't have data points, not that can be scientifically proven to be real. You don't have any facts. You don't have data points. You have bullshit points. Let's give him this, though. David Wilcock has great bullshit points. He sells the best bullshit. It's all fake bullshit, but he's got the best bullshit points. And he brings those same bullshit points up time and time and time and time again. And each time he does, it's almost a laugh factory for the people that have been listening to him do it for 10 years. They weren't true the first time you brought these bullshit points up. They're not suddenly going to become true if you bring those same bullshit points up 100 more times, David Wilcock, you douchebag. This is bullshit.
conscious, and there are many benevolent beings out there who are ensuring our safety. Now,
Yes, our cosmic space brothers, right? That's the line that he goes with. They're all benevolent. They're our cosmic space brothers. He has no idea about extraterrestrial life. He's just digesting bullshit, listening to anybody telling him fake stories, and running with it.
Now, the UFO question is one of the things over here. The UFO question is one of the things.
Yeah. Elizabeth, the front camera, bitch. Come on, bitch. Run the stream better.
That's going to come up big time. I expect that after this landslide occurs, that you're going to start really hearing things ramp up, and pretty quickly you're going to hear some very cool stuff, because the president was just asked the other day.
Oh, there's another bullshit point. Disclosure is just around the corner. Any day now. We're going to get the UFO truth and find out about those aliens. Here's another bullshit point that he's been pushing for 20 plus years, and nothing's ever happened. Aren't people tiring of this asshole with the same fake bullshit points for 10 or 20 years? Living in a fucking $1 million mansion, and that's the quality of the information you get from him, the same shit that he's been talking about for 20 years, and none of this shit has ever happened or become proven to be real, but he just keeps pushing that bullshit cart down the road of time, bro. But time is not kind, David Wilcock, and I think the end of your bullshit cart road is coming sooner than you think, bro.
About the Space Force, and he said that our military has capabilities that are going to blow your mind like nothing you've ever expected to see, and it's all coming out very soon. So technology could take a big
disclosure is always coming very soon, according to David Wilcock. For 20 years, he's been saying that disclosure is coming very soon.
leap. All kinds of interesting stuff appears to be about to happen, and even the heavily compromised entity I was talking about before, back to the slide, is now fully acknowledging that UFOs do exist. And this I showed you last time, that the Pentagon has reportedly found off-world vehicles not made on this earth, and they found multiple ones. And what's...
Oh my God. This is, again, let's fact check David Wilcock live. The Pentagon has never reportedly found off-world vehicles not made of this earth. This is a confusion of a New York Times article that said that a crackpot scientist that is not credible, that has been more or less called a crackpot scientist in the past for wasting money on crackpot research. He got sort of labeled as a crackpot scientist by the United States Air Force back in the 80s for doing crackpot research and wasting government funds. Said in a New York Times article, he was one of the sources that he briefed. he briefed people at the Pentagon about off-world vehicles not made of this earth. But someone briefing people about it and the Pentagon saying, yeah, we have off-world vehicles not made of this earth is two entirely different things. He conflates and confuses the two because it fits his narrative. This is David Wilcock at his finest. Let's find a bullshit source that agrees with me, and I'll put it up on the screen as I tell people lies and factually inaccurate statements because it sounds good, right? Sounds good. The Pentagon has reportedly found off-world vehicles not made of this earth. No, they didn't.
So weird is they released this stuff. This is from July of this year, and then they never talk about it again. That there's actually multiple.
Because that story was discredited as not factually correct, you dumbass, but you missed the memo because you're a terrible fucking researcher. For a guy with a 180 IQ, you're not smart enough to play this game, you douchebag.
Crashed discs. They're saying this now. This is coming from the Pentagon, from official sources. Multiple, I think they claimed 7 last.
No, they never gave a number. And they never said that they had crash flying saucers. What was said was that a crackpot scientist from the 1980s that was discredited by the United States Air Force in the 1980s in the form of Eric Davis claimed that he briefed Pentagon officials about off-world vehicle crashes not of this earth. But a crackpot scientist going in and talking about it and the Pentagon saying it's true, it's real, we have crash flying saucers is two entirely different things. But you're too stupid, David Wilcock. You're too fucking dumb to realize the difference between those two things. So you're running with the fantastical science fiction fantasy story that you think people will buy because you're a fucking idiot. People want the truth about that stuff, and you're feeding them lies. You've been feeding people lies about UFOs and aliens for 20 fucking plus years, you asshole. This is what you have to do. Every day when David Wilcock gets up, he runs around looking for shit that will support his fake bullshit arguments, that disclosure's coming anytime soon, that there's a secret government cover-up, and they got aliens and alien bodies and crashed flying saucers, but none of it ever bears fruit as being truthful because he's fast and loose with bullshit. It's not real, folks. It's not real. But that won't stop David Wilcock from trying to sell it like a piece of shit lowlife, even though he knows none of this shit is factually accurate.
I saw 7 different crashed discs that we have recovered. Now, the technological bounty that should come off of that alone, if it really is something that's of higher intelligence, better technology than we have, reverse engineering that and the technology that comes off it should be totally amazing. Should have changed our reality completely. That's what the president is now prognosticating, and he's made many other leading statements before that have said that could happen. And we also have to remember...
Yes, they're holding the technology away from us. It's a government cover-up. Another riff. Looks like he just took a shot in the eye, doesn't it? I could see David Wilcock taking a big shot in the eye, like somebody just right there in his eye, looking at got his eye a little bit, so he had to close his eye. David Wilcock, you deserve a fucking shot in the eye for selling this bullshit to people. You really do, you fucking lowlife.
That they are trying to spin this thing. What is the name of the program? The Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, the AATIP. And we saw the new movie that they just came out with that drives this narrative along. I think it's called Phenomenon or something like that.
He looks like both Beavis and Butthead. He does. This motherfucker looks like
Academy
both
of Arts and Science, all this kind of stuff that everybody has questioned, and the view counts never were very good compared to what we're doing. They're like 10,000 views per video on the average or less, except for the 3 really amazing little Tic Tac videos that we had. Nothing else really got any views. They're trying to say in this new movie, they're promoting grays. Okay, so at the end of the movie, the big reveal is grays exist. And they showing these little children that saw them, I guess, in the 1970s before anybody knew about it. And they're describing the eyes. And
He's talking about the Phenomenon film, which we'll be doing a review upcoming. There's nothing new in the Phenomenon film. The only thing that I thought was interesting is that they went back to the kids that saw in Africa that saw the flying saucer and the alien 20 years later, and they all have not changed their story, and they stick by what they said they saw when they were children.
It's very, very dramatic. So it appears that they have at least decided that they're going to tell us that grays exist. They're going to tell us.
They're going to tell us that grays exist because an independent filmmaker, I believe his name is Jamie Foxx, I could be wrong, made a film about UFOs. Here we go, confusing and conflating two separate things. Hey, David Wilcock, you dumbass. Just because an independent filmmaker made a film and, talked about these things doesn't mean that that's because the government is now going to tell us. An independent filmmaker can make a film about anything. It doesn't mean that the government is funding him or getting us ready. But this is the stupid argument from this fucking douchebag.
That there are aliens, extraterrestrials, and they want to push that narrative forward, and they want to keep us afraid. So they're also talking about, back to the slide, that UFOs have been seen over nuclear missile installations.
This is nothing new. This is all well known. Everything in the Phenomenon film was already well known. He's regurgitating nonsense, just as the Phenomenon film regurgitated. Well, actually, there is substantial and supportive evidence that UFOs have been over nuclear sites and messed with missiles. That's a scary thought. But this riff has been overplayed by all these disclosure jerk-off assholes. And what does it mean? We don't know. Were those enemy aircraft or drones that were causing that disturbance, or were they extraterrestrials? No, it's always aliens, bro. I'm not saying it's aliens, but it was aliens. This is the UFO disclosure narrative nonsense bullshit that we've been getting for 30 years.
And these same articles are trying to say, oh, well, this is a threat. This is a dangerous, bad thing. Let's go back to the Apollo 14 astronaut, Dr. Edgar Mitchell, pictured here, who actually interviewed all these different people from Roswell. And what he ended up seeing was that everybody reported the same stuff. And he was involved in this Robert Hastings UFO event that took place at the National Press Club in 2010, in which, again, many, many witnesses came forward. And they all said that they saw these UFOs appearing over nuclear missile installations and powering them down. And it was non-denominational, non-nationalistic. It worked.
This shit is like, how did he get from what he was talking about? Now we're on to aliens. And how much further does he go? We're going to catch up to live. I can't sit through his nonsensory too much longer here. I'm reaching my bullshit capacity overload already.
When the threat has finally been reduced, when we can exit this dysfunctional relationship without both parties dying, without the planet.
And he's been on for just under 3 hours now, friends.
Dying, which, believe me, they want to do that. When it really gets down to the wire, they would gladly blow the whole thing up if they can't control it. So the Alliance has taken care of that stuff. There's incredible detail in this plan.
The Alliance, the mythical good guy organization that's trying to bring us UFO disclosure and trying to arrest all the satanic pedophiles in Hollywood and the music business. Yeah, this magical fucking unicorn is going to come and save us all. This is his narrative. What a fucking bunch of hopium bullshit this guy sells.
The briefings I've had are amazing.
He fucking said briefings again. Don't fucking say briefings, you asshole. Look at him. I just want to punch him right in his fucking fake teeth. Every time he says briefings, I want to punch him right in his fake fucking teeth. You're not getting briefings, you asshole. You're making all this shit up as you go. Fucking briefings.
The briefings I've had are amazing.
Fuck, you're not getting
the
briefings.
Comprehensiveness. The fullness of this whole thing is so amazing. Back to the slide one more. Why don't we just look at the evidence, which we're not allowed to see. Why can't we be cool enough to see the evidence and make our own decisions? What do you guys got to hide? All right, enough of this. It's 10:30. We're going to now end with the meditation
Oh,
practice.
thank God. Oh,
Because
now
I
we're
have a
gonna get
little
to see
buddy
his
over
wife
here. Let's
play
go to
those
this camera
fucking-
real quick.
we might get to see his wife play those fucking bowls, and she's terrible at it. She's fucking horrible. Listen, she's fucking terrible at it. Please let her play those fucking bowls.
And I listen to him sometimes, and he talks to me, and he says, "Hey."
All right, he was talking to a fucking model airplane. Now he's talking to a fucking Jesus statue. I think he's losing it just a little bit, man.
Yeah, that might work. I think this might be a good idea. What do you think? Yeah, he says it works. Okay, he says it's science, and he says there's science to prove it. I kind of think I believe him. It's Jesus. Okay, so.
Oh, now he talks to Jesus as well as toy airplanes.
This is the real world equivalent of how we get this to work, how we get the result that we want to have. Let's go to this number 4 wide shot here real quick, and I'll show you the whole room. You get to see everything. Okay.
No, we get to see your shitty curtains and your fucking really cheap ass fucking. This is what we get to see: his cheap ass Chinese tapestry, his cheap ass. I thought that was a Buddha statue. That's some other kind of fucking statue. And his shitty pillows and his bad curtains. He probably lets his wife decorate his house. This is some woman fucking garbage shit that she bought on Amazon to make his streams look not so shitty. And I just want to say, you failed, bitch. This looks terrible. You're supposed to be a fucking millionaire. You're fucking millionaires. You live in you have $1 million mansions. This is the best you could do. Whew. It looks decorated by it looks like my gay friend with bad taste decorated their house.
And then I told you there's some funny transition effects you can play with the slider, where you get the green button and the red button. And you can fade me in and out. I'd like you to keep both feet flat on the floor.
Oh, we're getting into meditation. Let's all meditate for global peace meditation. David Wilcock, you fucking douchebag. Nobody wants to meditate with you because you're a fucking idiot.
Take a nice deep breath in and just let it go. And by the way, I
feel calmer already. David Wilcock is having a very calming effect on me with his fucking boring as shit global peace meditation. This is some shit. This guy's a fucking millionaire. This is the top of the heap of the fucking conspiratorial alien UFO guys. This is the fucking pinnacle of being one of those losers. Jesus Christ.
I saw we had 11,000. How many do we have right now?
Oh, you got to stop and brag. Listen, during a global peace meditation, you got to stop and brag about the number of viewers that you have. Even though most of them are fake Chinese bot farm viewers, racks of cell phones, and he pays for these fucking views. And I'll be out there on a limb. I'm a computer science guy. There's no fucking way that he has 11,000 live viewers. These are fucking bought views for his ego.
11,025. We are past the number of 5,000, which is all it takes to get the 72% reduction. Okay? And you don't have to believe this is going to work.
Oh, I just realized this is fucking beautiful. So basically, David Wilcock is claiming that he's going to do the Maharishi effect here. And he's going to reduce global violence and crime by a significant percentile. On the night before the most contested election in American history, where cities all over the United States are boarding up their fucking windows. This is beautiful, friends. We are not going to realize the significance of how beautiful this is until tomorrow night. He is basically claiming that he's going to do this meditation and everything's going to be kumbaya tomorrow. We're all going to sit in a circle no matter who wins and sing kumbaya, hug each other and shit, because he's doing a global peace meditation and this works. This is beautiful. Let's see if this shit works, David Wilcock. Let's see if your global peace meditation is going to reduce crime and violence and murder and rioting and looting tomorrow night. You, motherfucker, oh my, this is beautiful. You never do this. You don't go that far out on a limb with your bullshit fake fucking cons. He is handing all of his critics a beautiful and perfect gift tonight. Because if it's not kumbaya and global crime and global violence reduced tomorrow, he's a lying motherfucker and an asshole. Thank you, David Wilcock. Oh, this is going to be, I can't wait till tomorrow night to see global peace all throughout the world, because David Wilcock's got enough viewers to make this work. He just said he did.
Work, just please do this with me anyway. I want you to take a nice deep breath in and allow yourself to relax.
I'm not feeling very relaxed, David.
And by the way, you can be going on all different camera angles as I do this. Just keep taking it from different shots.
It's important during a global peace meditation to make sure that your dumbass wife is working the fucking cameras right. It's important. You got to make sure, you know, fuck global peace. I got to look good, bitch. Make sure you're getting this angle and that angle. Jesus Christ, David Wilcock, you wear the mark of a con man fraud on your fucking sleeve with your narcissistic bullshit here.
Take another nice deep breath in and let it go.
Oh, fade a minute out. Yeah, we got to get the fade
Feeling
going.
yourself relaxing all over your body, every pore opening up and relaxing. Feeling so comfortable, so relaxed, so much at peace.
I don't feel comfortable or relaxed or at peace, David Wilcock. I can't wait to see your fucking stupid going out on a limb experiment here make you look like a fucking asshole when shit pops off tomorrow night and there's violence in the streets all across our entire country. You fucking stupid asshole. You think you're going to affect global peace? You're a fucking douchebag.
In this moment, here.
Let's go to the live chat.
Now.
It's all about the angles.
Allowing waves of radiant love to pass through your body. Envisioning the possibility, however remote it may seem, that the world heals.
He's real proud of this new fade effect they figured out.
That the world is reborn. Meditating even more deeply now on everyone having enough money, enough food, enough water.
David Wilcock got enough money because stupid fucking people give him money and then he doesn't even pay taxes. He wants everybody to have enough money just like him. Maybe you can buy $1 million mansion selling bullshit stories and fake mass meditation bullshit that doesn't work. You know, he wishes everybody has enough. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that so love and light of this fucking douchebag, asshole, jerk-off con man? He's fucking gonna wish people well while he's stealing from them, selling bullshit. Great, great. It's great.
Healthy air to breathe, clean water to drink and to bathe in and to use for sanitation. Envision a world without lying, treachery, manipulation, cunning, and deceit.
If I envision that world, you'd be out of a fucking job, bro. Your whole life is fucking deception and conning and lying to people. He's got a guilty conscience, I guess. It's affecting his global peace mass meditation. He wants less people like him in the fucking world. David Wilcock, you're a fucking low-life, degenerate piece of shit that has been selling lies and fairy tales to people to profit for 20 plus years. You've got a fucking $1 million mansion, right? And you're going to say something like that? You want less lying in the world? You're going to be out of a fucking career if this mass meditation works. You fucking piece of shit, con man, fucking asshole. This is great, friends.
Envision a world with relationships with your leaders that you really appreciate and trust.
Wow, sounds like
That
utopia.
trust is rebuilt. That trust is earned. That results are shown. That the economy improves. That children are no longer being singled out for unspeakable acts.
Oh, we have to mention it's important during a global peace meditation to mention the satanic pedophile rings that he's been talking about for 20 years. Well, 5 years, maybe 8, maybe 10. I don't know.
That prosperity returns. That everyone is happy and smiling. The world is given.
I gotta say, I'm gonna be happy and smiling tomorrow night if shit pops off, just because this fucking clown is gonna look like a complete and total fucking lunatic idiot for claiming that he's gonna bring down the violence rate in the world with this bullshit.
Amazing new things. A wealth that was held back and is now set free. Breathing ever more deeply, imagining, however impossible it might
How
seem,
fucking long is this?
that we finally get official recognition of the truth.
Yeah, disclosure's coming any minute. 3 hours and 10 minutes, and I think let's just fucking how much more? I don't know how much more of this I could take, friends. I'm sorry, I'm doing my best, but I'm running out of steam. My bullshit meter is is already broke like 10 statements ago, and
That we are not alone in the universe. Envisioning that amazing event where the negativity is rooted out, perpetrators are
look at him positioning himself though, like he's some kind of fucking guru. You're the guru of bullshit, David Wilcock. You're the guru of bullshit, right? If people want to learn bullshit, they can come to you. You have nothing of value to share with the world, and that's sad, considering how much money you take from people.
called out for what they have done. Lies are exposed. Hidden secrets.
All right, we're skipping ahead. I can't.
Nobody is
can't
perfect,
take it.
but
I
it's
can't
nowhere
take
near
it.
as bad as what you were told. And actually finding out, you know what? Maybe this was a good thing. Goodness, compassion,
All right, we're up to live now.
accept the trauma.
We're up to live.
to
How long is he
reinvigorate
going to do this, man? Fuck,
that
come
part of
on,
the
dude.
brain.
Wrap it up.
See this love enveloping the earth.
He's at 3 hours and 12 minutes in. Is he going to do a 4 hour? I can't do another fucking 4. I'll fucking blow my brains out if I got to listen to this asshole for another 45
See the new
minutes.
technologies that we deserve to have finally being released. It's not going to happen right away, but it will indeed take place.
And David Wilcock's building hover cars for all of us, and he's seeking investor money for that.
Feel the love even for those who have been perpetrators. We understand. We understand that you were born into this, that it's generational, that it's gone on for hundreds of years. We understand and we are sorry that you were tortured from the time you were born and brought into this thing. We understand how horrible your life is, that we couldn't go through the torture you go through, or it would cause a dissociative split in our psyche. We understand how much you're suffering, and we invite you. There is still time to step forward, to be a hero, to become a whistleblower, to do the right thing.
Yeah, be a whistleblower. Like the fucking quality of fake whistleblowers that he has had, right?
Tell the truth that they told you could never say. Be brave. Be strong. You can still redeem all of your karma by becoming a whistleblower. You don't have to go through anything bad.
Come on. Get to the point.
So that only those who are the worst holdouts, who simply will not change from their psychopathic belief structures, only those have to be put on trial. And many others can finally turn this around and do the right thing. We
Oh yeah, there's going to be mass arrests and mass trials and secret government courts trying all these people.
pray for them. We surround them with light. We ask them, please.
Take away all their constitutional rights and try them in secret government tribunals. He's advocated that, but let's pray for them while we're doing that to them. What a fucking... He doesn't even realize how hypocritical he is, and and how one statement he makes completely and totally contradicts the other. It's ridiculous.
Do the right thing. Please take the deal and become a hero. Your karma will be richly rewarded for this because the planet needs your help. We need you to step forward. We need...
Now, I think he might be talking to Barack Obama again, because he famously said that, Barack Obama was getting offered this deal to come forward and be a whistleblower and all this crap. It's all fucking made up nonsense. Here we go again with the Barack Obama riff.
You to do...
Take the deal, Barry. That's what he cried about on one of his last streams. The fucking lunatic idiot.
The right thing and to tell the truth. Now and forever. Envelop this love throughout the whole planet. Envision all people feeling happy, smiling and laughing, having something to look forward to. They wake up and they say, my God, it looked like we were all going to die. It looked like the end of the world. And now look at what happened. Now look at this. Look at how beautiful it is now. Look at how much things have changed. Everybody's happy. Everybody's smiling. We're all walking around. Look.
Everybody's going to be happy tomorrow because David Wilcock meditated on it, right? Yeah, because he's such a fucking important and influential spiritual leader. He's not a spiritual leader. He's a fucking lunatic con man asshole that talks about aliens and blue bird aliens and fucking government cover-ups that don't exist and, mass arrests that are never going to happen. And he's Edgar Casey reincarnated. He's a fucking douchebag asshole. He's not a spiritual leader. He's not a guru of anything except bullshit. Come on. The world's going to be peaceful tomorrow because this asshole meditated on it with, 10,000 live viewers, but 8,900 of them were fucking Chinese and Indian bot farms, racks of fucking cell phones hitting his video.
Looking at each other in awe. Our eyes tell the story of how amazing this thing was. Who could have imagined that something like this was going to happen, and yet we knew it had to. We knew that the good, compassionate people had to rise up, had to see this for what it is. They had to do something, and it had to be all very, very covert until the final moment because the threat...
I don't know what's worse. Is he doing this all off the cuff, improvising, or is he following a script that he memorized? Either way, this is fucking terrible.
That was so high. The retribution was so high. And how do you possibly oppose something that owns the communications, owns the lines of communication, and enforces its own opinion?
Maybe he's channeling Ra right now because he's not wrapping it up. Come on, wrap it up, you asshole.
We invoke this with the power of the Almighty One Infinite Creator. We invoke this power now. We use it benevolently. We wish only for the liberation of this planet through whatever strange and circumlocuted way it might be coming.
Circumlocuted? Is that even a word? Did you just make up a fucking word, Mr. 180 IQ? Circumlocuted?
In, even to the point that it may seem upsetting and we may not understand anything about what's going on. We create that receptive space of love.
Is he going to wrap this
We
up?
invite love to fill that space.
What the fuck?
We invite in love to transform people on this planet so that we get through this next few weeks with no violence or very little, or that the violence is quickly subdued by benevolent forces working in our highest and best interest.
We pray these things through Christ our Lord. I feel like almost like the ritualisticness of this is almost like a Catholic Mass. Like he's saying all these things that like sound good and he wants everybody to agree with him, right? That's a Catholic Mass, basically.
And we send this love to all those we care about, thinking now about how we might reach out to them in the coming days as very upsetting information clouds their mind and creates cognitive dissonance, and they can't get out of bed. And they're so depressed and they're so mortified at what they've learned that we call them or we visit them and we follow the rule of 10%. We don't overwhelm them and we allow them to put it together slowly in a safe environment.
He was just talking about everybody being happy and peaceful and smiling. And now he's talking about people being so depressed they can't get out of bed in the morning. Which is it? This is what I'm talking about him contradicting himself. He can't even keep his lines of bullshit straight because there's too many lines of bullshit, and he gets overwhelmed himself with the amount of bullshit that's coming out of his fake fucking teeth mouth. He's lying to his fake fucking teeth. He's just making all this shit up off the cuff. And that's crazy considering the amount of money that he is apparently generating for this nonsense.
Without demanding that they think that we are correct. Just giving them things to think about and letting them toss it over and say several sentences in response to every piece of information we give. That is the pattern. That is how we do this. That
is the
grassroots.
He's been watching The Mandalorian. That is the way. He's a big Star Wars fan.
Level, circumventing all of the suppression of freedom of speech. And now, lastly, I want you to send this love to yourself.
Lastly, let's hope so.
Envision yourself looking in the mirror at yourself. And you don't need to be so hard on this person.
It is.
You don't need to feel that this person.
It's a documentary. Absolutely,
you don't
Brandon
need to feel that
Star
this
Wars
person
is a
hasn't
fucking
met up to your
documentary.
expectations. There's no need to be worried about how this person looks. Even if your face is as tired as an old leather shoe with all those creases. God still loves you. I still love you, the creator.
I think I just feel like I have to stop this every once in a while so we don't get stricken from YouTube or policy violation. I just wanted to stop to say that he's still a douchebag.
He still loves you, whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of people who care about you in the higher realms and here. Please don't forget that. You are not alone and you are not forgotten. And the next wave of compassion that will be triggered by this global awakening will lead to sweeping changes in finance, in governance.
Nothing's going to change, folks. Nothing's going to change. Majorly, nothing's going to change. He's full of shit.
Every aspect of society that we could possibly think of, science and technology, medicine, health, you name it, diet, so many positive things are coming. And we're finally at this moment. We just have to get through this.
He's at 3 hours and 22 minutes. He's fucking doing the 4-hour stream. Oh my God. That means like, somebody do the math. 60 minus 23. How many more minutes of this shit? He's going to do 4 hours.
So love yourself, please. Give yourself that gift of just acceptance. Look at yourself in the mirror and accept this person. Love this person. Give this person a break.
This is all his subconscious guilt. He wants to forgive himself for being a con artist and for selling people fake information as factually correct and nonfiction for 20 years, none of which was real. He made all this shit up. And this is all his subconscious bubbling over into his conscious state. He's asking everybody for forgiveness in a sideways way. He's talking about himself here.
Why do you have to be?
Because he can't look in the mirror. Because he lives in a fucking $1 million mansion that he got by conning stupid people out of money for fake shit.
Be so hard on this person. You don't need to be anymore. Let yourself be okay. Let yourself be loved. Let yourself be good enough.
David Wilcock, I just want to stop here for a moment to let you know that you're not good enough. You're fucking terrible at this. You're not smart enough to keep this con game going much longer, bro. It's all coming crashing down. Look at you. You look at you. You used to be a fucking star, right? I was on Ancient Aliens. Now you're a fucking idiot live streaming, begging for money. and most of your audience is a fucking Chinese bot farm and fake views, they don't donate, bro. So we'll see how it goes for you going forward. How much fucking longer can this guy meditate? It's 25 minutes.
Goals.
He's 25 minutes.
I know you have things you
doing
want
this
to achieve, and that's
meditation.
good. And you can love.
And that's after 3+ hours of spewing garbage, nonsense, conspiracy theories strung together. Let's connect the dots of a bunch of disconnected shit that doesn't make sense. Try to make sense of it. This is another failure of a fucking shit show. 3-4 hour stream of this asshole full of nothing of value. He has nothing of value to give the world.
Love yourself now, even before those goals that you hope for have come into being. And now imagine yourself seeing brilliant white light, gleaming, beautiful, pure, radiant.
We're going to fucking fast forward this again.
Pacific time, so 10 o'clock Pacific time.
Well, now we're up to live. We'll go back just a little bit. Is he finally going to fucking wrap this up?
Realms who have been diligently working to make sure this is as peaceful of a transition as possible. And we send our energy forth to enact that peace here on Earth, to activate that peace, to activate that awakening, that ascension on a global level.
He's going to make sure there's peace tomorrow and a peaceful transition. Motherfucker, David Wilcock, you dumbass, I got bad news for you. This was a bad gamble for you because you're going to look like a complete and total fucking idiot tomorrow. That's my prediction. We'll see who's the better psychic tomorrow.
And so it is.
No, it's not. It's not. He said so it is. Like, he didn't even seem convinced himself because he knows this is not going to happen tomorrow. This is a fucking holy shit. What a Hail Mary pray. Because if there is great peace tomorrow and a peaceful transition and nothing pops off, he's going to look like a hero. But I'm betting that he picked the wrong fucking horse in this race, the dumbass. Most of his predictions are always wrong. I'm glad he did this, though, because we can roast him forever after we see the chaos tomorrow, if that takes place. And I'm an asshole for wishing chaos takes place, if for no other reason than to make David Wilcock look like the lying, fraud, fake, fucking fairy tale salesman asshole who lies through his fake fucking teeth about everything he talks about. I can't wait. And I'm a terrible human being. I kind of want there to be chaos and violence in the streets tomorrow, if for no other reason than to make this guy look like the lying, fraud, con man who lies to his fake fucking teeth every time he talks. Global mass meditation, you're going to enact a global peace tomorrow? Good luck with that one, you fucking new age douchebag. This is great. Love and light, peace, meditation. That's not going to work tomorrow, bro. I predict it's not going to work tomorrow, you dumbass.
And now I ask you to open your eyes, return back to the room with me. It is 9:57 p.m. Eastern Pacific time, so 10 o'clock Pacific time, which makes it 11, 12, 1 a.m. Eastern time. So I need to get the heck out of here because you need to go to bed, especially if you're on the East Coast, if you're still with me.
I do.
How many
you
folks
asshole.
do we have right now?
I was done for the day, but then I heard you were streaming, and I thought, wouldn't this be fun to watch what this douchebag is talking about? It wasn't fun. Well, it was a little bit of fun. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh. Watching live.
Now he's telling his wife to say some shit.
9,800. We're above the 7,000 mark, folks. That's awesome. Thank you for watching this. Thank you for continuing to support us, whether it's through watching the movies, the books. And I said I'm not going to do any fundraising, so I won't. But we will see you next time. And I hope that all these prophecies turn out to be true.
Not going to do any fundraising, but I'm pretty sure he was taking super chat donations the entire time. And I just want to point this out. Every single time that anybody donates anything to me, it could be $1 on PayPal, I shout it out. We can review his live chat later, but I guarantee you that 100 people gave him some money throughout this 3 or 4 hour shit show. Maybe 200 or 300 people. And he did not stop once to thank anybody donating anything because he does not give a fuck about you, right? He's not fundraising. Of course he's fundraising. He's taking these super chat donations and he doesn't even stop to thank anyone for donating. It's the end of this fucking, let's see, 3 hour and 30-minute stream of fucking bullshit, and he hasn't thanked anybody that donated in the super chats. I could be wrong, but I think he was collecting super chat donations this entire time. And by the way, he won't pay tax on any of that because of the way he structured his bullshit business. It's not a business. I'm a spiritual organization. What was spiritual about what we just saw? That he's globally meditating for peace tomorrow? Okay, we'll see how that works out for him tomorrow.
True, and it isn't some wildly upsetting different thing that happens than what it sure looks like is going to be happening based on our best sources of intel. Thank you. Here's my big room. Let's go camera number 4. I'm giving you all
Elizabeth, switch the camera, bitch.
a big hug, a big global hug. And I thank you for
I needed a hug today. I got a hug from David Wilcock. I feel so loved now.
watching, and I thank you for your support. And hopefully, as long as I don't get deplatformed, we'll see you next time. This is David Wilcock and Elizabeth Wilcock. This was sponsored by our foundation, the Wilcock Spiritual Healing Foundation.
This is great. So he's taking donations through Super Chat the entire time. He's not going to pay any taxes on that. And he's making a monetized video on YouTube at the same time. Somebody needs to explain that to me. This video is being sponsored. Oh, let's back it up just so we get, I want to be sure, but I think he's saying that this video is sponsored by his 501c3 charitable organization. So this is all for charity, right? He's getting paid to do this in the form of Super Chat donations. And he's not going to pay taxes on any of the money he's making tonight doing this. But he's generating a monetized video on a monetized YouTube channel. Okay. I don't know how that works.
9,800. We're above the 7,000 mark, folks. That's awesome. Thank you for watching this. Thank you for continuing to support us, whether it's through watching the movies, the books. And I said I'm not going to do any fundraising, so I won't. But we will see you next time. And I hope that all these prophecies turn out to be true and it isn't some wildly upsetting different thing that happens than what it sure looks like is going to be happening based on our best sources of intel. Thank you.
Intel. Every time he fucking says intel, I want to punch him in his fake fucking teeth too. He doesn't have intel. He doesn't get intel. Generals get intel. Senators, presidents get intel. Some fucking douchebag that talks about aliens and crazy conspiracy theories is not getting intel. He's full of shit. And that's the gist of it.
Here's my big room. Let's go camera number 4. I'm giving you all a big hug, a big global hug. And I thank you for watching and I thank you for your support. And hopefully, as long as I don't get deplatformed, we'll see you next time. This is David Wilcock and Elizabeth Wilcock. This was sponsored by our foundation, the Wilcock Spiritual Healing Foundation, which financed much of the equipment that you're now seeing and that we're using. So this is a good way for us to use our nonprofit to give something back. Thank you for watching. We'll see you very soon. And please, please, whatever it takes, tomorrow, get out and vote. And we'll see you on the other side of this amazing global initiation. I'm David Wilcock. Thanks for watching.
Play the outro, bitch. Oh, he didn't even have an outro. What about that? All that production, all that money, and he didn't even have an outro. Why does he need to keep switching cameras? Ridiculous. Cheap show is ridiculous. Cheap show. Hey, I'm trying to get multiple camera angles myself. I just got a new webcam actually. But I bought a $20 webcam and I'll be switching myself to a different camera angle. Not as much as him, but just, try to keep it interesting. Now, friends, I have been. I came back on here because I wanted to cover this asshole. I'm sorry. I needed a distraction from the fucking horror show that is reality, and here we are. But here's what I'm going to do. Unlike David Wilcock, I just wanted to mention something and be sure for sure I'm not complaining, but I used to get last month, I think we got $89 on Patreon. And thank you, all the Patreon supporters of my show. This guy's living in a fucking $1 million mansion. Look at the quality of the entertainment or the show that he produces for people. It's laughable. He's living in a $1 million mansion, getting thousands of dollars per stream. He doesn't even stop to thank the people that are giving him the money. He doesn't pay taxes on any of the donations that he gets, and I do. So a total last month, I think we might have broken $200, thanks to a kind, generous last-minute donation by Dan Hogan of $75. So we got $200 last month between PayPal donations and Patreon support. This jerk off is getting thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars every stream in super chat donations. He takes PayPal donations, but nobody ever sees it. We're not allowed to see how much money his charitable organization is taking in. He won't give up the paperwork that I've requested, and anybody can request for the latest few years. And it is what it is. I'm not like him. Please know that every dollar that we get here goes towards making the show work. I'm not living in a $1 million mansion. I'm not driving a $100,000 car like he reportedly did to a few conferences. I don't know if it was a rental, but still, listen, I will put my begging bowl out as I need to try to generate some funds to keep our show going. But the difference is I thank everyone that gives even a single dollar. It means a lot to me. It keeps the show going. And you can see the contrast between somebody that's doing what they do for the love of doing it and to provide a public service, and some asshole that's living in a $1 million mansion selling people lies, fairy tales, bullshit, and nonsense. But in either case, I want to take a moment to thank our Patreon supporters and to also remind you to please like, comment, and subscribe. It really does help us.
Greetings and salutations, and welcome back, friends. You know, there's an old saying that life is what happens when you're busy making plans, and I plan to do an entirely different show today. However, sometimes things come on my radar that I think are so important that they need to be addressed as quickly as possible. And so today's show is going to be a detour of sorts. And we're going to call it Truth Seeker's Special Report, Recent Bombshells about Emery Smith being exposed as a fraud and a liar. Imagine that. Friends, for those that don't know, Emery Smith has made many fantastical claims, including autopsying alien tissue samples at a secret base. He's also, at various times, I found at least several instances of him claiming that he was a NASA astronaut and was scheduled to go and work on the International Space Station, but it just didn't work out for him. These claims are ridiculous, and he's an idiot for making claims like, I was a NASA astronaut. Doesn't he know the very, very small amount of people who can make the claim of being a NASA astronaut? It's a tiny, tiny club, Emery Smith. And you need to be an extremely well-educated person. Near as I could tell, you only went to high school. And last I checked, NASA doesn't just let people with a high school diploma work on the International Space Station. But that hasn't stopped Emery Smith from making ridiculous claims like, I was a NASA astronaut. It's laughable, the claims that this person makes. He's been involved in various, let's just say, run-ins with the law, and leave it at that. He was once sued for basically embezzling money from funds from the company, one of the companies that he worked for or with. That company went on to remove him from their website and make a statement that he was not a representative of their company any longer. There have been various claims made by he and sometimes partner in crime, David Wilcock, to the effect, basically that the deep state was trying to silence Emery Smith and were attacking him and killing his dog and all manner of crazy, crazy claims. One of those events also included a GoFundMe. Imagine that, a GoFundMe to help Emery Smith. This is yet another GoFundMe where the information presented in the GoFundMe was fraudulent and raised a significant amount of money. Yet another GoFundMe scam that David Wilcock was involved with or helped promote. I find that a little concerning. After all, Mr. Wilcock has not been prosecuted for the Pete Peterson GoFundMe, which was a scam, and every line in that GoFundMe could be proven to be factually inaccurate. Every line in the Pete Peterson GoFundMe was a lie. Now we have substantial and supportive proof that David Wilcock lied around this GoFundMe to help Emery Smith. And there are multiple sources of information that can confirm that Emery Smith, David Wilcock, whoever started this GoFundMe, was not using factually correct information when they were asking people for money. It goes on and on with these clowns. They think that they can just lie in a GoFundMe and keep the money. Tens of thousands of dollars raised based on fake information presented in the GoFundMe text body. That's called fraud, you two idiots. It's called fraud. You don't get to lie about the reason for the GoFundMe and then just keep all the money. This is not legal or moral or ethical But these are the kind of things that these clowns are often involved in. So recently, a really good insider came forward with the real story on Emery Smith and the various shenanigans that he's been involved in. This gentleman knew him very well, was there for these events that David Wilcock and Emery Smith concocted and faked in order to, I suppose, garner sympathy and get donations from stupid people. This person was there for those events. This person was there, had a good relationship, apparently, from what I've heard, with Emery Smith for quite some time. And this person's daughter was Emery Smith's girlfriend. Someone told me fiance for a while. So, you know, does this guy have an axe to grind? Maybe, but I think that the information that he's presenting is accurate, based on other sources which sort of corroborate some of the story that this gentleman is telling. I thought that we could dispense with our usual show format, and basically we're just going to have a watch party and watch Emery Smith's ass get handed to him by his one-time friend, and I guess almost maybe was going to be his father-in-law. Friends, the revelations are everything that you suspected about Emery Smith being a fraud, right? And we have other sources besides this gentleman that confirm and corroborate a lot of this information that he is presenting. So I thought we would basically just have this watch party, listen to this gentleman's testimony, and watch Emery Smith and David Wilcock's asses get collectively handed to them for both of them being lying fraudster assholes. Do you think, David Wilcock and Emery Smith, that nobody is ever going to come forward and tell everybody about all these scams you guys are running, about what frauds and liars and fucking fairy tale hucksters you assholes are? Of course people are going to. And, you know, this gentleman, near as I can tell, I'm no expert, that's coming forward with this information is not a very well-known voice in the so-called UFO or disclosure community. So I thought it would be appropriate if we sort of amplify his attempt to get this information out to people who are being scammed, who are being duped by both Emery Smith and David Wilcock. I'm going to do my part, and we're going to play his testimony on our show here and sort of do this watch party, and then we're going to discuss it. I'm not sure. He's got a non-monetized YouTube channel with, you know, not a lot of subscribers, but or views, but he was actually there for these events. I consider him a good source, and we're going to do our part to help spread this information and prevent more victims from being taken advantage of by people like Emery Smith and David Wilcock. So I'm going to cite fair use. Like I said, it's a non-monetized channel. I don't think this gentleman would mind, but I'm going to cite fair use. We're going to be discussing and critiquing the information that he presents. We're going to be educating the public about, let's just say, less than scrupulous UFO messiahs, alien messiahs, I suppose, who present themselves as being some sort of government former insider or whistleblower, right? We're going to educate the public so that they don't get taken advantage of and scammed or, you know, ripped off by these fraudsters. So we're citing fair use in order to educate the public. And this is kind of a long video. I'm not sure if we're going to skip around, but I skipped the first 5 minutes where he just tells the story of how he met Emery Smith and a few other things. You can watch the entire video yourself, but we're going to sample most of it. And this is called Emery Smith Exposed 1. And this gentleman has a whole bunch of videos, but I thought that the first one would be most appropriate for us to start with. And not only that, most of the information that I'm interested in as to David Wilcock's participation in another GoFundMe scam, this time with Emery Smith, is what I was most interested in. So this is the one that honestly I think has the best information. Let's share this. I'm going to cite fair use. We're educating the public. And again, we're just going to sort of have a watch party here because this is so good that people need to hear this stuff. People need to know the truth behind some of these fraudsters. And here's an insider, good, close friend, right? Knew him very well. Let's get into it, friends. Okay.
We ended up making the trip over to Fort Myers.
Ooh, you know what? 1 second, friends. I'm going to stop that and do it again just to make sure that I, yes, indeed, click the stupid share audio. Okay. Here we are.
To a small industrial park. It was about a 3-hour drive from where we lived over in Stewart, Florida. We pulled up, and at the same time, Emery had pulled up in a black Range Rover. Big fan of those. Loves the earth, but drives a Range Rover and has for years. So we introduced ourselves. We went in, and the space he was renting at the time was looked like a low-grade medical showroom that was fairly dirty, disorganized, but had some interesting equipment, some stem cell equipment, centrifuge. I later found out all these were basically on loan, and the whole thing was basically an enormous front, and we'll get into that in later videos.
Emery Smith has famously been involved in a few different biotech companies and startups. How a guy with just a high school education is somehow an expert in medical matters and biotechnology is beyond me, but it is what it is.
And there are going to be many, dealing with everything from all of the phony front companies he set up to his dealings with Emsite, to all the court documentation.
Emsite's a company that he was sued by.
And Ken Mather, Emsite's attorney. I have every document, including all of the exhibits, that I will be linking in that video to download for you to read, including the final summary judgment, where Emery was found to have misappropriated a significant amount of money. And by that, I mean it's over several $1 million. In any event, turning back to Fort Myers in the initial meeting, we asked Emery about the photograph of the light being, which I had brought, and he explained that it was something that he had photographed, which I found improbable, but he began talking about his involvement with Cisetti and Greer, and we had all watched the 2001 Project Disclosure held at the National Press Club.
It's for those that don't know, Emery Smith was once heavily involved with Stephen Greer's disclosure movement and CE5 initiative, but near as I can tell, or have heard from several different sources, he was a bodyguard to Stephen Greer. Why does Stephen Greer need bodyguards? I don't know, but okay.
Introduced my children to that at a very young age, which was really, frankly, a remarkable event. I found it highly credible. Not a fan of Stephen Greer whatsoever, but I found that event was indeed extraordinary. So we discussed that. We discussed ufology. Emery did not have a good knowledge or even a basic knowledge of the history of ufology at all. Almost none. It was rather strange to me as a historian and researcher of ufology. Deep research, deep and heavy research. I have a pretty extensive knowledge about a lot of it. In fact, most of it. And I always search for the facts and what could be documented and what could be proven.
Interesting that he did not
We
have a
talked
good
lot about
knowledge of
Majestic
ufology.
12. He told me he was a payload specialist on the space shuttle at that point in time, which is simply untrue. There are later instances where he claimed to be a NASA astronaut, another, frankly, just complete lie. I have audio recordings of that, as well as, being scheduled to go up and work on the ISS. Not a chance.
I contacted a media relations person at NASA to try to verify or bust Emery Smith's claims. They never got back to me. I made 4 or 5 different attempts to go to NASA and say, was this guy a NASA astronaut? And I have been unable to get an answer from NASA, but I think that claim is totally ridiculous, especially coming from somebody that only has a high school diploma.
Emery's education is limited to a high school diploma.
Oh, there we have it.
And his DD-214 shows he was released as an E6. If you don't know what that is, go ahead and research it yourself, and you'll see that, he was a grunt, basically.
Yeah, that's a low rank. He was a nobody in the military, basically.
Fort Myers. We talked and talked and talked about different experiences he'd had, and my children's friends were very curious about their experiences and asked him a lot of questions. And this went on for probably an hour and a half, 2 hours. And there was a woman there. Her name was Angel. And there's a long history of misappropriation of funds that relates to her as well, and we'll get into that later on. But Angel Oliphant was her name. Rather unique looking individual, almost looked extraterrestrial. But in any regard, at the end of this exchange of ideas, Emery pulled out and this was the first time I'd ever seen this, a SLA, which is stereolithography. It's a very primitive form of 3D printing. I know because I used to do it in the early 90s using Alias Auto Studio and Silicon Graphics workstations. And I would send
SGI workstations
motors where they would output it into a physical 3D form. Now, again, this was a very primitive technology back then that we had access to, but the files were called SLA stereolithography. And at the time I was working in New York and would output all different sorts of different things, namely fragrance bottles, Bath and Body Works bottles, beauty products bottles, different sculptures. And I knew the technology very well, and I knew that this Atacama SLA, or 3D print of this being, was exactly that. It had the same amber polymer that we always used. And you have to remember, well, you don't have to remember, but you should know back then, really the axes were limited back then. So most of the products I had to hand sand and finish myself when they came back because they were fairly rough. And the reason why was because there was a vat of polymer, a laser spun around and varied its amplitude to coagulate the polymer. So I took a look at it. We passed it around. It, to me, looked like a mummy. It was very small. It's not big at all.
Yeah, and again, there have been various claims about this Amacana humanoid, and the DNA was analyzed and found to just be a deformed human. Stephen Greer, however, after making, I don't know, millions on a documentary, which conveniently, at the end of the documentary, they're just going to start the DNA to prove that it's an alien. I believe that he knew that it was human. And, you know, if you include the information that the DNA is human in your movie, it's not going to sell very much. So you got to cut that part out. But shortly after the movie, it's revealed that that so-called alien is simply a deformed human.
It had an oblong head that came to a point, and it looked rather bizarre. It really did. It looked rather strange. It did not look of this earth. But there are other instances where things like this have appeared. Richard Dolan got caught in the trap back there in Mexico.
The Roswell slides, yeah.
8 years ago, where they tried to pass off a mummified infant as some, you know, extraterrestrial being, when it was clearly labeled in the case that it was a mummified human. And they built an entire event around that, tried to raise millions of dollars, and it was just a stain on the ufology community.
And we've covered that recently.
It was just a rush for money. You know, it was a marketing exercise gone awry, with you know, a fantastic backstory and all sorts of people supporting, including Dolan, who began his career as a librarian, believe it or not.
Dolan's a librarian.
Researcher. And
not that there's anything wrong with being a librarian,
but some interesting work over the years. But I found the Atacama being to be interesting, as did my children, who were very young at that age. They were 14, and well, my daughter and her friends, they were 14 and 16. The three of them that were there, two of them were 14, one of them was 16. And so it created a pretty big buzz, and with that, we kind of checked out and drove home the 3 hours. And of course, that ride home was fascinating. And that was where it all frankly began. Emery somehow was able to get my daughter's email and stayed in contact for her over the next 3 years, and asked her not to divulge to myself and my wife that he was in contact with her. And this went on and on and on and on and on. And apparently he had said some things that were disparaging about my wife and I, and really planted the seed in my daughter's mind that we were not good parents, and that she would probably be better off with him. And he continued to do this for years. And
that's a real problem. I'm not sure if you caught it, but I believe that he said that the two daughters that he took with him are 14 and 16. So what is a grown man doing, emailing, if this is the case, an underage girl, and disparaging her parents?
Found this all out much later, but yeah, pretty interesting. When I discovered this, I was, of course, upset. But he fundamentally predated on my daughter for years and years and years, until he finally ended up dating her. And they spent 4 years together. And the shit show that unraveled from all of that and what I saw is almost beyond belief. But it's all true. And with that, we kick off the very beginning of the Emery Smith disclosure, or project disclosure, or cosmic disclosure, or cosmic tomfoolery, or clownery, or whatever you want to call it.
I call it the Cosmic Con. It's the Cosmic Con, and Emery Smith went all chips in on it.
It's all fundamentally fraud and a bunch of lies that will shock and amaze you, I suppose. And I would anticipate there will probably end up being anywhere from 10 to 12 videos in this series at minimum.
He's got a lot to cover, this insider who was there for these events. And I, for one, applaud him for putting this information out in the public so that people get the real backstage view of this shit show and shenanigans that happens behind the scenes of these cosmic con men.
Plus a lot of supporting videos and audio files and documentation leading up to this past, well, really June, when Emery skedaddled. I had the Boulder Police, the Boulder Drug Task Force, the FBI, and the IRS after him for a lot of reasons that will become clear. And he left the state, somehow managed to cheat on his probation and then finally get permission, but ended up having an affair on my daughter with a woman by the name of Darla, and ended up moving to Las Vegas, to North Las Vegas, to live with Darla and her mother, because he's, due to his credit score and finances, unable to rent a house or dwelling. And to this day now, currently, as of August 18th, 2020, is now back out in Los Angeles, teamed up with his good buddy, Dave Wilcock, working on the next big moneymaker.
Yeah, and I just find it very interesting that a secret government whistleblower is in such dire financial constraints that he can't even rent an apartment for himself, so he has to go live with some woman and her mother. That'll teach you, Cosmic Cons. It's not all cash and free money. You know, these guys are not doing well, some of them. They pretend that they're doing great, but I think that a lot of them are in dire financial straits, which is why, you know, they got to keep rolling on with the next big thing, right? Emery Smith has recently been selling Q&A sessions. You can ask him some questions behind a paywall. Great.
Which probably will not happen. Wilcock has made a number of mistakes since Gaia, continues to make mistakes. He's smart, well-spoken, but not intelligent.
Well, he claims that he has 180 IQ, though. How could he not be intelligent with a 180 IQ?
And Emery predates on that as well, and has used Dave over the course of the 8 or 9 years he's known him to fundraise using David's base. And there are some fascinating stories regarding that as well. And I was there for every one of those instances. Wilcox highlighted the death of Emery's dog, Beowulf, as being overly dramatized into some sort of black op to kill Emery and his dog. It's simply not true. I was there. Emery was drunk, went out for a drive, let his dog out on the highway, and the dog was hit by a semi and killed.
So there's the truth behind one ridiculous whopper of a lie that David Wilcock told about Emery Smith being a victim of the deep state. They're going to try to silence him, and they shot and killed his dog. No, Emery Smith got drunk, let his dog out on the highway, and it was hit by a truck. Yeah. David Wilcock, you're busted lying again, you asshole. How many times are you going to get caught lying through your fucking fake teeth?
Absolutely tragic, but you know, you don't wish that on anyone, but it was his fault. As it relates to Wilcock's embellishment of the Mountain Air event, where black agents came into Emery's home, invaded it, cut open the walls, left a bullet behind as a message, and yada yada. Nope, I was there. I paid the last month's rent on that house and was living there when this went down, and I can tell you absolutely none of that is true. And that round is from an FN Herstall 57. It's an SS-195 round. I know because Emery had to pawn his 257s to be able to survive.
So a secret government whistleblower has to pawn his personal gun or guns just to survive. And by the way, all of this fake Emery Smith getting attacked by the deep state and his house invaded and they left a bullet, all of that is detailed on David Wilcock's idiot blog, right? So it's all out there. David Wilcock, you just lied and made all that shit up? Amazing, David Wilcock. I would have never have guessed that you just make shit up.
And nope, all false. That event was used to raise like $50,000 to $70,000 through PayPal, using Wilcock's base to help get Emery back on his feet because he was dead ass broke.
Yeah, I guess I was incorrect. It was not. It may not have been a GoFundMe that they did raised all of this money, $50,000 to $60,000, but PayPal donations. So I'm not sure that you're that it's legal. Just as it's not legal to start a GoFundMe based on lies, I don't think you can ask for PayPal donations based on a bunch of lies and just keep all the money. That would be fraud.
I know. I was there. There was another incident at that time that involved Emery borrowing initially a credit card from one of the people he was working with at a site out there that was involved in an archaeological dig northeast of Mountain Air that was reported or reputed to have a lot of gold on the site. Now, there geologically is no gold in New Mexico, but there was a fantastical story about it. And it was interesting. My daughter worked with a gentleman by the name of Dr. Bakhtar, and she helped him run the ground penetrating radar. And there were some interesting things they found, but none of it was ever recovered. And Emery was kicked out of the program for and fired summarily by a gentleman by the name of Scott, who was heading up the program for a gentleman who had funded it all. And it was fascinating. The other incident that sticks out in my mind with regard to, well, there are two actually, and we'll cover these in detail, was the car accident up off Old Topanga Canyon where black agents had apparently rammed Emery and tried to kill him. Nope, drunk. Read the police report, was there. His fault. Yep, his fault. Left the state.
So it wasn't the Men in Black. It was just him getting drunk.
Unquote, a
Great
energy
Emery Smith.
device to a billionaire who lived up there and was running a scientific program. And of course, that didn't pan out either. And left in ill repute and fled the state, basically, and owed about 90 grand on the Range Rover that he had and left it in a driveway on Old Topanga Canyon. Yeah. Moving on, the next event that Wilcock overly dramatized was the Palm Springs incident where Emery was reputedly poisoned or made sick or, in ill health or, bullshit. He'd gone on like a 5-day bender of just insane alcoholism and drug abuse. And, I sat him down and said, dude, you're going to kill yourself if you keep this up. You have to stop doing what you're doing. I'm concerned.
This is another one of those events that David Wilcock, David Wilcock told this huge whopper of lies about this so-called event where David Wilcock claimed that the Men in Black or the Deep State had poisoned him. Massive attack against Emery Smith for being a whistleblower. And I found this and used it. This is from, I'm going to share my screen here. This is from Wilcock's website. So another fake story to, I suppose, garner sympathy and get PayPal donations that was told by David Wilcock, ET Autopsy Insider, Emery Smith hit with massive attack after coming forward. And look, there's a picture of him in a hospital. It must be true. No, friends. Emery Smith is an alcoholic, and he went on a 5-day drug and alcohol bender. That's what landed him in the hospital. You asshole, David Wilcock, not the Men in Black. He did drugs and drank too much, got alcohol poisoning, and ended up in the hospital. You fucking lying asshole, lying through your fake teeth. ridiculous. All right, we're going to get back to the testimony of this gentleman. And remember, friends, this is just his first video on this. And look at all of this information that we're getting, right? Look at all of this information. Look at all of these revelations. We're finding out that David Wilcock just made all that shit up because this person was there.
For my daughter, I'm concerned for you. You know, this is not how you behave. It's the only time in 10 years I've ever seen him break down and cry and admit what a total douche he is about himself.
You call him a douche.
But then, you know, leopards and spots. Back to the old Emery. Right on back. Well, he wasn't sick. He'd given himself alcohol. Well, he was sick, but he wasn't sick from what Wilcock had reported. It was alcohol poisoning and dehydration, and another small event came out of that, which was pretty mindless, and I don't know what drama Wilcock decided was worth there, but reported that his dog was stolen. Now, this was his other dog, Raven. Nope. Drunk again.
Drunk again, Emery Smith, you asshole.
Park not far from our house in Palm Springs, and it ran away. And my wife ended up finding it through Facebook, and next door neighbor tracked it down. We went and picked it up, returned it to Emery.
Only David Wilcock could turn a lost dog into a story about the cabal and the deep state and the men in black coming and attacking Emery Smith and stealing his dog from him. Come on, David Wilcock. You got to try harder, you asshole, because there were people that were there. This person is a firsthand witness to that actual event, and he's telling us the truth, and you made up a bunch of bullshit lies to promote this fake narrative that Emery Smith is some kind of top secret government whistleblower and he's getting attacked by the deep state. It's bullshit, David Wilcock, you asshole.
And another lie, you know, just in the saga of what Wilcock would disclose as his friend, deep black project friend, Paul. Well, Paul is Emery, and it's all frankly just a bunch of BS.
Yeah, so every time David Wilcock mentions his top secret whistleblower government insider, he was really talking about Emery Smith, but didn't want to say Emery Smith for some reason, because he likes to attribute whatever fantastical stories that he wants to anonymous sources. You asshole.
I know. I was there. Lie after lie after lie after lie. And most of it was used to raise money for Emery. Through Wilcock's base. And it's just wrong on every level. And this is really just the beginning of it all. So I'll give you a little taste of what's coming, including all of the M-Site court documents where Emery pilfered just insane amounts of money.
Those court documents are public record, and anybody can search for and find them. I did, and they are quite revealing about the character of one Emery Smith and the past problems that he has had with his business relationships.
Use shell companies all over Florida, which I have documented, never paid taxes, were opened and closed within the space of a year or two, and just fronts. And then a number of women, because he's very good at predating on women, he's borrowed a lot of money from. One Deborah over $130,000, never paid her back, let her on, they had an affair. And then another Barbara for $90,000, and it just goes on and on and on and on. But yeah. Got some choice home movies too of Emery wasted out of his mind after 14 and 17-day benders. And then the event where he kidnapped my daughter as we were coming to move her out. This is how utterly codependent he is. And then all of the physical abuse, the black eyes, the bruises, the spouse beating. Yep, he's a spouse beater too.
Wow.
Hard to imagine, but all documented.
How love and light. These are the light and love people beating up their women. Great.
Well, that's enough for this round. Hopefully, I've laid the groundwork for what's to come. And you pay attention and follow the facts because they're out there. And I don't want this to become something negative because I'm all about being kind and compassionate to one another. But this human being has predated on people in such nefarious ways that he's a danger, not only to himself, but to others. In every sense of the word, he's a hazardous human being, very toxic, and someone who should be avoided and exposed for this toxicity. And as a father whose daughter was routinely abused by him and then left with nothing, including $8,000 debt on a bicycle Emery had her buy to establish credit and then stole the bike.
He stole a bicycle.
Yeah. Can't let that go. Can't let that go. And others need to be warned. And there are enough people in the community that are well aware of this that hopefully they'll start coming forward as well.
Wow.
That's enough for today. You guys have a great one. Be safe. Be kind.
Be kind.
And smile. Yeah, things aren't great. That's for certain. But they're not going to get a whole lot better either. We're in a big mess. And we'll get through it somehow. It won't be ideal, but we'll survive. We'll adapt. That's it. Have a great one. I'll see you tomorrow.
Great. So that's our Emery Smith Insider. And you can find this on YouTube. It's called Points on the Curve. And this, my friends, is just the first in a series of many videos that this gentleman is making exposing the actual and real truth behind one Emery Smith. And along the way, destroying the fake bullshit stories that David Wilcock has been telling about Emery Smith for years and years. So here we have more than ample evidence that David Wilcock is just making shit up about Emery Smith. We have more than ample evidence that Emery Smith is not who he says he is or claims to be. It's gold. If you ask me, this is gold. This is great to have somebody that was that close to Mr. Emery Smith tell the behind the scenes story of what actually happened when David Wilcock was making all of these ridiculous claims. So once again, David Wilcock busted lying through his fake teeth. It's gold, friends. It's gold. And you too can go read the bullshit fake stories on David Wilcock's website about Emery Smith. Just Google Emery Smith, David Wilcock website or David Wilcock blog, and you will find all of these instances where David Wilcock is claiming the deep state and the men in black are attacking him and poisoning him. He may have been poisoned, right? They killed his dog. They stole his other dog. It's all fake. It's all fake. And a lot of these events can be attributed, sadly, I suppose, to Emery Smith's problems with drug and alcohol abuse. And, I just wanted to say, I would not wish the hell of that kind of a life, being an addict, on anyone. And if my hope is that he cleans up and gets some help for his substance abuse issues, because these may be the source of a lot of his problems. I for one hope that he finds help for his substance abuse, issues, because they can create hell. They can create hell. I am going to turn my attention to the live chat, and we'll take questions and comments from the live chat. If you have questions or comments for me, please do put them in all caps. Collie Armstrong, Truth Seekers and Paranormal Hood, restore my faith in humanity. I've made some misjudgments in this field, but the more you research, the more it becomes clear. I'm going to join Jiggy in a small sig. Well, thank you, Mr. Armstrong. I appreciate that. The PayPal link to save Emery is still active on Wilcock's blog. Yeah, they're still taking donations, Vanessa Thor, for fake shit that never happened. Still taking donations. How are these guys not criminally prosecuted for this shit? Like I said, these guys go right to the edge of what's legal. They play in these gray areas. How much shit, fake shit, can we say and get away with and take people's money for it? It's ridiculous that they're allowed to continue in that. Why don't you take that down? David Wilcock, why don't you apologize for lying to everyone about all these events surrounding Emery Smith that never happened? We have proof now. And it's not just this gentleman. For those that don't know or know me, I generally won't run with the story unless I have multiple sources and corroborating evidence. And in this case, I do. Yeah, so it is what it is, friends. But David Wilcock, you should at least apologize for lying to everybody and making people feel sorry for him and donate their hard-earned money to a lie. It's a lie, David Wilcock. You're caught again, busted dead to rights, lying and making shit up about Emery Smith, you asshole. How many times are you going to get caught with your fucking pants down, David Wilcock, you asshole? How many times are you going to scam people for money or tell people they got to donate to one of your fucking fake whistleblowers because the government is out to get them? That's the narrative. You did it with Pete Peterson. You did it with this Emery Smith. I'm pretty sure that he's going to take donations for Daniel Brinkley because he's dying too. You know, they always want donations. And by the way, you too can donate to my Patreon and my PayPal, because here we tell people the truth. And you know, I'm not going to get discouraged, right? I told myself I'm not going to get discouraged about the way the world works. But it does seem funny to me that these guys that just make up shit, lie, tell totally bold-faced lies, lie through their teeth, they get rewarded, right? They get $50,000 or $60,000 worth of PayPal donations. And meanwhile, it's not just me. There are other channels, there are other news outlets, call them journalists, whatever, content creators that are out there with facts in hand, with actual evidence, showing people the truth. And what do we get? Well, we get some good people that donate, but not nearly as much as the fraudsters get. They get the big bucks, and I get the pennies. But I'm okay with that because I can sleep at night and I can live with what I do, which is to try to bring people the truth. All I can do is do my best to do that. It is what it is, you know. But you know, speaking of those PayPal donations, right? Where is it at? Okay, here we go. Send us some money, you leeches. Make a PayPal donation. Yes. And by the way, someone here said that I should offer prizes for the PayPal donations, and several suggestions were made about what kind of prizes people would like to get. And let's see here. I'm trying to find it. It's dark in here. Actually, it's not as dark as it usually is because we're doing a rare daytime stream here, which doesn't happen very often. But I had the benefit today of having no children in my house, and thought it would be a good time to try and get a show in. And I do want to apologize. I got like 5 emails from people that were complaining. Well, not really complaining, just commenting on like, oh, you should soundproof where you stream from because we can hear children laughing and screaming in the background. You know, I have 2 children. These things are going to happen. I apologize. But, you know, I try to get muzzles approved, but my wife wasn't interested in that or didn't think that was a good idea. We try. That's why I do the show at 10 o'clock, because their bedtime is 9, and at least they're settled down and not screaming and laughing in the background when I'm doing a live stream at that time. But other times, if I choose to do a stream early because I have to, you may hear children in the background. It's a live show. This is the things that happen here. You know, we just have to adapt and overcome. I do the best that I can with what I've been given to work with. I can't throw my children outside while I do a live stream. Oh, okay. 1 second, friends. Well, friends, I'm happy to say that we got a donation from I'm just going to say Paul. I don't want to say the full name. Through PayPal, a generous donation of $18.82. Not quite sure. Maybe that's a person that lives in another country, and sometimes they don't translate well. Or I've noticed that people have oh no, it was a $20 donation. PayPal took their fee from it. So yeah, I appreciate that. If somebody could tell me in the live chat if that was you, please let me know your user ID in the chat so that we can thank you. But for now, I want to thank somebody who gave me a kind and generous $20 donation by the name of Paul. I'm not sure of his user ID. I put here in the banner, if you make a PayPal donation, please include your chat room user ID in the note line so that I can shout you out on the show and thank you. And you can include any message from me that you'd like for me to shout out. Still trying here to find something. The fun and prizes. Yeah. I'm going to have to do this another way. So just bear with me, friends. One second. I was looking for an example of the fun and prizes, but had not been able to. I thought I had one here, but apparently not. 1 second. I'm just going to find pictures of that item. I'm going to try here. Of course not. Just please bear with me, friends. That's not it either. You know what, friends? I'm going to play a bumper and find that item because I want to show the fun and prizes, but I'm having a hard time now. So just bear with me for a moment. And 1 second. All right. I can play this. So I'm going to play the call-in line bumper, but I'm not even sure my phone is charged or here. So the call-in might not work, but this will allow me to get up and go over where I have these items, and because then I'll be able to show them. Just bear with me 1 second, friends. Oh, well, that didn't work, did it? I don't know why that bumper didn't play. Okay, so for the PayPal donations now, we have fun and prizes. The first of which, gee, I don't know how well this is going to show up. The first of which is when somebody gives a $20 donation, we're giving away these lovely wood rosaries. And I believe that the string is cotton. There's a line between the beads is made from cotton. These are very high quality. They remind me of the rosaries that the Franciscan priests used to use. And I don't know, for my own personal sort of spiritual practice, getting back to praying, there's something about the beads in your hand. It involves one, more sensing, more senses. I'm no longer Catholic. I consider myself a recovering Catholic, but I will continue to do and use those things from the Catholic faith that I still find beneficial. So if you give us a $20 donation, please be sure to include a shipping address, and I'm going to give you one of these beautiful rosaries as a gift and thank you. And also a guide, my own guide that I wrote on praying the rosary, and some historical significance about rosaries and about praying the rosary, which I think you may enjoy. These are trying times for all of us, and a little bit of spirituality and prayer never hurt anyone, right? And somebody else mentioned that they would like Truth Seekers mood rings, right? And yeah, I found mood rings. This is a mood ring, which, it's supposed to tell you what mood you're in. And of course, these are heat sensitive, and they change depending on the temperature, really. But so these are Truth Seekers mood rings. Hey, I'm here to please the audience, and if the audience asks for mood rings for PayPal donations, I've got mood rings for PayPal donations. So these are, if you make a $10 or better donation, you get a free mood ring. Again, please include your shipping address so that I will be able to ship these free gifts to you. Also, you can sign up on our Patreon. It's as little as $1 a month, but I'm very pleased that many people are giving more than the $1 required. You're only required to give $1. That's the buy-in to get the Patreon benefits. But many people are choosing to give $10 a month or $20 a month or whatever they can afford, because they find value in this show that I'm producing here. One more bit of business. I'm not sure why, but the last few streams have looked horrible. They look like they were 144p or something. It looked like total shit. The audio was clicking and cracking, and there was a lot of technical issues in the last few streams. There's not much I can do to fix those. So we're just going to let it go. But I did a little bit of research and also talked to a actual live stream show producer who's worked in live television and other things like that, and is now sort of a freelance producer for people. Basically, he works for celebrities that decide they want to do a podcast, and he sets them up, makes sure everything looks great, sounds great. And anyway, I talked to him, sort of a friend of a friend, and he gave me some excellent advice. And part of my problem is lighting here. I like it dark. The cameras don't like it dark. So that causes all kinds of grain issues, and the camera focusing and unfocusing. We're going to try to light things a little brighter, like today's example. Today would be a good example of the way that we need to light it so that the stream looks better and doesn't look like shit. Again, it's kind of like that. Being your own producer is kind of like representing yourself, being your own lawyer. Only it's a fool's mission. Only an idiot would produce their own show, but it is what it is. I don't have funds or whatever to hire a producer or get lighting techs in here or really expensive lighting and this and that. We do the best that we can do. Is the ring adjustable or sized? They're very small. And actually, I believe that they're pretty small. For me, it fits on a pinky. But I thought about taking the ring and just cutting it in the center so that people with bigger fingers, or if you want it on another finger. So yeah, that's the downside to getting these things from China. It fits on my pinky, right? Doesn't fit, well, just about fits on my ring finger, but it would be a stretch to get it on and off. It's a little tight. So as for me, I'm going to wear one on my pinky to remind me everywhere I go of my friends at Truth Seekers and my willingness to give people, you got to give the audience what they want. You guys asked, oh, sorry. You guys asked for mood rings. I don't know if that was just a random strange request. Like, you should be giving out mood rings, Steve. But I said, okay, we'll give out mood rings. I have something called a ring light that works wonders. Sixth design, yes. Unless you have a low light capable camera, darkness will always produce graininess. I agree with you, but this camera that I have is supposed to be good for low light conditions. That's what, yeah, it's supposed to be good for low light conditions. And I have another camera that's much better, so we might try in low light. So we might try that one. Kind of funny to me it's just kind of funny to me that the cheap $40 webcam that I bought looks better than the very expensive Logitech, whatever, the C922, whatever that Logitech camera that everybody uses on their streams. That's what I'm streaming with right now. But this other camera I got looks better in low light conditions. So we may start switching to that. And I'm still trying to work on the multi-camera setup so that it looks better. It's just, I'm in too tight a space here, and I don't know, like, you know, I'm told that multiple angles is good, but the backdrop's not so big, and we're still working on that. I may get the same backdrop, but they sell one that's twice as big, and we might be able to expand, you know, put a camera that's further away and show that. But that would be bad, because then you're going to show this mess of a desk in front of me and all the junk here and shit and papers, and like, this is the one room of the house my wife will not clean. She refuses to, and I don't blame her. It's my mess. I got to, you know, I'm going to work on that later tonight. Stina Maria is here. I want a ring. I love mood rings. And her husband says it would explode, though, because I'm mad all the time. Yeah. Dark Raven says it was actually designed to be used for live streaming and video recording. Yeah, it does a good job most of the time. It's my fault. I'm not a lighting tech, and I don't want to be so bright. I don't want to be, you know, I see some of these other streams where it's so bright. And, you know, we're talking about strange and dark and mysterious subjects here. So I thought, you know, actually, you know what my inspiration was for this whole setup with the, you know, we have this sort of, you know, cloud lights and all this weird stuff. It was Robert Stack from Unsolved Mysteries. Robert Stack would come on, and he'd be in a trench coat in some dark alley, and there'd be like fog, and he would start telling you, you know, a woman mysteriously vanishes without a trace. Was she abducted? You know, it's just, that's the kind of vibe that I want to go for, this Unsolved Mysteries, sort of dark and mysterious vibe. Everything is a work in progress here. I agree, not too pro. Alexa Souza. I don't think that we have seen you here before, Alexa. And if you are new, then I want to welcome you here to our little spot on the internet. If you like strange and mysterious subjects, if you like conspiracy land topics, aliens, UFOs, all manner of strange and mysterious stories, you will probably enjoy being part of our thing. Please do subscribe. We're trying very hard to grow our subscriber base, and I want to take a moment to welcome each new person that I see here in the live chat. You will find our live chats are good people with good discussions every show. Oh, Pat said it would explode. No booty for him. God damn it. You know, you guys always win. You guys always win. You got the trump card. I basically, when I first got married, I used to argue with my wife, right? But then I figured out that, like, no matter how wrong she is and right I am, and there have been at least, I don't know, 2 times in 10 years when I was right and she was wrong, she's got the trump card. So she'll just get pissed and cut you off. You just got to do whatever your wife wants. That's what I'm learning. Pick your battles. You know, I once almost got divorced over instant mashed potatoes. Not a good thing for me. Yeah, so Stina's been away for a while. Glad to see her back. Vanessa Thor says, my eyes are light sensitive. I love the darker images. The darker image. Yeah, I like it lit darker, but I don't know. I got to mess with the cameras and do some work for that. Do I need to come there and get your lighting set up? Yes, Dark Ravens. By the way, Dark Ravens is my nephew, which is strange because he's like the same age as me, but it is what it is, you know. So my nephew, yeah, come over here. Fix this shit, right? You could be the new producer. I'll give you a title and everything. Cal Korf is on our Facebook live stream commenting, cool. And Cal Korf has got that book coming out. You guys, oh my God, it's a laugh riot of fake conspiracy destroyed, this new book of his. Do have some ideas for shows. We'll see. Yeah, it's not easy to keep pumping them out, is it, Stina? I'm getting an education in that myself because some days I'm like, Jesus, what am I going to do a show on tomorrow? I'm done. You know, I thought I had a lot, but we're up to, what is this, 36 or 37, you know? Lee Beltman says, I always advise good editing and graphic software for taking other clips and making videos to dual stream with. It is always a good investment for podcasters. I have a ton of Windows video editing software and a ton of Linux video editing software and 3D titling, all kinds of software. And I really have to invest more time. I don't need money for software. I got software. I need the time to sit there and learn how to manipulate that software to make good stuff. You know, like I made these bumpers for the show and I made the intros and outros. I think with Wilcock and Good, a fair portion of their subs are likely people that are looking to catch them in the next lie. Yeah, they probably got a lot of hate viewers, I'd say. Who is Emery Smith and David Wilcock? Victor Caliero. I hope you're being sarcastic. They are well-known personalities in the alien UFO conspiracy land community, I suppose. Yeah, somebody's Vanessa Thor's envious of him because he doesn't know who they are. Attorneys watching for the court cases. Yeah. What percentage of subs on hoax channels are actually people researching the hoaxers? Yeah, I don't know. Dark Raven says they are con artists. His words, not mine. They're con artists. I agree with you. I'm making mashed potatoes right now, so I got to hear your story. Okay, here's the quick story of me almost getting divorced over mashed potatoes. I was talking about how, like, you got to choose your battles, right? And I don't know what it is, but I have a pathological hatred for instant mashed potatoes. I think because my mom was kind of lazy and would give us those gross old instant mashed potatoes, those boxes, you know, and they were always too watery and runny and nasty. I never liked those. And so when I got married, I would cook half the time and my wife would cook the other half of the time. I was a kicking bachelor. Like, I learned bachelor survival early and I was poor. So I figured out that if I wanted to eat good, I had to learn to actually go to the supermarket, buy stuff and make real food. Anyway, my wife's feeding making instant mashed potatoes. And for like a year or two, I didn't say anything, and I hate instant mashed potatoes. Didn't say anything for a year or two, and then I guess we got in an argument about something else. And I was like, I'm not eating these instant mashed potatoes. If you're gonna make mashed potatoes, they got to be real potatoes. I make real potatoes when I make mashed potatoes. You make instant. That's not fair. I'm not eating them. And we got in this huge argument. And we literally could have gotten divorced over instant mashed potatoes. And the long and short of the story is eventually I just caved because she always wins. And now I eat instant mashed potatoes, but only a certain kind. I think they're called Baby Reds. I don't know the brand, but they're the closest thing to real mashed potatoes you're going to get in an instant pack. And I continue to make real mashed potatoes as much as possible, but even I cave now. With kids, you don't have time to be peeling potatoes, so yeah. I think fake potatoes would cause World War III in my home. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Somebody is in the Twitch live chat, says next time I need the call-in number, I need to shout out Lee Veltman. Well, I'll shout him out for you. From Vickius, Lee Veltman, there's a shout out for you. And thank you, Vickius. I'm not sure if you are a usual participant in our show here, but thank you for being in the Twitch chat. It's probably pretty lonely over there. We're still trying to get the Twitch chat going to be as lively and well participated and attended as our YouTube live chat is. Let's see, props on that. I won't even try to learn more about video production. Yeah, it's an interest of mine, though. If people don't know this, I was an early adopter of digital video because I was in rock bands at the time. And as soon as I figured out that, oh my God, you could digitize video, put it in a computer and make your own music videos, I was hooked. And I made some really early music videos. And it was funny because friends that didn't know better were like, you can't just make a music video by yourself on a computer, Steve. And I'm like, yes, you can. And now that's the way everything is done. So at least I was an early adopter. Victor says, I am relatively new to the community. Well, welcome, Victor. We're glad that you are here. I like to say that Truth Seekers is maybe best described as the second red pill. For all these people that think they got that red pill, and now they're woke because they listen to idiots like Corey Good or David Wilcock or Emery Smith, and they think they know the real truth because they're listening to those guys. Truth Seekers is somewhat of a second red pill. Not so fast. You're not woke yet if you're listening to lies and fabricated stories from these assholes out there. Wilcock has been lying for decades and decades. What does it must be like for him to wake up every day and go, all right, I got to make up some new shit. Got to make up some new shit. And what do these guys do? Do they just like sit around in their $1 million basements? David Wilcock has a $1 million mansion and I suppose $1 million man cave, right? So he sits in his basement watching too much, I don't know, Stargate, SG-1 and, Star Trek, Star Wars movies. Remember, after all, Star Wars is more or less a documentary, according to one David Wilcock. It's ridiculous. This guy just sits around in his $1 million basement watching sci-fi movies and making up shit. Instant taters taste like a box they came in, but given a ton of butter, they aren't all that bad. Salt and butter, yes, or good gravy. You got to have the good gravy, and then it's okay. And lately, though, I've been making just white rice. So, like, we had Salisbury steak, and instead of potatoes for a change, we just have white rice. I like that very much. With some, gotta have the good gravy, though. Yeah, Betty Crocker ain't bad. It might be Betty Crocker that I was referencing. They're called Baby Reds instant mashed potatoes, or the kind of potatoes. You know, sometimes they have like sour cream and onion instant mashed potatoes. These are just called Baby Reds, and they have a little bit of like red potato peels in them. Maybe that helps to fool me. I don't know. And Super Grover, I don't believe that we have seen you here before. If you are new, welcome to our community here. our spot on the internet, please do subscribe. If you like strange and mysterious subjects like this, you have found a good place to come and hang out with like-minded crazy people. We're all crazy, just to varying degrees. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't like them either. Same reason my mom always made them. Yeah. My mother was a notoriously bad cook. Just awful. Just absolutely awful. To the point where, like, my wife, well, she was my girlfriend at the time. My father died, and I had to kind of move back in with mom because she was a lifetime housewife, and she wasn't going to, like, get a job and pay the bills. So I moved home to help my mother. And eventually, Sharon, who's my wife now, she was my girlfriend at the time, she moved in with us. And after I told her how bad it was, how bad my mother cooked, and she didn't believe me. She ate like one meal, well, half ate it, and then told my mom, like, listen, don't cook no more. I'll do it. And so my mother, she only made like her spaghetti wasn't that bad. And like she made stuffed peppers, but that's about it. Everything else she made was horrible. All the nutrient is in the peel. I let them fall off in the boil and keep half. Adds texture too. Now me needs mashed. Lee Veltman just hopes they don't find his hybrid mole kid farm. You're a better man than me, Lee Veltman, plowing through all that cute bullshittery. I can't do it. Sidvich wants a TV dinner. I'm flying solo tonight. My wife is at my mother-in-law's house with my children, so I don't have any dinner. I'm going to be doing the same thing, looking for something in the freezer. Generally, if I'm just by myself, I don't cook just for myself. Jonas side, my father-in-law and me are arguing over Bigfoot right now. Yeah, those are funny. I don't know. I don't talk about any of this craziness with any of my family. Once in a while, like my mother-in-law or sister-in-laws or somebody will say, like, well, what's your show about? And then I try to explain it, but they just nod and smile like, okay, you know. Generally, I don't talk about this stuff with my family. Don Crazeface. Welcome, Don Crazeface. He's getting Chinese food as we speak. You know, I may go and do that. Wait, is Lee saying there are more hybrid alien children than only Billy Myers? Yeah. He's talking about the mole children that they're digging tunnels and stuff, and the Q people are going to rescue those trafficked children that are mole children. The Truth Seekers Ultimate Mashed Potato Competition has arrived. Send in your mash before the end of the year. Yeah. If people start mailing me mashed potatoes, I'm going to be pissed off at you, just so you know. You know, I get enough crazy shit in the mail. Lately, I've been getting crazy Chinese electronics parts from China. I live rural, and the only thing about it I hate is no food or pizza delivery. Yeah, I was surprised. Nobody delivers anything at my cabin. You got to go and get it. It's a 20, 25-minute ride each way because it's in the middle of nowhere. So there's a downside. Absolutely, there is a downside. Melissa Kalek says, Q always says they are saving children, but never show evidence. Yeah, I've noticed that. Isn't that funny? They never actually have the evidence, but they're always talking about these elite pedophile rings. And yeah, there are some people that were involved with Jeffrey Epstein and this and that, but they blow everything so far out of proportion. I just saw some kind of conspiracy thing where, like, there is a symbol for boy lovers, and they try to connect that to a shawl that the Catholic Pope wears. I don't know. It's just crazy. We need their DNA. Yeah, Calcorp, we need their DNA. Remember Reagan and what happened when he mentioned jelly beans? Yeah, Ronald Reagan famously mentioned how much he loved jelly beans, and then people all over the world started sending jelly beans to the White House, and that's pretty funny. Pretty funny. Never been a fan of jelly beans myself. I think that's the candy that you eat when there's no other candy around, right? My kids like those and lollipops, man. We go through, my wife has to buy the big bag of lollipops, the dum-dums, and they eat 2 or 3 at a time sometimes. I don't know. So friends, I don't know if we should continue to cover this sort of Emery Smith whistleblower, but yeah, maybe we'll do another watch party and watch his part 2. I think he's up to like 8 or so parts where he is spilling the beans about this Emery Smith fraud fake whistleblower. As if we needed more evidence or proof. The guy said he was a NASA astronaut and he was going to be working on the International Space Station, even though he only has a high school education. Okay. And that's another thing. He apparently, the basis of most of his claims are that he worked at a top secret government biomedical laboratory, and first, the story was that he did autopsies on alien bodies, and it was some huge number. Somebody in the live chat, please remind me, how many alien bodies did David Wilcock say that he autopsied? And then it turned into, no. I didn't autopsy that many alien bodies. I examined that many alien tissue samples. It could have all come from one body for all I know. That's Emery Smith refuting the bullshittery that David Wilcock was selling, that he autopsied all these alien bodies. But again, why is a guy whose only life experience, high school education, and being a private grunt in the military, how did they pick him? Like, excuse me, Emery Smith, would you like to autopsy some alien bodies for us for a top secret project? Even though you're not qualified or educated to do any fucking thing like that, we're going to recruit you. The basis of his claims are fucking ridiculous. They're just fucking ridiculous. You don't get to autopsy aliens with a high school diploma, you asshole, Emery Smith. Oh, I'm going to get upset. I get upset thinking about this stuff, and I get more upset thinking about how fucking stupid are people that watch this guy and believe him. How fucking stupid are these people? You know, some people just can't be helped. I see it all the time. And by the way, I'm going to check something real quickly. Just maybe we'll do a short update to yesterday's show where we ripped Michael Horn a new asshole for being a lying sack of shit as well. I don't know, friends. This stuff just, it grains on me. I can't believe. Oh, I was checking my email. Yeah, the last email that I got from Michael Horn was before the show, so he's probably still stewing in his anger, and seeking therapy for his pathological lying problem that he has. He has not started I'm telling you, Michael Horn's going to start an email deluge on me, sending me shit, telling me I got to read 7,000 pages of his so-called proof before I'm allowed to comment again and shit like that. Hasn't happened yet. Maybe Mikey Horn is busy, I don't know, helping Billy Meyer make some more fake fucking flying saucers out of trash can lids and hubcaps and shit for their new documentary. I don't know. Maybe he aced that game, Operation, which totally qualifies him for doing autopsies, I would imagine. Yeah, maybe he was really good at the Operation game when he was a kid. You guys remember that game with the guy with the red nose and you had to go in there with those tweezers and take those parts out? Yeah, that's his only qualification. He was good at the Operation game when he was a child. I love how his stories become more and more fantastical each season. I want the telepathic glowing alien pet too. Oh shit, I heard about that. Yeah, I want one too, Vanessa Thor. I absolutely want one of those alien pets that he had. Michael Horn, David Wilcox, and Emery are the third trifecta. I agree with that. Absolutely agree with that. Planet Lupus says he is buying a new green screen. Yeah, maybe. Jordan and Dave are buddy-buddy. They both hate it when people get the decodes all wrong. Yeah, I wondered about Jordan Sather when there was that big, purge of Q accounts. Why does he still have a Twitter? Why does he still have a YouTube? He's one of the hugest supporters of this Q bullshittery. And that's another one of those things. Every time I just had like a family friend bring up Q to me, and they were like, all the truth's coming out, man. Q's going to tell us all about the behind the scenes, effort to destroy the deep state and drain this. My eyeballs glaze over and I just start shaking my head like, you fucking dumb ass loser to believe this shit. I don't know how people believe that shit. Driving Nail got my wife and kids listening. Well, Jonaside, I want to give a shout out to your wife and kids who are listening with you. It is nice that, I didn't know that, but Truth Seekers can be a family show. Geez, I'm sorry, I cursed a lot, Jonaside. I don't know how old your kids are. I'll try to not curse for the rest of the show since your kids are listening. Oh my God, day live chat. My phone, CalTruth77. Late as usual, but we're always happy to see you make your glorious appearance here on Truth Seekers. Shout out to CalTruth77. I was late to the show. Is it proven Emery has no biology degree? I'm not able to find any supportive evidence that he has anything other than a high school diploma. I did a good deal of looking into that. I can't find any proof of a college education other than a high school diploma. Okay. Cal Corf chiming in from our Facebook live stream. There actually was an alien autopsy operation themed limited edition release of the game. I saw it and bought one for Bob Kiviat. Oh God, you're a troll level maximum, Cal Corf. This chat just popped up on my phone. I'm at work. Oh, don't get yourself in trouble, Cal Truth. Oh, this is why Sather didn't get his accounts deleted, because Sather is deep state. Yeah, if he's a deep state agent, then I feel bad for the deep state. Need to hire a shmoo like him, an idiot like him. There was alien autopsy themed operation game released. Oh, sorry, we already got that one. Coming from my desk at work. Okay, let's see. Jordan Sather made a video called The Calm Before the Storm weeks before Q supposedly posted on 4chan. It is clear he knew before anything ever posted. Yeah, how does he get like a shout out by Q unless he's somewhat involved in that LARP? Bedtime, sleep well, live chat. I finally caught one. Yeah, good to see you here. Melissa Calick. Q stands for question. Then wait, some more. Still waiting. Oh, and trust the waiting plan. Yeah. Where we wait one, we wait all. And none of this fucking predictions ever come true. The first one that failed was that Hillary Clinton, one of the first Q posts was that Hillary Clinton, there's going to be this big operation next week, and Hillary Clinton is going to be arrested. And the minute that didn't happen, I said, well, this is fake. This is bullshit. And I stopped having any interest whatsoever in this. Where we LARP one, we LARP all. Take the oath already. Yeah. It's funny how much attention this Q crap is getting lately. Like Trump seems to be okay with Q people because Q people like him. Even though the FBI said basically that the Q thing is a domestic, did they say declare Q like a domestic terrorist threat or something like that? Oh, I just finished listening to all the videos exposing Emery. He's screwed. Yes, and thanks, CalTruth. CalTruth was one of the people who sent me this gentleman's video. I've had maybe 8 or 10 people send it to me and said, you got to see this. And CalTruth, I was going to do a completely different show today, but I thought everybody wants to hear this information and wants to hear me talk about it. So we ran with this today. We're probably going to do another one. Wasn't Bannon supposed to never be able to be charged per Q? Yeah. And that didn't happen. That did not happen. And I love that Q-tards only end up saying that current Hillary is a clone, one of many. They just keep digging deeper. Yeah, and let's not also forget that Q is mentioning things like Looking Glass, which the only sources of which of Looking Glass, which is supposed to be some kind of program the government runs to be able to see into the future, the only actual evidence for that was brought forth by Bob Lazar, UFO fraudster, and an even bigger UFO fraudster who took some of Bob Lazar's S4 bullshit information and ran with it in the form of Dan Burrish. Go watch a Dan Burrish video, and there is Q's sourcing on this top secret Looking Glass project. It's laughable. It is ridiculous. It's like bad 50s science fiction, but done today. Rodrigo Vieira gracing us with his presence. I'm not sure that I've seen you here, Rodrigo, yet, but I'm glad that you found me. Rodrigo is a friend from our old show, The Midnight Hour, and an excellent researcher himself. I believe Rodrigo is in Spain, right, Rodrigo? It's so fun sometimes, just the connectedness of everyone in the world now, where I can have friends, in all different countries with similar interests. It's amazing to me. I just talked to somebody in Russia earlier today, and here is Rodrigo from Spain, gracing the live chat with his presence, good researcher himself, and a person who is similarly obsessed with all of this stuff as I am. Jordan Sather is hooking up with Wilcock at some point, or was that good? Gaia, anyhow. Yeah. Okay, future proves past. A little disinformation is necessary. The stuff with Baby Q plus the Space Force might not be that funny soon. Oh, yeah, that's right. Rodrigo, this is the first time I've seen you in our live chat, but I remember, of course, I kind of met Rodrigo through the Midnight Hour show and our previous producer for the Midnight Hour show, who vanished. I don't know what happened to that guy. Richard Booth just vanished, Rodrigo. Yeah, he's in Portugal, not Spain. I'm just waiting for Q to finally expose who the Magic 12 are now. Yeah, Edge of Wonder at Sixth Design, they broke off and went over there. Yeah, they abandoned Gaia, and Edge of Wonder was their new mouthpiece. Because nothing says truth seeker like going on a Chinese cult-run fronted going on a show that's supposed to be two independent truth seekers, but is really funded and affiliated with a Chinese cult, Falun Gong. Nothing says you're a truther like deliberately taking part in a Chinese cult propaganda video. It's crazy. But this is the world that we live in. I lost track of who owned rights to what. I still think they both are still working together. Probably. Somehow I see Good and Wilcock inseparable. Well, isn't it interesting, though, that David Wilcock has made zero comment on Corey Good suing everybody, including the guy who officiated at his wedding. Corey Good is suing the minister, or I guess he's a minister, Leon Isaac Kennedy, who married David Wilcock and his idiot wife, Elizabeth Wilcock. So, friends, I think we're going to wrap things up here. I have not decided, but we may do the normal scheduled stream at 10 p.m. It depends on how I'm feeling. I'm going to try to get something to eat, get a little bit of rest, and may go live again. It'll be the first time that I've done 2 shows in one day, but I have another show that was locked and loaded and ready to go. So we may get 2 in one shot. Who is this Wilcock nut? He doesn't even have a wiki page, the Greer of the New Age community. Ian Mendham, I'm not sure I've seen you here before. Welcome. You can look up David Wilcock on Wikipedia, I believe, or just Google David Wilcock and you will find all kinds of videos, information. He was the one-time star, if you could call him a star, of Ancient Aliens, and is generally just a new age grifter. He's been selling fake shit and lies for 20 years. Nothing he talks about ever comes to fruition. He's made thousands of psychic predictions, most famously that in the year 2000, we were all going to get light bodies and superpowers. That didn't happen. And then he changed it to, no, it's going to happen in 2012. And that didn't happen. And he goes away for a little while, hoping that people forget his bullshittery and lies. And then he comes back with new cons and new fake stories. Oh, and yeah, Sixth Design gives the rational wiki for David Wilcock. Rodrigo says, if you go live again, I'll drop by. Good. That would be excellent. See y'all later. If I wasn't at work, I'd have a lot to say about this topic. Maybe tonight. Yeah, maybe we'll unpack more of that. So, friends, I'm going to. Rational Wiki is a source of a lot of UFO, aliens, and so on. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to try and. Yeah. Thanks, Stephen and Sixes. Yeah, you should educate yourself. He's one of the. I call him a cosmic con man. He's always selling fake alien stories and fake shit about the deep state, Q. Just a fascinating character to me that somebody could be living in $1 million mansion just making shit up and people buy it up. But hey, not that I'm bitter. You know, we try to do our best to tell people the truth about these things here. So, friends, I am going to wrap things up here. I appreciate you guys indulging me for a daytime stream. And I think we had 40-something people, maybe more, because there's people in the Twitch chat, maybe 50 or 60 between Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, which is probably one of the higher attended shows or streams that we've done so far. So that is telling me that daytime streams might be a good idea. And we will see if we can't do some more of those. As for me, I'm going to try to get some food in me. Haven't eaten all day. And I believe we will be back with a second show. I'm almost sure of it. Unless something major occurs to stop me. Let's see. Yeah, I'm looking at the time here. So yeah, we'll be back later tonight with another show, which I have locked and loaded here that we were going to, but I thought it was important to do this sort of special report on Emery Smith being exposed as a fraud and a liar, because it's about time. You know, that guy kind of got a pass, right? Everybody likes to beat up on Corey Good and David Wilcock and how ridiculous their lies are. Emery Smith's lies are just as ridiculous. Right? I think it's important that people know the truth about him. So consider this our first Truth Seeker special report. And if things, you know, if something's like a breaking story, we're just going to jump on and go live and cover it the best that we can. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us and welcome you to come back in a few hours for another helping of our show here, Truth Seekers. I want to thank each and every one of you who have been donating or becoming a Patreon supporter as well. It means a lot to me. Every dollar, friends, every dollar helps to keep the show going, to keep the show moving forward. We're going to be giving out fun and prizes, like I said, for $10 donations going forward. Just include your mailing address, and I will send you, for a $10 donation, you get a mood ring. For a $20 donation, you get this beautiful wooden rosary and my guide on praying the rosary. So friends, until next time, which should be fairly soon, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night and God bless. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. For today, we get a double shot of Truth Seekers. You know, some days I struggle for enough content to fill a show, to do a really good job, and just even to have enough things to say, enough things to talk about to fill a show. But today is quite different. There is a lot of breaking information, and that sort of gets me excited enough to do not one, but two shows today covering this topic. Earlier today, I produced a show detailing an insider's view into the lies and fraud and fakery of Emery Smith. Now, I should say that even in the few short hours since that broadcast, my inbox has filled up with people, some of which I'm sure are big supporters of Emery Smith. And we played a gentleman's video who said that his daughter dated Emery Smith for 4 years. They were living together as well. I checked into this gentleman before using him as a source and playing his testimony, and was satisfied that he is who he said he was. And yes, his daughter did indeed date Emery Smith and live with him for several years. I consider him a good source. I'm sorry if you don't. These people that are attacking him, and by extension attacking me for sharing his information, have not done that vetting, have not made phone calls to check into this person as I did earlier today. I don't know him, but I know several people who do know him, just from sort of the, UFO conspiracy land conventions and things. He's been at some and has been an interested party into these subjects for many years. This is how he got involved with Emery Smith to begin with. In the video, this gentleman details a great deal of fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery perpetrated by Emery Smith. But he also implicates David Wilcock for just straight making fake shit up about events in Emery Smith's life. I suppose in order to garner sympathy for Emery Smith and get people to donate money based on these fantastical claims that David Wilcock was making about Emery Smith. Also leaked by this gentleman is the fact that David Wilcock has cited a secret government insider known as Paul in talks, in videos, in appearances. He has talked about this Paul. Paul is Emery Smith. Why he would use Emery Smith to be two separate people is beyond me. But that's David Wilcock, dumbass extraordinaire, fake psychic, fake Edgar Casey, fake teeth motherfucker. That's David Wilcock. And of course, he's going to milk a fake source for all it's worth. Not only did he milk the fake source of Emery Smith, but he decided to make Emery Smith a whole different fake insider for himself. And this was revealed to us by this gentleman who created these videos, Emery Smith Exposed. His YouTube channel is Points on the Curve. I decided that, it's pretty rare, actually, that I have a bigger bullhorn than another content creator, and I happen to have a bigger bullhorn than this gentleman. He's trying to get this information out there to the public, so we here decided that we were going to basically have a watch party and play his first video and talk about the information that he presents. And it's very compelling, friends. And for those idiots who emailed me earlier today saying, you don't even know if this guy is who he says he is. He probably doesn't even know Emery Smith. He didn't know Emery Smith. He's just some guy that doesn't like Emery Smith, and he's just making all this. No, he's not just some guy. It's verified. He had a relationship for many years with Emery Smith. His daughter lived with Emery Smith. I would think that he's a trustworthy source about these events. And for those stupid people who think that I just accept a source and go, okay, let's run with this. We don't know if this guy really knew Emery Smith. I checked, okay? I checked the best I could, and I found several pieces of supportive evidence that proved that he is who he says he is. But further, in his video, he shares a Dropbox link with a great deal of supportive evidence for all that he is talking about, all that he is claiming. And in that Dropbox, there's actually a video of him and his wife arguing with a drunk Emery Smith. And you see them on the camera together. So yeah, the person is who he says he was. But for the benefit of stupid people, we are going to share the video from his Dropbox link just so that people know, that I didn't just accept any source, and that this gentleman indeed knew Emery Smith. And this is the Dropbox with all these documents. Basically, this is a great data drop on Emery Smith. I'm going to copy and paste. I'm going to copy and paste the link into the live chat. So if you'd like to, you can have access to this tremendous data drop, proving what this gentleman says is factually, more or less, factually correct. And he has this data that he can, include. And here's a video. There's a video of him arguing with the drunken Emery Smith. And you see the gentleman from the video we played in this video. So no, I didn't just accept any source and run with it. This person is who he says he is.
They stole our money, Olivia.
Yeah. God, what a fucking moron.
Are you nuts?
What you
Ow.
did? You took our money.
Hey, Emery,
You
get
took it-
get
you
this
took
on
it- you
get
took
this
it.
on camera.
You took
Hey, Emery, did you not go to the Boulder court and tell them I was trying to kill you?
Well, yeah, you
Now
try.
listening to everything.
Good.
Good.
I'm glad.
Tell him to
We're
come
glad.
arrest Emery
Tell him
Smith.
to come on back.
Emery's
fucking face right now.
So here is a drunk Emery Smith arguing with the gentleman from the video, which is, I guess, was his father-in-law for some time. In this video we played earlier, please watch the previous video to see that in its entirety. The gentleman here, Emery Smith's, I suppose, former father-in-law, detailed events in Emery Smith's life that were portrayed an entirely different way by Emery Smith and especially David Wilcock. Again, in an effort to create sympathy for Emery Smith and get people to donate money based on fraudulent, fake information that David Wilcock posted on his website. And we're going to go through this. It is a treasure trove of bullshittery from David, the idiot Wilcock. It is a treasure trove of bullshittery. David Wilcock, how do you make this shit up? How do you keep making up such fantastical fake shit? Do you, I often wonder, does he just got flashcards and he just mixes shit up like Deep State, Men in Black, Cabal, Attack, right? That's David Wilcock for you. It is ridiculous. And equally ridiculous, David Wilcock, this fake shit is still up on your website, okay? This fake shit about all these fake events in Emery Smith's life is still on your website, and the donate to the Emery Smith Fund PayPal link is still live on your website, you asshole. We're going to go through that blog post, and we're all going to have a laugh at David Wilcock, the idiot, the fucking fake bullshit king, David Wilcock, you fucking idiot. Busted. We busted you now, you asshole. How many times am I going to prove you a fucking liar, you asshole, David Wilcock? How many times am I going to show the public that you just make up fake shit? How many times do I have to do that? How many times do I have to do that? While you sit in your fucking $1 million man cave mansion, you asshole, collecting money from stupid people who believe you somehow. How can anyone believe you, David Wilcock? How many fucking times are you going to get caught lying just by me, let alone by everybody else that's out there catching you lie through your fake fucking teeth? That's it, Wilcock. We got you lying through your fake fucking teeth. We got you lying through your fake fucking teeth, David Wilcock. And we're going to read it all. And we're going to laugh at you, you fucking lying disinformation asshole. Let's share, shall we? Let's begin, friends, shall we? So we're going to share David Wilcock's blog. And the post is titled, let's see here, ET Insider, Emery Smith hit with massive attack after coming forward. Of course, it was David Wilcock who claimed that Emery Smith autopsied some 3,000 alien bodies. But later, I guess they had a falling out, and Emery Smith said, oh no, he lied about that. It was 3,000 tissue samples, not, I didn't autopsy bodies. No, I just examined tissue samples from aliens. Okay. So here we go. Emery Smith claims to have autopsied about 3,000 different types of ET humanoids. Even he refutes that. David Wilcock, you fucking idiot. Why don't you take that down? When the guy you're talking about in your blog post says, that's not accurate, that's fake, I never said that, David Wilcock made it up, you should probably take that off of your website, you dumbass. The day after we announced his coming forward, he was hit with an attack that landed him in an emergency room. Right before his health collapse, 3 black SUVs followed him and abducted his dog, Raven. Miraculously, Raven was found alive by a good citizen after the perpetrators dumped her off on the highway. However, immediately after the abduction, Emery developed pneumonia-like symptoms with a fever and skyrocketed up to 105. The ER in Palm Springs could not admit him until 7 a.m. the following morning. Okay, his oxygen level went down to 90%, which when coupled with the enormously high fever could easily have killed him. This all screams of foul play. As we were finishing this article, his health slipped and he had to go back to the hospital once again. We are calling for your prayers for his health and safety. Our last article shared the story of a dog's abduction in an update. First of all, David Wilcock, you asshole. Listen, if the deep state or the men in black were out to shut him up, wouldn't they just kill him? Why would they kidnap his fucking dog, you dumbass? Okay, the men in black and 3 SUVs came and they stole his dog from him. That's what you're claiming in this post. You asshole, David Wilcock. What a fucking douchebag you are to go, and you wrote this. It's preserved for all eternity, you dumb dickhead. Jesus Christ, David Wilcock, you dumb dickhead. I can't believe what a fucking dumb dickhead you are. But this is David Wilcock. It's par for the course. These attacks reek of desperation on behalf of the deep state. Why would they try to completely destroy his life if he was simply making up stories, as their paid trolls will assert? I guess I'm one of those paid trolls, right? Because I think he's just making up stories. The guy said he was an astronaut, you asshole. Hey, David Wilcock, you used him as a source, right? For years. Did you vet that he was an astronaut, you asshole? Did you check that he was set to work on the International Space Station, going up in the space shuttle? Did you check on any of that shit, or did you just believe him because you're a fucking dumbass? God, Jesus, I don't know. Look, we got to get through this. This blog post, by the way, is like, I don't even know how many pages. Look, we're only up to this little bit, and it just goes on and on and on. Think about the implications. When you've been lied to for so long, in fact, born into a world where all you've ever known is lies, it can be very difficult when the truth finally appears. Hey, David Wilcock, I'm still waiting for any kind of truth to finally fucking appear from you. You're talking about being born into a world of lies in a blog post that's now proven, factually proven. We busted you, asshole. Factually proven that everything in this blog post of yours is a fucking lie, you asshole. So, first of all, the story about him ending up in the hospital, well, his supposed one-time father-in-law told a completely different story, you asshole, David Wilcock. He wasn't attacked by the men in black or the deep state or the cabal. He had alcohol poisoning and had to be hospitalized because of it, you asshole. And as for the dog got away. Somebody found the dog and they returned the dog to him. How the hell are you seeing some kind of conspiracy with 3 black SUVs following him and stealing his dog over him? What actually happened is he got drunk and let the dog out. One of the neighbors found the dog. The father-in-law went, got the dog with his wife, and returned it to Emery and that gentleman's daughter. He was an eyewitness. He was also an eyewitness to this event that you're trying to claim he was poisoned or he was attacked, which really that gentleman was witness to. No, you asshole, David Wilcock. He had alcohol poisoning. Yeah, he was sick, self-inflicted sick, you asshole. How do you get away with making this shit up? It's ridiculous. There is a level of UFO secrecy that goes far above the U.S. military. The highest generals, even the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, same old shit from David Wilcock. Oh, Eisenhower wanted to invade Area 51. Who's your source on that? Oh, the fake CIA disinformation agent that we busted. You know, the one that Jeremy Corbell and Richard Dolan were trying to peddle as a fucking CIA agent that was never a CIA agent. That's your source on that. There you go, lying again, you dumbass. You make this too easy. Yeah, so he's citing Richard Dolan talking to a fake CIA agent about Eisenhower's wish to invade Area 51 if they try to hide secrets from him. David Wilcock, maybe you should start watching my shows. We busted that fake CIA agent. He was never in the military. He was never a CIA agent. And even Richard Dolan later said, yeah, I don't think he was credible. Yeah. Shit, I got caught with another fake fucking story because that's what we all do here in UFO land. We sell fake fucking stories. They all do it. Some more than others, but they all do it. Okay, let's get back to this. Allow yourself to speculate. I don't even want to. I don't even want to go there. Okay, how are we gonna get? David Wilcock has got it. He's got to take 85 pages to explain a 5-minute story. Oh, Emery never intended to come forward. Emery never wanted to come forward about any of his black ops experiences. You asshole, David Wilcock. Here you go lying again. He didn't have any black ops experiences because you can get his DD-214, you asshole, and it proves that he was a low rank grunt. A nobody in the military. He wasn't special forces. He wasn't black ops. Those are his fantasies or yours. He never was in black ops or anything of importance in the military. He was a fucking nobody grunt, you asshole. And his DD-214 is the factual evidence that proves that. So here's another lie in your fucking bullshit blog. Boy, you should just call it the bullshit blog, David Wilcock, you asshole. Just call it the fucking bullshit blog because that's what it is. That's what I'm seeing. This is all bullshit. Every line of this is fucking fake. There were threats and attempts on his life since I started anonymously leaking some of his intel. You don't get intel. You get Fantasyland stories from LARPers and fake fucking people whose backgrounds don't add up. You asshole. You don't get intel. You don't have any intel or intelligence of your own, even though you claim to have 180 IQ. And by the way, Einstein only had an IQ of 160. So you're smarter than Einstein, David Wilcock. Then how do you keep fucking up trying to sell these lies? How is it so easy for a dumb slob like me to catch you lying over and over and over? How many times am I going to catch you lying to people and begging for money, you asshole? Here we go. There were threats and attempts on his life. Yeah, right. Yeah. And we heard about the so-called threats and attempts on his life. We heard the real story behind that earlier in our previous episode from this source who knew Emery Smith very well and claimed that he was a drunken mess. And that was the source of a great deal of his problems. It's not the deep state. It's not the men in black. It's that old demon alcohol, right? Apparently, Mr. Smith is such an alcoholic that he needed to get injections or he would have terrible withdrawal symptoms when trying to stop drinking. He'd get the shakes too. That's a bad alcoholism addiction. That's a bad problem. And I pray that he's going to get the help that he needs. But for David Wilcock and him to run around and allow, listen, David Wilcock, if David Wilcock made all this shit up or Emery Smith fed it to him, those are the only two choices, or they both worked in concert to make this shit up, to have something to talk about at conferences, in videos, on radio show appearances. They always got to have some drama to talk about. This is exactly what happened to Pete Peterson after coming forward on Cosmic Disclosure, which much more controversial information. And there's another fake source of David Wilcock. Pete Peterson has been blown out of the water as a complete and total fraud. We've done that for you. We've done that for you, David Wilcock, you asshole. Try harder. Get some real sources. You amateur hour clown shoes fucking bozo at this. Oh, he talks about David Wilcock's break sabotage. This wasn't the Dark Alliance. Always blaming the Dark Alliance. God damn it, David Wilcock. By the way, I'm supposed to be a member of the Dark Alliance. If I am, look, you motherfuckers in the Dark Alliance, you assholes. I didn't get a fucking membership card. I didn't get access to the super secret chat room where we all get together and plot, how we're going to, do Dark Alliance rituals and black magic against these truth-seeking spiritual gurus that were, it's ridiculous. The Dark Alliance is a fucking fantasy made up by Corey Good and David Wilcock to explain away their critics. That's what it's for. It's a propaganda piece. And any asshole that believes in something called the Dark Alliance, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Go seek counseling for your idiocy. Go try to educate yourself, you dumb shit, for believing this shit. Okay. Emery's home in New Mexico was broken into and everything was stolen or otherwise destroyed. This included large crystals that had been completely smashed into worthless powder on the ground. How do you smash a crystal on the ground into powder? Okay, David Wilcock. Evidence was planted to make it look like the work of drug addicts. Well, there is substantial and supportive proof that Emery Smith was involved in drug dealing in the form of selling psilocybin, right? So it could very well be that some drug addicts that he was involved with broke in his house and did that. Why does it got to be the men in black? But we heard the story from Emery Smith's at one time. I'm just going to keep calling him at one time father-in-law because he doesn't, he doesn't clarify too much in his video, but he was the father of Emery Smith's live-in girlfriend. So yeah, he detailed this event as being a nothing burger. Nothing happened. And the bullet, David Wilcock shows the bullet left on the counter. The same caliber of bullet for two guns, which Emery Smith owned, but had to hawk because he was in such dire straits. He needed the money to live off of. So he was hawking, according to this source we have, everything he owns. And that bullet is the same caliber. So is it just a coincidence, David Wilcock, you fucking dumb schmoo? Is it just a coincidence that the bullet that you say the Cabal, the Men in Black, the Dark Alliance left on his counter is the same caliber of bullet for the guns he just hawked? Is that a coincidence? That's a fake event. These events are fake. Yeah, he went to the hospital, but he wasn't poisoned by the deep state, right? He had alcohol poisoning. That's the truth of that event that you're trying to dramatize into some fucking science fiction fantasy story that you think you live, you asshole. And this event where his house was broken into, again, a big nothing burger. This gentleman paid the last month's rent on that home. I believe that he had intimate knowledge of this so-called event, and he says that David Wilcock made this shit up. So there you go, David Wilcock. You dumb asshole. We got you lying through your fake fucking teeth again. You're lying through your fake fucking teeth, David Wilcock, in this blog post. Wow. Okay, let's see. The reason that this and previous articles have been lengthy is that's what the data will be scrutinized far more in the future if there comes a... What is he talking about? The alliance will make its moves regardless of whether I am involved in any way or not. Their plan does not revolve around me or my work. There's no alliance. You just made that shit up. There's no alliance. Every time this asshole says alliance, he's just making shit up. He doesn't know anything about this shit. This isn't real. It's fucking fantasy land. It's fucking fantasy land. This does seem to be interconnected. I have been telegraphing for 3 days via electronic communication that I was writing the big one, i.e. this article. You're so proud of this work of fiction that you created around fake events of Emery Smith's life that never happened. This is the big one. This is your big one. E.T. Autopsy Insider. Emery Smith hit with massive attack after coming forward. He was hit with a massive hangover, you asshole. He alcohol poisoned himself and had to be hospitalized, you asshole. There was no Dark Alliance. There was no Men in Black. There was no black SUVs following him. Nobody stole his dog, you fucking dummy. Jesus Christ, how do you fucking live with yourself selling this shit? When you go to sleep at night, do you think, man, I did a real good job lying to all those people today? I did a real good job. I had a good day of lies. Oh, and then he takes a moment to beat up Tom DeLonge for the soft disclosure. He's a fake disclosure person. Yeah, that's their narrative. Everybody else wants drip disclosure, not full disclosure. Corey Good says the same horse shit, and it's all fake. It's all horse shit. You might find your way into this through the military. Oh, here we go again. Emery, we're back to where we were. Emery never meant to come forward. So he says here, Emery's home in New Mexico was broken into and everything was stolen or otherwise destroyed. Didn't happen. That did not happen. You made that up, or Emery Smith made it up and you just believed him without checking sources or vetting him, which is just as bad, I suppose. Oh, here we go. He starts talking about Paul's intel was mentioned in the case. Remember, this gentleman from the video we played earlier today said that David Wilcock just made up a pseudonym for Emery Smith called Paul. So every time in this article, when he's saying Paul, and most of the article is about Emery Smith, so it seems to reason that this dumbass, Paul is another one of his top secret insiders. But really, it's just Emery Smith telling him different stories, according to this gentleman. So we got you lying again about a fake source, you fucking dumbass. How many times do we got to catch you lie, David Wilcock, you asshole? Some of Paul's intel was mentioned in the case. I profiled his testimony on smart suits, which, as it turns out, are very advanced. I mentioned films like Spider-Man Homecoming, in which Tony Stark character gives Peter Parker a similar suit as himself was using as the Iron Man. Do you watch too much fucking science fiction and superhero movies? Is that your problem, David Wilcock? Is that why you think you have superpowers? Is that it? I'm confused. Only a half hour after this intel was posted, Emery suffered a head-on collision while driving his SUV in Topanga, California. The timing was very suspicious, to say the least. No. Here's where you're lying again. Emery Smith got in a vehicle accident while driving drunk. And there is ample and supportive evidence to prove that. You dumbass. Another lie in your blog. Another lie in your blog. How many times are you going to lie in one blog? Well, the blog post is like 80 pages long. Okay, here's the bullet left for him. After I leaked his intel, and David Wilcock's brake sabotage wasn't the Dark Alliance. His house was burglarized to the bare walls. No, that didn't happen. You made that shit up, or Emery Smith made that shit up. The cabal is on the verge of mass public exposure. I am one of the people covering that story with intel most others don't have. You don't have intel. You have Fantasyland stories that you just fucking pull out of thin air. You don't have any intel. If you did, then some of this shit would end up being real. And 20 years you've been doing this, David Wilcock, and none of this shit is real. And people keep catching you lying over and over and over again, catching you making fake shit up. This seems to be interconnected. I went into more detail in the threats. Oh, I'm sorry, friends. I just can't even. One of our top insiders was almost killed just a half hour after we released part 2. Oh my God. He's claiming people were. Paul was nearly killed in a head-on collision. That wasn't Paul. That was Emery Smith driving drunk. This is particularly significant because we had released more of his highly sensitive intel in that same. Again, he keeps using these terms: intel, briefings. No, you asshole. And here's supposed pictures of Emery Smith's house being burglarized. Oh, and here's the vehicle accident, which, by the way, right? That was not Paul. That was Emery Smith driving drunk. That's what caused this very disturbing vehicle accident. And how do you turn, and the Range Rover, right? We heard that gentleman mention Emery Smith drove a Range Rover. Isn't it a coincidence? This man says that you lie and that Paul doesn't exist and Paul is Emery Smith. Paul also drives a Range Rover, a very expensive car, by the way. And here, I don't mean to laugh. That's terrible if somebody gets in a big car accident like that. Paul's body collided with the windshield, leaving visible cracks, as you can see here. Blood was found on the window and the driver's side door. Lastly, he escaped with whiplash and a concussion, and nothing more severe than the final loss of everything he owned. Since then, we have taken elaborate precautions to ensure that his valuable information can never be lost. We still have more to say on that soon enough. Elaborate precautions meant getting him to come forward. Oh, geez Christ. So he talks about Emery and him filming his testimony. It just goes on and on. I'm trying to find, though, there's a PayPal donate button. Oh, proof of the dog's abduction. No, you asshole. This isn't proof of the dog's abduction. This is proof that somebody found a lost dog. You fucking dumbass. How do you get away with this? This is proof of the dog's abduction. We heard this gentleman in the video earlier today say it's a nothing burger. The dog got out because Emery was drunk. The dog got out, got lost. One of the neighbors found the dog. Him and his wife went and got the dog and returned it to Emery Smith. There's no cabal here. There's no black men, there's no men in black and black SUVs. And why the hell would you steal somebody's dog if you were a government agent anyway? This makes absolutely no sense. But this is proof to idiot David Wilcock, the guy with the 180 IQ. And I got to tell you, for having a 180 IQ, I would think he would be a better liar. Many things were left out of the update for Emery's own safety. It was a combined operation. What happened to the dog was only part of it. Simply put, he was already in the emergency room by the time I posted proof of his dog's abduction. You didn't post proof of his dog's abduction. You posted proof that somebody found a lost dog. You asshole. You never posted any proof that the men in black. Come on, David Wilcock. Up your game. I challenge you. Where is the proof that the men in black stole Emery Smith's dog? You asshole. Nobody stole his dog. The dog got out because he was drunk. You fucking asshole. This is David Wilcock. He'll take anything that he thinks he can use and he just twists the facts, pepper it with a bunch of lies, really do it up. Make this science fiction Buck Rogers, he's a government insider story shit seem legitimate, right? It's ridiculous. I don't want to keep saying ridiculous. I got to stop saying ridiculous so much when it comes to these clowns. Whoever did this may have hoped that the addict's shock of having his dog stolen would further weaken his health and cause him to actually die. One possibility, based on things Pete Peterson has told me, is that Emery was shot with an ice dart by one of the SUVs that went by before grabbing his dog. Holy shit, the men in black Shot him with an ice dart. What was in that ice dart? Well, gee, this is what David Wilcock says. This might not feel like more than a bug bite, but it could easily be loaded with viruses and or pathogens that could make you develop a sudden huge fever. Okay, look how fantastical this is. Where the hell is he getting this shit? This is some crazy speculation. Maybe the men in black shot him with a dart that had a pathogen in it while they were going to steal his dog. Maybe that's what happened. Yeah, sounds good. He wrote this shit out. Does he proofread this after he fucking writes this shit? How do you not read this and say, you know, this sounds too crazy, I'm going to take those lines out? Not David Wilcock, because nothing is too fantastical a lie for David Wilcock. Nothing, friends. There is no fantastical lie too big for this asshole to tell. And it's all documented. You wrote this in a blog, you asshole. It's going to be here forever. And my proof that it's all lies is going to be here forever. So who wins this game? David Wilcock, you dumbass. Jesus Christ. Sad but true that even with all this said, there are people who still deny any of this actually happened. Yeah, do you mean like the eyewitness that was there for most of these events who says you're full of shit, whose video we played earlier? He denies, and he's an eyewitness. He was actually there during these events. Were you there, David Wilcock? Because he was, and he says you're full of shit. And by the way, so do I. But now we have more substantial proof that you're full of shit. Another time that we've busted David Wilcock lying through his fake fucking teeth. He's lying through his fake fucking teeth on a public blog post. You asshole. No level of proof will stop the paid trolls from making such accusations, but my goal here is to reach the real people who might be on the fence. Oh boy, I guess I'm one of those. David Wilcock, I'm not a paid troll. And by the way, I just want to make a quick sort of disclaimer statement. The purpose of this video is not to slander, intimidate, harass, or damage the reputation of anyone. The purpose of this video is to educate the public on just how easily these people in the so-called consciousness or UFO community use deception and fake stories and try to profit from them. That is my purpose here, to show people that these people lie through their teeth and then they ask you for money, right? So all of this stuff is designed to make people feel sorry for Emery Smith, right? And after this big buildup, oh, look, he's got a hospital bracelet. It must be true, right? And here's showing some of his records. Like, okay, he had a blood test while he was there. I'm trying to see what they have a list of what medications he was given, because one of them might be for alcohol poisoning. I'm going to look that up. Update while writing. He has to go back. As I was writing this update, he had gotten to the point, Emery texted me and said his condition has worsened again and he is going back in. Oh, and here's a video that he took down. Oh no, Gaia took it back because Gaia and David Wilcock are on the outs. And here David Wilcock, pretty ballsy. We will not be intimidated. You know, David Wilcock, it's easy for you to say you're not going to be intimidated when you're making up fake shit like fake government agents, fake men in black. I have a feeling if you had to face a real federal agent that was coming after you, you would run like a bitch, okay? But since these are fake, yeah, I'm not going to be intimidated by these attacks because they're fake attacks, you asshole. None of this is real. The gentleman on the video that we played in our previous episode here detailed point by point that all the shit that you wrote in this blog is fake. It never happened. None of that ever happened. Most of it was just Emery Smith having alcohol-related issues, car accidents, letting his dog out. got drunk and let his dog go and get killed on a highway. All of these things were related to his alcoholism. And here we see, once again, David Wilcock taking advantage of somebody that has issues. Just as he took advantage of Pete Peterson, who was a senile old man, here, apparently, he's taking advantage of a man with very, very severe alcohol-related issues. And David Wilcock is, if this is how you use your friends, I would hate to see what you do to your enemies, really. Normally, the deep state would simply roll out a whole mess of troll videos trying to discredit Emery and make him look bad for whatever reason. He deserves to look bad from what I've seen. Doesn't seem like a very trustworthy or credible individual. Certainly not somebody whose crazy, fantastical stories we should just believe based on his past criminal activity that's been proven. I don't think he's somebody that can be trusted. And it's not trolling if people are out there telling people the truth about this shit. So, yeah, that's David Wilcock. Label anybody opposed. Okay. Anybody opposed is, a big problem. I'm trying to find the PayPal link. It's here somewhere. I'm sorry, friends. I'm a little bit visually impaired. So, click here to donate to the Emery Smith Survival Fund. What are we trying to help him survive? His alcohol benders? Because that's what all this was related to, according to an eyewitness that was there at these events. David Wilcock, you asshole. And here is another time where you tell a whole bunch of fantastical stories and then want people to donate money to one of your friends. And by the way, the link is still live. People are still donating, I guess, to Emery Smith. The gentleman in the video we played earlier said that he raised between $50,000 and $60,000 through this PayPal scam. It's a scam. If none of those events happened and you're asking people to donate money based on those events, it's a scam. I'll say it again. This is fraud, David Wilcock. This is fraud. Now, I don't know what's going to happen next, but Mr. Wilcock has just a few plays here. He can ignore this and hope it'll go away, but it won't. Or he can address it. He can apologize. He can take that blog post full of lies down from his website. But will he? I don't think he will. I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think that he's going to do that. I think that he's going to double down. And it'll be that gentleman who was an eyewitness is a member of the Dark Alliance and the Deep State. Isn't it funny how the Dark Alliance membership keeps growing as the critics against these fake fraud fairy tale hucksters increases? I've seen somebody come literally out of nowhere. Nobody knew them in the UFO community, in the consciousness, whatever you want to call it, conspiracy land. And within making a few videos, they were suddenly a member of the Dark Alliance, according to David Wilcock, Corey Good, and their ridiculous narrative. And it's all an attempt to convince their followers that they're somebody special. They get intel. They don't get intel. They get fantasies. They get, they get ideas from Stargate and from Star Trek and run with bullshit fake stories. And people, I got to say, good for them, though, because people throw money at them for this fake shit. People want to believe it so desperately that they are willing to just forget about discernment, forget about logic, common sense, facts, or evidence, and just believe an asshole like David Wilcock. David Wilcock, once again, we busted you lying through your fake fucking teeth. You lie through your fake fucking teeth to people. Every time that you appear somewhere, you lie through your fake fucking teeth. Every time you write a blog post, you lie through your fake fucking teeth. It's ridiculous that you get allowed to do this. When is law enforcement going to step in and do something about what you do? When is that going to happen? Is it legal for you to just write a blog post full of totally fake, made up stories
about somebody in an attempt to garner sympathy for them and then solicit donations for that person based on 10 pages of lies and events that never actually happened? Is that legal? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Doesn't seem like it should be to me. It's certainly not ethical. It's certainly not the moral thing to do. And by the way, David Wilcock, you asshole, you have a spiritual foundation. I don't understand somebody that's supposed to be a spiritual guru lying through his fake fucking teeth so much. You want to be a spiritual guru? Here's how you start. Stop lying through your fake fucking teeth for a living. Go get an honest job, right? You got money. Go help the poor or something. Take a break from lying to people for a while. See what that does to your soul. Maybe you'll feel better about yourself, knowing that you don't have to wake up every day and make up more fake stories to sell stupid people. Maybe that would improve your mental clarity, David Wilcock. Maybe that would improve your karma, and you'd be able to win at something besides lying and making up fake shit. Maybe you ought to look into that. A spiritual guru who gets caught lying to people every time he opens his fucking mouth is not a spiritual guru. And any of you assholes stupid enough to believe anything coming out of this jackoff's mouth deserve to get conned. I can't help you if you're fucking stupid enough to believe him. How many times do I have to show you that all David Wilcock does is make up fake shit and lie to people before it sinks in and these people stop sending him money for fake shit? But this is where we're at in life. And people who tell the truth or try to tell the look, you can cover these strange subjects and these strange stories and not just lie to people. You can say, I don't know if this is real. You don't have to present everything as factual, but see, there's not much money in that. There's much more money in going, I talk to aliens. Really, I do. I don't have any proof that I talk to aliens. And again, on this subject of Emery Smith, why has he been getting a pass? He got a pass. And I think the reason may be that he comes across as much more genuine. And at least I've heard he's a little bit nicer to people when he meets them. He is not very accessible. If you want to ask him questions, you got to pay, right? Take part in my webinar where I'll be answering questions. It only costs $50. You too can get the disclosure truth about those aliens. Just buy my webinar for $50, and then you can ask me some questions. Bullshit. And, as far as his education goes, I'm only able to verify that Emery Smith went to high school. Can't find proof of any other additional education. That's not to say it doesn't exist. Maybe I'm a terrible researcher and I could not find it, but it does exist. I don't know. But one thing that I do know for certain is that you don't get to be a NASA astronaut if all you did was go to high school. You're going to need a college degree to be a NASA astronaut, Emery Smith, you dumbass. Okay, so we're going to turn our attention to the live chat. Rodrigo, it boggles the mind how people can't see through Wilcock's BS. Unbelievable. Yeah, or they just want to believe in this shit so much that they're willing to, give him a pass. Oh, maybe he lied about that, but this is probably real. I've heard people tell me that. Oh, well, yeah, he lied about the Pete Peterson GoFundMe, but, that doesn't mean that all the stuff he talks about aliens isn't true. Yeah, it does. Once a liar, always a liar. David Wilcock is a fucking liar. And I got to say it one more time. He lies through his fake fucking teeth. Yeah, haven't they seen John Wick? Don't mess with a man's dog. I've never seen John Wick, but I've heard that reference, don't mess with a man's dog, from John Wick. I heard it's great. I just haven't gotten a chance to experience that whole series. But I'm going to binge watch that soon. It's on my list. So, friends, any questions or comments for me, please do put them in all caps. And, today's funny because I've never done 2 shows in one day, but I thought I'd rather get this all out in one shot. Let's cover this. And we're calling this Donate Gate. And here's why. David Wilcock has an entire page of fake stories about Emery Smith that never happened. And we have a source that's an eyewitness
By the way, I'm reaching out to him. We're going to try to interview him here live on our show. I'm hopeful that he will participate. Seems like a good person, somebody that I want to know more, and somebody that I want to pick that guy's brain and see what else he knows. Apparently, as you go on in that series, and we're going to do that, he's claiming that Emery Smith was involved in drug dealing, selling psilocybin and other things. And also in his Dropbox, there is a story about a Gaia director getting caught in Emery Smith's Range Rover with mushrooms in the car. So that's interesting. And maybe that would explain some of the behavior we see with some of these cosmic con artists, that they're running around doing mushrooms and psilocybin and smoking and drinking so much that they see aliens. I don't know. Greetings and salutations, friends. David Wilcock is back with another treasure trove full of fake predictions and bullshit. So we're back to talk about that. First, I just want to mention that David Wilcock has previously bragged that he had 180 IQ. But somehow this super genius, who, by the way, if he truly had 180 IQ, that would place him and make him smarter than Einstein or Neil deGrasse Tyson or Elon Musk or Tesla. Can't work a fucking live stream. I know people with $30 Android phones that do a better live stream. But somehow David Wilcock has collected thousands and thousands of dollars from his foundation and spent, I believe it was something like $10,000 worth of equipment and software to do, and I'm assuming that's to do his live streams with, because after all, that's the spiritual work he's doing with the donations he's collecting. He's going on YouTube and sharing ridiculous, unproven, untrue conspiracy theories from a letter of the alphabet, right? That's very spiritual of him. But I just find it funny that the guy spent something like $10,000, and I'm sure he's spent a lot more since then, you know, and he can't work a fucking live stream. It buffered the entire time, right? It was dropping the audio was out of sync. How can a guy that has 180 IQ not work YouTube? Like, how the fuck does that, my friends, should be all the proof you need
that his claims of being smarter than Einstein don't really hold up in real world situations now, do they? Listen, I thought a lot about, like, what of the best bits of this garbage do I share? Because that's what it is. That's what David Wilcock does. He shares garbage, absolute garbage. But here we are. And why am I so fascinated with this guy? Somebody mentioned something on Twitter. Yeah, I am. I'm fascinated that this guy could go on the internet and lie through his fake fucking teeth and live in $1 million house and live a millionaire's lifestyle when the only value that he offers the world is fake bullshit fairy tale stories. You know, maybe I'm just being cynical, but I don't know. I was taught by good people in my life, by mentors, really, that if you want to be successful in the world, especially financially, you have to offer people some kind of value, right? People have to find value in the work that you create. Now, this could be anything. You could become a carpenter, make fine furniture, right? Custom cabinets. You could become a tile setter, right? And make beautiful tile mosaics that people are willing to pay you hundreds of dollars an hour to do in their homes. You could provide people with valuable service or business that they find value in enough to give you money. But somehow, David Wilcock has sidestepped the usual way things work and is somehow able to collect thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars and offers people garbage. That's the value. Garbage, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Garbage has more value to the world than what David Wilcock offers people in his streams, in his public speeches, in his conference appearances. It's garbage. At least garbage has a use. You can compost it, right? You can make compost out of it. I think there's trash to steam plants that can turn garbage and trash while burning into energy, right? Garbage has more value than what David Wilcock offers the world. So I've got a few pages of notes here. I find it funny. Let's see. First, though, I do want to mention something. I have been looking deeper into the David Wilcock Spiritual Foundation. And I did some digging, and I find some of the things on their website extremely troubling, and we're going to talk about that. So I'm going to cite fair use here. And I'm going to share their Spiritual Foundation website right now. Okay. So this is the part that I find really, really troubling. On their WilcockSpiritualHealing.com, and by the way, this is fair use. It's a public website. We're allowed to share it, especially for the purposes of news reporting, critique, or discussion of the content that is hosted here. WilcockSpiritualHealing.com. And under the main page here, charitable causes that we support, the Sloth Foundation. And then here Elizabeth Wilcock does a video with the Sloth Foundation, which, by the way, got very little views. Very little views. Under 1,000 views. And I find that funny because David Wilcock likes to slag on people like me. Like, their views, they get less than 1,000 views sometimes, these critics. Oh, okay. But I'll take my 1,000 views for telling people the truth in a minute versus your hundreds of thousands of views for lying to people. You don't get credit for how many views you get when there's no ethics involved in what you broadcast. I could get hundreds of thousands of views too. We could start posting, secret interviews with reptilian aliens and alien hybrid factory whistleblower speaks out, it'd all be fake, just like your shit. But yeah, I could get hundreds of thousands of views. Try doing it, telling people the truth, you asshole. Try getting those numbers, telling people the truth. So, Sloth Sanctuary of Costa Rica. Elephants Now, Saving Ganesh. These are the charities that they're saying that they support. And listen, to me, it's very misleading that they're telling people that they support all these charities, and then they ask for donations for their spiritual foundation at the bottom here, right? It says, don't listen, this is very important, friends. Donations go to the Wilcock Foundation 501c3 for spiritual healing and empowerment and help support and care for animals and people who are a light to the world. Well, there's only a few organizations here that mention animals, right? I reached out to both of them. I wasn't able to get a hold of this girl from the Sloth Foundation, but I was able to get a hold of Philip from Elephants Now, who was very nice. He and I had a nice conversation. He doesn't know Wilcock, David Wilcock. He was friends with Beth. And so he did an interview with Beth. Again, it got 600 views or something like that. And what he told me is no, and this is from Philip from Elephants Now at Saving Ganesh. So Mr. Elephants Now guy that I talked to on the phone several times, actually, he called me back to talk some more, which I thought was interesting. You know, sometimes it's really hard to get this work done and to speak to people and get any kind of relevant answers. So my question to Philip was, does the Wilcock Foundation directly donate money to you or pay for feed for the elephants that you have in your, sanctuary? And the answer was no. According to Philip, at least, and this is direct from Philip from Elephants Now, the Wilcock Foundation doesn't give any money to these charities that they list. All they're doing is helping those charities by providing a direct donation link on their website. So a big question I have now is this line here then. Donations go to the Wilcock Foundation 501c3 for spiritual healing and empowerment and help support and care for animals and people who are a light to the world. I mean, is he feeding his dog from the Wilcock Foundation money? What animals are being fed from the David and Elizabeth Wilcock Spiritual Healing Foundation? Because according to one of the people on this list, Philip from Elephants Now, they don't get any money. And he told me that nobody on this list gets direct money. To his knowledge, they don't give out direct funds. He could be wrong. He admitted he could be wrong, and I'm admitting that he could be wrong, but that's what our foundation told us. Now, here's something interesting. Twilight Brigade. No veteran dies alone. This is Daniel Brinkley's charity, which, by the way, is now defunct. What does that mean? The charity is going belly under. And 1 second, friends. I have to get my notes to know exactly who I spoke with here. Okay, at Danion's former charity, which is no longer in business, their paperwork, in other words, has expired because they just weren't getting enough donations to keep the organization going. I spoke to a William Hatfield there, who was one of the founders, along with Daniel Brinkley, of that charity. Close friend, known Daniel Brinkley for decades. And he too said, no, the David Wilcock Foundation doesn't give us any money directly. They just put us on their website and are helping us to advertise so we can get donations from people. So again, here's two sources. I've reached out to the others, but they haven't gotten back to me, who confirmed that no, even though they're listed as charities that they support, they're not getting any money directly from the David and Elizabeth Wilcock Healing Foundation. And to me, this webpage is very, very misleading. it would be reasonable to assume that people are going to see all these nice charities. Look, a Sloth Foundation, Elephants Now, Musical Ambassadors Peace, Shakti Rising, Twilight Brigade for Veterans, Janie's Fund. Oh, that's the one created by Steven Tyler. Yeah, because he cares about young women, right? Considering his history, I find that suspect. But my point is, one would be reasonable to assume that people making donations to their foundation are assuming that they're giving some of that money to these other charities somehow. They list them and say, these are charities that we charitable causes we support. So my question for David and Elizabeth Wilcock is, how are you supporting them? Just by putting them on your website? Are you giving any of them any money? And can we get a breakdown of the amount of money that you have donated to each of these organizations? Because we have two sources now, Philip from Elephants Now, Saving Ganesh, and William Hatfield, who ran this organization with Daniel Brinkley, both saying, no, your organization does not give them any money. I mean, support is a broad term. In their minds, perhaps simply putting these other charities on their website and letting people, you know, give them a PayPal link, I guess, here, so people can donate directly to them, maybe supporting them. But I believe it's extremely misleading, especially this line down here. It goes to help support and care for animals and people who are a light to the world. What animals are you feeding from your charitable donations? We'd like a list of the animals, the feed purchases, receipts. We'd like to see that. This is a real problem, friends. This is a real problem. I don't believe that you can do this. Is it just me, right? Or does this seem extremely misleading of a thing to do to people, especially when you're saying that the charitable donations are helping feed the animals, right? How much money has David Wilcock collected in donations? We don't know. I've looked on the IRS.gov website and they have not filed their 990 for this year, or I believe the previous year. The only one they filed is the first year, 2018, which I already have a copy of. You're required to file one every year. It's not on their IRS's website yet. I've asked directly to David and Elizabeth Wilcock through an email, several emails, if I could have copies of the 990 form. And by the way, I've even called their accounting firm, which is just a voicemail. It's like a storefront. I guess they're all working from home. I don't know. But I have, friends, I called their accountant. The person listed as their accountant, I suppose, on their charity forms. And I've left several voicemails now requesting the 990 forms. Realize that if a member of the public requests the 990 forms, they're required by law to release them. The 990 forms will show us exactly how much money David Wilcock is taking into his charity and where all the money goes. This, my friends, is an important step that needs to be taken. It's in the public interest to know how much money David and Elizabeth Wilcock are taking into their foundation in the form of charitable donations and where all the money goes. Additionally, I believe that they have a moral, ethical, and maybe even a legal responsibility to answer journalists' questions. If I have a question, like, for example, when you, David Wilcock, get a super chat donation, does that go to your charity money or does that go to your private business money? I'd also like to know, how is it morally or ethically okay, or even legally okay, for you to collect charitable donations and then make content with those, buy equipment with those charitable donations in order to make content that is for profit posted on a monetized YouTube channel, wherein you also take super chat donations to the tune of thousands of dollars per production, the money circle here looks very odd to me. And we want to find out more. I believe that David and Elizabeth Wilcock have a moral, ethical, and maybe even a legal obligation to answer these questions publicly. They certainly have a moral, ethical, and legal obligation to give me the forms. I want the forms, David Wilcock. I want the forms, Elizabeth Wilcock. You're required by law to release those 990 forms, or you shutter your charity, turn off that spigot of free PayPal money that you've been getting for, I don't know, since 2018 now. But they're a charity, right? What has his charity done since 2018 except add some other charities to their website that you can donate to? And she's done, Elizabeth Wilcock, to my knowledge, has done 2 or 3 videos about other charities that she likes, like the Sloth Foundation and the Elephant. And God bless her for doing that. But if David Wilcock really cared about helping promote these charities, why didn't he put those videos on his platform on YouTube, where his videos get hundreds and hundreds of thousands of views? Why would he leave those videos that his wife did to help support those charities on her channel, which her videos are getting 600 views? Doesn't seem like he's really all chips in supporting this foundation or these charities that he claims that he supports. And I've heard him say that they were going to be supporting veterans charities, animal charities, peace charities. Where is the support, Mr. Wilcock? If you're collecting, in 2018, he collected $90,000 in the space of 5 months for his charity. $90,000 was collected. Guess how much he gave to veterans charities? Nothing. Guess how much he gave to animal charities that year? Nothing. Guess how much he gave to peace charities that year? Nothing. Every dollar that he took in, he spent, it looks like. Oh no, they had some left over. But my point is that he did not take these charitable funds and then disperse those funds equally or not equally, whatever, amongst these charities that he's claiming that his foundation is supporting. I believe that this rises to a very troubling level of deception, deceit, and willful ignorance of acceptable, ethical fundraising norms. Let's just put it that way. So we're going to stop that. I'm going to put my fair use banner up here, because this is a fair use situation. And if we're going to be sharing some of David Wilcock's latest bullshit fest, it's a transformative work. We're going to be accepting comments and questions from the live chat while we view this video. We're going to be discussing and critiquing the contents of the video. And so this is fair use. All right, I'm not going to share. We're not going to be here very long because I can sum this whole thing up very quickly. This last 3-hour stream is an hour and a half or maybe 2 hours of him regurgitating all of the alphabet letter of the conspiracy nonsense and showing everybody what people are tweeting, but the nutters like, Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell, right? China may invade us any minute now. He's pushing that thing again, right? Yeah. Emergency broadcast system and the internet and the cable and everything's going to go down, right? And you're going to be forced to watch this video before you're allowed out of your, it's such bullshit. He's got nothing, friends. He's got nothing original. So he's regurgitating all of his garbage. That's for about the first hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours. Or no, about an hour and a half. after that, I believe that he's tipped his hand now and finally showed us what he's going to do now that this letter of the alphabet conspiracy train is going off the fucking tracks. He's going to need something to get more viewers because all of those people will leave and be gone, right? All that money gone, right? He's got to come up with a new grift, a new con. And I believe that he thought real hard about it, right? What else can I use as a source of bullshit? And friends, it's like a gift. It's like a gift from heaven. David Wilcock is going to go back to channeling his imaginary friends. You heard it here first. The new con, the new grift of David Wilcock is going to be that he's going to channel his imaginary friends, right? And write down the bullshit that his imaginary friends say, and then he's going to share that like it has any value to the human race whatsoever. It's garbage. It's garbage. And when we get into the actual readings, most of the readings go like this. We appreciate you allowing us to use you as a conduit. You are doing great and incredible work, David Wilcock, and we are so proud of you. You are fighting a war against the cabal and the deep state, and you are so very brave, David Wilcock. That is the basic, that is most of what he's channeling. Oh, I forgot. We are so incredibly proud of your woman warrior wife, David Wilcock. She is doing amazing work in the world and will change the world. We are so proud of your amazing woman warrior wife with her fake kung fu belts, David Wilcock. That's another one of the channelings of importance. Listen, godlike, interdimensional, angelic beings are communicating through David Wilcock. And what is the salient message, the major point that these godlike, angelic beings that he's now channeling again want to share with the world? They want to share with the world how great David and Elizabeth Wilcock are and what good work they're doing. David Wilcock, you sell lies to people for a living. Why would a godlike angelic being inhabit your body, allow you to channel them, and then tell you that what you're doing is a good thing, selling people lies, deception, half-truths, unproven, fake stories? That makes absolutely no fucking sense. At least get with the woo, man. You know, quantum entanglement, we're all in this together, everything is connected. You got to work on your woo, bro. I guess you're rusty because you've been busy with this letter of the alphabet conspiracy train of nonsense for a few years now. Now you're trying to get back into the bullshit psychic business. Congratulations. And I just got to say that these beings that he's channeling now are the same ones that told him that we were all going to get superpowered light bodies in the year 2000, right? You know, from his old website at ascension2000.com. He hates that website or anybody mention it. It was filled with hundreds, thousands of fake predictions that he channeled or had psychic visions or psychic dreams of, and none of that shit ever happened. And these are the same entities that told him that he was Edgar Casey reincarnated. How did that work out for him, right? And these are the same entities that told us that 2012 was going to be the Great Awakening, the Great Reset. And again, we're going to get light powers and super bodies, and everybody's going to, telepathy is going to be everyday common. You'll be able to, you know, manifest anything you think of. You'll be able to telepathically communicate. You'll be able to float. That's what he said. That's what his channeling ability gets us. Amazing, accurate information like we're going to get fucking light bodies and superpowers in the year 2000. And then he pulled out that con again in the year 2012. And that didn't happen, right? Nothing. This fucking clown talks about ever happens. Ever. But we're supposed to believe the quality. And he basically says, you don't need any other channelers. They're all garbage except me. I'm real. Mine are prophetically accurate. It's been proven. No, it's never been proven. It never will be proven, because David Wilcock, talking to your imaginary friends and writing it down and sharing it with people, is not anything of value to the world, especially when none of that shit ever happens. It's garbage. So go ahead, David Wilcock. Talk to your fucking imaginary friends. And by the way, why don't you channel your imaginary friends? Because they're godlike angelic beings. Surely they would know where I buried a huge box of dildos for you to find. Now we have new superpowers. You can use your psychic powers. You can use your fake government insider friends. Now you can use your channeled angelic beings to help you find the big box of dildos I buried to test your psychic powers. By the way, it's got to be a year ago now that you've had to find a box of dildos. That's all you got to do to prove your superpowers. Oh, and another part of this stream, a good 45 minutes of it is him telling ridiculous stories about dreams he had, trying to prove that he has superpowers. You don't have superpowers, David Wilcock. Sorry to let you know. Those superpowers are fake. Because if your superpowers are real, we would have all gotten superpowers in 2000 and 2012 as well. We would be double superpowered by now. All of us. His superpowers aren't real, friends. All right, so I'm just going to play really small portions of this as we go through his video. Yeah, this is one of my favorites. He got a picture of a National Guards troop that didn't have a clip in his gun, right? And he claims that everybody is so afraid of Biden and violence against Biden that they took all the bullets away from the National Guards troops. Now, see, there is always some kind of, let me try this again. There is always some kind of truth. Oop, there we go. There's always some kind of truth in some of these conspiracy theory nonsense things that people are sharing. Yeah, they're a little concerned about right-leaning radicals or right-leaning people. That's most of the National Guard, but okay. They took all their bullets. Bullshit, friends. They didn't take their bullets. In fact, those people have the National Guard, which is now up to, by the way, there's going to be 25,000 National Guard troops in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday. And I'm told 10,000 plus police officers from various jurisdictions and agencies there, plus Secret Service, plus federal police and FBI. I don't know. Looks to me like there could be 40,000 people whose sole job it is to make sure that nothing bad happens during the transition and the inauguration. All right, so we're going to share this. So that's one theory. By the way, I made a few phone calls today. No, you dummy. They got bullets. They all got bullets, you dumbass. They've all got bullets. And that's how easy it is to go after David Wilcock and prove that his theories and the information that he shares is all fake and garbage. You make a phone call and you ask, excuse me, is it true that the National Guard has no bullets, or is that fake news? Yeah, it's fake news. They got bullets, friends. Not only do they got bullets, they have an order and authorization to use lethal force. Friends, they wouldn't put them out there with a bunch, what are they going to do? Put them out there with a bunch of sticks and no guns when they're telling them that it's okay to use lethal force? Of course not. But this is the horse shit that David Wilcock is sharing, repeating. This is the garbage from Wilcock.
With his mask, and he's got his munition there, but he doesn't have a clip in it. So, people are like, well, I don't know if this is true. Again, This may be part of what's going on right now, but there's a lot of other things going on that we're not seeing, and I believe it's all going to be fine. But the other thing that Mike was talking about that
Oh, and by the way, throughout this broadcast, he keeps calling Mr. Pompeo Mike. And that is a very subtle but deceptive tactic that I believe is intended for people to infer, well, he's calling him Mike, you must know him. No, you don't know Pompeo, you asshole. Don't call him Mike, right? I don't know. When I grew up, if I would have called an adult that I did not know well or was given permission to by their first name, my father would have smacked the crap out of me, right? That's Mr. That's Mr. Smith. You don't call him Rick, maybe he never learned that. You don't call somebody you don't know by their middle name. It's disrespectful. It's wrong. And in this case, he's using that tactic, I believe, in a subtle, deceptive way. He does it through the entire broadcast here. Every time he mentions Pompeo, he says Mike. Mike's doing a really good job. I really support Mike's speaking out about this. He doesn't know Pompeo. Okay, Pompeo doesn't hang around with the fallen star that is the guy who was once on Ancient Aliens for a while. Okay, doesn't happen.
That caused incredible concern in people was the next thing that we're going to on the slide here. This right here. A certain type of product from a certain type of entity in shipping containers. You don't believe me? Okay.
No, I don't believe you.
And this comes from, I forget what it is. I think it's 2016 or 2018. Sea develops multiple launcher that hides in containers. So that's right. A normal shipping sea land container can have this top that opens up, the lid pops up, out come these guys, and they shoot off their ordnance. Now,
yeah, okay, so that exists. What does that have to do with any of this? Oh, is he tying this in with his previous statement? The one that his source of which was let's see, I got to always do this, kind of rolls off the tongue if I do it right. His source for this story about communist China is about to invade us from Canada was a white supremacist, Holocaust denying convicted felon. And that's the only source he had. A white supremacist, Holocaust denying convicted felon said that 50,000 Chinese troops were amassing on our border. And then we dropped a bunker busting bomb on them. Is he trying to tie in this bullshit with that bullshit? And by the way, crazy Kerry Cassidy's running around saying we're all going to get invaded by the Chinese communists. They're amassing on the Canadian border, right? And God damn it, all my Canadian friends haven't called me to warn me that we're about to get invaded by Chinese communist troops that are just hanging out on the Canadian border. It's ridiculous. And now he's going to tie in this bullshit story that he found to tack on to his last bullshit story, which, by the way, was fake. Now, this may be a real device, but there's no proof that there's one in Canada or we have to worry about this.
What the briefing was that Mike was talking about.
The briefing was that Mike was talking about. So you're getting briefings with Mr. Pompeo now? Is that what you're claiming? Or are you once again, look at he's fixing his thinning hair. And by the way, dude, you got a wife, okay? Listen, if my single friends had fucked up hair like this, I forgive them because they don't have a woman that cares about them that's going to help them fix that shit. He's a married man. There's no fucking reason on God's green earth to have two-toned hair if you're a married man. You go to your wife and you say, I look like a fucking ridiculous clown with half blonde and half brown hair. It looks terrible. Help me fix it, honey. And she will, right? And he's fixing his hair while he's implying that he's getting briefings with Mike Pompeo.
Was that there are lots of these that have been positioned here quietly for years as they've been planning for this.
All right, so he's saying that there's these crates, right? These shipping containers that have pop-out missiles in them. Man, this sounds like G.I. Joe. Remember when Cobra would swoop down, right? No, there was an episode of G.I. Joe. I remember this distinctly from my childhood where Cobra, sort of like Trojan horse invaded a city with moving trucks. They just all came in moving trucks. And then the moving trucks popped down. And then all these battle android trooper Cobra robots came out and started taking over. This is a fucking G.I. Joe episode, David Wilcock, you asshole. It's incredible. It's the level of bullshit. This is grade A bullshit. So he's getting briefings, right, from Pompeo, and these are positioned all over the country, apparently, and we should be concerned about that. This is kind of like when he once claimed that there were bombs under every major bridge in America that could be exploded remotely, right, to cut people off and isolate everyone when this great reset happens, right? And martial law is declared, and that never happened, right? People even went and looked under the bridges, David Wilcock. There's no bombs under the bridges, you asshole. But here we go with the fear porn garbage nonsense.
Again, that's very, very upsetting. And furthermore, to get back to the slide once again, the power grid is the #1 target. That's what they intend to hit with these, apparently, that and other critical infrastructure things. So one of the things Mike reported on is that there are batteries of these Patriots activated all over the U.S. And if you go through the right channels and you look at all the notifications that they put out for the military, you can easily see this. Now, some of the briefings we got hinted at the possibility, but most of them are still very positive.
Again, I keep on saying this, but it's an important point that has to be repeated time and time again. David Wilcock, military officers get briefings. Elected government officials and bureaucrats within the government get briefings, right? Intelligence officers get briefings. Some asshole who was on Ancient Aliens talking about aliens is not getting briefings, not from anyone of importance, except for your fake whistleblowers, your fake insiders, your fake sources that we've already ripped to shreds. All of your sources are fake as shit. So if you're fake as shit, people are briefing you. And by the way, he's been saying I'm getting briefings for 10 years now. All of his briefings are apparently false. Why would you continue listening to somebody that's giving you false information unless all you want to do, all you want out of life is to sell people fake shit and bullshit?
Now, the good thing about these Patriots is that they are very, very good at intercepting things in real time. So hopefully, if these are ever even used, if these Sealand container things are ever used, they will all be stopped. We don't know for sure, but it looks very likely that they would all be stopped. So it's a very terrifying situation, to say the least.
I'm terrified, David Wilcock.
Of what's going on at this moment. All right, back to the slide again. Here's another tweet kind of thing that showed up, basically saying, Sean Spicer, the former WH press secretary, saying they are stopping every car trying to leave the city and are asking for ID. So this is...
Yeah, because the whole city of Washington, D.C. is at heightened alert because of the turmoil that happened, right, with the Capitol building. There's going to be 35,000 law enforcement and National Guard troops there on Wednesday. They've cordoned whole areas of the city off. The security is super heightened, and they're trying to track who's coming and going from the city and why. There's no conspiracy there.
This is again showing they don't want people leaving. There's some kind of operations going to be taking place there, and it doesn't matter whether they have ammo yet or not. Don't worry about it, everybody. It's going to be fine. And then just today, as I was putting all the...
This one's my favorite. He got an email saying, read immediately, and he had to go click on that link.
This other stuff together and looking at the possibility of the negative outcomes, I got an email that said, read immediately. And while I was putting these slides together at the exact point we are now...
1 second, friends. If somebody is texting me, know that my
Now,
phone is in trouble.
At the exact moment that I clicked on it, I got major, major synchronicities. And this shows me the possibility. The way I like to work is that when I see synchronicity, it means there's probably something going on that I should pay attention to. The first thing I noticed was the video view count which just for me at this exact second that I went in, had exactly 3,333 views. You don't believe me? I took a picture of it. And so there he is, 3333. And then this is all I saw at first. I was already impressed, especially because if you look carefully,
I'm impressed.
the total runtime of the
Wow.
video ends in a 33. So there's another one. 2 minutes and 33 seconds, right? You see that? But wait, there's more. Not only were there 3,333 views, he also has exactly 333 subscribers, as you can see right here. And just to make the point better.
Yeah, what does that mean, David Wilcock? That is just random chance numbers. It doesn't mean anything except to a fucking dumbass like you who's got to connect dots that aren't there, right? And find some what does that have to do with anything?
I'm going to zoom in on it. So there you, and I just, for fun, I put it at.
This is why he needs 3-hour streams, because he's got to spend 10 minutes talking about the numbers on a video he watched and what it means to him. It doesn't mean anything to anybody but you, because you're a dumbass.
The 33-minute mark, just to have fun. Okay, that's all that is. But again, it ends in 33, 2 minutes, 33 seconds, 3,333 views, and 333 subscribers. Now, this has to do with the concept of what you see there, hashtag Great Voice, which is actually a very significant thing. It's a mass notification system for all of our people in uniform and people like.
Yeah, so he's going with the discredited, fake, some would say ridiculous theory that everything's going to get shut down and they're going to use the emergency broadcasting system to share with us all this information. We're finally going to get the proof about those mold children and the trafficking rings. And by the way, I just want to say that if you care anything about people who are truly being sex trafficked in the world, Mr. Love and Light, you would not muddy the waters of the truth of some of those things with this ridiculous nonsense that you continually share, because it cheapens the victimhood of real victims of that sort of thing all over the world today when you do that. But you are a spiritual guru, right? So you're going to share fake stories about this garbage.
Emergency services. So the way I like to work is that when somebody says, read this immediately right now, and I was at this point in the slideshow as I'm building it, and I'm talking about all this really fearful stuff, and then I click on it and I get all these repeating numbers. First of all, this is something I've been documenting for many, many, many years. Typical skeptics, typical people who are not familiar with this type of initiatory world have a real hard time with synchronicity, but I don't know how it works, honestly. I'm not.
All right, so you don't know how it works, but it's important that those threes were all in that video, and the skeptics don't understand it. But you just said you don't understand it either. He contradicts himself from one sentence to the next. He can't keep his lies straight. His grift is coming apart live on YouTube, and it's glorious, friends. It's glorious.
Trying to do it. It's just that when I seemingly randomly click on something, in certain cases like this, there's repeating number patterns, and this has been going on for years.
Does anybody wonder if he sees repeating number patterns when he randomly clicks on porn videos? I don't. Thought came to mind.
Document it thoroughly in my new book, Awakening in the Dream, as I did in the Synchronicity Key. I've had almost every article that I have, I would get them at the end, and I document them. So this to me suggests very strongly that even if the intel that he's giving us is not precisely correct, that it's trending in the right direction of hope at least. And there's a possibility, but we're going to find.
All right, so this information could be completely and totally fake, but there was all those numbers that made sense to me, so I'm going to share this that may be completely and totally fake because there was a lot of threes in it when I clicked on it. That's what he just spent, 15 minutes explaining.
Find out real soon.
Oh, yeah, and all this stuff that he's about to say was supposed to happen last night, or it's going to happen today. So we're very topical on this, right? The stuff that he's about to say now is supposed to happen tonight, or yesterday night, or today.
That this might actually be true. Now, I don't know, but I think that he's on the right track.
If you don't know if it's true, why are you sharing it? Because there were some threes in the video when I clicked on it, and he might be on the right track. He's admitting himself that he doesn't know if any of this shit is real. His imaginary storybook friends and the land of make-believe that he lives in is unraveling right out of his own mouth.
At least. So when I see those synchronicities, it gets me to pay attention. Let's go back to what did this actually say. So he's reporting on alleged leaked intel. And this is the quote.
And we all know what the quality of David Wilcock's so-called intel. He likes to use that word too. Briefings and intel. David Wilcock gets briefings and intel. And if he truly does get briefings and intel, he's been so wrong about everything that he said that no one should trust either his briefings or his so-called intel, because it's all fake. None of it ever happens. It never comes, there never comes a point where he can definitively say, I talked about this a month ago, now it happened. He fakes that shit happened that he prophesized, but no, he doesn't have proof.
From the beginning of the video, I'm transcribing it for you. Are you serious? Are you serious? Guys, this is some information that was sent to me from one of the Make America Great groups out there. An Air Force pilot received this information. He then sent it to his father-in-law, and this is what it says. And folks, this is mind-blowing if it's true.
And again, subtle deceptive tactics used here. This is information that was sent to me from one of the MAGA groups, and it was sent to an Air Force pilot. That's to add legitimacy to the bullshit. It wasn't sent to, Joe Q public. It was sent to an Air Force pilot received this information. That's who we're getting it from, because generally most people believe that people that are members of the armed forces are trustworthy in things that they say. They're trained to be. There's a universal code of military ethics, right? It's a subtle deceptive tactic used here. And idiot Wilcock fell for it, hook, line, and sinker, and now he's sharing this garbage to potentially millions of people.
True, and again, we're not going to have to wait very long, but at least I hope the trend line of this is correct. Quote, this is from the Air Force, what was he, a captain, right? It was a captain? Let's see. Let's get a pilot. He's a pilot. I'm sorry about that. We don't know what his rank is.
I think his rank is that he is a general in the land of make-believe that you live in, David Wilcock. That's what I think his official rank is. He's a general in the land of make-believe.
Okay, so here we go. We need 100% of the people, assumingly on Earth, indoors to see what the United States military is going to broadcast on everyone's TV sets worldwide. It's going to be very painful, but we can no longer have people divided. Around Sunday or Monday, now he didn't say what week, but I would assume that's like today or tomorrow, so this is a very, very tight deadline. The President of the United States will send out a message saying, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. We will go to full global ML. The Prez will be on AF1 when he sends out 7 presidential messages. Okay, we got a number. That's something.
Now, remember, this is all supposed to happen yesterday and or today. And I don't know about you, but I haven't gotten a storm is upon us text from the president, and I didn't get anything on my TV set. I don't know. Maybe it's going to happen later today, right? There's still hope that this garbage prophecy prediction and stuff that he's talking about will really happen. Do I believe it's going to happen? Fuck no, because none of it ever happens. But come on, David Wilcock, let's push this bullshit right off the cliff.
Something I've never heard before. Now, this could all be a LARP. It might not be true at all.
This could all be a LARP. It might not be true at all, but I'm sharing it to potentially millions of people. That's stupid. It's unethical, right? And it's irresponsible for you to share this when you know it may not be true. But here you are doing it like a dumbass.
Not saying that it is, but it's compelling. 7 presidential messages to everyone's phones and TV sets worldwide on an emergency B system. From there, all global military via the U.S. military.
The storm is upon us, friends. The military is going to shut down all the media.
Shut down all media. Apparently, this is a worldwide event. That's internet, social media, phones, and all TV programming. They will be all under one channel, which I guess means there's only one channel you can get, and you'll be able to get it somehow, and emergency services. There, the U.S. military can broadcast 10 days of this storm. And he also said seven messages. So 10 days, 7 messages, something like that. 10 days of sessions. Now, what are they? He says it very clearly.
This is
3-hour video confessions from a military T.
Yeah, and just a moment to comment on why would a spiritual guru be happy and excited that people's constitutional rights are going to be suspended, martial law may be declared, and everybody's going to get tried in secret military tribunals, and then the video confessions from those military tribunals are going to get broadcasted. He's happy about that. How very spiritual of him, right? The guy who runs a spiritual foundation being happy if this were to happen, that everyone's constitutional rights just get shit all over and they get tried in military tribunals.
Lots of evidence for the scandal listed in the storm. While this is happening, they will be removing governments, making global arrests, and this will all be going on.
10 days
and
of
then
the storm.
The guy who did the video that we just saw said the following. So Americans will be getting arrested around the globe, not just here in the U.S., but other parts of the world, and people from around the world who have participated in this sea attempt against the president of the U.S. So that's very, very, very exciting, folks.
Why is he excited about that? This would be terrible, but he's excited about it because he's a spiritual guru.
Now, do we know if this is true? Absolutely not. Is it possibly true? Yes. Do I like the fact that it had 3,333 subscribers? Or 333 subscribers.
Again with the number salad garbage.
3,333 views at the exact moment I read it. Yes, I didn't want to close that window on my computer. I'm like, leave it up. This is unbelievable. I still have it open on the other machine. Now, I will also say that I have gotten other sources that have said very similar.
Oh, here we go. Now we get into the David Wilcock prover maneuver, where he cites he just shared a potentially fake source, and he doesn't know if it's true, but now he's going to double down on the bullshit and instantly tell you about a couple other sources, none of which he'll name, right? Or show you the information that they gave him. He's just going to say he's got other insiders that are telling him the same things, right?
Similar things, specifically regarding the idea that there are going to be videos taped at tribunals that are going to be airing. This is not the only place I heard this. The other briefing had additional information that I do not feel comfortable sharing. I do not want to screw up any of these plans. When it could happen again.
He wants this to happen.
Might be after the 20th. We really honestly don't know, but it's crazy exciting. Now, something for the people who say nothing ever changes, David. Why do you always talk about this? Nothing ever happens. Well,
he's talking right to me, friends. Thank you, David Wilcock. Why don't you just mention me on your show? Because I'm one of those people that say that none of this shit you talk about ever happens, bro. It never happens.
Well, something did happen. Back to the slide. Pindar actually is the name of the leader of this group that we've been talking about for so long. It is a name that refers to the dragon and the male member of the dragon. That's the name of the leader. So the Pindar is basically the number one guy. And this number one guy just so happened to have mysteriously passed over.
Okay, so he's talking about, look, this is what happened. A guy connected to
on January 16th at age 57. And here you go. That's right. Banker.
Yeah. So the one of the owners of the Rothschild group died. Somehow that's supposed to prove anything. He didn't predict that guy would die, but somehow he's trying to prove his superpowers here because that guy died. It doesn't make any sense. You're reaching, Wilcock, reaching. And your grasp far exceeds, your reach does not exceed your grasp. You can't hold on to these superpowered delusions of yours with such weak so-called prover maneuvers. You got to get better at the David Wilcock prover maneuver. This doesn't prove anything. People die all the time.
Banker Benjamin de Rothschild, I probably shouldn't say that either, owner of the group, dies age 57. So that is compelling because that's a very young age and it's a very suspicious time, to say the least. Now, this is all, again, showing the possibility of steps being taken leading up to other steps. We had that.
So what is he saying? He got murdered? He doesn't even say. Why does that have to do with anything? He just throws it out there. Well, one of the Rothschilds died.
Blackout in Italy that went on for 8 hours, and all kinds of strange suggestions that evidence was obtained inside, possibility that people have been arrested that we don't know about.
He is just running with this letter of the alphabet conspiracy train that's going off the cliff, right? What the hell? What day is it? It's the 18th. Bro, you got 2 more days to push this garbage. Are you really going to push this garbage right to the end of that cliff of bullshit or what? You've been talking about all this crap for years. None of it was true. None of it happened. And we're 2 days before the inauguration of Biden.
About same thing apparently happened in Pakistan. Same thing apparently happened.
Yeah, power failures happen, you asshole. Doesn't mean there's some grand worldwide conspiracy.
Germany. So it's all quiet up until now. But then we also have, like in DC itself, people can't go anywhere. So this could all be part of a very well orchestrated plan that we're seeing take place.
Or you could be connecting dots that aren't there, and none of this is reality. Because you live in the land of David Wilcock make-believe, right?
Back to the slide. Another thing we're very interested in now,
the emergency alert
EAS.
system. All right, we're gonna drop out of this. I'm gonna share one more part. Oh, let me see. We'll get back to the. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave that up there. Hey, Sweet Cheeks is here. You are most welcome, Sweet Cheeks. Absolutely. Oh, and I want to give a shout out to Jonaside, our latest PayPal donator, with a kind and generous donation. I truly appreciate his continued support. Big supporter of the show. Every once in a while throws me a couple of bucks to help me keep things going here. You have my sincere gratitude and thanks, friends. So that's half of this stream. Is David Wilcock regurgitating the letter of the alphabet garbage, no matter how suspect. He's even saying, like, he's being a lot more careful now. He's trying to give himself an L. This may not be true. Well, then why are you bothering to talk about it for a half hour if it may not be true? Why don't you have good sources of stuff that it is true to talk about? But he doesn't. Then we get to the second half of the stream where he's going to start telling you that he's going back to channeling his imaginary friends. Yeah, that's going to be his news source of bullshit. Since I guess that letter of the alphabet, stuff is, going away. So he's going to need some new bullshit to share with people. All right, and I'm just trying to get to where he talks about the readings. And by the way, I'm hesitant to even mention this, but I think that I will. David Wilcock professes to be a Christian, and I just have to say, I spent 12 years in scripture study, with priests and brothers in the Catholic Church, very schooled on Christianity. Christians would not trust or believe any channeled source as genuine or as valuable. In fact, they would discourage anyone from channeling or from reading channeled material. So there's that. Mr. Spiritual Guru claims to be a Christian, while at the same time, he's going to channel these interdimensional beings, right? And that's another good point. At one point, he says that he's channeling the tall white aliens, which, by the way, the tall white aliens were a fictional, made-up bullshit story by Charles Hall. They're not real. So how are you channeling aliens that some other guy made up? That's been proven a fraud. But that's what you're channeling? And again, a Christian would not involve themselves in channeling. It would be against being a Christian. You can't be a Christian and channel aliens at the same time. But this is the level of the con here. He's trying to get people that are Christians, get people that are New Agers all together under the same tent to send him donations. And it doesn't work out like that, David Wilcock. You cannot be a Christian and channel aliens or interdimensional beings or angels. You can't do both. So pick a lane. Either you're a Christian or you're a New Age bullshit channeler. You can't do both. And you know, that sounds kind of judgmental. I don't want to say you can't do both, but I want to say that every Christian person that you would talk to who with a knowledge of Christian faith and belief and the rules of Christianity would tell you that you cannot channel beings, right? The only source of valuable spiritual information is God or Jesus or the Holy Spirit, right? Or the saints maybe, but you don't channel them, right? Just a side note, I mean, he can do what he wants, but I'm telling you from a Christian perspective, having grown up Christian, spending 12 years in scripture study, channeling is not something you can do as a Christian, not as a good Christian. That's my personal opinion. That's my belief and speculation based on my 12 years of education in the Christian faith and Bible study. I may be wrong, but I don't believe so. In fact, I'll go this far. The reason that Christians and Catholics, especially Catholics, do not condone, allow, or promote channeling is very simple. You don't know who you're speaking to. They may say they're the Galactic Federation or the Love and Light kind of angels, right? But that could be a deception. That could be dark forces, demons, jinn, whatever your understanding of those evil entities out there in other dimensions, whatever your understanding is, Christians believe that channeling could leave you open to demon possession, could leave you open to dark influences and misinformation, disinformation, and deceptive information being fed to you by negative entities like demons. That, just want to give an explanation of why Christians do not condone or believe in channeling as any kind of source of information. So he's burning the candle at both ends, claiming to be a Christian, and he's going to channel these entities, right? We're going to share some of this. And
that we're all being attacked by this thing. All of us are the person falling, right? That's what the dream means. I have to fall on the ice to underline that. Then my mother has to fall and break her hip so that we really know that we're paying.
Okay, I skipped too far ahead, so let me just explain. David Wilcock spent a good portion of the time in this stream trying to prove that his superpowers are real. And one of the proofs that he came up with is that he once had a dream that he was going to fall on ice. And the next day, he fell on some ice. And his mother fell and broke her hip. So that must mean that his superpowers are real. Okay. That's the value. That's the indisputable proof that David Wilcock has prophetic psychic superpowers. That he once had a dream about falling on ice, and then he fell on ice. And I found it extremely funny that he tried to go to his wife to prove that he fell on ice. I'm telling the truth here. And then his wife basically didn't back up his story. Take from that what you will, but it's funny. He went to her several times in an effort. I guess he was light on the usual David Wilcock prover maneuver. So he needed his wife to say, yeah, he's not lying. And she didn't. Interesting.
Paying attention after I tweeted about this. And again, that's not evil. This is just a way of using dramatic events to let us know this is very important and we need to pay attention.
He has to tell you that him sharing this garbage is not evil. That's great.
Just like that guy that did the video, and as I told you, I go there and I showed you this, 3,333 views and 333 subscribers. Again, suggesting this is all going to be fine. So with all that is build up, and now we're at 8:47. I don't have a whole lot of time left. This might go a little bit over 3 hours, and for that I do apologize.
Yeah, it might go. It always goes because you can't shut the fuck up, bro.
But I want to read you this reading because it's so beautiful and it's so inspiring, and it has prophetic things in it that have not happened yet, as well as some other things that are highly compelling. So without further ado, what I'm about to read you appears to be positive, benevolent sources that are coming from the Christ light. My own higher self is unified with that.
Again, I'm glad that I mentioned this point about Christianity. Channeling never comes from Christ or the Christ light. You have just contradicted every Christian with a knowledge of actual Christian belief in the known world. Ask any minister, ask any theology professor who has a knowledge of Christianity. Ask any Catholic priest, any Catholic monk, any Catholic nun, any Catholic bishop, any Catholic brother. If any form of channeling comes from Christ or from Christ light, they, David Wilcock, 100%, I invite anybody to go make some phone calls and ask them. They will all tell you, any person with a knowledge of Christian belief and the rules of Christianity will tell you that no channeler is tapping into Christ or the Christ light. And I just want to say, you're supposed to be a spiritual guru. So you just went against and insulted every Christian who believes in Christianity by saying that you're channeling Christ to come up with these bullshit messages. It's not happening, David Wilcock. Christ does not channel himself through humans, right? I believe, and I'm free to believe and speculate this, that Mr. Wilcock, if he is indeed channeling anything, is channeling demons, trickster entities, negative entities, jinn, call them whatever you want, Christ, and you're not channeling from Christ or Christ light. You're not doing that. And to say that is extremely deceptive, because no good Christian, and I hate to be like judgmental here, but it's like, how do I properly communicate this? Nobody that is a Christian would say that they're channeling entities from another dimension through Christ or Christ light. That's not how this works, David Wilcock. That's not how any of this works. And as a Christian myself, I'm extremely insulted that you would do that, that you would suggest to people while soliciting donations that you're channeling Christ in these channeled sessions, doing these readings. But as a Christian, I also have to forgive. So I forgive you for being a dumbass. I forgive you for insulting probably the world's biggest religion and everybody in it by claiming that you're channeling Christ here. Is this kind of like how you channeled Ra? And is Ra Christ too? Are they different entities? What's going on here, David Wilcock? How the fuck are you channeling Christ? You're not. Stop lying to people. Don't tell them that. It's insulting to Christians. But you don't care. Mr. Spiritual Guru doesn't care if he insults every Christian on earth, as long as those super chat donations are coming in while he's telling people that he's channeling Christ.
Coming through me, using these intermediaries, using angelic benevolent forces, and giving us the...
How does he know they're angelic benevolent forces? He has no way to know what entities he's channeling. It's just as likely if he believes that he's channeling angelic beings, then he's channeling demonic ones. You open yourself up as a conduit to these things. You don't know what's going to come in.
These words. Now, I've got thousands of pages of this. I explain the whole thing. It's rare that I'm able to do one, but the beings are clear. I call it the beings just for whatever, because there's more than one of them. And they are these tall whites or whatever. That's what they appear to be, what I've seen when they're doing this. But again,
he's channeling Christ, then he's channeling angelic beings, now he's channeling tall white aliens. Which one is it? And by the way, did you catch that line where he said, I'm often not able to do this? Now that the letter of the conspiracy train alphabet soup bullshit is over with, he's going to need a new grift. And I have a feeling that he's going to have a lot easier time doing these bullshit readings going forward, friends.
Before you go laughing and before you go thinking that I'm crazy, which you probably will anyway, just remember that these sources have predicted the future countless occasions. I had 500 clients, a 99% success rate.
No, that's inaccurate. You did not have a 99% success rate, because after all, anybody can watch that Kevin Moore interview done with the gentleman, his name escapes me, who wrote the book about you being Edgar Cayce reincarnated, who said in the interview that he sent many people to you to get psychic readings that were so disappointed in they wanted their money back. Did you forget to calculate all those people in your 99% accuracy? And anybody can say this shit. Show us the client list. Let me interview your clients. You won't, because it's fake. You don't have superpowers, dummy.
People really get into this, okay? And I had one lady who got a reading from me, and it not only quoted the lyrics from some of the songs she'd written, but it explained to her why she'd written them. And she was in tears. She was blown away. There's a lot.
Again, we're never going to get the name of this person. Nobody's allowed to interview them and verify that this story is real, because he's making it up.
A lot of really great stuff in the book about this and how it happened. So
this is what I'm saying. His subconscious has got to be bothering him, because through a great portion of this stream, he continually keeps trying to prove that his superpowers are real. It's like he's trying to convince himself somehow. He must feel guilty for all the money that he's taken from people for what he knows is garbage information and some kind of channeled entities. Could be anything. He could be spreading demonic information around. And here's another thing. When we get to see the actual readings, it becomes laughable. Would Christ and angels and interdimensional aliens take the time to channel themselves into David Wilcock's consciousness and give him messages like he's about to share? It's ridiculous.
I think, honestly, that I'm doing it about as well as anybody can right now. I don't know if there's anybody else who's really doing it like this, following the protocols of remote viewing, doing it in the way that's the most likely to succeed and get authentic results. There might be somebody else doing it. Please don't send me all this stuff. You know what? There's so many bad channelers, and there's so many people that aren't doing it well. It's not that interesting. You know, we've had to say this.
And there's the pitch. All the rest of the channelers are doing a terrible job at it, but I'm the one that's doing it accurately. Again, this is a statement with no proof, no factual supportive evidence to support his claims that he's, really accurate in his channelings and the rest are all bad. It's just a blanket statement. And this, again, is a subtle deceptive tactic that he's using to bolster his believers. Don't believe in those other channelers, but believe me when I do it.
It is before, but like the Law of One, the Cayce readings, the Seth books, and what I've brought together, and a few other things I mentioned in the book, that's really enough. We don't need tons and tons of channeling.
Yeah, so only the channelings where he is making money from, that's all the ones we need. We don't need any other channelers out there selling anything. We've got enough with the stuff that I was involved with. And yeah, he did not channel the original Law of One material, but he was heavily involved, having worked with the woman who did for some time. And he continually talks about the Law of One in his paid conference appearances and all this other stuff. So if he's making money off of the channel material, then it's good and it's okay. But we don't need any other channel material. Just the stuff that I'm making money from is accurate and real. And the rest of it. So in a space of 10 minutes here, he has insulted every person that believes in channeling and every Christian on planet Earth by somehow first claiming that he's channeling Christ, then claiming he's channeling angels, which is another thing that no Christian believes is something that is real or that happens. And now he's insulting every other channeler, every other person that believes in channeling, everybody that reads channel material. They're all wrong, and only the stuff that I make money from is accurate or valuable.
And there's so much garbage out there that it flushes out the signal. So again, I hardly have done this since 2005, but when I was in Canada in this beautiful cabin, this is what came through from a very deep source. I'm going to read it to you now. And it's all about, it's for everybody. It's not just for me. Now, this is really strange because this was on September 19th, 2019, and it says the states have all aligned in your favor. This didn't make any sense at the time, so I actually put SP next to the word states because I didn't know if that spelling was right. But now in context, we just had this E thing go down, and now it's like the states appear to have been lost, and it appears that we're going to have this new situation show up for us that's very troubling to people. And the very first thing this time-looped reading said, with my mother's injury and my fall and the weird dream.
Again, with the David Wilcock prover maneuver. This prophetic reading has to be real because I had a dream that I would fall on some ice, and the next day I did. And then my mother fell and broke her hip. So this reading must be real. And listen to that general vague statement. All the states have aligned in your favor. That could mean anything to anybody. This is what fake psychics do. They throw out stupid, generalized statements that anybody can apply to their own lives and find meaning in. Doesn't mean there's any meaning in it, but here we go.
And then all this stuff, the first thing it said is the states have aligned in your favor. And it's talking to you. And it's talking about this moment right now. I totally believe that this reading was meant to be unpacked right now. I hadn't even remembered that I'd done this. Honestly, I just wrote all this down, and I
forgot all about this bullshit until this letter of the alphabet bullshit crazy train is coming to an end, and I'm going to need new sources. So I suddenly remembered that I can channel Christ and Ra and angels and tall white aliens, and now I'm going to use them as a source of my bullshit from my land of David Wilcock make-believe and my love room.
I went on with my vacation, and I said, I should go back and look at that. And then I forgot about it. So now it's come up. The states have all aligned in your favor. That sure sounds like what's going on right now. And again, I can prove that this was done in September 2019 by time-encoded things on my hard drive. Once we become aware of the new opportunities, we can no longer regard these situations as becoming more hostile in the extreme.
Again, this is such a vague, generalized statement. How the hell is he going to, what does any of this mean? It's word salad nonsense. It doesn't mean anything to anybody but David Wilcock and the residents of the David Wilcock land of make-believe.
And just leave it on this slide for a minute. I'm going to narrate over it. The current situation that we're in right now, in the time-looped moment that we're in, that my mother's injury shows us and everything.
Yeah, his mother fell and broke her hip, and that proves we're stuck in a time loop, friends.
Something else going on, me getting that hip treatment. Everybody's, the fear right now is that this is a very extremely hostile situation, but they're saying, wait a minute, the states have aligned in your favor, and there are new
I'm going to skip ahead here.
That does seem impossible right now, but is nonetheless ever.
Yeah. Yeah. This is what the angels and Christ and the tall white aliens wanted to communicate to him. Listen to this ego stroking a bunch of bullshit. Ego stroking nonsense. Why would Jesus Christ channel to David Wilcock this information? You will become a celebrity in a way that does not seem impossible right now, but is nonetheless ever achievable. For so long, you had toiled and labored under the sun, not seeing the fruits of the vineyards for what they truly are, right? And they're going to open the doors. It's bullshit. He's stroking his own ego here. Why would Jesus Christ fucking channel himself into David Wilcock's consciousness, voice, and body to tell David Wilcock that he's going to be a big celebrity and that he's worked so hard and he hasn't seen the fruits of his labor. How has he worked hard? Selling bullshit, right? Dude, if Jesus actually channeled into David Wilcock, he would rip him a new asshole for lying to people, for taking all this money and donations and claiming he's feeding animals when he's not. Allegedly not. Still unproven. Angels would not channel into somebody to stroke their ego. I just don't see that as something an angel would spend their time doing, or an angelic being, or Christ especially. But this is what the readings are. The readings are, you're doing such a great job. You're doing such a great job on your bullshit. You know, good job on your bullshit. Yeah, and then Richmond, Virginia. Yeah, okay. Oh, let's get to another part of this reading. Yeah, and again, this is the information that he's claiming Christ, angelic beings, and tall white aliens are communicating to him. It's important not to lose your focus as these transmissions continue. Our connection with you will be strengthened and deepened, and this is indeed very useful. Yeah, his connection to the angels and the tall white aliens that he's going to channel has got to become strengthened and deepened, because he needs new bullshit right now. So he's pulling out his old bullshit, channeling shit. That's what's happening here, friends. And again, ego stroking nonsense. You will be able to soar into heights that were never before attainable. And in light of what is happening to you now, this should be a cause for great excitement, right? Let's see some more. Yeah, so he complains to the beings that he's got a pain in his right hip. It's flaring up and impacting the signal. And they say, we appreciate your dedication to this cause and remind you that you are loved more than you could ever possibly imagine. Come on, friends. Come on. Now we get into the rest. Oh, God, we get into the rest. All right. So the former Israeli space minister, he pulls that bullshit out again. That had to do with a former Israeli space minister whose granddaughter was listening to, let's see, Laura Eisenhower talk about aliens, and he sort of repeated some of that information in an interview. He didn't say any of that. He said he heard his granddaughter said this stuff. And you're running with it because you're a dumbass. More stuff from his Jesus and, let's see, angel alien channelings. We authored the Bible in a sense, as well as been the case with many other texts as well. The principle of ageless wisdom we do not change throughout time, will not change throughout time and space. They are easily some of the most heartfelt comments we've ever seen. And they reside within a perspective where the happenstances of life are fundamentally intertwined. New age garbage and nonsense. Yeah. So we're supposed to follow their guidance. Much has been accomplished, and there is far more to come. It is a very happy moment for us to note that the timelines are forever denied in light of this new information. Again, this is garbage. It's all garbage. And again, they're stroking his ego. We would not be here without your sincere efforts, and we appreciate that. It is always a good idea for you to remain in contact with us. For with this contact comes the opportunity to regain that which you had lost. What did you lose? Your career selling people fake psychic bullshit? Now you're going to get that back? Okay, his reputation is built upon impeccability, kind of like the impeccable sources you use for your bullshit, like court-martialed child molesters, let's see, white supremacists, Holocaust denying, convicted felons, and fake Ronald Reagan technology advisors. Those sources you have are, your reputation is not built on anything like impeccability. Again, this is his subconscious leaking into his conscious mind because he feels guilty knowing that everything he talks about is lies and made up fake fairy tale nonsense bullshit. So the aliens are going to tell him what a great job he's doing. Yeah, the aliens are going to tell him what a great job he's doing. I can't take much more of this, friends. We're going to try to find one more. Yeah, and again, all these generalized statements allow yourself to appreciate the good things in life. Do not worry about the fussy details of every situation. Focus on the large-scale visions and let them take you to realms undeterred by your thought of failure or otherwise lack of success. What a bunch of garbage. It's garbage. This is what he's saying Christ had to come and channel through him to communicate with the world. We can only remind you it is important not to work constantly, as David has done recently. He's always talking about how hard he works. It's not that hard to collect together a bunch of bullshit from Twitter, bro, and do a 3-hour live stream regurgitating letter of the alphabet garbage, right? Yeah, and they're stroking his ego, telling him all these opportunities are ahead for him and what great job he's going to do. And I believe there's even another one. The gold diggers are weeded out. Yeah, there's another one where he like his wife. Oh yeah, here we go. So it's not only did Christ have to channel himself through David Wilcock to stroke David Wilcock's ego and tell him how great he's going to do channeling this bullshit. They're gonna stroke his wife's ego as well. It takes a great deal of stamina and persistence to approach this work without being consumed by it. You have done an admirable, if not amazing job under the circumstances. We are indeed very appreciative of all that has transpired in your role within said transformation. We are truly blessed to have both of you working on our team and listening for these answers as they are now being given. Yeah, he's listening for answers in the land of make-believe, friends. The land of make-believe. Yeah, again, why would Jesus Christ come to David Wilcock and channel into his consciousness to tell him that they're both exceptional people, and what now comes your way will be quite inordinately exceptional. You may think that there is stagnation. Nothing could be further from the truth. You may think there is impending defeat. Nothing could be further from the truth. And again, custom-written garbage to and hopium to appeal to hopeless people at this point. Yeah. Years of waiting and endless toil. And then he talks about karma. Listen, bro, if angelic beings were really channeling to you, they would tell you that you have a great debt of karma to pay for collecting money from stupid people for decades, living a millionaire's lifestyle, right? You don't work hard, bro. You don't know what hard work is. Oh, we can rest assured there's no more large disasters taking place. What is coming will be truly astonishing. Okay. Again, with these predictions, these great big things are going to happen. And they never do. They never do, friends. And then he goes out with a peace meditation, I believe, right? I'm trying to just plow through it. Yeah. So, and then he talks about his voice changing, becoming more feminine. And that I could definitely believe about David Wilcock. Yeah, and again, stroking their ego. You have outdone yourselves, and we sincerely admire the dedication that allows for these changes to take place. Without this degree of focus, there would be no ascension, as we have asked you envision it. Instead, there would be chaos and destruction. If David Wilcock, again, with a Jesus complex, he's the savior of the world, and they're telling him that he's the savior. Without him, everything would be chaos and destruction. What a pile of fucking horseshit. This is horseshit. We made it through. We made it through the horseshit, friends. We made it through. Praise the gods. We made it through another round of this garbage. It's such garbage. Yes, I believe that you are correct. It's part of the grift. That's another subtle deceptive tactic, V, that I have seen him use time and time again. And that is designed to hook the, let's just say, like me, recovering Catholics or former Christians who have been hurt in some way by the church, So he says Christ consciousness, right? He said Christ light is what he was channeling. To any theologian, though, he's claiming to channel Christ, literally claiming to channel Christ. And again, I just want to ask everybody, why would Jesus Christ inhabit the body of David Wilcock for a time just to tell him that he's the savior, and without him, everything would be turmoil and chaos? And what a great job him and his wife is doing, right? It's redonkulous. It's just redonkulous. Yes, quite a promotion he gave himself there. Failed musician to son of God. Conspirituality is where the money's at. Yeah, apparently. Yeah. Sally McChilly says, I am feminine, just not sacred. Victor Sarge says his wife sells her bathwater. That's a little strange, but in today's economy, I don't blame you, bro. Whatever brings in some PayPal money, right? Yeah, so listen, if I were to sum anything up about what the takeaway from this latest Stream Fest of bullshittery is, I would say this. Now we know. People were wondering, what is Wilcock going to do when the letter of the alphabet grip dies for him? He's going to go back to channeling bullshit. So now he has new sources of bullshit. And then he's going to do stupid things like try to claim because he had a dream where he fell on ice and then the next day fell on ice that his superpowers are real. And did you all catch that? We don't need any more channeled information, just mine. Right? He said we only need the law of one material and the things in his book. We don't need anything else. Again, a subtle deceptive tactic designed to basically communicate, don't give any other channeling people money, only give me money because I'm the accurate one. Well, that remains to be seen. And we've got, let's see, is it thousands, David Wilcock, or tens of thousands of your former prophetic visions and dreams and channelings from your previous website, ascension2000.com, that is gone from the internet because none of that shit happened. And you know it. And it's embarrassing as a psychic when there's thousands of predictions that failed that anybody could read through. And we may do a show just covering that. Just covering all of his failed predictions over the years, right? My favorites were that we were supposed to get light bodies and superpowers in the year 2000 and the year 2012. He says it's demonic and dark magic. I'm very concerned about anybody that says they're channeling Christ consciousness or Christ light or Christ or angelic beings, that they could actually be communicating with demonic forces. And he doesn't know that, and he can't prove, he cannot prove any of his claims about who he's actually channeling, right? All right, and I don't want to get too religious here, but I do want to quote some scripture because I'm a Christian, and I find fault in his attempt to claim that he's channeling angelic beings or Christ consciousness, Christ light. All right, John 4:1-6, the Bible says, "Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God. For many false prophets have gone out into the world. By this you know the Spirit of God. Every spirit that confesses that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is from God, and every spirit that does not confess Jesus is not from God. This is the spirit of the Antichrist, which you heard was coming now into the world already. Little children, you are from God and have overcome them. For he who is in you is greater than he who is in the world. They are from the world, therefore they speak from the world, and the world listens to them." Peter 2:1, "But false prophets also arose among the people, and there will be false teachers among you, who will secretly bring in destructive heresies and spirits, even denying the master who brought them. bringing upon themselves swift destruction. Matthew 7:15, beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous wolves. You will recognize them by their fruits. Are grapes gathered from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? So every healthy tree bears good fruit, but the diseased tree bears bad fruit. A healthy tree cannot bear bad fruit, nor can a diseased tree bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Boy, we really are getting biblical here, right? Okay, Deuteronomy 18:22. When a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, if the words do not come to pass or come true, that is a word that the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it themselves. You need to be afraid of him. There's a concept in Christianity called test of a prophet, and it goes something like this. If somebody is claiming to be a prophet, and here very clearly David Wilcock is claiming that he has prophetic dreams, prophetic psychic powers, and is channeling angelic beings with prophecies, he's claiming he's a prophet. That is a clear claim of being a prophet. So if we go to the Christian concept of test of a prophet, there's a huge problem. Because in the Christian concept of proof of a prophet, it goes like this. Any prediction that the prophet made must come true 100% of the time, 100% accurately, every single time. Because God would not make mistakes, right? God would not give a prophet false information to share to the followers of said prophet. So the Christian concept is if you fail one time in your prophecy, one time, then you fail the test of a prophet and you are a false prophet. David Wilcock, it's easy to demonstrate all of the tens, hundreds of failed predictions he has made. David Wilcock, by Christian standards, does not pass the test of a prophet at all. At all. He is a false prophet according to any Christian or person who believes in Christianity, because the Christian concept of the test of a prophet applies to all prophets, including New Age bullshit prophets. If they make one prediction which does not come true, then they are not of God. They are not a true prophet. They are not getting their prophecies from Christ or God. They're most likely, in Christian belief, getting those prophecies from demonic forces that are deceiving them. God would not deceive a true prophet. God would not allow his true prophet to fail in a prophecy. That would be proof that they are not a real prophet. David Wilcock has continually failed in these prophecies for 20 years now. So for him to now claim that he's channeling Jesus and angelic beings, it's very simple. Pass the test of a prophet, David Wilcock, to prove that you are indeed sharing with people accurate prophetic information. You can't and you won't, because you're a false prophet, Mr. Wilcock. And I'll challenge you to a religious debate on these issues. If you want to do that, I'd be happy to do that. Very knowledgeable on these subjects. You cannot be channeling Christ when you were wrong 100 other times, friend. You can't suddenly be channeling Jesus Christ. If that were true, you would have not one failed prediction. I could cite 10 of them just off the top of my head, David Wilcock. You, sir, are a false prophet, and how dare you, sir, claim to be channeling essentially God? in order to collect donations and make money, giving people false prophet information. You're a false prophet. That's my opinion as a Christian. And I'm allowed to have that opinion, David Wilcock. You may not like my opinion, but I'm allowed to have it. And I just want to mention, for the benefit of those watching live, I generally don't share much of my religious beliefs because I don't ever want to be perceived to be trying to push my own personal spiritual beliefs off on anyone else, right? You know, there's people that like knock on your door and say, have you heard the good news? And give you this pain. No, that's not me. I don't ever, if somebody is having a conversation with me and asks me, what are your spiritual beliefs? Or, you know, do you pray? What do you believe about God? I will certainly share my thoughts and opinions, but I don't want to ever, especially as a public figure, be seen as pushing my beliefs. But in this specific circumstance, knowing my knowledge of Christian faith and what David Wilcock is doing or attempting to do here, I got to make an exception so that I can explain to people how ridiculous it is for him to be claiming that he's a prophet from a Christian perspective. You may disagree with me. You're free to do so. Now we're going to take some questions, comments from the live chat. Yeah, but Stephen, he has failed prophecies for 20 years, so he can accurately predict the future when he does his 20 and back. It's all part of the plan. Yeah, maybe that's the plan. Yeah. I was a pastor's wife at one time. I can Bible thump with the best of them. Preach it, Stephen. Yeah, sweet cheeks. Like I said, I'm not a Bible thumper kind of guy, right? I never push my beliefs on somebody else. Once in a great while, right? But like I had a friend that was really struggling. He was having a really tough time. And he was talking to me and telling me how hopeless he was. Like that he'd never really been in that dark a place. And I said, have you tried praying about it? And he was kind of surprised because I don't generally, even with my close friends, these are my personal beliefs. But in that circumstance, you're having a dark time, can't hurt to pray about it, right? And he did, and he felt that it helped him. But generally, I don't push my beliefs on anybody else. I don't, yeah. One second, friends. Oh man, people are sharing. People are still, it's the 18th and people are still sending me conspiracy land nonsense from that letter of the alphabet, right? Lee Veltman asks, Sweet Cheeks, what kind of pastor? Yeah, so any comments or questions, let's put them in all caps so that I know they're for me. Terry Joyce is here. Shout out to Terry Joyce, who says hilarious Wilcock thumbnail. Yeah, I grabbed that from his live stream. Maybe that's his O face, Terry Joyce, right? Victor Sarge says prophet prophecy. Yeah, maybe he meant he's a prophet, P-R-O-F-I-T. Victor Sarge, not a P-R-O-P-H-E-T. He's a prophet with an F. No. When Wilcock's prophecies fail, it's because the universe has been adjusted by nefarious forces. But if we pay the Wilcocks enough, it may be possible for him to combat those forces. Yeah. And maybe if we send him money, he can feed some of those elephants that so far they didn't feed any, right? They didn't give him any money for elephant feed, right? Where is the super chat? Listen, we just passed the requirements for being monetized, and I'm going to work on the paperwork this week, and we'll be able to take super chat donations as soon as we get verified, which I'm hoping will happen shortly. In the meantime, there is a PayPal donate button in the About section. We call those not so super chat donations, and you can add a note, and I'll shout out anything you say. So please do that. We could use the funds. I'll put the begging bowl out for a moment since somebody asked about that. And we do need some financial support to continue in the show. Please consider a PayPal donation or becoming a Patreon supporter if you want to see our show continue. There's links in the About section. You can join Patreon and you can join PayPal. I'm going to give some shout outs to the latest. One second. I'm going to give some shout outs to the latest people who have signed up for our latest 2 new patrons are Una and Jennifer. Thank you very much for your kindness, your generosity, your support. It really does help us to keep the show going. It's bought us all the equipment that you see here. And I should take a moment also to mention, I said this on Twitter, like, come on, David Wilcock. David Wilcock spent $10,000 on his streaming setup, I think, right? At least he spent $10,000 on equipment and software that was donated to him for free. And he can't make a stream work. A guy that has 180 IQ can't work YouTube with $10,000 worth of equipment backing him up, right? Everything here, the backdrop, the lights, the webcam, the microphone, and now even the computer in front of me, this older, really older, but I still appreciate it, this older 27-inch iMac. I think it's like a 2011 or 12. That's how old it is. But it runs the stream great. Everything here was donated to us. Everything here was purchased with the PayPal or the Patreon money. And we can have a full counting of that, even though I'm not a charity. This is technically a business, and I'll be paying income tax and everything, like a good citizen. I don't know. Wilcock thinks he doesn't have to, right? So that's my begging bowl. I'm really, kind of like, what do you get on Patreon? You get a Linux-based operating system I'm developing, and you get the MindHack project for free. There will be new MindHack tracks this month if all goes well. Yes, and I agree with you. On Chilcock's chat, lots of folks were bitching about the unsyncing of his audio. Pretty funny. And then he re-uploaded it, and the audio is still out of sync. So a guy with a 180 IQ can't work a live stream. I was mostly streaming on my cell phone until recently. Yeah, Terry, I know people with a $40 Android phone that they bought on eBay to stream with that do a better job than him, right? How the hell is his stream such a fucking clusterfuck, right? I guess because his wife's running it? I don't know. But I just think it's funny that he spent that much money on his equipment and his software and his gear, and it's so terrible that we do a better job literally on a few $100s worth of equipment. We have a decent webcam here, a decent microphone, I don't know, a 12 or maybe more year old computer. Or no, I'm sorry, it's not that old. 8 or 9 year old iMac, and everything runs good. My audio is in sync, right? I mean, occasionally we have technical difficulties, but nothing like he does. And by the way, he basically implies that the reason that his stream was all wonky, it's because he's under deep state attack. They don't want him getting this information out to everybody. Bullshit. It's bullshit, friends. It's absolutely bullshit. I'm going to just do something here. Just bear with me, friends. So we've shouted out the latest Patreon supporters. They have my generosity. I'm so thankful. They have my gratitude. And again, worthy of noting, David Wilcock collecting chat donations through that entire shit show stream, never stopped to thank any of them. I believe it's good to have an attitude of gratitude, and I am extremely grateful to everybody. If you give me a penny, I'll shout you out and thank you profusely, because we're in a terrible situation with COVID and all this other stuff. It's just, I should say, the current health crisis. It's just not, it's not a good time for anybody financially, including me. So I really too believe and have an attitude of gratitude. And, I want to thank each and every person that has sent me anything, because it all is going back into the show in one form or another. I still think that soon we'll be upgrading and we'll be at HD video. The next tier of the software we use will let us, hold on, I will find you. Somebody's asking about the About section. Let me find that About section. All right, here we go. And I will put it in the live chat for you. Here we go. There is the About section. You'll see if you go to the About section, Moody Mongol, you can go to the About section there, and then there is a PayPal donate button and a Patreon donate button. Lord Doe, have you checked your pockets lately? All right, I'm going to check in. So we've checked in with the Patreon people. Thank the latest Patreon supporters. And Sweet Cheeks as well is a recent Patreon supporter. I want to thank you guys. I'm really struggling to come up with some new stuff so that I can offer you guys just to thank you for kicking in a couple of bucks every month. It really does make a difference. It's been the difference between being able to do this show and not being able to do this show. Honestly, if not for a little bit of the donations, I wouldn't have the money to purchase some of this equipment. Things are really tight right now, and I want to be able to justify it, spending, money that my family may need for things like food and shelter on things like, webcam and software, things like that. So it's really been a huge help, all of you people who have helped us do that. I really appreciate it. I did not know this. Look at this. There is now a History Channel petition for History Channel to stop airing episodes of Ancient Aliens that feature David Wilcock. Oh, wow. Yeah, Moody Mongol. I don't believe that we ever had a YouTube donate. We don't have the super chats right now. We will shortly. I'm hopeful that we will shortly. But for right now, I don't believe that we have that. And friends, I just want to congratulate you because along with me, you have now made your way through another 3 hours of garbage information that has zero value to any person or anyone in the world. Zero value. David Wilcock's information is worth nothing. It is worthless. So again, I just don't understand why and how people are sending him thousands of dollars a stream while he's giving people completely and totally fake, factually inaccurate information that has zero value and will, in a short amount of time, all be proven to be garbage and fake. Remember, according to David Wilcock, the internet and all the media is going to get shut down, right? And we're supposed to get a text from Trump that the storm is upon us. I didn't get the text. I don't know. I did not get the text. All right, Moody Mongol. Look here. I'll do it again, but this time I'll just send you the donate button. Okay, 1 second. The PayPal donate button. I'll put it right in the live chat for you. You can just click on it. Make sure you add a note and say you're Moody Mongol if you're going to send me a donation so that oh, why is that not working? Let's try that again. 1 second. That gave me some big, huge, long donate by PayPal. Let's see if it'll. All right. Now I got it. I think I got it. I will put the donate button directly into the PayPal donate button is now directly there. So if you just click the link I just put in the live chat, you should be able to donate by PayPal. And any donation would be much appreciated. I'm sorry if you had trouble finding it. Yeah, there you go. So make sure, Moody Mongol, you add a note, but I'm going to know if I watch this come through right now that it came from you. But, add a note and write anything you want me to say or shout out to you on air. And I will shout it out to you on air and offer you my gratitude and sincere thanks. Yeah. So we're way behind in our monthly goals. My goal for the show is to raise $200 a month, which would be $50 a week. It's kind of like working at Taco Bell a few nights a week, right? I'm not trying to make a mint here, but a little bit of cash would really be fun. Would really be beneficial, I mean, and fun. Yeah. So I guess every month I set a goal. Last month we hit our goal of the $200 income. This month we're way light on it. I think we're at $140 or $139 so far between the Patreon and the PayPal donations. See, I'm always honest with my audience. Andrew Whitley is asking, when is the next show? Might be one later tonight. I forgot to mention, and I'll do so now, I had an extremely difficult time at the cabin this past weekend because of the weather. It's been extremely cold there, like 10 degrees, and we got 1 or 2 inches, maybe 2 inches of snow. But I almost couldn't get out of the cabin to the main road. In fact, it was probably the worst trip out of the cabin that I've ever had. There was a slight hill, and the car wouldn't move. My traction control went on, and the wheels were just spinning, all 4 of them. And I tried to get out and push it a little bit. That didn't work. Eventually, I had it back half a mile down a hill. And it's a slight hill. It's not, but it was frozen solid like an ice rink. So, and then I had to go down through this dirt road to this back dirt road, and it was a nightmare to try to get out of the cabin. And every time that happens, I get a little spooked about, like, if I get stuck there, that's going to be a huge problem. You can get, AAA to come and drag you out, I guess. But anyway, I'm not going to the cabin for a few weeks because they're predicting lots of snow and the roads may be completely unpassable, even with 4-wheel drive. So I am not going to the cabin for at least the next few weeks. That's the bad news for me. I'm going to miss that place. It feels like every time I start making progress on that place, I got to take a few weeks off and then nothing happens for weeks. But I'm taking a few weeks at least off of the cabin, and that means I will have more time for shows. So I got a huge backlog of shows that I wanted to do, and all the sources are there, the stuff to share, the notes of things to talk about in folders. I've got a huge backlog now. I may start really pumping out some more shows. So there may be one later tonight. Oh, yes. Lee Veltman, didn't they also say the Pope was arrested? Yeah. And again, this is how easy it is. I just called up the Archdiocese of Philadelphia, where I used to live in Pennsylvania, and asked them, and they laughed, and they said no. He wasn't arrested. They said he was arrested Saturday night, but then I called the Archdiocese on a Sunday, and they said, well, that's ridiculous because he did his normal Mass this morning at St. Peter's. And then he did 3 different public appearances that were already on his schedule. So if he was arrested and in jail, how is he doing his normal Sunday appearances and Mass? It's garbage. And we've got idiot Wilcock. We've got Simon Parks, Robert David Steele, and a few other idiots, Crazy Kerry Cassidy, running around selling this garbage. They're going to push this thing right off the fucking cliff. They can't let it go. This has been their money for Lee Veltman. They've been making money off of this shit for years now. Yeah, Jolly Bridgeburger, he's on house arrest. I guess they let him do the Masses because he's just on house arrest. Wow, why do they keep killing Tom Hanks? What do you got against Tom Hanks? Pope arrested, Tom Hanks dead. TCH dead. Oh, geez. The Pope being arrested. Allegations are coming from Alex Jones' channel. Well, that's funny because he just freaked out. Remember? He freaked out about the... Oh, 1 second, Moody Mongol. I have to refresh my screen. And I'll see if you wrote any... Oh. Well, actually, we got 2 donations today. And one of them is for $10. I'm just going to give their initials AC because they didn't add a note. And that would be a female that gave that. If somebody wants to identify who just gave a $10 donation, please let me know in the live chat. And then I believe it's Moody Mongol is the other donator, a kind donation of $20. My sincere thanks to you guys. I truly appreciate it. That is awesome. That made my day. It doesn't take much, friends. You know, I'm now $30 up on the world, and I got to tell you that that's a much better place than being $30 down on the world. So, could you help? Can you spare a brother dollar? Help a brother out. Oh, I did not hear this. Can somebody confirm this? Corey Good is now selling Blue Avian Communication Protocol conference tickets. Had not heard that. I do know that he is selling a course on the Law of One. By the way, I reached out to the Law of One Foundation to ask them if Corey Good has their permission to be selling their materials or teaching a course on their materials. Nobody has gotten back to me yet. And I've done that twice now. And Wordo says, wait, the chickens are back. I thought Corey Good said they left because we worshiped them too much. He did. But now he needs money and new material, just like David Wilcock needs new bullshit. So, yeah, Moody Mongol, I'm not saying you were a female. I saw two people give donations. One of them was the initial AC, and then I saw your donation directly after that. So I knew that the male one was from you, but I don't know who the female one was. So could somebody please let me know in the live chat who gave me a $10 donation just a few minutes ago? That would have been just a few minutes ago. And yeah, we may still hit, and those initials were AC. But see, that's why I say add a note so that you can put your chat room user ID and I don't shout out your real name. I'm sure a lot of people don't want me to do that. So add a note and put your user ID in the note line so that I know who did that. Yeah, so we've got a mystery donator with the initials AC who donated just a few minutes ago. And I'm trying to get somebody in the live chat. Terry Joyce, I'd like to see your source on this. The Pope smokes dope, but I can't lie. If I was given the opportunity to smoke a bowl with the Pope and talk about religion, you're fuck right I would. Fucking right I would smoke a big bong with the Pope if he was willing and talk about God and Jesus and everything. Moody Mongol says he has to figure out donating to alien scientists. Yeah, he was here earlier. I'm not so sure if he's here later. Oh, that reminds me. This is great news, friends. So we did this Roswell Revisited show with Cal Korff, and he had a lot of not so nice things to say about Kevin Randle and Kevin Randle's books, this and that. Kevin Randle contacted me by email and said, he's full of shit, basically. And, I'll come on your show and defend my position. And I said, fuck yeah, we're going to do that. So this Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to revisit Roswell with amazing author, lecturer, and researcher Kevin Randle, who's written several books on Roswell and is considered an authority. He's the original guy who was in the Unsolved Mystery episodes on Roswell. And he was the consultant when they made that Roswell movie, with the Twin Peaks guy. I don't know that actor's name. But there's a famous Roswell movie that's fictional, but still pretty accurate, according to Kevin Randle in most of the places, about Marcel and the Roswell incident. And he was the Hollywood sort of consultant on that. Yes, your initials are AN. The other, that's what was confusing. The female's initials were AC. So, and yours are AN. I see that here. But I'm trying to find so that I can personally thank the AC person who donated $10, because their kindness and generosity is much appreciated, as well as yours, Moody Mongol, and you have my thanks. Yeah, really, God bless everybody donating. Help a brother out, right? Okay, there we go. And Shirashi sent you a 10 on PayPal. And that's funny. Thank you for owning up to that. And you should be thanked profusely. And you should know that you have my sincere thanks. And thank you so much for the support. It really does help to keep the show going and keep us moving forward in our goals here. We're slowly gaining steam here. So there's good news all around. This coming Saturday night, we're going to have an interview with Kevin Randall. And I can't tell you, I got all his books. Can't wait to hear his take on Roswell. Then I'm hoping to get some others like Don Schmidt and a few others. We're going to keep going, revisiting Roswell until we get to some consensus about some kind of truth about the event. Fascinating case, one of my favorites. Why? Because there's so much material on it to digest. So we're going to revisit Roswell hopefully a few more times. And people have asked if Kevin Randall will come on with Calcorp, and I don't know. We're going to ask him when we interview him if he'd be willing to come back. And yeah, we'll see what happens. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I was way off. I mentioned previously that we needed 4,000 hours of watch time in order to get monetized. And I was watching analytics, but I was watching the monthly analytics, not the all-time analytics. And so what I found out is that I thought we only had like 4,400 hours of watch time, but that's still sufficient to be monetized. That's not true. We actually have 18,000 hours of watch time. People have watched 18,000 hours of this show to the tune right now of 55,000 views. But these are just YouTube numbers. If we aggregate in the Twitch numbers and the Facebook numbers, we're at almost 80,000 views, and I don't know how much watch time. So from small beginnings, friends, I started the show, I planted the seed, I came here, I kept watering the garden, because surely if you continually put the time in every day, you don't have to do a lot some days. Some days you won't have the energy, the time, the dedication, the passion to, but you got to show up every day and water that garden. Surely if you water that garden will grow. And our garden we're starting to reap now what we have sown so early in this show. When I started, we were getting like 5 viewers live, right? We're up to something like 60 for today's show, watched us live at the height. And things are improving. Our watch time, 18,000 hours. I couldn't believe it. And then I was mad at myself because I was so worried about watch time that I did all these other projects to try to get the watch time up. But it is what it is. Now I understand a little more fully how to work the analytics, and we're right now at I don't know, something like just under 1,010 subscribers. I'm gonna wait until that's another 10 or 20 or so before I fill out the paperwork. Then we're gonna have super chat donations, so it's all good. All good news about our show and our future. And again, I hope we're going to upgrade the software here and be streaming to 8 locations at once. That's amazing. And in HD. They only let us do 720 for some reason on this tier of our software. We're going to up it and expand our platform here. Moody Mongol. Have you thought about a band with alien scientists yet? Write a bunch of songs about Wilcock and all his new age cronies. Possible internet breaker right there. Yeah, if we made a good music video, it definitely would be. Bunya says they keep you doped up with religion, sex, and TV, and you think you're so clever, classless, and free, but you're still fucking peasants to me. Poet and a prophet. I'm selfish. Being a musician myself, when I listen to the genius songs that John Lennon has written in his short lifetime, I'm sad for him being murdered for multiple reasons. I mean, it's a tragedy that he got murdered, but the selfish part of me is sad that John Lennon got killed because of all the songs that he did not get to record or finish before he passed so early, so young, right? I mean, imagine what kind of music he'd be making right now. I would love to hear what he'd be doing right now. And so would most music fans, I think, you know. I mean, after all, look at some of the work that Paul McCartney did after the Beatles, you know, Live and Let Die, and just so many incredible songs that he's written. And I miss John Lennon. I mean, not that I knew him, you know, John Lennon was really before my time. I got into the Beatles later. I was always into like harder stuff, but then, you know, you get a little older, you start going, yeah, let me see. So one day what I did, I was familiar with like the Beatles hits, but not really like deep into their music. And I like album experiences. So what I did is I got all the albums in a box set and I just started listening to them in chronological order from their first to their last. And then I suddenly understood why people were so rabidly fans of the Beatles. Didn't understand it before, a little before my time, right? But I'm glad for the experience, and I'm sad that that happened to John Lennon. Yeah, I wish he would have survived to write 100 more albums, right? But then I feel the same way about any songwriter that dies. Like I always wonder, like how many amazing songs did they have left in them that they didn't get to, like Prince or Tom Petty or, you know, all the grunge guys that died. You know, Nirvana's singer Kurt Cobain and Lane Stanley and all of these amazing artistic and creative people that got, you know, Chris Cornell. There's so many of them. Chester Bennington that just all died way too young, right? I wish that they would have stayed around just so I could see or hear what music they would create later in their life, you know. It's a tragedy whenever a songwriter dies. It's like that old saying, like if you got to do everything that you're supposed to do or that you feel, you know, passionate that you should be doing, because on your deathbed all those ideas will be there and all those ideas will be, you know, going, why didn't you complete me? You were the only one who could. You know, I worry about things like that myself. And I worry about doing that which is the important things that I'm supposed to complete. You know, like this Crazy Cabin. I'm trying to finish that. Yeah. So we're gonna, I suppose we are going to wrap things up here, and I will get set. If only that were true. John Lennon is now part of the SSP. He'll be back in 20 years. If only that were true. Oh, yeah. Lord Doe, I agree with you. Dimebag was another who had a lot left to give. Yeah, what a tragedy in his case. Somebody shot him while he was playing a show. That's crazy. Crazy. Yeah, rest in peace, Dimebag Darrell. Yeah. That one hit me pretty hard because I, you know, I think first band was sort of punk rock, hardcore, and the drummer and everybody. I wasn't really that big a Pantera fan, but I got into them because of other people in this band that I was in that were big Pantera fans. But yeah, it's a tragedy whenever any songwriter dies. I hate that. I hate it. And I hate that I'm so selfish that I'm always thinking when they die, God, I wish they would have recorded a few more albums before they died, right? I believe every artist has one great work left in them at all times. So it's a tragedy when anybody dies. Well, friends, we made it through another round of David Wilcock bullshit cavalcade here, right? And I got to say, it'll be interesting to see him push this channeling grift now. That's where he's going. That's my prediction. That's my prediction, David Wilcock. I'm predicting that your next con grift is going to be selling that you're channeling Jesus, but you're not. And we're going to continue to cover the events here. Also, again, just to mention, we have reached out to his accounting firm asking for the 990 forms and several messages. I'm going to try to call them again today. Maybe I'll send a few more emails. We want to see how much money in donations David Wilcock is taking in and what he's spending all that money on. Yeah. So, friends, until next time, I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. We had great numbers today, especially for this was not very well planned or promoted, to be honest with you. Very last minute to do this, but I watched this shit show yesterday, and I knew that I how to cover it because everybody's talking about it and asking me to cover it. So, yeah, we wanted to come and do that. We had great numbers today. I'm always happy when there's an audience, and I want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of mine. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. God bless all of you.
My former insider, Pete Peterson, did pass away. This happened in July of 2019, and it was a very sad thing for all of us. Pete Peterson was widely regarded as the most genius inventor in the history of the military-industrial complex. There are at least 50 different unique patents that he came up with on his own, many of which probably evolved into multi-billion-dollar industries within the classified world. We have all kinds of amazing stuff that he's done. I was his friend from 2009 up until his death, talking to him an average of twice a week. And I also met many other insiders through Pete Peterson who I am still in regular contact with.
And he had said that this is something he had just told me, that if this had gone down within the next 6 months, all the D-class stuff that's getting ready to happen, if we could make it through the next 6 months, he was going to be able to talk about anything he wanted.
All right, well, let me get together with Uncle and see what I can and what I can't say.
Okay, that sounds good.
But I think I'm going to be able to say a lot within 6 to 8 months. I'll be able to say everything.
Really? Why 6 to 8 months?
That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. If Trump re-wins the election, I'll be able to talk about anything.
Wow. Okay.
And as much as, I mean, all this stuff that's going on Trump daily. I mean, you got all the damn shows are like half plus, positive for Trump and half negative.
Right.
All the news shows.
Right.
And the news shows have to admit that there's stuff that they had that was negative for Trump, and this Russian thing and all that stuff is all absolute bullshit.
Yep, that's true.
He spent like $400 million revamping the military base we have at Guantanamo Bay in Cuba.
Right.
Which is a military prison.
Right. Yeah, I know.
He's revamping that to put all the banksters and gangsters into prison.
Right.
And I'm telling you this right now in July 2019. So basically, what Pete was getting from his insider briefings was that by 2020, he would be able to share any information that he wanted to share. He could say anything he wanted to say. It was all going to be accessible to us. So we were really looking forward to that. They were fixing up his teeth. They were getting him ready for some kind of public debut. And he had given us so much information. He was the main insider contact teaching us about the alliance. So let's talk about that a little bit. Pete went through all this White Star Ranch training, and he is one of very, very few people you would ever actually find. We've had LARPers try to say this, but it's very, very rare that you would actually have somebody work for the CIA and the NSA and the DIA. Nearly impossible, okay? But that did happen in Pete's case, which is one of his very unique aspects. Remember that even before 9/11 took place, there were films going on inside all these places like Bohemian Grove and the Oval Office. They have all this damning video footage, all this documented evidence, and that evidence is going to come out. So we are right on the threshold of getting the freedom that we deserve and the freedom that we've worked so hard to achieve. I honor Pete Peterson as our fallen hero. I honor Ward. I honor Ross Perot and the work that he apparently did in making this alliance happen and making it possible. It has been a very low-funded operation for a long time. The current president was not a politician. He was brought in because it was either that or they were going to do a military coup against the president of the time. And this was all decided about 3.5 years ago now, to approach him and to say, can you self-finance your own campaign? You already have a public figure presence. People know who you are. We're gonna tell you, what's really going on. He was given a 2-week briefing. He was shown all kinds of horrible stuff, and he agreed to do it. So I don't usually get too excited about presidents. I mean, I was really hoping that Obama could do some good for the country, and a lot of people got angry at me about that. And now I'm talking about the current president, and I'm saying, you know what? Maybe there's more to this than just the negative view that the media gives us. Maybe there's something else. Oh, people get so upset. What you see there is that they are going to make this all public. The public is going to learn everything. So the next stage, Uncle Jeffy's just the beginning. Ordinary people are going to be learning about horrible things that are going to make them very upset. It's important that we work together with each other to stay happy, to keep going to work, to keep taking care of our kids, to get out of bed, to get past the grief, because this is really going to upset people as they learn these things. Anyway, it is upsetting that we lost Pete. I am not going to be deterred. We are not stopping. We will not respond to threats and intimidation. And I want to speak to one last thing while I still have our beautiful set here. Yeah, I'm calling it a set. See, on mine, I'm like a filmmaker, right? So anyway, I can come over this way a little more. It is also very important to point out that when all these attacks started online, talking about Pete Peterson and that I had stolen his money, which is so ridiculous. I'd given him $18,000 of my own money. I didn't even create the fundraiser. It was created by somebody calling themselves Coco Luau. And Coco Luau handed it over to me, and the amount of BS that we had to go through with GoFundMe just for me to be allowed to transfer money to Pete's bank account was crazy. There's no way that GoFundMe would have ever allowed me to transfer it to any other account but Pete's, and it took us a lot of work even to get that done. So anyway, Those attacks started happening right after Pete got transferred from Genesis Center to Cascadia of Boise. And we didn't know where he went. And in fact, the people at Genesis told us, we can't even tell you if he's still alive. And we can't tell you where he went. One of Pete's friends, who's the guy that called me and told me that he had died, actually was able to talk to somebody at the center and get them to admit to where Pete went. But all the attacks started after Pete was missing, presumed dead. So I'm very, very grateful that we tracked him down. He was at Cascadia. He was in the Alpine Wing. I talked to him on the phone in his room, recorded it, and got him to say that I did not steal his money, talking about, you know, him coming forward, these new disclosures he wanted to do, and in 6 months he could say anything he wanted. So I think we are on the verge of the most stunning events in human history, disclosures like we never could have imagined, and I am really, really excited about that. It's getting cold, and so we got to go. And again, Pete, I want to honor you as a soldier, as an American hero. Thank you for your service. God bless you, Pete Peterson. And we will see you on the other side. Why are you guys cherry picking a tiny little subset of the data? Cherry pick a little bit and you look for the most negative stuff you can find and then you amplify it. Ah! Your hair's on fire like Beaker. Oh my God, oh my God. Come on, man. I got a lot of heckling and a lot of hate. So all you haters out there, I got 45 years of tolerating this stuff. No big deal. I take that back. When we go back, we'll edit that part out. No, we can't do that. It's left. The quadra gays, yes, yeah. But nothing gay is going to happen. It's only a title. Anyway, wow, I got to stop. There's these natural things all throughout the world, and it rolls into a ball, and now it's got all this energy, and it's anti-gravitic. The charge cluster is where you're shooting electrical current down a very sharp needle. It pops off the end of the tip, and it also will deradiate radioactive material. And even poltergeists, apparently many poltergeist phenomena are these same kind of orbs. And I know it's a lot of information. There is a little thing on the side. If you're watching this after I've done it, you click on that little gear shift on YouTube, and playback speed, you can set it to 0.75 and slow my crazy ass down. And then maybe you'll understand this more because you'll have more time to process. Gravity is flowing into this area of space, and inside the area, inside the sphere, gravity is turning into electromagnetic energy. And electromagnetic energy is turning into gravity. And what is light? You have to use the orgasmic energy, apparently. Something about the orgasmic energy. You know, rub-a-dub-dub, 4 minutes. I'm not even going to go there, okay? I made up the story that you've probably heard if you watch my old videos. You start to feel bad inside, but then, as there is an implosion of your external reality, there is an explosion of your internal reality. Just like the physics is called reciprocal system, it's the reciprocal between space and time. And that's where all this power comes from. Okay, it's about the power. People can meditate and use black magic and get it to work. It's about the will. It's about the focused direction of the will. Where like you're like somebody smoking a cigarette and their hand is moving slow and the smoke is moving too slow, and then other people's voices sound like, you know, that kind of stuff. Apparently you can detect that with these little magnetic tuning forks. The magnets come together more and oh, there we go, there's one. And that's what the ETs know. There is a monster under the bed. You can look at it if you want to, but it's really going to gross you out and you're probably going to want to puke. Honest to God. This is true, folks. You need to stop this shit. Some things I don't mind talking about. I don't like talking about this. What the hell are you doing, dude? You're going to lose. You're not going to win. It's inevitable. We already know because the future timeline is fixed. This particular timeline that we're on leads to your defeat. There is no getting around that. You are not being in integrity, but you don't care. But if you don't do this, we are screwed, man. You think this is all natural? You think nobody's coordinating any of this stuff? You think I want to talk about this? You think I want to be up here on this fucking camera talking about this shit? I'm sorry. I didn't know it was going to get like this. I didn't know it was going to get this bad. And I'm the positive guy. I mean, I always try to make it positive. But you have to do it, okay? This is all real. Okay, I got to pull it together. I'm really sorry. Holy crap. I'm good. And I'm sorry. I didn't want it to be like this, and I thought we could work hard enough that it would be quick and easy, that 3 days of darkness would come really, really soon. God. And honestly, if you're a spiritual person and you understand that we're all one and that the teaching is forgiveness and love, it's overwhelming to know what I know and to know that I could lose my channel just for telling you the truth. The truth as it was told to me. I can't prove some of this stuff. Some of it I can. I'm just telling you what I know because I don't want this reality. I don't want to lose that timeline. Anyway, this is all coming to a head. This has been a very long show. I'm sorry. 4 hours and a little bit more, but it's not 5. Hopefully I don't lose my channel. And I'll be back soon. And I will talk to you guys shortly. Thank you for being here. It's been total chaos ever since. All these ancient prophecies telling us that the world will be transformed.
Wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? He makes all this stuff up and claims that it's all true. The aliens want to eat us. Be careful that they don't get you. It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal?
This is where if I have a live audience, I get everybody to hug each other. I say, give your neighbor a handshake or a hug, whatever you feel is appropriate to you. And that way everybody feels the love a little more. I will never believe, I will never believe it, I will never believe it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe you need 25,000 more years, I don't know, buddy. But look, this is really compelling information, and it's going to get a lot more intense. It's coming up in a couple days here on Sunday, so if you haven't already signed up, we have reopened the cart. We still have the payment plan in place. That's Catalyst. Catalyst is negative experience, and so Others mirror you back to yourself. Barack Obama, as I said before, I chilled with black guys from Harlem. I smoked cannabis with them, 420, blunts, White Owl, Philly blunt. I learned raps, okay? I've never been a racist. I don't even understand this. It's not real. It's an illusory reality, and other selves are the catalyst to piercing the veil. So look what's happening with other selves right now. And now I'm giving you a virginal third mind that's different than the two realities that you get to choose from. Why can't you understand something that's so easy? Very evil people are running the planet and want to kill you. And say, well, I don't believe this, and it makes me scared, and it makes me feel unsafe. But hypothetically, theoretically, maybe, perhaps, just in case, what if? And I don't remember what happened, but now I do. Now I do. And I want revenge. I do. I'm not going to lie to you. I want revenge. I want these people gone. I want these beings gone. They shouldn't be able to torture people like this. They shouldn't be able to do things to children like what they did to me. And the things that I'm now remembering that happened to me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be crying like this. I'm sorry. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe that these things happen to me. That's okay. And I want to get back to the slides so we can talk about where this is going. Why was it difficult? And these things were done to me against my will. The people who molested me did so against my will. They did it on stage. They did it in front of large audiences. And they were making fun of me because I had special abilities in this ultimate personality that they created. I had telekinesis. And so if you go back to some of the dreams that I posted online in 1997, there's a dream where I'm in my school cafeteria and everyone in the audience is in a robe. And they all have their way with me, make them a banana sandwich. And I didn't realize when I wrote that dream down that it was true, but that I couldn't remember because the memories were taken away from me. But now I do. Now I remember. I don't want to go into this a whole lot more, but it explains why I've been so committed to my path of justice and freedom, why I will not let this go on, why I do not support these people. I did not deserve to go through what I went through. I did not deserve to be raped. I don't care what happens to me anymore, folks. Now that I know what they did, I don't care. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they say about me. This has got to stop. We need this thing to end. We need these people to stop succeeding in what they're doing, and we need their overlords to stop gaining the louche energy of torture, the ceremonies that they make people go through, and the horrible things that they make people do. So this is also why, like, please, nobody should ever come to my house. And it just happened again this past week, and I typically call it a stalker incident when it does. I have no trespassing signs up. It is illegal when you post no trespassing signs on private property. It is illegal to cross them, regardless of whether you think you found something and you think it's the right address. Okay, so I have been told to expect that somebody would come and that it would be an operation and that it would not be what it looks like. So I have to assume if anybody shows up at my house that it's highly threatening. I've had multiple briefings about this. I am not allowed to ignore it. Okay? And if you don't believe that I've had multiple briefings as if I need to do this, but okay, look, what do we got right here? We got two challenge coins. One of these is from an army general. Let's see if I can get that in focus. Yeah, there it is. And one of these is an Iron Eagle. Okay, so you can't get coins like these from people unless this guy's a general and this guy's a colonel in the Navy. Okay, or Air Force rather. Wait a minute, this is Navy. I got to get this right. Air Force colonel. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm crazy. Anyway, that's the kind of stuff that happens when you talk to real insiders. They give you challenge coins. We're going to start making our own here pretty quick. Stavati challenge coins. But this is not fake. And so, again, the insiders have told me that I have to suspect that if anybody comes here, that it's a murder, actually. And so, please do not come to my house. You will be considered a security threat, and I have to deal with it as such. So I'm not going to be happy. I'm not going to be excited. I'm not going to be thrilled about it. I have to assume that this is a subterfuge of some kind. So I'm going to try to do more events, and I want to speak to you one-on-one like this, but please don't try to have in-person contact. I haven't had anybody here, not my family, not friends, no romance. Okay, so I'm not looking for anybody to come and move in or hang out or show up. This is what you get right now, and I'm sorry if you want more, but that's what we got. If you want to do more with me, you can apply for a job with the company because we're going to be hiring a lot of people. That account, I believe, is real. I've watched it for a long time, and he says a lot of really provocative stuff there that has definitely caught my attention on many, many occasions. I've heard this briefing many times. Incredibly, incredibly sad, but probably a lot more than just what it looks like on the surface. If you don't really see what's going on here, this might not make sense. Imagine that the entire World War III was fought covertly. That's what I believe this is, folks. There are arrests going on, and this has been going on for years, and I'm getting a lot of good intel on this, so most of the work is already over. The possibility of pulsing blood red lights in the sky, the whole sky pulsing with blood scarlet red light. This is caused by holograms. So you have to understand, these people are really, really into the whole Wizard of Oz thing. They did this in one of the King Kong movies where you have apparently like a creature, right? I think it's so ridiculous because you might die. We don't give a crap. Well, the new science that I've been spending the last 25 years going public about teaches us that the universe is actually made of photons, and photons are curiously geometric. Well, it's true. The universe is made of photons, and the photons are produced by consciousness. So you can create photons with your consciousness. This is obviously a very complex biochemical mechanism. This is freaking gigantic. We're all in this together. We're going through a very, very nasty breakup with a partner who wants to kill themselves rather than let go of control. And this, again, is one of the things I studied academically in college. Has absolutely nothing to do with my own recent divorce. We were harmonious. That was fine. It's not like Johnny Depp at all. Please don't make those analogies if anybody did. All I'm saying is, there are a lot of people out there suffering in the world, and although my divorce was harmonious, what's happening in the world right now is a very non-harmonious divorce, a very violent, a very chaotic, a very nasty, fight to the death, take all your money, leave you for dead type of situation. And again, all of this is part of a consciousness hologram. So knowing yourself in the threefold discipline of personality we're discussing would also involve knowing where you are right now. You will do greater things than me. That doesn't even seem possible, does it? It's like, wow, how could that even be possible? But yet, that's what we're dealing with. All of us are here to reunify with cosmic consciousness, to go back to our oneness in the cosmos. When you start awakening, and you figure out the whole thing's a hologram, and you have synchronicity, and you have telekinesis, and you're no longer worried about whether you're going to make it. Somebody said, what happened to the lighting? I don't know, you guys always get upset about all kinds of weird stuff. People get so sassy, they get so argumentative, they're so, wound up and screwed up and dysfunctional, right? And when somebody online is lighting me up with fire and saying, fuck, all this kind of stuff, whatever, okay, start to understand, yeah, okay, I figured it out. I figured it out. This is all consciousness, it's all mind, and I made this. I am that mind. I made this. I made the universe. Well, that's not really the way this works. Actually, it's like a cloud of horrible smelling, poop. You're just this a-hole who thinks that you're Your stuff doesn't stink? We're not really in our bodies, and you can connect with people's oneness on a deeper level. Basic idea here, and yes, this is a dimmer shot, so you're going to be sad because it's not as bright. I am sorry. I got stuff on my guitar. Come on, I lit it up for you. You see this light down here? Cut me a break, folks. And nowadays, the only thing that they're going to say, oh my God, you have a cult, you have a cult. That's why I've never done it, folks. That's why after all these years, you've never had a meditation group, you've never had a channeling group, you've never had a people come together and get to David. I mean, once in a while I do it at a conference, but even those are few and far between. And the one I just did, I wasn't able to show up in person because of the threats that we have. So here I am up in the mountains, all by myself, and I've been here this way since last September, completely alone. I needed this time off, and it may seem unfortunate to you that David isn't always there like a reliable clock week after week giving you amazing stuff to think about. And I'm sorry that I haven't been always there, but frankly, some very, very interesting stuff has been happening to me. I am experiencing telekinesis. I know that for a lot of people, they may find that impossible to believe. They may think it's hubris or hyperbolic that I'm saying this. It is not. I assure you, it is real. It is happening. And I think the most surprising thing for me is that if a voice is talking to you in your mind and moves something in front of you at the same time to prove that it is what it is, that's actually scary as hell. Okay, so the telekinesis stuff that's happening to me, I didn't think that I would have a problem with it. I didn't think that I would dislike telekinesis. In fact, one of the instances of telekinesis made me cry extensively. I just cried my head off. So, and I haven't even gotten to the main topic, and we're running out of time here. And I do need to do something that earns money this year. I can't just go moneyless. Something I'm going to get a lot more into in my next course, Ascension Philosophy, which I'm getting ready to start pretty soon. One of the things that I expect will happen is people being mean to me more than they have been. You know, they're not going to like this. They're going to be angry. They're going to be judgmental, and that part is going to happen. They don't like people. They don't want to be nice. They don't want to be loving, and they frankly don't care. There's all these different things going on. They're really scary. They affect you cognitively, and they affect you emotionally because it also causes a very real sense of panic, if you will. This time that you're living in right now is the time that you're going to have the old man stories. And they made up all kinds of stories, and I was there. In the beginning, I was right there. You're going to have old man stories, and they're going to be awesome. There's extraterrestrials here. They've crash landed. We got their technology, and they set the whole thing up not for the Earth to be destroyed, but for the Earth to be saved. I'm now very convinced that the big secret truth that underlies all the stuff I've been telling you all these years is that we are, in fact, not going to die, and that excites me greatly because I believed it for so long, that the only way to get rid of this entrenched evil on a particular third-dimensional world is to basically flush the toilet, start over, have the planet be wiped out, and those who learned what they were supposed to learn are rescued by benevolent ETs. When we get all the disclosure about Atlantis, we're going to be freaking amazed by all the stuff that's hidden under the ice down there. They've been studying since the 1950s. A mothership that's a mile long that you can sing to it and it changes shape. The structure of the object changes shape and it heals itself as the ice melts. So as the ice melts into water and there's a cracked part of the ship, the hull just knits itself right back together. It's very, very fascinating. And with the criteria I said earlier, including the movie about horses, something big is coming, folks, and I expect that it's coming very soon. It's as if the ultimate Santa Claus bounty, where he just said, frick it, I'm just going to empty the whole sleigh into your living room. I don't care about any of the other kids. I'm just going to do the whole freaking big old Santa bag right in your living room. This concept that we are in trouble and that we need help and we're praying for help. Talk to the animals and do something besides freak out. Okay, because this is not a bad thing. And then as you become more of an adept, the telekinesis starts to happen. And they've even given it a new word. They call it new term. They call it executive function. And apparently everyone who is ascending is having this double being forming. And what does this mean? This means that you're going to have a ghost that is you. It's yourself in the fourth density. You have your physical body and you have an energy being that looks the same, but is activating as we move through this process. Now that I've really been studying this, it does still appear that at some point we will get rid of our third dimensional body, but it's because the fourth dimensional body that you bilocate into has become so full and so well formed that you don't need the 3D body. You can create one if you want, but you don't need one. And so that process begins with your fourth dimensional ghost wanting to get your attention. It is you. It would look like you if you could see it. You won't see it. It's going to be invisible. And your ghost is going to try to get your attention by things like clock synchronicities, by things like the right people calling you at the right time, you just so happen to bump into somebody, all of these types of paranormal events. And then as it goes on, it will also turn into telekinesis. And that's what started to happen to me. which, as it turns out, is scary as hell. I don't like telekinesis, as it turns out. I thought I would. I really thought I wanted it. And then when I got it, it's like, whoa, this is just really crazy, because even with all of the things that happen to me, when objects start moving and it's clearly something that is not caused by you, you have no defenses left as a human being. You are done. You cannot ignore that that damn thing moved. You can't go back to the way you were. You cannot go back. You can't. That's what I've concluded. Very evil people are running the planet and want to kill you. Okay? And they're trying to do that, and they're aggressively pursuing this goal right now. And now the earth is much like a tree in which the tree is ripening and the fruit has come to its fruition. Fruit, you see what I did there? Anyway, the things that I was forced to witness, the Draco's eating human beings, and Draco's eating my own body. Okay, one of the things I discovered, which is very weird, is that some of the technology they got in UFO disclosure, they could literally chop your head off and then zip you right back together and bring you back to life like nothing even happened. So there are some sickos who had children get eaten alive and then resuscitate their body from the dead, and that's what apparently was done to me, among other things. That's it. I just want to kill people and drink blood and and rape and molest. That's my goal in life, and that's one of the main things I've had to deal with over the last few months.